After Chuyi's artificial respiration saved the schoolgirl, the Divine Hero system activated. System, 999.9 billion available funds have been unlocked. Just then, his girlfriend proposed to break up because she had fallen for a rich second generation. Please ask the host to hit the gold-digging girl in the face. Completion rewards a shopping center. Do not accept no punishment. Chuyi, system. I really don't want to pretend. Can you not tempt me? Chapter 1 Artificial Respiration to Save the Schoolgirl. Jiannan City, Zhongbei University. Chuyi held a bouquet of flowers in his hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Today was the weekend and also Valentine's Day on May 20th. He planned to have a lousy date with his girlfriend Suyu. It was the consumption that might be a bit expensive. Recently, Suyu's mood seemed to be very bad and she was treating him as if he was on and off, so it was just right to take advantage of this Valentine's Day to make her happy. Chuyi hummed a small song and walked slowly. The reason why he was so happy was not only because of Valentine's Day. One more thing was because his system was about to activate. In the middle of his thoughts, a line of text that only he himself could see appeared in front of Chuyi's eyes. Strongest Divine Hero System Activation Progress, 999/1000. This system prompt appeared when Chuyi came to report to the university 3 years ago. How could Chuyi, who had read web novels, not know what a system was? It was simply the protagonist's standard equipment. Knowing that he had obtained a system, even if it was still an inactive system, was enough to make him ecstatic. At that time, Chuyi had researched for a long time, but he hadn't been able to get a clue, which made him a little frustrated. It felt like knowing that there was gold all over the treasure trove in front of him, but because he didn't know the password, it was extremely difficult. The reason why he was able to discover it was because once he went to volunteer and participated in the activity of comforting the widows and orphans, the progress of activation changed from 0 to 1. This allowed Chuyi to find the direction. After making many more attempts, it was discovered that as long as one did a good deed, the progress figure would increase by 1 point. Now that he knew how the system should be activated, he naturally did his best to do good deeds. So in these 3 years, Chuyi could be said to be doing good deeds on a daily basis. From small things like giving up his seat on the bus and helping an old granny cross the street, to big things like being a hero and donating blood to save people. In order to be able to do more good deeds, he also went to the Red Cross to learn a lot of knowledge in first aid. For example, the Heimlich maneuver, CPR, and simple wound dressing. Through these first aid methods, he also helped a lot of people in need and made the progress bar for system activation shorter and shorter. Next, he only needed to do one more good deed and the system activated. Just at this moment, noisy sounds came from the corner in front of him, as if something had happened. Nianyun, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. How come you fainted for a good reason? Quickly wake up. Nianyun, quickly wake up. Seeing this, Chuyi's eyes lit up. Good fellow. It seemed like the system could be activated today. Without saying a word, he ran towards the direction the voice came from. Running past the corner, he realized that there was a girl who had fainted. Next to her, a girl with a double ponytail and wearing a black lolita was shaking her fainted companion non-stop. There were also many students in the surrounding area who stopped to watch, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble, basically staying far away. Chuyi, on the other hand, was not the slightest bit abashed. He had an ambulance license. As long as he performed the correct first aid measures, even if he failed to save the patient, he didn't have to bear any legal responsibility. After approaching and fixing his eyes on the fainted young lady, she was so beautiful. Even if she was unconscious and pale, she couldn't hide her face value. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. Her nose was small. Her cherry mouth was slightly bloodshot. And she looked pitiful. Some look familiar. Chuyi for a moment cannot think of who is. But saving people is important. Chuyi patted the shoulders of the double ponytail girl. Classmate, don't shake her. She didn't respond after you shouted for so long. She should be unconscious. Trouble you to make a first aid call. Let me take a look at the rest. I've learned some knowledge on first aid. I can help with some first aid measures. Chuyi stopped the double ponytail girl first. Hearing Chuyi's calm and collected voice, the double ponytail girl seemed to have found her backbone and hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the first aid number. Chuyi, on the other hand, while observing whether the unconscious girl's chest and abdomen were undulating, he quickly recalled the first aid knowledge he had learned. If someone was in a coma, the first thing to do was to call the first aid number, and then check if the unconscious person was conscious. The first aid call had already been made by the two-ponytailed girl, and judging by the behavior of the double ponytail girl just now, this unconscious girl must have lost consciousness. The next step was to determine if the breathing and heartbeat were normal. If the breathing and heartbeat had stopped, artificial respiration would have to be done. Thinking about this, Chuyi was a little nervous. Although he had learned CPR training courses, but he basically did not use it in his normal life. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where someone was unconscious. However, if this young lady in front of him really had a cardiac arrest, stopped breathing, and needed artificial respiration, she could only be treated like a dead horse. After the heart stops beating, the brain will stop supplying blood, and people will lose consciousness within 6 seconds. The real rescue time is only about 4 minutes, which is called the golden 4 minutes. If the first aid measures are effective, the brain immediately restores the oxygen supply. It will soon regain consciousness. If you don't resuscitate the person in time, or if you use ineffective first aid, even if the blood supply is restored at a later stage, the damage to the brain tissue will be irreversible. This will lead to brain death of the comatose person. That is, to become a vegetable. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of saving people or activating the system, Shui could not let this girl lose her life for nothing. After a short period of thinking and observing the respiratory activity for 5 seconds, Shui was able to determine that the unconscious girl had fallen into a state of no respiration. He squatted down and reached out to gently press his hand on her carotid artery. This was to determine if there was a heartbeat. The heartbeat has also stopped. Shui frowned and spoke rapidly to the double ponytail girl. This friend of yours has suffered a cardiac arrest, and her breathing is gone as well. CPR must be done immediately, or else she might die. The two-ponytailed girl was shocked. So serious? Do you know CPR? Quickly save her. Shui nodded and continued. I'll give her CPR right away. Please go to the infirmary and call the school nurse over. And bring the infirmary's AED over by the way. Okay, I'm on my way. After the double ponytail girl finished speaking, she ran towards the infirmary. Seeing this, Shui hurriedly bent down and secretly confessed. I'm sorry, Missy. I'm trying to save you. I hope you can understand. Shui thought secretly in his heart, and his hands did not stop either, as he folded his hands and pressed on the middle and lower part of the unconscious girl's sternum, and began to press regularly. The soft touch made his heart flutter, and his mouth silently recited the number of times he pressed. 01, 02, 03, 04, 28, 29, 30. After 30 times of pressure with full rebound, 2 mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration was needed. Shui lifted the unconscious girl's chin up so that the airway could be opened, then pinched her nose with one hand, and pinched her chin with the other hand to open her mouth. After making the preparations, Shui ambled his head down and started blowing. Chapter 2: The Strongest Godly Hero System Activation. The soft lips felt excellent to the touch, and at the same time, there was also a wisp of fragrance if any, which made Shui feel that the good deed he did today seemed to be worth it. The downside was that this young lady's body temperature was slightly low, and her pink lips were also a bit cold. After blowing out 2 breaths, Shui repeated the behavior from earlier. 30 chest compressions, 2 mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. While he was performing CPR on the fainted girl, the surrounding students who were onlookers gradually increased. That girl who fainted seems to be the school's flower girl, Shen Nianyun. It's still true. This guy actually gave artificial respiration to the school flower. I'm so sore. Sour you hammer. Do you know artificial respiration? I don't, but I'm still sore. How long has the schoolgirl been unconscious? Did anyone call the school nurse? She fainted for about 3 minutes. Someone went to call the school nurse, and the emergency number was also called. Classmate, how do you know so well? Because I was there at the beginning. I couldn't do anything but watch. Just as the onlookers were discussing, a double ponytailed girl shouted from the back, accompanied by gasping breaths. Phew, the school nurse is here. Please make way. Hearing this, the crowd cooperated and made a passage. Although many students didn't know much about first aid, but human life was at stake, they understood. Thank you everyone. Thank you. The double ponytail girl thanked them while running towards the direction where Chu-yi and Shen Nianyun were. The petite school nurse Tali followed closely behind with an AED in her hand. The two quickly arrived at the first aid scene. Chu-yi's forehead was already sweating a little. Although it was only a few minutes, he had been mentally tense and under a lot of pressure. Seeing the double ponytail girl arrive with the school doctor Tali, Chu-yi's heart let out a sigh of relief. Especially when he saw the AED that Tali was carrying. His hanging heart went down some more. Shui could say that wherever he needed help in these 3 years, there was him. And naturally, the infirmary didn't run less. Over and over again. He and the school nurse Tali is also very familiar. Tali came to Chu-yi's side and skillfully opened the AED. Chu-yi, leave the rest to me. But I still need your assistance. Chu-yi nodded, and after repeating the cycle of first aid once more, he stood up. Sister Tao, if there's anything you need to help you can just say it. Tali nodded and continued. Help me lift the patient's shoulders. To perform defibrillation you have to remove her bra. Chu-yi complied and lifted Shen Nianyun's upper body. Tali skillfully undid and removed her intimate apparel, and checked Shen Nianyun's body for any metal objects. The electrode plate coated with conductive paste was then probed into Shen Nianyun's upper garment and placed in the appropriate position. Originally, the excess clothing should have been removed, but there were too many onlookers in the surrounding area, so Tao Li had to do the next best thing. Soon, the defibrillator began to detect. After about 10 seconds, the defibrillator prompted, "Electroshock is not recommended. Continue to implement CPR." Getting the prompt from the instrument, Tao Li immediately did chest compressions on Shen Nianyun. Chui had just stood up when the double ponytail girl greeted him. "Hello classmate, my name is Xiang Lan. Just now thanks to you, or else delayed too long Nianyun may be in danger." Xiang Lan had a grateful face. Chui waved his hand. "Hello, my name is Chui. These are all things I should do. And don't be too happy, Shen Nianyun's heart rate hasn't recovered yet." Xiang Lan sniffed with a worried face, glancing at Tao Li who was in the middle of first aid, and secretly praying for Shen Nianyun in her heart. It was only at this point that Chui had the time to look at Xiang Lan. It was only at this look that he realized that Xiang Lan was also an extremely beautiful woman not inferior to Shen Nianyun. Fair skin, curved eyebrows, the tied double ponytail looked youthful and gave people the urge to grab it. Height of about 165. A cute style of Lolita cannot cover the grandeur that should be there. White pantyhose make the legs look fleshy. Pretty. The figure was also extremely good. Chui gave an extremely high evaluation in his heart. Such a beautiful girl was also at the school flower level. Logically, he would have heard of Xiang Lan's name as well. It was just that for some reason, the livestock in the school did not seem to know Xiang Lan. In that case, it seemed that Xiang Lan might not be a student of Jiangbei University. Shen Nianyun was a different story. As the school flower of Jiangbei University, Chui had heard of her name like thunder. When the surrounding onlookers mentioned it just now, he instantly remembered it. The reason why he felt familiar with her was because every year, during some parties or events organized by the school, Shen Nianyun from the broadcasting department often went on stage as the host. Just as Chui was thinking, Tao Li on the side interrupted him. "Chui, quickly come help. I can't hold on much longer." Chui was startled and hurriedly walked to Tao Li's side. Looking at her panting appearance, he was somewhat dazed. CPR was a physical work. Tao Li was petite, only about 1 meter 5. Chui also often laughed at her for being a legal loli because of this. At this time to do CPR for a long time, Tao Li cannot hold on is also very normal. Since this is the case, he can only continue. After taking over Tao Li's position, Chui continued to perform chest compressions. Only this time, he found that something wasn't quite right. The hand feeling seemed to be super doubled better than just now. This caused his old face to blush, thinking that Tao Li just seemed to have taken off Shen Nianyun's in order to use the AED. Who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Chui gritted his teeth, and silently recited in his heart that color is emptiness. Emptiness is color, and color is color. Although there was some commotion in his heart, the movements of his hands did not stop, and he kept repeating the steps of CPR. In the next process, due to Tao Li's poor stamina, Chui took over the arduous task of doing CPR for Shen Nianyun throughout. Tao Li, on the other hand, played a hand in the side, using the AED to defibrillate from time to time. In Shen Nianyun coma after 8 minutes or so, the AED machine display screen shows a normal ECG waveform. Shen Nianyun resumes sinus rhythm. However, Tao Li did not relax and still let Chui perform continuous CPR. This made Chui can be described as tired and happy. Tired was really tired. After continuing chest compressions for several minutes, his arms became sore and stiff from keeping a position and repeating the force. As for why happy? You know, it wasn't until 12 minutes after Shen Nianyun passed out that the ambulance finally arrived. The paramedics moved Shen Nianyun to the ambulance and sent her to the Jiannan City First Hospital for further rescue treatment. The double ponytail girl Xian Lan also followed along in the ambulance. However, before leaving she added Chuyi's WeChat and said that when Shen Nianyun woke up, they would thank him together. Chuyi gladly accepted. Although there were other factors for him to save people, but saving was saving. The person who got his help wanted to thank him. He would also feel happy. It wasn't impossible to do a good deed without leaving a name. But Chuyi didn't think it was necessary. The matter ended here. After the ambulance left, the surrounding onlookers also dispersed. Tao Li packed up the AED, said goodbye to Chuyi, and returned to the medical department. Chuyi, on the other hand, was in an excited mood as he looked at the ever-changing text in front of his eyes. Strongest Divine Hero System Activation Progress, 1000. The host has met the system activation conditions. System activation in progress. System activation successful. Chapter 3 Deluxe Gift Pack. Sudden Breakup. The newbie gift pack is now available. 999.9 billion available funds have been unlocked. Comes with a top-of-the-line Supercar Koenigsegg Gemera as your little toy. It will arrive to you in 10 minutes. Dear host, Through your unremitting efforts, you have successfully activated this system. Your life will change as a result. Please enjoy your life as a god. Mama yeah. 9,999 small goals. And a top-of-the-line supercar? Really? Chewie was a bit incredulous. Although he knew that all systems were very powerful, he did not expect his own system to be so powerful. That Koenigsegg Gemera he knew was Koenigsegg's latest sports car, and the first mass-produced four-seater sports car, priced from 19.8 million. Really? It's more real than real gold, the system replied. So I can spend as much as I want with over 900 billion? Without any restrictions? Chewie was still somewhat skeptical. This was too unreal. Yes, as the owner of the strongest divine hero system, you only need to spend and leave the rest to the system. Whether you use a bank card or a cell phone to pay, it will be deducted from the 999.9 billion funds, so don't worry about the balance being insufficient. Due to the host's doubts about the system's authenticity, professional racer-level driving experience is rewarded. A huge wave of memories flooded into Chewie's mind, and in just a few seconds, it was as if he had gone through several years of professional training in competitions. Now he was comparable to a professional-level racer. The expression on Chewie's face gradually spiraled out of control. A handsome face full of ecstasy. I've made it through doing good deeds? This is too cool. Opening NA cool. Then sending a supercar as a toy. Afraid I don't believe it also hold a racing driver-level driving experience. System, you're awesome. Right. Do you have any more functions? The host can harvest the admiration value of others through certain behaviors, and the admiration value can be exchanged for items in the system mall. The system will issue unpunished tasks from time to time. The host can choose to accept or reject them at will. The above are all the functions of this system. Everything will be prioritized by the host. You only need to enjoy the life of a god. Chewie felt that he was truly having a stroke of luck. Compared to the novels he had read, his own system was too good. Other people's systems had this and that bad thing, while his own system was simply serving himself wholeheartedly. After calming down a little, Chewie decided to first try to see if the small amount of money given out by the rookie gift pack could arrive. First charge $1 million into WeChat and see. Chewie took out his cell phone, and after a flurry of operations, the balance was shown, 1,366.35 yuan. Asterisk. Sure enough, it's true. Taking off took off. Looking at the balance on his cell phone, he swept his eyes around and found many passing students looking at him with the same gaze. Seeing this, although Chewie did not feel embarrassed, his own performance was more or less pompous. It wouldn't be good if he gave people the wrong impression that he was some kind of mental patient. Thinking of this, Chewie first patted his face vigorously, gradually calming his mood. He then walked towards the girls' dormitory with a bland expression, only occasionally bursting out a few strange laughs when no one was around. Woohoo! Wahahaha! Soon, Chewie arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and seeing that Suyu had not yet come down, Chewie gave her a call. Little Yu, I've arrived downstairs of your dormitory. Come down. Chewie was in a good mood right now, and his tone was particularly intimate. Wait for me. On the other end of the phone, Suyu only said faintly, and before Chewie could say goodbye, she hung up the phone. This caused Chewie to raise an eyebrow, but he did not take it to heart. He and Suyu had been together for almost 3 years. Suyu had a pretty face and was the department flower of the economics and management department. However, Chewie was not at all bad, and could even be said to be a male god-level appearance. Whether it was his face value, his body was quite excellent, and his academic performance was also quite outstanding. In the beginning Suyu see Chewie handsome, learning good, to him to start the pursuit. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man, a layer of veil, plus Suyu itself is not bad looking. The two were soon together. Male handsome, female beautiful, the two sweet love can be said to be envious of others. Just between the two people there were also some conflicts. Many times, Chewie, because busy unlocking the system to do good deeds, often do not have time to accompany Suyu shopping and eating. This in Suyu's opinion was not loving her enough. For this reason, the two of them also had many arguments, and all Chewie could respond with was a bitter smile. He couldn't say to Suyu, when I do 1,000 good deeds, my system will be activated. Also because of these things, Chewie felt quite sorry for Suyu. After all, it was his girlfriend, and he had indeed done a poor job. So he was doing his best to try to fulfill what Suyu wanted. Whether it was a holiday red packet, or a Valentine's Day gift, or a birthday ritual, he was trying to do as much as he could, with the aim of making Suyu happy. Sometimes the living expenses are not enough. Then go to part-time work to earn extra money. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money, and then you have to pay for it. But with the passage of time, Suyu's demand for material has gradually increased. The company's family is average. and it only gives him $2,000 a month for living expenses. He is slowly unable to meet Suyu's material needs. Even with his part-time job and the amount of money he spends, he can't satisfy Suyu's desires. So recently, Suyu's attitude towards Chui was a bit cold. Today 5/20 Valentine's Day, Chui, in order to coax Suyu, can be said to be hemorrhaging. First, he spent 800 renminbi to order Suyu's favorite Japanese cuisine dinner. Another 188 yuan was spent to book a private theater. Also booked a king room at the 5-star Hilton Hotel, which cost 600 yuan. Coupled with the gifts, flowers and red packets, this set down must have a 2 to 3,000, more than his monthly living expenses. Are hard to save a little money nah. However, for the current Chui, this money was already not considered a hemorrhage. He planned to give Suyu a surprise in a while. Was it to tell her that he was actually a rich second generation of gamers? Or was it to say that he had won the super jackpot and was now a thief with money? The corner of Chuyi's mouth hooked up into a smile, and in his mind, he imagined Suyu's expression when she heard the news. System, how long until the sports car that came with the newbie gift pack arrives? Honorable host, the Koenigsegg Gemera will arrive in 5 minutes. Chui clapped his hands with an ecstatic expression. Really looking forward to this. The first car in life. Now it's all set. All we need is the east wind. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of high-heeled shoes came from the dormitory building's hallway. Chui looked up and his eyes lit up. It was Suyu. Today's Suyu was dressed very colorfully. Exquisite makeup that looked like it took a lot of effort. Chestnut-colored big waves hanging down in front of her chest. Waist-skimming white wraparound skirt with black silk and high-heeled shoes. And a brand new bag in her left hand. Really a flirtatious special thing. However, in Chuyi's opinion, these were not the main thing. From his point of view, since Suyu took this Valentine's Day date so seriously, it showed that his preparations had not been in vain. After having a meal, watching a movie, and sleeping together today, the two of them would be just like before again. And now that he was rich, it would definitely get better and better in the future. Looking at Suyu, who stopped when she walked in front of him, Chui smiled and stepped forward, reaching out and preparing to hold her hand. The result was a snapping sound that was slapped away by Suyu's outstretched hand. Chui froze and looked up at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu clasped her hands to her chest and spoke expressionlessly. Chui, let's break up. Break up? Why? Chui was a little confused. How come he was about to say break up for a good reason? Just because of the Cold War in the past few days? Suyu, a face of disgust, up and down scanned Chui 2 eyes. Look at yourself, this dress. Today's Valentine's Day wear are not good. Usually only wear taba 3-piece suit. And you walk together, I'm too ashamed. You can't afford the bag I want. You can't afford the clothes I want. You have to work part-time for several days for a lipstick. It's a waste of my youth to be with you. Chapter 4, Releasing the Mission. Sports car arrives. Hearing this, Chui couldn't help but be a little annoyed. I dress poorly? I scrimped and saved not to save money to buy you a gift. I did what you wanted for the sense of ceremony. I did what you wanted for the little surprises. I didn't miss a single one of the red packets for the New Year's festivals. And as a result, you think that I'm broke, that I didn't dress up, and that you want to break up with me? Suyu, condescending, a face of contempt, nodded. Yes, I just smack you have no money. Just smack you will not dress up yourself. You, in addition to a little more handsome, study a little better. Other nothing. That's why I looked at you when I was young and unintelligent. Now I have a higher pursuit. You can't satisfy me anymore. People go higher. Water flows lower. I hope you respect yourself. There were many passing students in the surrounding area who noticed the two arguing and immediately began to eat their melons. TSK, I've long heard that people break up at 520. I didn't expect to actually see it today. How can this be said to be a breakup shot? That boy looks a bit familiar. Seems like the one who just saved Shen Nianyun with artificial respiration. What? He's the one who got close to the schoolgirl? Great. Now he's been dumped by his girlfriend. What a relief. Yeah. This little brother is so handsome. He's also eager to help others. Where can we find such a good one? His girlfriend really doesn't know what's good for her. I think so too. If he doesn't mind, I think I can be his girlfriend. Shut up. Don't steal my husband. Chui didn't listen to the arguments coming from the surroundings. He clenched his teeth in anger at Suyu's words. Is our 3-year relationship so worthless in your eyes? Is my kindness to you that cheap? Suyu snorted and raised the bag she was holding in her hand. See? Zhang Lei gave it to me. Louis Vuitton locked me tender handbag. Cost $20,000. The money you earn from your part-time job will take you months to afford it. Compared to the rich material foundation, what is your goodness to me? Hearing this, Chui became furious. He went up and grabbed Suyu's shoulder, and said viciously, Zhang Lei gave it to you? Are you cuckolding me? Chui did not expect that his brain would turn green on this day in 520. Could it be that this is what is called a blessing and a curse? To live a good life, you must have some green on your head? Suyu struggled for a while before she was able to break free from Chuyu's big hands. She frowned and patted the place where she had been grabbed by Chuyi. You're incapable of supporting me yourself. You can't afford to support me. What's wrong with me looking for other men who can afford to support me? I've made it very clear. Please don't pester me in the future. After saying these words, Suyu pulled out a makeup mirror from her bag and replenished her makeup on her own. She had a date with Jiang Lei in a while, so her image was important. While she was fixing her makeup, she said, "You'd better get out before it's too late." But Jiang Lei said that he'll drive a luxury car to pick me up for the date. You're just making a fool of yourself by continuing to stay here. Chuyi laughed back in anger. Fine. I, Chuyi, thought that I was single-minded towards you, usually booing you and trying my best to fulfill your needs in all aspects, but I didn't think that it would end up being this result. Let's just say I've been a dog for the past 3 years. I hope you won't regret what you did. Originally, Chuyi was still full of joy for activating the system, but as a result, this behavior of Suyu made him feel worse than eating a fly. Ding! Extreme dissatisfaction of the host has been detected. Now releasing an optional mission, punching the face of a gold-digging woman. Reward for accepting and completing the mission, ownership of the Jiannan International Shopping Center. No penalty for not accepting. The task that suddenly popped up from the system made Chuyi's footsteps lurch. He didn't expect the system to be so forceful, and before he could even think of how to deal with this matter, the system gave him a choice. Just complete the mission and send a shopping center. No punishment for not accepting it. Are all godly systems this happy? There are benefits not to be taken for nothing. Chuyi silently accepted it. Right at this moment, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the distance and gradually moved from far to near. The surrounding onlooker party twisted their heads to look, and immediately let out a burst of exclamations. Wow! That sports car is so handsome. I wonder which little brother's car it is. I so want to have a non-breakup relationship with this kind of outstanding little brother. Asterisk. This is Koenigsegg Gemera. Is that tycoon so rich? There are also 2 Mercedes escorted. Bro, you know this car? This is Koenigsegg's newest sports car, and the first 4-seater supercar, accelerating in 1.9 seconds. Asterisk. So powerful. Asterisk. It seems like the couple that just had a fight and wanted to break up did so because a rich second generation pried them apart. The woman also said that the rich kid would drive a sports car to pick her up. It can't be the main guy, right? TSK. This kind of wealth digs up gold-digging women one by one. Suddenly it feels like this brother didn't lose unfairly. Suyu had received a bad scolding and was planning to retort with an ugly expression on her face, but now that she heard the people around her talking about it, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a confident smile. She issued a sneer at Chuyi. Humph, laugh your ass off. No girl would regret dumping a poor guy. Anyway, I won't, so you'll just be cursing. Hear that sound? It must be Jiang Lei coming to pick me up. Chu Feng looked in the direction where the sound of the engine came from and almost laughed out loud. He only saw 2 Mercedes-Benz S-classes one in front of the other, escorting a streamlined gray sports car in the middle, and was slowly driving towards his side. Good guy. Isn't this the Koenigsegg Gemera that the system gave to himself? Suyu, the gold-digging girl, actually thought that it was Jiang Lei driving this car to pick her up? Chuyi seemed to have thought of how to complete the task issued by the system. Suyu, Jiang Lei is here to pick you up. Get in the car. Chuyi hung a wisp of a harmless smile on his face, not seeing any anger at all as he turned his head and said to Suyu. This caused Suyu to be stunned for a moment, but seeing that the handsome and compelling sports car in front of her was already parked downstairs in the girls' dormitory, then associated with Jiang Lei said that he would drive a luxury car to pick himself up, Suyu felt so happy. The sound of many lemon comes kept coming from the surrounding area, making Suyu feel more excited than ever, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Jiang Lei had only been with himself for a short time, and he was so good to himself, and drove such a luxurious sports car to pick himself up on Valentine's Day. He was so happy. Can't you see those little girls in the neighborhood? Their eyes are going to pop out little stars? And she also heard. This supercar is a $19.8 million. Jiang Lei was able to drive the supercar to pick himself up on Valentine's Day for a date with himself. From this, it could be seen how rich Jiang Lei's family was. It was 1,000 times stronger than Chuyi. The poor guy. Chapter 5, Strength to Pretend. Face-to-face gold-digging woman. Thinking of these, Suyu walked towards the Koenigsegg Gemera filled with joy. She didn't even want to look at Chuyi right now. This kind of man with no money and no ability. Apart from being incompetent and barking mad, he can't do anything. At this moment, a total of 4 big men in black suits came down from the 2 Mercedes and stood in front of the Koenigsegg Gemera. Suyu thought it was the bodyguard that Jiang Lei had specially arranged to help him open the car door. and her heart was happy. She didn't stop and turned her head to look at Chu-yi on the side, her face showing mockery. Chu-yi, see, we are not destined to be in the same world. There are some things that are not present at birth and will not be present in this life. I hope you can recognize yourself and stay away from me in the future, or my boyfriend will get angry. As she was talking, Suyu was about to walk next to the Koenigsegg Gemera, only for the 4 bodyguards to reach out and stop her. Sorry, miss, touching porcelain is prohibited here. Suyu was still walking forward, and when she was stopped by these bodyguards, she almost crashed into them. Watching the scene, Chui on the side couldn't help but snicker. Yo, John Lay's bodyguards don't seem to give you much face. The surrounding melon eaters also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this woman seems to have gotten the situation wrong. Laughing to death. It turns out that this car is not here to pick her up. Thanks to me also envied for a long time. Ha 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 ha, it's hilarious. She just had that look on her face. She's almost floating to the southern heavenly gate, and as a result, it's like she's eating poop with rice now. Ha, this melon is so sweet today. There's a lot of water again. So you also realized that something wasn't quite right. She took a few steps back with an embarrassed face and surveyed the luxury sports car in front of her with suspicion. Although it seemed as if she had misunderstood at the moment, there were still some small expectations in her heart. She still expected that this was a luxury car driven by Jian Lei to pick himself up for a date. At this time, the swinging door on the driver's side of the Koenigsegg Gemera slowly opened, and a man in a blue suit with sunglasses and pigtails came down from above. After he got off the car and took off his sunglasses, he scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Chuyi's figure and walked towards Chuyi with an excited face. He also let out a cheerful laugh. Mr. Chu, according to your request, your car has been sent to you. There was some traffic on the road just now, so I'm slightly late. Please forgive me. Suyu froze, the expression on her face somewhat stiff. This luxury sports car was Chuyi's car? How could that be possible? She and Chuyi had been together for 3 years and could basically be said to know each other. She was also clear about Chuyi's family conditions, and it was simply impossible for him to be able to afford this kind of luxury sports car. Even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't be able to afford it. The first prize of the lottery was only $5 million. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The surrounding crowd also froze. There were quite a few of them who had started eating melon when Chu-yi and Suyu were arguing. They had thought that it was a common story of a gold-digging woman who fell for a rich second-generation man and angrily dumped her poor boyfriend. However, they did not expect to eat a shocking melon. This is a bit exciting. A gold-worshipping woman falls in love with a rich second generation. But the little brother who was dumped is actually a hidden big brother? Little brother is so handsome. Have money. I like 666. I'm straight up awesome. Today can be considered a long time to see. This is the so-called buy a box of pearls. Have eyes without pearls. Pick the sesame and lose the watermelon? You see that woman's expression. Ha ha ha. Just high and mighty all want a heifer in the airplane. Now the face is more green than celadone. I'll shop this husband first. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chuyi's eyes lit up. So it turns out that pretending to be a bully can gain worship value. The murmurs of the surrounding people were like a handful of arrows thrust into Suyu's chest. And with every additional line of mockery her expression became 1 point harder to see. The braided suit man enthusiastically shook Chu Feng's hand and introduced himself. Hello Mr. Chu. I'm Tangwen, the manager of the Jiannan City Supercar Rental and Sale Club. This is the key to the Koenigsegg Gemera. Please also keep it. Tangwen pulled out a shield-shaped key and handed it to Chuyi. The car's relevant documents are all in the car. You'll be able to see them when you get in. Manager Tang doesn't have to be so polite. I still have a few things I need to take care of on my side, and I'll consult you afterward if I have any questions about the car. Chuyi nodded slightly and said to Tangwen. Tangwen nodded with a respectful face and stood aside with his hands behind his back without leaving. Just now, his top boss had sent instructions for him to deliver the car to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory at Zhangbei University within 10 minutes, and accompanied by the owner's information and photo. Let him must be sent to my hands. If he didn't deliver it, he was to pack up and leave. It scared him for 10 minutes. Luckily, he arrived in time. Otherwise he would have lost his high-paying job and cried to someone else. The young man in front of him looks like a rich young man with a big background. Tangwen wanted to wait until Chuyi had finished dealing with the matter, and took the opportunity of introducing the sports car to see if he could add a contact. Chuyi didn't think about Tangwen's unnecessary thoughts and simply said a few words to him. After receiving the key, he placed it on his hand and played with it twice. He found that this key was like a full-screen cell phone. Directly operating on it, he could choose to open the door, lock the car, turn on the lights and other operations. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. Luxury supercars are really high-end. Car keys are so fancy. For Tangwen's car delivery behavior, Shui was not too surprised. After all, even the system had a system. 999.9 billion could be spent at will, indicating that the system's ability definitely exceeded common sense perceptions. So the system wanting to arrange for the supercar manager to deliver the car was also an easy thing to do. Right now, the task issued by the system had not yet been completed, so it seemed that it had not yet reached the system's standard. Shui thought about it and walked over to the side of the Koenigsegg Gemera and vigorously patted the hood with his hand, causing the hearts of the onlookers on the sidelines to jump. This is a supercar worth $20 million. This person actually so big and bold. Not the slightest care. If they could have this car, they would want to run with it on their backs, wiping it carefully every day, treating it as an ancestor. Every passenger on the car has to let them be careful not to dirty their favorite car. Shui looked to the side of the complex-faced Suyu, faintly opened his mouth and said, originally thought that 3 years of feelings can see a person's character, but I did not expect to end up where I look away. I hid my identity to play the love game with you, but you treat me as a pauper. The supercar that you dream of is just a small toy that I can just throw away. Shui took out his cell phone and operated it again. Then the phone remembered a beep. Alipay arrived. 5,200,000 yuan. The surrounding melon eaters were all shocked into Zhao brothers. Their mouths were only left with, awesome, 666. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chapter 6 Mission accomplished. The weak-hearted Jiang Lei. Although the constantly increasing worship value made Shuyi's heart secretly happy, it did not affect his next pretense in the slightest. Looking at Su Yu, who had a rich expression on her face, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a teasing smile. This $5,200,000 was originally a 520 red packet that was prepared for you, but it's a pity that it seems like you'd rather go and eat Jiang Lei's chickens because of a $20,000 crappy packet. TSK. I have to say, this wave of your operation is really showing my scalp, but it's also quite good, letting me see your true colors. Hearing Chu Yi's cynicism, Su Yu's heart was hard to bear, and at the same time, there was a violent struggle of thoughts. The financial power that Chu Yi had displayed was unbelievable to her, and originally, she had comforted herself by thinking that Chu Yi's luxury car was rented, but his behavior of having the courage to slap the luxury car did not seem to be a forgery. Where would the person who rented the car dare to do so? In that case, it seemed likely that the Alipay's arrival alert was also true. She now wants to bow her head and soften, and get back together with Chu Yi. But again, she felt disgraced, and when she thought of her self-righteous attitude just now, she was so hot that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and then gouge out the pentagon. Before she condescendingly said that Chu Yi is a poor man, next to a lot of people have heard, but also said that Jiang Lei sent the bag he can only afford to buy a few months' salary. As a result, Chu Yi was easily able to take out $5.2 million, and had no regard for a $20 million luxury car. This was simply a super-rich second generation. She, Su Yu, had dreamed of marrying a rich man, and her poor boyfriends who she had been with for 3 years had now transformed into a target for her to look up to. It's just too fantastic. Should I be soft and beg for a reunion? Su Yu was in a state of anxiety. However, very quickly, she made a decision. As long as she could get back together with Chu Yi, all her dreams could be realized. Luxury goods, luxury cars, villas, were no longer far away from her. Su Yu slowly walked towards Chu Yi and looked at him pitifully. Chu Yi, it was all my fault just now. I actually didn't want to be like this. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Completed. Chu Yi's face was delighted. Jiannan International Shopping Center. This was the landmark building of Jiannan City. It was a large-scale commercial complex that integrated shopping, leisure, entertainment, catering, and offices. The specific value of how much money Chu Yi is not clear. He only knows that he has a few more small goals. Alas, sometimes when there is more money, it seems to be just a number. Chu Yi thought in his heart. So you saw Chu Yi reveal a smile, and thought that she had impressed him by begging to get back together. Hastily striking the iron while it was hot, she wrapped her arms around Chu Yi's hand and placed it in her embrace to hold it, rubbing her soft glutinousness against it from time to time. Chu Yi, I know Ron La. You forgive me, okay? Originally, Chu Yi was still thinking about going to the shopping center to buy some clothes and dress himself up. Although it is a man, but people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddle, where a little handsome is always good. As a result, Su Yu's hug interrupted his thoughts. The softness coming from his arm made Chu Yi frown. Not that he suddenly changed his nature, but the current Su Yu was a horse-forked insect in his opinion. 1 second she just dumped herself, the next second she can stick up again because of money. What's the difference between this and a white-cut chicken that is priced to sell? Thinking through all this, Chu-yi immediately felt tasteless. He shook off Suyu in disgust. Get lost, disgusting gold-worshipping chicken. Stay away from me. Suyu looked at Chu-yi with disbelief. In her impression, Chu-yi had always been gentle and graceful, and had always responded to her requests. Chu-yi, I've admitted my mistake. Can't you still forgive me? Chu-yi was enraged at hearing these illogical words. On what grounds do I have to forgive you if you admit you're wrong? You don't even look at what kind of you've done. You sowed seeds and planted grass on my head. I could raise a goat on top of my head right now. After being plowed by you for a while longer, the sheep villages of the verdant grasslands have all migrated to the top of my head. Suyu was still undeterred. She bit her lip. I know it's all wrong. We've been together for so long. Can you give me another chance? The more Chu-yi heard, the more angry she became. This woman could break up with herself without hesitation because she had no money. Now that she has found herself rich, she is so shamelessly begging to get back together. He was really blind in these 3 years. People go high, water flows low. I hope you respect yourself. I've made it very clear. Please don't pester me in the future. We are not people of the same world. Chu-yi returned what Suyu had said as if he had said it, only feeling that his heart had viciously released a mouthful of bad anger. Hearing these words, Suyu stood frozen in place, neither leaving nor not leaving. She felt that she had lost something very important. The more she thought about it, the more difficult it was in her heart, and she directly squatted in place to cover her face and cried bitterly. Watching this scene, Chu-yi did not feel the least bit sorry for her, but instead felt that she deserved it. If she had not betrayed herself, she would have taken her on a supercar and gone on a date. Unfortunately, there was no if. Since things had already happened, Chu-yi would definitely not be soft-hearted. There was just a part of his anger that he hadn't vented. After all, the dog and girl pair, John Lei's share of it hadn't been settled with him yet. Just as Chu-yi was preparing to leave, the sound of continuous car horns came from the periphery of the crowd of onlookers. Tick tick tick. The surrounding onlookers had to make way for a passageway for the cars on the periphery to drive in. A blue Porsche Panamera slowly stopped next to it, and down came a boy with a 3/7 back hair, wearing a white shirt and black suit pants. It was John Lei. John Lei got out of the car and saw the Koenigsegg Gemera parked on the side at a glance, chewing gum and whistling at the same time. Yo, 520 is really lively today. I don't know which brother drove a Koenigsegg to pick up a girl. After sighing, he saw a few people in the center of the field. The one squatting on the ground and hiding her face as she cried bitterly seemed to be Suyu. The one standing was Chu-yi, and the one beside him, it was Tang. John Lei was shocked in his heart. How did Tang-won run here? Originally, looking at Suyu crying there, John Lei was still a bit angry. After all, it was the girl he was going to ask out. How could he say something when he was made to cry by his ex-boyfriend? But when he saw Tang-won, his heart was in his throat. It wasn't that big of a deal. The main thing was that his Panamera was rented from Tang-won. If this was mentioned by Tang-won, wouldn't his own rich second-generation persona fall apart? Thinking of this, John Lei ignored Chu-yi and Suyu, and instead walked towards Tang-won with a smile on his face. Brother Tang, what a coincidence. Why are you in the mood to come to Jeongda today? Tang-won had eaten a huge wave of melon at the scene and was now a little embarrassed. He had thought that it was some small matter, but it turned out to be Chu-yi's wild dislike of the gold-worshipping woman. And now Chu-yi should still be angry. He didn't even know if he should ask for contact information in a while. As a result, John Lei came over directly, which made his heart flutter. Just now, he had heard what this Chu Deshao had said, and the person who pried his corner was also named John Lei. Not long after he had just finished speaking, this John Lei who rented the car came over. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? Plus the expression on Chu Shao's face. Tang-won glanced at Chu-yi without a trace, and found that he was staring at Jiang Lei with a bad expression, and his heart was immediately sure. This Jiang Lei was the same Jiang Lei who had pried Chu Shao's corner. Tang-won rolled his eyes, and with a plan in mind, he shouted at Jiang Lei, Yo, isn't this Jiang Lei? Your Paramera's lease is about to expire. Are you still renewing it? Chapter 7, Fake Rich Second Generation. Collapsed Suyu. Jiang Lei's face changed. How did this Tang-won not mention which pot is which pot? When he shouted like this, wouldn't so many people beside him know about it? As expected, there was a lot of laughter coming from the surrounding people who heard Tang-won's words. This Jiang Lei I know, has been wearing the identity of a rich second generation to pick up girls everywhere, and said that Paramera was a birthday gift from his dad. Ha 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 ha, so it's rented. No wonder sometimes I see that he didn't drive the car, and only occasionally drove it when he was picking up girls on holidays. TSK TSK TSK, why didn't I think of that? Laugh me to death. This John Lei direct social death. Ha ha ha, he. There are so many melons today. I videotaped them all, and uploaded them on the campus forum later, to open everyone's eyes. Hearing these words, the smile on Jiang Lei's face looked forced. Brother Tang, you remembered it wrong, right? It should be my cousin who rented it from you, right? While saying these words, Jiang Lei's eyes gestured madly at Tangwen, hoping that he would understand what he meant. Tangwen smiled in his heart as he watched. As a businessman, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say, especially for customers who rented luxury cars. The most important thing was face, but since he said it, he didn't intend to give Jiang Lei face. Who let him offend Chu Xiao? Just think of it as a waste of time. How can that be? I remember very clearly. You even stuffed 2 crumpled huazi to me at that time in order to beg me to give you $1,000 cheaper. This time, the surrounding directly laughed. 6,666. Smoking huazi, smoking crumpled huazi. Is this the living standard of the rich second generation? It feels like it's just like that. Why do I feel like this Jiang Lei is a fake rich second generation? Yeah, I have that feeling too. It's like the kind of thing they say on the internet, packaged in all its glory. But in fact, they don't even have much money on hand. I have heard of it. It seems to say that there is this kind of person. The luxury car is rented. The luxuries on his body are fake. And he is picking up girls with the identity of a second-generation rich man. But the investment is extremely low. And the luxuries he gives away are also fake. Even Su Yu, who was still crying, raised her head and looked at Jiang Lei with a confused expression. Jiang Lei's face changed greatly. He felt that if he stayed any longer, his old self would be revealed. Not caring to greet Tangwen, he walked to Su Yu's side and dragged her by the hand, intending to leave. At this time, the crowd periphery again came the sound of a horn. A group of onlookers clamored to make a road. A police car slowly drove in and stopped next to Jiang Lei's rented Primera. 2 policemen came down from the car and walked towards Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei, right? We received a report from a lady surnamed Zhang that she was cheated by you of up to $50,000. Please come with us back to the police station to assist in the investigation. Chui directly laughed out loud from where he was. It turned out that this bee not only cheated on his color, but also cheated on his money. He originally wanted to teach Jiang Lei a good lesson, but now it seems like he can only wait until he is finished being investigated by the police. Jiang Lei was a little flustered the moment he saw the police car, and now when he heard the police say that, he quickly opened his mouth to deny it. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding here. How could I possibly cheat money? Su Yu, who was still being pulled by him, was also looking at the scene in a daze. What's going on? Jiang Lei's family is not very good? How is it that today is a rental car, and the police came to find him? Could it be that his identity as a second-generation rich man is really a fake? The surrounding onlookers are even more excited. Today this melon one after another. They are almost eaten up. First, the gold-worshipping woman angrily dumped the poor, and as a result, the poor shifted into a super-rich second generation. When the hoe-wielding third party drove a Porsche to make an appearance, they thought that there was a good show to happen, but it turned out that this person's car was actually rented. They thought that Jiang Lei would leave in disgrace, but it turned out that a police car actually came and said that someone had sued him for cheating. With this series of changes, they looked on with a straight face. TSK, this girl called so you probably has no place to cry. She thought she'd fallen for a rich second generation, but it turned out to be a strange scammer. And the ex-boyfriend she dumped is the real rich second generation. Look at that Jiang Lei's expression. It seems to be very weak. It seems that cheating women's money is a real hammer. I thought this kind of person is rare and only exists on the internet, but I didn't expect it to be around us. Spend some money to rent a luxury car, and then go to cheat money and sex. This is really shameless. 2 police officers did not give Jiang Lei a chance to explain, directly handcuffed him away. Jiang Lei had been defending himself during this process, but it didn't have any effect. Watching this scene, Chui suddenly felt very meaningless. In these few short hours today, there were a bit too many things that happened, and he wanted to be quiet. His girlfriend that he had been with for 3 years with all his heart and soul, was actually pried away by such a trashy thing like Jiang Lei. I really don't know whether it was Jiang Lei's skillful acting or Su Yu's financial obsession. However, he reassured himself. The activation of the divine greatness system and the clearing of boundaries with the slag woman can be considered a double blessing, right? As for Jiang Lei, if he really went in, it was fine, but if he didn't, he would have to make a good job of it in the future. Although Chui has a mild character, but that also depends on what things. Caps are worn to his head. The gas is not so easy to eliminate. People have a bottom line. The more gentle character of the person, once touched the bottom line, it will be very scary. It was like if the honest and obedient people around him were angered. It would also be very scary. If it was the Chui of the past, he might not have much of a way to retaliate. But now it was different. With the divine hero system, it wasn't simple for him to take revenge on a pseudo-rich second generation. Clearing his thoughts, Chewie prepared to go to the Jiannan International Shopping Center to take a look, and in the meantime, buy himself a line of clothing. Since he had money, he had to arrange for everything he needed. He had no intention of abusing himself, and it was foolish to have money that he didn't spend. He also had to think about how to give his parents money. Give more. His parents will certainly worry about the way this money comes. What reason should be used? Alas, I didn't expect him to experience the troubles of the rich so soon. Troublesome.jpg. Seeing that Chewie was about to leave, Tangwen still didn't forget to give Suyu a complimentary shot. Miss, this bag of yours should be fake. I just bought one for my girlfriend. Your workmanship is very rough. Obviously a goods. Suyu has been hit by a succession of changes in the speechless, and now heard that the bag is fake. The heart is incomparably difficult. Dying in the sick and scared to sit up. The clown is actually her own. It turns out that Jiang Lei's rich second-generation identity is fake. Send her bag is also fake. Not only that, but also a scum who cheated money and sex, and now they are all taken away by the police. And she was with Chewie for 3 years. But the real super-rich second generation, they are one step away from passing his test, to live a dream life. But the difference of one step is like heaven and hell. Chapter 8, Extreme Beauty Chen Nianyun. The more Suyu thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She hurriedly ran towards Chewie, and without saying a word, she directly fell to her knees and hugged Chewie's thighs. Chewie, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me. I didn't have sex with John Lei. I'm still clean. I didn't cuckold you. I can't lose you. Chewie was relieved to hear that Suyu hadn't really cheated on her husband. At least this brain of his own was still noble elegant black, not sincere forgiveness green. However, Suyu's body hadn't cheated on her, but her psyche was ready for it. So the more Chewie looked at her, the more disgusted he felt, and with a slight push he shook her off, striding up to the Koenigsegg gem era. Let's stop here. We no longer have any relationship. Chewie finished speaking, started the Koenigsegg gem era and left. Seeing this, Tangwen hurriedly brought along his bodyguards and also started his Mercedes to follow. He had just done those things just to get Chewy's appreciation. Now that it was over, he wanted to see if he could ask for a contact. Although he had Chewy's customer information, he also knew Chewy's phone number. However, that was not at all the same concept as leaving contact information with each other. Calling him according to the phone number on the customer profile was called a return visit. Calling each other according to the phone number they left behind was called exchanging pleasantries and deepening feelings. By the way, he also let the bodyguard John Lei left here Porsche Panamera drive away. The rental period of his car is indeed due. John Lei was handcuffed this time. It is estimated that the investigation will take several days. As he returned the car in advance, looking at several luxury cars or driving away from the scene, Suyu fell to the ground, disappointed. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, is constantly reminiscing about this wave of farce. Some good people even uploaded today's events to Zhongbei University's campus forum, and edited a bunch of eye-popping headlines. Shocking, gold-worshipping woman falls for pseudo-rich second generation, but it turns out that her ex-boyfriend is actually a hidden super-rich second generation. Rich second generation hiding identity for 3 years, just to test his girlfriend. Originally intended to showdown on Valentine's Day, but tragically betrayed by his girlfriend. Pseudo-rich second generation rent luxury cars, buy a goods, just to pick up girls to cheat money and sex. The police intervene in the investigation. Chewie had no knowledge of any of this, and even if he did, he wouldn't put it to heart. He had just parted ways with Tangwen after leaving their contact information with each other, and had now arrived at the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Parking his car inside the underground parking lot, Chewie sat in the car and dialed the number of the person in charge of the shopping center. When he obtained the reward, the system had also taken care of the details, so that there would not be a situation where he could not find anyone when he came here. Soon, the phone was connected, and a coquettish female voice came from the other end. Hello General Manager Chu, I'm Chen Nianyun, the person in charge of Jiannan International Shopping Center. Hello Manager Chen, I'm now at the underground parking lot. Which location is our office? General Manager Chu, please tell me your exact location. I'll come and pick you up right away. Well, I'm at B174 now. Alright, please wait for a while. I'll come over right away. After ending the call, Chewie checked the system mall in the car and waited for Chen Nianyun to come and pick himself up. Introduction to Sansho, 1000 worship value. Spread sparring mastery, 5000 worship value. Swimmer, 5000 worship value. Tank driving experience, 500 worship value. There's even a Kato Hawk gold finger? It's only 100 cult value. So cheap. Chewie looked at the items in the mall and let out a sigh of relief from time to time. But unfortunately, his current worship value was too small and he couldn't exchange anything yet. Without letting him wait for a long time, Soon Shen Nianyun stepped on her high heels and came to the side of the Koenigsegg Gemera, bending down and knocking on the car window. Chui twisted his head to look, and immediately his eyes lit up. The woman in front of him was about 1.7 meters tall. Her black hair was coiled behind her head. Her features were very charming. She was dressed in a professional suit. Her body was plump. Her black stockings were exceptionally attractive, and she gave people a feeling like a ripe peach. At this time, bending over and knocking on the car window, the plumpness that was tightly wrapped by the white shirt was presented in front of Chuyi's eyes, and the sense of visual impact was very strong. Chuyi lowered the car window and smiled at her. Shen Nianyun? Shen Nianyun smiled warmly, her eyebrows curved. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so young. Really young and promising. Chuyi gave a dry smile and did not reply positively. What did he count as being young and promising? It was just that he had luckily activated the system. Shen Nianyun was surprised in her heart. She was truly surprised that her boss was actually so young, looking only a few years younger than herself. Moreover, his face value was extremely high, so he could have made a direct debut. It seemed that he should be the young master of some big family. Ordinary people would not have the strength to take down the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Chuyi got out of the car and shook Shen Nianyun's hand with a touch. Manager Chen, you take me around the mall first. I'll go to the office later. Shen Nianyun spread her face and smiled. What's the matter? Does Chuyi want to ask me out? Chuyi admitted with a big smile. Yes, I'm going to buy some clothes to change my outfit. And if there's a beautiful woman accompanying me, it would definitely feel quite great. Then I'll respectfully submit to your order. Chuyi gave her a very good feeling. Not overbearing like normal rich second generation, and very respectful between conversations. Moreover, she was clear about her own charm. Normal men couldn't wait to hang their eyes on themselves, but Chuyi didn't have that, and her calm behavior aroused her interest. So Shen Nianyun very quickly agreed to Chuyi's request. The two of them traveled together, a handsome man and beautiful woman who were exceptionally well matched. Soon, they arrived at a Gucci clothing store. The tall female sales clerk warmly greeted them. Do you two need to look at men's clothing? The shopgirl had a keen eye, although Chuyi's attire was very general, and even appeared a bit cheap, but Shen Nianyun beside him had invariably raised his stature. Moreover, Shen Nianyun also looked like she had some intention of taking Chuyi's lead, so the female sales clerk did not belittle Chuyi. Chuyi nodded and looked at the men's clothing in the store. Shen Nianyun was also on the side to help pick out the right outfit, occasionally taking a look at Chuyi's figure and then giving him advice according to her own aesthetic. However, since it was summer, Chuyi didn't have much space to choose from, and all he had to pick from were either t-shirts or polo shirts, so he picked out a few sets of clothes to check out according to the advice provided by Shen Nianyun. This Gucci clothing store's tops and short sleeves were not expensive, a piece of 5,000 or 6,000 or so, and the pants were slightly more, a pair of 7,000 to 10,000 or so. Chuyi bought a total of 5 sets, costing 78,000 yuan, but this could only be considered as a small amount of money for him right now, not worth mentioning. Next, Shen Nianyun acted as a guide, leading Chuyi to buy in all the major luxury stores, and there were also store managers who recognized Shen Nianyun and greeted him politely. Soon, the two of them were carrying big bags in their hands, from clothes to shoes, from sunglasses to perfume. Basically everything they could buy was bought. Now the only thing missing is the watch. Just Jiannan International Shopping Center has a Patek Philippe, so the two went towards the store. But when they arrived at the store, Shen Nianyun found a familiar face, only a somewhat annoying one. Shen Nianyun, didn't you say you have an important leader today? How come you're free to go shopping? And who is this little white boy next to you? Chapter 9 Releasing a Mission, Punching a Pussy in the Face. Chuyi's brows furrowed as he listened. What little white boy? This guy is a bit arrogant. The person who spoke was a young man with a greasy head. His looks were okay, but his face actually had makeup on it, giving off a somewhat feminine feeling. Shen Nianyun was a bit angry and quickly opened her mouth to defend Chuyi. Bai Peng, what are you talking about? I think you're the one who looks like a white boy. The customers in the store heard the quarrel and glanced sideways, looking up and down at Bai Peng's outfit and snickering out. This person is also really funny. Big men still put on makeup. They look like a white boy, but also have the nerve to say that other people's male companion is a white boy. It can't be right. Where do normal men wear makeup? Other celebrities only wear makeup on their shows. From my point of view, it's true that this guy with makeup has a stronger air of being a white boy. Bai Peng was one of Shen Nianyun's suitors, and since his family's company had business dealings with Jiannan International, he would sometimes be asked to come and talk about cooperation, so he naturally got to know each other. From the first time he saw Shen Nianyun, he felt that he had fallen in love. Not so much love at first sight as love at sight. Shen Nianyun's plump body deeply attracted him. Huge breasts, waist and buttocks, coupled with warm and lovely features. He wanted to fall into it, unable to extricate himself. so he launched a frantic pursuit, taking advantage of the relationship between business partners to add WeChat, in addition to everyday greetings, but also often to Shen Nianyun issued invitations. As a pickup veteran, he knows that chatting on the network is useless. Chatting for a month is not as good as asking out a night. As long as the girl agreed to his invitation, he is sure to take it. Unfortunately, Shen Nianyun has been very cold to him, often with a sentence back, "Mr. Bai, we are just business partners. Please do not interfere with my private life." Therefore, Mr. Bai Pang wanted to take the initiative, and today he came to the Patek Philippe counter to buy a watch for Shen Nianyun, but he didn't expect to meet Shen Nianyun and other men dating. Under his anger, he did not care about his previous disguise of demeanor, and directly cursed angrily. As a result, he made a mistake, and his casual remark actually became the laughingstock of the onlookers' mockery, and he immediately felt a great loss of face. Humph. A bunch of poor people can only bark incompetently and furiously from the sidelines. Bai Peng's family was big. Basically he knew all the dignitaries in Jiannan City, and there were no familiar faces he recognized in these onlookers, so he spoke recklessly. "Look at you guys, this shabby look can't afford to buy a Patek Philippe watch. I don't know where the courage to laugh at me." As he spoke, Bai Peng pulled up his left sleeve slightly, revealing a gorgeous and exquisite watch. Some knowledgeable people recognized the watch and exclaimed in shock, "Patek Philippe Blue Dial Square Diamond Rose Gold. This watch has to be almost $400,000. Hanging a BMW 3 Series on your hand? Missed a trick. This pussy is actually so rich." Hearing the marveling of the people around him, Bai Peng smiled faintly. What a bunch of lowlifes. He looked towards Chu Yi and Shen Nianyun, wanting to see the look he wanted on their faces. Unfortunately, the two of them, Chu Yi and Shen Nianyun, had been talking in low voices and paid no attention to Bai Peng, which caused the smile on Bai Peng's face to stiffen a little. It was so hard for him to put on a show, but he was actually ignored by the goddess he had been pursuing? Shen Nianyun was explaining this Bai Peng's identity to Chu Yi. As for Chu Yi, while feeling the exhaling breath in his ears, he looked at the newly released mission from the system, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Ding! The host has been provoked by a sissy, and is now releasing a task, punch a sissy in the face. Reward for accepting and completing the task, a set of Huajing Junting Villa. No punishment for not accepting. Chu Yi sighed in his heart. In fact, he really didn't want to pretend to be a pussy, only that the system was always tempting him to pretend to be a pussy. As the saying goes, if you have a bargain and don't take advantage of it, since that's the case, he can only accept the mission reluctantly. Hey, that pussy, are you called Bai Peng or Bai Peng? Chu Yi first connoted a sentence. Bai Peng has not yet reacted, but the surrounding is the first came the sound of laughter. Ha ha, I have a friend called Li Peng, then because of an accident was kicked in the balls, went to the hospital for surgery. He now changed his name, called Li Peng. Ha ha ha, this brother is really humorous. I think it's good to have a lesser bird. This sissy's dress is good for fencing with people at first sight. It's just that it's unavoidable to go to the anorectal department often. Originally, Shen Nianyun didn't understand what Chu Yi was talking about, but now that she heard the words of the people around her, a blush appeared on her face and she spat. Bai Peng gritted his teeth in anger. Ever since he grew up, it had been a long time since anyone dared to taunt him with the word bird. What are you? A soft food eater? Yes, in his opinion Chu Yi was a soft-eating gigolo. Shen Nianyun's condition and character he knew very well. If he wanted to evening out the rich second generation, he would have already taken up with him. No wonder his pursuit during this period of time had not aroused Shen Nianyun's interest in the slightest. It turned out that she was good at it. Chu Yi smiled faintly, reached out and wrapped Shen Nianyun around his waist, and with a cry, a soft and sticky touch pressed against his chest. Shen Nianyun still wanted to struggle. Chu Yi came to her ear and said, "Cooperate. I see that this pussy is very unpleasant." The hot air coming from her ear caused Shen Nianyun's body to go limp. Her entire body paralyzed in Chu Yi's arms. Her ear was her most sensitive place. Just a little bit of stimulation would cause her body to go limp. Coupled with the fact that she herself wanted to get rid of Bai Peng's entanglement, she shyly nodded her head and allowed Chu Yi to wrap his arms around her. "I've heard that you've been kneeling and licking my family's Xiao Yun. Originally I didn't want to pay any attention to you, a jumping clown, but I didn't think that I would actually run into you today. Since that's the case, I'll make it clear to you today. Xiao Yun is my woman. Stay away from her in the future. You pussy can find someone to play the male-on-male game if you get lonely." Chu Yi very naturally brought into the role of Shen Nianyun's boyfriend. Although with a light smile on his face, his tone was very domineering. Chu Yi was originally in excellent condition, with a schoolboy-level face value and a net height of 185. Coupled with Shen Nianyun's carefully selected luxury clothing, he gave off the impression of being a flamboyant young man. Paired with the domineering words and actions, there were girls in the neighborhood who were instantly fawning. Wow! This little brother is so handsome. The overbearing president is in love with me. I so want to switch with that woman. Switch me to be paralyzed in my little brother's arms. Such a happy feeling. Ah, don't you guys covet my husband? That's mine. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Bai Peng's face was ugly, and his eyes were practically on fire. The goddess that he had been licking in his dreams was now actually being held in the arms of another man. And looking at Chen Yun's peach blossom face, she seemed to be enjoying herself. No wonder Chen Yun has always been cold to herself. Maybe she has been with this guy for a long time. When he thought of Chen Yun's behavior under this guy's body, Bai Peng felt that his lungs were going to explode. He stepped forward and swung his fist to teach Chui a lesson. But Chui was born tall and big. He didn't need to exert much effort. With one hand wrapped around Chen Yun, the other hand reached out and pushed this guy back and forth, almost sitting on his butt on the ground. What's the matter? You're a skinny bamboo pole and you still want to beat me? That's all you've got? Little lickspittle. Chui snorted. This guy could really blow up at the slightest point. A little 2 words and he was on top. Bai Peng was pushed and shoved by Chui, slightly sobering up. He knew that he couldn't take advantage of anything by striking. But just so Gray slipped away he was not willing. Suddenly his mind moved. He is a rich second generation nothing else. Money is still there. This soft food guy certainly cannot afford to buy a Patek Philippe watch. Wearing those Gucci clothing is certainly also Chen Yun to buy him. Right. In order to save face, Bai Peng decided to use his financial power to ruthlessly crush Chui. He wanted everyone present to know that he, Bai Peng, was the true domineering president. Chui was just a guy who ate soft food. Humph. I think you soft rice guy should be begging Chen Yun to buy you a watch, right? What a shame for a man, actually letting a woman pay for it. Chen Yun? Chui laughed, not realizing that he had inexplicably made a cameo as a soft rice man today, looking down at Chen Yun in his arms. Well, it was indeed very soft. Bai Peng saw that Chui did not react and even lowered his head in shame, so he could not help but become even more pleased. He proudly waved his hand towards the counter attendant. Help me pick a female watch around $300,000. I'll bring it to give it away. The counter assistant stood aside and silently watched this farce for a long time. Seeing that it was finally coming to an end, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She dared not offend both parties in the quarrel. One party was the general manager of Jiannan International, and the other party was the rich and wealthy second generation. Now it seems that it should come to an end here. The counter assistant put up a professional smile and skillfully introduced the differences between the various types of women's watches to Bai Peng. Hello sir, before she could say a few words, she was forcefully interrupted by Bai Peng. I've said that you can just pick a $300,000 women's watch for me. Do I need to repeat myself? The counter assistant was a little aggravated, but being in this line of work she was often treated badly by customers. She quickly adjusted and was about to go and pick a watch for Bai Peng when a voice from the side interrupted her actions. Wait, the watch is in your store. I'll wrap it up. Chui blandly and incomparably uttered the most pretentious words. Chapter 10, the entire audience was silent. There was no way around it. So far the tasks released by the system hadn't been completed, so Chui simply wrapped up all the watches in the entire Patek Philippe store. Aren't you, Bai Peng, a formidable person who wants to rely on buying watches to pretend to be a bully? Then I'll buy all the watches and see how you can still pretend. The crowd froze. Is this guy serious? He's going to buy all the Patek Philippe watches? You have to know that Patek Philippe is a top watch brand. The cheapest watches have to start with more than $200,000. The expensive ones cost hundreds of millions. Although this store shouldn't have watches that cost tens of millions of dollars per unit, there should still be a few million. How much would it cost to buy all the watches in this store? Tens of millions? Tens of millions? Or hundreds of millions? Is this person a swollen face? To actually say such words? Are we on the wrong set? Is this a racer shoot? Lost. I thought he was handsome and suitable for a husband. I didn't expect it to be a guy who loves to blow awesome. Listening to a burst of gossip, Chen Yun somewhat worriedly pulled Chuyi's coat corner. While others did not know Chuyi's identity, she more or less still understood a little. Other than that, the identity of the owner of Jiannan International alone was enough to bluff people. Not to mention that Chuyi was more than that, but for the sake of the battle of wills, bagging all of Patek Philippe's watches, this could cost a lot of money. Mr. Chu, why don't you just forget about it? There's no need to be general with this Bai Peng guy. Your money doesn't come from the wind. Chen Yun stood on her tiptoes and whispered against Chuyi's ear. Chui laughed and also responded by sticking to Chen Yun's ear. Don't worry, I can still afford to spend this small amount of money. With over $900 billion of liquidity in hand, this amount of money was really small for Chui. Moreover, Patek Philippe's watches were top-notch goods that could be given away after they were bought, and wouldn't depreciate too much if they were put away. so they could be sold later to get their blood back if they didn't want them. Speaking of which, Chu-yi did not lose. The success of pretending to be a bully can also earn a set of tens of millions of dollars worth of top-level villas. Why not do it? The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Other people seem to be you and me. This appearance can be said to be envious of others. Bai Peng is looking at the whole person is sour. He can't wait to see Chu-yi make a fool of himself. It's really funny. Do you think this is a store run by your family? You think this is your store? This is a Patek Philippe. You can't buy the cheapest watch even if you sell it. I, Bai Peng, will put my words right here. If you can wrap this store's watch, I'll take your last name. Chu-yi glanced at him and faintly said, I don't have any ungrateful children like you, which made Bai Peng jump on his feet again. He then walked towards the counter lady and politely said, please take an inventory of the cost of buying all the watches, please. The counter assistant froze. Chu-yi's gentle attitude was very different from Bai Peng's arrogance, but it made her realize the feeling of being respected. Because of this, although what Chu-yi said was very much like a pie in the sky, the counter assistant still cooperated and went to call out to the other co-workers to start calculating the total price of buying all the watches. Seeing this, Bai Peng became even more arrogant, and kept making sarcastic remarks from the side. Yo, still really dare to say, wait a moment, the price out, I see how you round. Not I say, like you, this kind of white boy good-looking rich woman is not finished? What's the point of competing with the really rich? My income for a day is enough for you to lick a rich woman for a month. I don't know where you get the courage to compete with me. Chu-yi only felt that there was a fly constantly buzzing in his ears, annoying the hell out of him. Frogs like to use their shallow insights to evaluate the world. Oh no, you're still a hybrid creature of a toad and a licking dog. Chu-yi, in order to stimulate Bai Peng, wrapped his arms around Shen Nianyun and ran his hands up and down around her waist, while also wrapping his arms tighter. This was a bitter experience for Shen Nianyun. Her legs were now weak and she had absolutely no strength to stand up straight. She could only rely on Chu-yi. Bai Peng was still planning to speak out in rebuttal when the counter girl had already calculated the price. Hello sir, the price has been calculated. A total of 58.2 million yuan. This site can erase a zero for you to charge you 58 million yuan as a whole. There are 5 models that are all priced over $4 million, which are the Geneva Star Edition, the Black Plate White Gold Full Diamond Nautilus Edition, the Rose Gold Original Set Full Diamonds Edition, the White Gold Set Diamonds Commemorative Model, and the White Gold Set Diamonds Dynamic Reserve Moon Phase Edition. The remaining is a variety of products ranging from 200 to a million out of the ordinary. This is the total list, but please take a look. The counter girl spilled out a few higher-priced watches and then handed a list to Chu-yi. Chu-yi, on the other hand, reached out and took it, glancing at it roughly before holding it in his hand and taking out a savings card that he had previously made and handing it to the counter sister. Thank you very much. I'll swipe the card. Bai Peng glanced at the card and saw that it was just an ordinary savings card, and couldn't help but look mocking. Yo, swipe the card. Swipe an ordinary savings card. Ha ha ha, you people are afraid you're here for a laugh. This kind of card's limit for one day is only how much money? It's not even enough to cover a fraction of this kind of large transaction. The counter attendant was also a bit hesitant. Originally she was still expecting Chu-yi to be telling the truth, but she didn't expect that she was actually handed an ordinary savings card, which made it a bit difficult for her to get off the hook. Troubled other co-workers to count together, but it turned out to be a joke. It's really embarrassing. Chu-yi saw the counter girl hesitate and urged her again. Don't worry, I can trade this card, just brush it directly. Seeing Chu-yi's confident face, the receptionist was not in a position to refuse. She inserted the card into the POS machine and handed it to Chu-yi. Sir, please enter the password. Chu-yi took the POS machine and entered the password. Bai Peng still didn't believe that Chu-yi could really buy all of Patek Philippe's watches, and cheaply kept pushing and pushing, acting quite like it. If you can make the payment successfully, I'm your son. Counter sister. You will remember to call the security guards in a while and drive this guy away. Save yourself the hilarity here. Not only Bai Peng. From the moment Chu-yi took out his ordinary savings card, the people around him didn't believe that Chu-yi would be able to make a successful transaction either. Hey, I thought he could take out some black card or something, but I didn't expect to just take out an ordinary bank card with such a large amount. How could this be a successful transaction? That's right. It seems that the result is very obvious. This guy is just strong and weak. The cowhide has blown a big deal. Funny. This is really funny. Chu-yi, on the other hand, stood aside with an old spirit. The system had said that no matter if it was a bank card payment or a cell phone payment, it would automatically deduct that 900 billion plus funds. It must be that with the system's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to solve a limit problem. Ding! It is detected that the host is using a bank card to make a purchase. The purchase is successful. Sure enough, the payment was successful. Then the POS machine swiped out a long list. Looking at that list, the entire room was silent. The only thing that showed Chewie how shocked these people were was the constantly increasing worship value. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Chapter 11. I don't have a son like you. A large wave of worship value came into the account. Chewie smiled without saying anything. The long list from the POS was like a slap in the face of all those who questioned Chewie. A few minutes ago, they had concluded that it was impossible for Chewie to make a successful payment, but as a result, he had really spent $58 million and bought all of Patek Philippe's watches. A slap in the face. Quite a face slap. They now only felt their faces burning. They didn't even need to look to know that they should be blushing. It was too shameful. But the one with the ugliest face in the room should be Bai Pang. His eyes were now staring straight at the transaction slip, his mouth hanging open. Thinking about the words he had said just now, it was now like a brain-piercing magic voice echoing in his mind. How arrogant he was just now. How regretful he was now. He hadn't thought that Chewie was actually really a big brother. He had just been mocking Chewie as a little white boy, and had even looked down on him, thinking that he was just puffing up his face and was just putting on a show. But he didn't realize that people had always been truthful. That buying was really buying, and that the money was really small. He himself, on the other hand, was like a monkey, constantly making piercing taunts, but ended up being the funny character. This wasn't even the most important thing. What was important was that he had now offended Chewie to death. Someone who could casually take out more than $15 million of liquidity. Where was he, some kind of white boy? The young master of a large family was no more than that, right? What's more, he didn't even use the $50 million to invest. He bought a bunch of luxury watches. This bottom, simply unimaginable. What exactly is his origin? Bai Pang was a bit flustered. He felt like he had offended someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Shen Nianyun. He? Who the hell is he? Bai Pang's speech was a bit sloppy as he stuttered and asked Chewie about his identity. Shen Yun's beautiful eyes that were now looking at Chewie were full of color. She felt that her own boss was simply too domineering. Young, handsome, and multi-golden, gentle, respectful and courteous to others. And when he encountered a disgusting guy who provoked him, he shut him up with facts. Simply too charming. Compared to Bai Pang and him, he simply didn't know how many times worse. Now hearing Bai Pang's question, Shen Yun faintly opened her mouth and said, "This is General Manager Chu, the owner of Jiannan International Shopping Center and my top boss." Boom! Bai Pang only felt a roar in his head, not realizing that what he thought was a white boy was actually the boss of Jiannan International. Those behaviors of his just now. But he had offended this general manager Chu miserably. His own father's company had also cooperated with Jiannan International. If this Mr. Chu is not happy, directly cut off all cooperation, then he will not be hung on the wall by his father to smoke? As one of the landmark buildings in Jiannan City, Jiannan International Shopping Center is not at all bad for partners. All the companies that cooperate with Jiannan International are eating meat and drinking wine, earning a lot of money, compared to the benefits earned from cooperation. The liquidated damages are simply insignificant. It's over. It's over. Bai Pang's face turned pale. His cheeks that were already coated in foundation appeared even whiter as he hurriedly apologized towards Chewie. "I'm sorry, General Manager Chu. I had eyes that didn't recognize MTI and offended you. Please be generous and forgive my ignorance." Chewie nonchalantly looked at the list handed to him by the counter sister. Well, what else? Bai Pang's heart rejoiced. So it seemed like there was still hope for redemption. "Mr. Chu, I'm willing to gamble and accept defeat. In the future I will be called Chu Peng. Everything to your horse look forward to. You call me Chu Peng. I would never dare to be Chu Peng." Bai Peng's current appearance was as humble as it could be. His entire body was curled up due to fear. Compared to his previous arrogant appearance, it was simply two extremes. Chewie was still looking at the list and nodded indifferently. "I don't have a son like you." Right. Mr. Chu is right. Bai Peng's face was fawning as he concurred, knowing that his economic source was all from his father. If it was because of offending Chewie that his father's company suffered losses, then his bitter days would come. He had experienced the days of being cut off from his financial resources with a single knife, and he never wanted to live that kind of poor days again. Now, as long as he could make Chewie lose his temper, it didn't matter how humble he was. After all, there weren't many people present who knew him, so it was fine to be a bit of a wimp. "Alright, get lost. I don't want to see you again," Chewie faintly said. Bai Pang was like an amnesty, respectfully bowed, and hurriedly fled from this disgraceful place. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of Huajing Junting villas. The address of the villa is Villa 1. The real estate license as well as all the documents have been placed in the master bedroom. Huajing Junting is the top villa area in Jiannan City. A set of the most common villa starting price has to start at 50 million. The villa's area ranges from 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. The people who lived inside were either rich or noble. Without a certain status, they simply couldn't buy a house in Huajing. After completing the task issued by the system and obtaining a villa of tens of millions of dollars, Chui was naturally in a happy mood. However, that did not mean that Chui let this fellow Bai Peng off so easily. Shen Nianyun, did you just say that Bai Peng's father's company has cooperation with Jiannan International? Shen Nianyun nodded, then said with slightly reddened cheeks, yes Mr. Chu, but, can you let go of me first? Looking at Chen Nianyun who had a charming face, Chui sighed in his heart. This woman was really extremely good. No wonder that Bai Peng looked like a dog licker. However, his hands did not continue to take advantage of the situation, and he very quickly let go of Chen Nianyun. After all, there was a reason why he had just embraced her for most of the day, and now that the annoying guys were gone, it would be somewhat unreasonable to take advantage of them again. After escaping Chuyi's embrace, Chen Nianyun hurriedly straightened her clothes and pulled the wrinkles on her body flat. Under her pulling, the plumpness on her chest shook for a while. Chui felt that the pressure on the buttons on his shirt was a little too great. Mr. Chu, the Bai clan group that Bai Peng is a part of does have some cooperation with our Jiannan International. What do you mean? The corner of Chuyi's mouth hooked up a bad smile, and with a single word, he decided Bai Peng's next bitter days. Naturally, all cooperation projects will be cancelled. Alright Mr. Chu, I'll do it once I return to work. Chui nodded his head and said to the counter sister at the side, please pack those 5 most expensive watches. I'll pick them up in a while, and pack the rest of the watches and send them to Villa number 1 of Huajing Junction. Thank you. There was no way. The number of watches in a whole store of Patek Philippe was a bit much, and it wasn't very convenient to carry them around. It just so happened that the system sent a set of villas, so let the staff help send it. Anyway, this kind of luxury store should have a delivery service. The counterkeeper was shocked. Actually Huajing, that is the famous rich gathering place in Jiannan City. However, when she thought of how much Chui had spent on bagging all the watches, her heart was relieved. The money he spent on the watches alone was enough to buy a villa in Huajing, so living there was nothing unusual. The counter girl quickly finished packaging the 6 watches Chui wanted, respectfully handed them to him, and enthusiastically sent them to the door. With Chuyi's consumption in the store today, she was able to earn tens of millions of commission, directly making her a little rich woman. To her, Chui was simply God's father, and she couldn't be more respectful. Didn't you see the other co-workers looking at her with eyes full of envy and jealousy? Not to mention the way they looked at Chui, regardless of whether it was the staff of Patek Philippe or the other onlookers. The way they looked at Chui was completely different from before. This kind of divine hero was simply the envy of everyone. Oh my god. Casually spending more than $50 million and directly wrapping up all of Patek Philippe's watches. TV dramas wouldn't even dare to shoot like this, right? I'm so sour. Same age. Why is he so rich? Love. This is the standard I look for in a husband. It's so awesome. He's actually the owner of Jiannan International. I can't reach this level even if I struggle my whole life. Handsome and rich, and with such a good personality. I love it so much. Adoration value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chapter 12, A Woman's Heart Under the Sea Needle. Looking at the constantly increasing worship value, Chuyi's heart rejoiced. According to this progress, he would soon be able to exchange more expensive skills. Right now, he could already exchange skills with 500 worship value, but Chui wanted to go one step ahead and save more to directly buy proficiency skills. Next, Chui and Shen Nianyun first put their purchases into the car and picked a female watch to bring on their bodies. Afterward, led by Qin Yun, they walked to the office on the top floor. Jiannan International had a total of 6 floors, and the 6th floor was all office areas. Shen Nianyun led Chui past the office area of the ordinary employees and caused a burst of sidelong glances. Many of the employees were mingling and talking quietly about the gossips. Miss Chen actually brought a handsome man back today. Could it be that she has a boyfriend? Wow, this little brother is so handsome. He's a good match for Mr. Chen. Alas, it turns out that Mr. Chen is good at this, so it seems that I shouldn't have a chance. The goddess has actually been picked up. I must drink a lot tonight and not get drunk. Your treat. +1. +1. Although she was misunderstood by the employees, for some reason Shen Yun did not feel offended. However, in order to maintain the image of the general manager, she still introduced with a serious face. This is the new boss of our Jiannan International Shopping Center, Chu Yi. In the future, everyone will remember to call out to Mr. Chu when they see each other. Chu Yi smiled and greeted the employees in the office area. Everyone doesn't need to be polite. Just call Brother Chu, General Manager Chu. Just don't call Chu D. In the future, everyone will still be in their respective roles. There won't be too many changes in the workplace. I don't really understand it anyway. The originally somewhat serious atmosphere became somewhat joyful under the influence of these few words of Chu, and a group of employees laughed out nervously. Ha ha, General Manager Chu is really humorous and witty. He should be good to get along with. Wow. It feels like Brother Chu is really approachable. Not only is he young and golden but also so gentle. I'm going to fall. So quickly called Brother Chu? Then quickly call out sister-in-law to hear. I was worried that I would lose my job after changing bosses. But now it seems like it shouldn't be. In the president's office of Jiannan International, Shui was drinking the big red robe that Chen Yun had just brewed. Looking at Chen Yun who was boiling water, Shui smiled and teased. Chen Yun, are you better now? Chen Yun was a little unsure. Mr. Chu, what are you saying? What I mean is, your legs aren't weak now, right? Shui smiled like a big gray wolf. At those words, Chen Yun thought again of the feeling of relying on Shui's arms just now, and her heart was like a deer in headlights. A blush rose again on her face that had just returned to normal, and she replied in a low voice. Mr. Chu, please don't tease me. Shui laughed out loud at that. He thought that Chen Yun, who was dressed as a mature imperial lady, should have a personality similar to that of an imperial lady, but he did not expect that she was actually as shy as a little girl. Chen Yun, you should be a few years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman who is older holds a golden brick. In the future, I will call you Sister Yun. You also don't keep calling me Mr. Chu. Just call me by my name. Chen Yun? Is there any direct correlation between a woman holding a golden brick and you calling me sister rhyme? However, since the boss gave the word, it wasn't too good for her to refuse. Okay Chu, Shui. Shui smiled and nodded. That's good behavior. Seeing Chen Yun's face turn even redder, Shui hurriedly spoke. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Nah, this is for you. Shui pulled out the white gold and diamond commemorative women's watch from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yun. Chen Yun took a look and quickly waved her hand. No, this is too expensive. I can't have it. She remembered this watch. Just now Patek Philippe countersister said, this watch is worth more than 4 million. How dare she want this kind of gift? $4 million. It could buy a house. Even if she was the general manager of Jiannan International Shopping Center, her annual salary after tax was only 1,200,000. And she would have to eat and drink for 4 years before she could afford to buy this watch. What's valuable or not? It's just a trinket to me. Just now you cooperated with me. This will be taken as a reward for you. Shui looked indifferent. After all, after buying so many watches, he had no use for keeping them himself. Chen Yun shook her head and still wanted to refuse. Shui's face slumped as he said fiercely, quickly accept it. This is the boss's order. Since you're working for me, you need to have a rowdy look. Just take this watch as the company's match for you. Hearing this, Chen Yun's face had a somewhat aggrieved expression as she softly said, oh. Then she honestly took the watch handed over by Chu and super carefully placed it on the desk. In his heart, he was thinking, Chen Yun, you are a strong woman. How did you turn into this appearance in front of him? Another thought appeared with absolute dominance. Why is he so fierce? But this look is also handsome. I like it so much. Meow. The inner monologue of a meow-type imperial sister. Shui did not know about Chen Yun's rambling thoughts and smiled happily when he saw her receive the watch. After receiving my watch, you have to accompany me for dinner at night. Happy 520 years old. Hearing this, Chen Yun's hand shook and she almost didn't lose her 4 million plus watch. Shui, I'm going to the restroom. After Chen Yun finished speaking, she left the office as if she was fleeing. She had to wash her face to calm down. Shui looked at Chen Yun's hurriedly fleeing back and grinned, not expecting this woman to be really cute. In fact, the reason why he asked Chen Yun to have dinner was because he happened to have ordered Japanese cuisine. Refunding him was too much trouble. Not eating was a waste, so he simply asked a girl to go eat with him. Chen Yun just happens to be very suitable, looks gentle and lovely, body rich and full, and she can make up for his empty Valentine's Day by eating with her. Well, nice. After all, there's no man who wouldn't like a beautiful woman with amazing breasts. Soon, Chen Yun returned from the restroom. After washing her face, she wasn't as shy as she was earlier. Instead, she was full of confidence like the first time they met, and the charm of a royal sister radiated to the fullest. Shui, since you're going to ask me out for dinner tonight, then I'll respectfully comply. Shui froze. Could this be the legendary needle under the sea of a woman's heart? Just a moment ago, she had a shy and agreeable look, but now she had turned into a charming big sister look. It really was awesome. Shui stared at Chen Yun's cheeks and smiled. In that case, then it's a deal. I still have things to do, so I'll wait until the evening to contact you. Chen Yun nodded and said with a smile, okay, this is my first date with a man. You can't stand me up. Don't worry, how could I possibly stand a beautiful woman up? Chuyi's face was pleasant as he stopped Shen Nianyun's move to send a step and walked out of the office in large strides. It was only until Chuyi left that Shen Nianyun let out a long sigh of relief. She reached out and patted her cheeks, saying to herself, Shen Nianyun, what's wrong with you? Pull yourself together and don't mess up in front of Chuyi. With that, she shrugged her nose and muttered, isn't he just a little bit more handsome, a little bit warmer in his arms, and a little bit gentler in his speech? What's the big deal? Humph. She then remembered the task set by Chuyi and hurriedly picked up the landline and dialed the phone number of the chairman of the buy group. At this time, she turned into a strong woman again, full of confidence and pride. Chapter 13, Come and Recognize Our Father. Chuyi went to the basement, started up the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove towards Huajing Junting. He went to take a look at the house gifted by the system. Soon, Chuyi arrived at Villa 1 of Huajing Junting. Thump, 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 thump. Only just after parking the car, the ringtone of the WeChat voice call rang. Chuyi glanced at it. It was his roommate Chen Nianyun calling. This guy was the famous little prince of study materials. Basically, if there was a need to find him, he would be right. Hey, what's up, son? Nowadays, the purest bond between boys is the father-son bond. Basically, every boy wants to be the big daddy of the whole dormitory. Hey, brother E, I heard that you and Suyu broke up, and now the student body is saying everywhere that you're actually a second-generation rich guy. What kind of name are you up to? Chen Nianyun's tone was somewhat concerned. Son, to tell you the truth, in fact I really am a rich second generation. The reason why I hid my identity to live an ordinary life was because I wanted to find a true love. But I failed, so I had to go back to living a boring rich man's life. Chuyi said the words he owed in a calm and self-assured tone. Brother Yat, I'm calling you brother Yat because I want to comfort you after seeing you break up. Don't get addicted to calling me son after son. Chen Nianyun almost laughed out loud when he heard it. Chuyi wouldn't be irritated because of the breakup. I really didn't lie to you. Don't believe you sent a video call. Chuyi hemmed and hawed and didn't say much. Okay, you said it. Chen Nianyun hung up the phone after saying that, followed by a video call being sent over. Chuyi pressed the connect button and directly aimed the camera at the steering wheel of the supercar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of car is this? An exclamation of surprise came from Chen Nianyun, and from the background, it could be seen that he was still in the dormitory and hadn't gone out. Hearing his exclamation, Chuyi laughed in his heart, and without saying anything more, he aimed the camera at the door of the car, while opening the swingback scissor doors. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother E, how much did you spend to rent this? Chen Nianyun's first reaction is that this car is rented. After all, life together for 3 years of buddies. Family conditions what is basically clear. Hey, my son Nianyun, you can watch. Chuyi will be the car's license in front of the camera. Above clearly written all the information. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dad. Chen Nianyun let out a shout, and a cacophony of sound came from the other end of the video. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Then a cockney voice like a eunuch declaring an order came out. Doggy, egg, come and recognize our father. Soon, 2 other heads appeared in the video call, and after they saw the license, they shouted out in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Daddy daddy daddy. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chuyi smiled with the corners of his mouth turning into the same style as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. My son leveled off. There's no need to perform this great honor. After a flurry of playfulness, the dormitory end finally subsided, and with it came the 3 roommates' 7 questions. Brother Yat, I didn't expect you to really be a rich second generation. You hid it from us so hard. Yes, Brother Yat, your car is not cheap, right? Is it great or worse than a Ferrari? Brother E, in that case, the news in the group that you are a rich second generation is true? Chu Feng's head was big by these questions. He quickly opened his mouth and said, Brothers, it's not too good to say right now. When I go back to school tomorrow, I'll treat you guys to a meal, and then I'll slowly answer these questions. It wasn't that Chuyi didn't want to answer. It was that he couldn't make up a suitable reason for a while. It was better to give himself a little time to think about how to explain it in a more reasonable way. Okay, Brother E, I want to eat barbecue meat. What's so good about roast pork? Brother Yat, I want hot pot. Neither of you can do it. A real man should eat bullwhip and oyster waste. After eating it, I'll be so powerful that even the sea god's needle will have to avoid me. Right, Brother Yat. Right. Chuyi answered with his mouth full. and then hurriedly hung up the video call. If he went on, this group of animals might be able to say something about tigers and wolves. Originally, it was Shen Nianyun who called to comfort him, but it turned out to be him treating him to dinner. Loss. The one who broke up was him. He should let them treat. Thinking about the strange things, Chewie walked to the front of the number 1 villa. This villa number 1 covered a rather large area of about 3,000 square meters, and on the periphery was a circle of walls that formed an independent small courtyard. At the entrance of the gate was a smart lock that used face recognition. Chewie walked up and swiped his face, and the iron-fenced gate opened. In the courtyard were beautifully trimmed greenery. Walking through a cobblestone paved pathway, Chewie arrived at the door of the villa, also opening the floor-to-ceiling glass door by brushing his face. Entering the house, the modern minimalist style of decoration satisfied Chewie. However, the minimalist style did not mean that it was simple, and the entire villa's sense of luxury did not fall in the slightest. Together with the basement, there were a total of 5 floors of the villa with its own elevator. Once you enter the door, you can see the 10-meter-high entry foyer, which is very open. The floor tiles are water-jet parquet, which can be considered as the benchmark level of luxury residential equipment. The living room, dining room and kitchen are all on the first floor. Both walls of the living room are floor-to-ceiling windows, which can directly see the view of the backyard, the green trees and the private infinity pool. The view is very good. The kitchen is equipped with both Chinese and Western kitchens, which meets the dual needs of the clients. The dining room has 3 floor-to-ceiling windows with good lighting, and the main direction is the infinity pool. Chewie thought that in the future there would be a chance to enjoy the girls swimming while eating. The 2nd to 4th floors were all bedroom suites. 4 suites on each floor. A total of 12 pampered girls could be hidden in the golden house. Chewie felt very satisfied. However, the greatness of a luxury villa was always revealed in the smallest details. The toilets were all smart toilets that would automatically open as soon as they were approached. The most shocking thing for Chewie was that all the toilets in each bathroom were actually installed with TV sets. Is this a convenient way to watch while pulling? The basement was the villa's own entertainment facilities, which included a pool table, bar, wine cellar, steam room, Thai spa, gym, audio-visual room, KTV, and a sunken garden. After strolling through, Chewie sighed in his heart. Are all rich people's lives so happy? His heart was filled with joy, but Chewie kept telling himself, you are now a rich man. Calm down. Can't calm down. This house is too luxurious. Chewie muttered to himself while taking a shower in the bathroom. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Although it was said that he had obtained the divine magnate system, which gave away money and cars, and even businesses and villas for doing quests. But before this he was just an ordinary person. From the very beginning when he obtained the system he felt like a dream. Until now when he was alone, he was able to ruthlessly vent this extreme excitement. After taking a bath, Chewie lay down on the large circular bed with a diameter of 4 meters, thinking about serious issues. Well, should I tell mom and dad that I won the lottery? Or should I say that I made a profit from buying funds? Chapter 14, AI-san. Are you there? Apart from that, Chewie was also considering how much money it would be more appropriate to transfer to his parents. Transferring too much, he was afraid of scaring them, and transferring less felt insufficient. Thinking about it, Chewie decided to pretend that he had won the lottery and make a phone call first to see how things were going. Soon, Chewie dialed his dad Chu Wenhong's phone. I'm looking far away, above the moon. How many dreams are flying freely? The familiar colored ringtone rang, and before long, Chu Wenhong answered the phone. Hey, son, dad, I have something I don't know if I should say or not. Chewie had wanted to say it in one breath, but halfway through he didn't know how to speak. Although saying that winning the lottery was already a reason he had thought of. The amount of money for winning the lottery was also a bit large for his parents, and he didn't know if old dad could accept it. Hey, you kid, what bad thing did you do? Immediately. Confess truthfully. If the Empress Dowager knows about it, there's nothing I can do. Chu Wenhong still thought that his own son had gotten into trouble, and changed to a lighter tone, trying to ease Chewy's mood. Dad, would you believe me if I said I won the lottery? Chewy hesitated for a moment, still intending to honestly follow the original plan. You actually managed to win the lottery. What's the matter? Looking at your tone, the amount isn't small. A few $1,000s? Or tens of thousands of dollars? Chu Wenhong breathed a sigh of relief. The original is to win the lottery. Nothing. Xiaoyi. Wow, to female workers, I say to you, win or not win the lottery does not matter. It is important not to be cheated. Now there are a lot of online fraud. What game? Online gambling. Naked chat can cheat money. Our next door to the old man Lee, you remember. He went online and people chatting naked was cheated $5,000. The results do not believe in evil. the internet to find the internet police, and was cheated $2,000. Do not die of his online counseling lawyers, and was cheated 300 consulting fees. The world is going down. Chu Wonhong spoke at length, accidentally becoming gushing. Chui hurriedly interrupted his father's lecture. Dad, listen to me. I won $10 million. The person on the other end of the phone was like a duck with its neck pinched, suddenly silent. There was silence for a long time. Then came a bellowing voice from Chu Wonhong. Kid's mom, Xiaoyi is being cheated. After a while, the caller changed to his mom. Yi Chaoping. Xiaoyi, your father said you've been cheated? What's going on? Tell mom. Yi Chaoping tried her best to make her tone seem gentle. Chui was a little helpless, not expecting that his parents would not believe him before he even finished speaking. In a moment, if they transferred the money to their account, they would not know what their reaction would be. Chui thought about it. Simply do not do anything. Directly transfer money to parents. The rest of the slow explanation. So Chui opened his cell phone speakerphone. While chatting with his mother, he used the cell phone bank to transfer money to his father, transferring a total of 7 million to his father's card. Ding! Detected that the host is transferring money with the cell phone bank. The transfer was successful. Not a moment after the transfer was successful, Chuyi's father's shouts came from his cell phone that he had opened to speakerphone. The child's mom. It's a premature death. My bank card arrived with $7 million. Yi Chaoping was also startled. What's the situation? It can't be that someone transferred the wrong account. Let me see. Mom, that's what I transferred to Dad. I really won the lottery. Chui hurriedly voiced out. Xiaoyi, you really won the lottery? Although Yi Chaoping's voice was still somewhat skeptical, the component of belief was a lot more than before. Yes mom, I really won. I won $10 million. And after I claimed the prize and deducted 20% tax, I got $8 million. So I transferred $7 million to you guys and kept $1 million for myself. Chui's mom seems to believe, quickly said, in order to appear more real. He also pretended that he had kept 1 million. In fact, he also knew that the excuse of winning the lottery wasn't very good, but now that he had money, he didn't want his parents to work too hard. If it was because he was afraid of this and that, causing his parents to still work hard, that was what he didn't want to see. Since he was rich, he had to let his family live a good life. Chuyi's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment when he thought that he would finally be able to honor his parents. Instead, a conversation between his parents came from the other end of the phone. Old Chu, Xiaoyi really won the lottery. Yi Chaoping's tone was filled with excitement. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. It's really 7 figures. $7 million. Hey, 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 hey. Chu Wonhong laughed nervously while counting. Look at how happy you are. Since our family is rich, hurry up and arrange a blind date for Xiaoyi. I think the girl from old Lu's family is very good, so hurry up and contact her. I'm waiting for my grandchildren. Yi Chaoping changed her mind and worried about Chuyi's marriage. Yes, yes, yes. Hold grandchildren. Hold grandchildren. Chu Wonhong said cheerfully. Chuyi listened with a black line on his face. He was only in his 3rd year of college. Mom and dad were so impatient to have grandchildren? However, seeing that his parents did not pursue the matter and quickly accepted it, Chuyi was also relieved. Dad, Mom, this money is my tribute to you. You two can spend it however you want. As for me getting married, it's still early, so don't worry about it. Chuyi bitterly persuaded his parents. Hey, you child, young people should get married early and have a baby. After the baby grows up easily, while mom and dad are still young, can still bring you a child. After a few more years cannot. Yi Chaoping persuaded in a serious manner. Chuyi still wanted to argue, but Yi Chaoping deliberately changed the topic. Old Chu, today is 520. Let's celebrate with a candlelight dinner at night. At the behest of the Empress. Xiaoyi, let's do this first Wait until the arrangements are made and we'll inform you to come back for a blind date. Yi Chaoping hung up the phone after saying that. Chuyi was lying on the bed with a confused look on his face. Why didn't the script follow the routine? Shouldn't it be that his parents believed that he had won the lottery, and then let his parents quit their jobs to enjoy their happiness? And then he hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face? Why is there somehow another blind date? Groundhog.jpg. Forget it, if it comes, then it's good. Anyway, it's just a blind date. There are many reasons to reject it. Chuyi thought about it and simply stopped dwelling on the issue. Casually took a picture of a luxurious bedroom and sent it to the circle of friends with the text, "Today my dad suddenly told me that grandpa suddenly told him that our family is actually very rich, and now I'm alone in the bedroom where all the talking echoes. So scared." Doge. Used the blocking option to block his parents, saving him from having to explain the stunt he played. Then Chuyi started brushing his friend circle, but every now and then someone left a comment. High school Gaohan, yo, This house is nice. Where did you steal the picture? High school, Wang Meili. Chui, you recently mixed well. Have a girlfriend? Cousin Li still, wow cousin. You so bragging about not afraid of Uncle whip you. Sister, Lin Mingting, I can't tell. Chui, you are actually so humorous. Chui looked at these comments and secretly laughed. He now felt like a supreme master, standing on top of a mountain overlooking all the people. It couldn't be helped. The life of a rich person was just so boring. Lying on the luxurious big bed, Chui felt sleepiness gradually coming on. When he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered that he had also asked Shen Nianyun to have dinner with him in the evening. So Chui shouted out, "Classmate Xiao AI. So not giving face, shouldn't I? Xiao AI classmate? Are you there? Still no response? If it doesn't work again, I'll just change my cell phone. AI-chan? What are you doing? I'm here. You're finally here. Call me at 6 p.m. Okay, I've already set the alarm for 6 p.m. for you." After spending some effort to set the alarm clock, Chui laid down on the bed and took a nap. Chapter 15 Still need artificial respiration. Please call me at 6 in the evening. Thanks to the alarm clock, Chui woke up on time. After dressing up and simply washing up, Chui drove his Koenigsegg Gemera out the door. At this point in time, Shen Nianyun should have just gotten off work. Chui thought about it and gave her a call. Hey, Chui. Shen Nianyun quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Sister Rhyme, where are you now? Chui asked. I've just gotten off work, and I'm about to go back to change my clothes. Shen Nianyun replied. Wait for me for a while, I'll come pick you up. Chui said. Okay, walk to the road and wait for you. Shen Nianyun agreed with alacrity. Chui hung up the phone after waiting for Shen Nianyun to agree. Slamming on the gas pedal, the Koenigsegg Gemera emitted a roaring sound and sped towards the Jiannan International Shopping Center. 10 minutes later, Chui arrived at Jiannan International, and from a long distance away, he saw Shen Nianyun standing playfully on the side of the road. Shen Nianyun's high face value and fleshy figure, coupled with her professional skirt and stockings, was simply 100% eye-catching, and her turnaround rate was appropriate. Since Chui's angle was from the side, Shen Nianyun's fiery and plump body was perfectly presented in front of his eyes. Well, having dinner with this kind of superb beauty, today 520 is not a loss. The sports car steadily stopped in front of Shen Nianyun. Chui lowered the window and shouted, "Get in, Sister Rhyme." After getting in the car and sitting firmly, Shen Nianyun narrowed her crescent moon-like eyes and said with a smile, "You made me wait for so long. You can make it up to me at night." Chui raised his eyebrows, not knowing if this little goblin was connoting herself. However, he couldn't admit defeat when provoked by a sister in front of him. "Don't worry, Sister Rhyme. No matter which kind of compensation you want, I will fulfill you." Chui nodded solemnly and said in a serious manner, "Yeah, rascal." Shen Nianyun spat and turned her head to look out the window. "Damn it. I wanted to get back a lead, but I didn't expect to fall into a disadvantage again." Shen Nianyun's mind shattered. "Sister Rhyme, you haven't said your home address yet." Chui scratched his head and said, My home is in the June Royal Garden." "Alright," Chui answered, then shouted to his cell phone, "Little AI student, help me navigate to the June Royal Garden neighborhood." Seeing the sudden silence in the air, Shen Nianyun twisted her head to look at Chui, only to find Chui's constipation-like face, and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. "Ha ha ha, Chui, what's wrong with you? Such an awkward expression." Chui's face was like a pot, reinforcing the idea of changing his cell phone. Without a word, he manually selected the navigation. "Sister Rhyme, sit tight, the old driver is sending the car." Shen Nianyun sniffed and hurriedly grabbed the armrest. The Koenigsegg Gemera soared out as if it were an arrow off the string. June Royal Garden was also a high-grade neighborhood, with the price of a square meter being around $30,000. When Chui drove his supercar into the neighborhood, the security guards also dutifully asked Chui to register. The car drove to the underground parking lot. Chui watched Shen Nianyun go upstairs, and then waited for her while playing with his phone in the car. At this time, WeChat received a message. Chui opened WeChat and found that it was from Xianlan. Xianlan's avatar was her own photo, but it wasn't today's double ponytail look. However, a double ponytail should be quite comfortable to hold, right? Chui coughed twice, withdrew his ulterior thoughts, and checked the message. "Chui, Nianyun has woken up. Thank you so much. /Rose. The doctor said that it's fortunate that the artificial respiration was timely, otherwise even if it was saved, it would still be a vegetable." Chui looked at the sincere thanks and the corner of his mouth hooked. In fact, really counting, he still had to thank Shen Nianyun. After all, he had activated the divine greatness system only after saving her. After thinking about it, Chui typed out a line with a smile on his face. "You're welcome. If you still need artificial respiration next time, please remember to call me. /Doghead. In the separate ward of Jiannan First Hospital, Xianglan looked at the message on his cell phone screen dumbfounded, then laughed out loud. Shen Nianyun, who was still lying on the hospital bed for an infusion, was a bit curious and opened her mouth to ask, Lan, what are you laughing at? Xianglan smiled and handed her cell phone to Shen Nianyun. Mumble, look for yourself. Shen Nianyun took the cell phone and took a look. Her cheeks flew up in 2 red blushes, which was very beautiful. Thinking of the image of being given artificial respiration by a boy after she fainted, Shen Nianyun felt ashamed to death. She had never held a boy's hand when she was this old, but she ended up losing her first kiss today. Moreover, Xianglan also told her that he even took off her bra later because he needed to use the AED. And during the use of the AED, it was still the boy named Chui who gave him artificial respiration and chest compressions. In this way, wasn't her rabbit touched all over by him? The more Shen Nianyun thought about it, the more shy she became. And if it was embodied in the form of a cartoon, her head should be smoking right now. Seeing her bosom friend so shy, Xianglan said with a smile, by the way Nianyun, the little brother who saved you is handsome. Shen Nianyun became annoyed and reached out to tickle the soft flesh around Xianglan's waist. You little wavy hoof. Say that again. Believe it or not, I'll tickle you into begging for mercy. Xianglan hurriedly dodged Shen Nianyun's attack. With a wry smile on her face, she continued, really, that little brother is so handsome. If it wasn't for your sake, I would have wanted to chase him. Shen Nianyun wrinkled her little agaric nose. What does it have to do with me? If you want to chase him, go ahead and chase him. Xianglan suddenly became serious. Nianyun, are you telling the truth? I'm really going after that little brother? Seeing her best friend suddenly become serious, Shen Nianyun was a bit uncomfortable and looked at Xianglan with an odd expression. This little girl wouldn't really like the little brother who saved her, right? But should she really be allowed to go after him? The image of a little brother doing artificial respiration on himself came back to Shen Nianyun's mind. Although at that time she was in a state of unconsciousness and didn't know what the Chui who saved her looked like, but that didn't stop her from fantasizing. In the image in her mind, Chui's appearance was shrouded in light and appeared hazy, but that strange feeling made her feel somewhat fond of it. Shen Nianyun shook her head, like a protective little mother hen. No, he's mine. Xianglan laughed even more. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our Nianyun to finally move her spring heart too. It's not easy. Don't worry. Although that little brother is very handsome, I won't steal him from you. Seeing Xianglan say this, Shen Nianyun's heart was relieved. Just now, when Xianglan said that she was going to go after Chui, her heart suddenly lifted up, as if her beloved toy was going to be snatched away. Suddenly, Shen Nianyun looked like she thought of something, and asked towards Xianglan in a bit of a panic. Right Lan, you didn't tell my parents about my fainting and being hospitalized, did you? Xianglan nodded and patted Shen Nianyun's hand and said, don't worry, I didn't tell your parents. Shen Nianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately her parents did not know. Her parents were honest farmers in their hometown in Guicheng. If they knew that she had fainted and was hospitalized, they would have been anxious to rush to Jiannan. But their own family conditions are not good. Parents in order to pay for their own college has already done their best. If you spend a lot of money on traveling to Jiannan because of yourself, you will probably be even more frugal. Not to mention the fact that there is a younger sister at home who is growing up, so the money can't be spent recklessly. Shen Nianyun thought of her family's situation and felt a bit inferior in her heart. She looked at her bosom friend with an apologetic face. Lan, I'm really sorry. I had agreed to go to a part-time job together today, but I ended up fainting and wasting your time for a day. I'll pay you back as early as possible for the medical expenses you advanced for me. Xianglan waved his hand with a big grin. Who are we to each other? Don't mention the medical bills if you treat me as a sister. You're hungry. This is the porridge I just bought downstairs. Eat some first. Shen Nianyun nodded, her eyes a little moist. Good. Chapter 16, Eating a Meal and Still Giving Away Charm Value? Chui made an appointment with Xianglan on WeChat, intending to visit Shen Nianyun in the hospital tomorrow. Although tomorrow was Monday, Chui's grades were good and his relationship with his counselor was quite good, so all he needed to do was to take a leave. At this time, a fragrant wind came. Chen Yun, who had changed her clothes, had already sat in the car, and her body was also sprayed with light perfume, which smelled very good. At this time, Chen Yun was wearing a black dress package hip dress. The one-shoulder modeling let the snow-white fragrant shoulders exposed. The slender waist was plump, and the fleshy hips formed an extremely tantalizing waist-to-hip ratio. The lower body's beautiful legs were wrapped in ultra-thin stockings, and the straight legs were tightly together. Chui turned his head to look up and down and nodded vigorously. Affirmation from LSP. Chen Yun was a little less comfortable being looked at by Chui and said in a delicate voice, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Chui looked at her and did not move his eyes away. "I don't want to Mainly because you are too beautiful. I can't help it. Shameless. Shen Nianyun threw a flirtatious blank stare. It's almost 7 o'clock. Let's quickly go eat dinner. Chewie nodded and started the Koenigsegg Gem era, driving towards the Japanese restaurant he had reserved in advance. On the way, Shen Nianyun suddenly asked in a low voice, "Do I really look good dressed like this?" Chewie smiled and said seriously, "Of course it looks good. Why are you asking such an idiotic question?" Shen Nianyun replied in a low voice, "This is the first time I've worn this dress." Chewie was a bit surprised and asked, "Then what kind of dress do you usually wear?" Shen Nianyun broke her fingers and counted. "Well, I usually wear jeans, sweatpants, t-shirts, and shirts." Chewie suddenly felt that Shen Nianyun was a bit cute and adorable. If not for the fact that he was driving, he would have wanted to rub her head. The car drove very fast and arrived at the Japanese-style restaurant after 10 minutes. This store was called Bamboo Room and Style Cuisine, and the decoration style inside was quite good. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two of them arrived at the seats they had reserved in advance. "Hello sir, may I serve the food now?" Chewie nodded and replied with a smile. The food can be served, please." The waitress lady nodded with a smile. "You're welcome. I'll serve your food right now." "Alright, thanks." Chewie looked towards Shen Nianyun and casually asked, "Drinking?" At the mention of drinking, Shen Nianyun nodded somewhat happily. Yes, this was somewhat surprising to Chewie, but he did not say anything. This store had wabi sake, and the degree of sake was usually not high, so drinking a little was not a big problem. As for the driving aspect is also good to solve. Koenigsegg Gem Era is a 4-seater supercar. A moment can call the chauffeur to send them both home. After the food came up, Chewie ate very addictive, and from time to time also give Shen Nianyun clip food. Come. This oyster shrimp sashimi is delicious. You try it. This eel rice is also good. The more you eat, the more flavorful it is. Well, the scallop soup is average. Shen Nianyun felt a burst of amusement as she looked at the foodie like Chewie, obviously a tycoon. Yet it seemed as if he had never eaten Japanese food. "Chewie, today is Valentine's Day. Why do you want me to eat with you?" Shen Nianyun still couldn't help the doubts in her heart and asked with a curious expression. Chewie swallowed the food in his mouth and sipped a mouthful of sake, sighing, "If I tell you that I was just dumped today, would you believe me?" Shen Nianyun shook her head and said with a serious face, "I don't believe it." "Why?" Chewie asked. Shen Nianyun stared at Chewie's cheeks for a while before slowly saying, "You're so handsome. Your personality is gentle. And your family conditions are good. How could you possibly be dumped? Unless..." Seeing Shen Nianyun suddenly lengthening her tone, Chewie curiously asked, "Unless what?" "Unless you're actually a pervert. That girl can't accept it and dumps you." Ha ha ha. Shen Nianyun saw Chewie take the bait and laughed with a fluttering smile. Chewie did not care, but instead nodded in agreement. "So you have to be careful. Pervert Chewie is now onto you. He. Shen Nianyun gave him a blank look and hurriedly changed the topic. "Why did you send me such an expensive watch?" "Hey, it's not because I was dumped, so there's no one to send a gift to. In order to not be so shabby on Valentine's Day, I can only give it to you," Chewie said carelessly. Shen Nianyun nodded with some loss. "Oh, in that case, who made you look so much like my long-lost wife?" Chewie revealed a wisp of a bad smile and added, "But, you rascal." Shen Nianyun, who was originally still a bit lost, couldn't help but laugh out when she heard this, although she was a bit shy. There was no woman who would not like others to praise them, especially when the praise also came from the opposite sex who was better in all aspects. The two of them chatted with each other, Chewie popping out some humorous jokes from time to time, making Shen Nianyun flutter. She didn't expect dating a boy to be so much fun. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, both of their faces were a little flushed. What Chewie didn't expect was that although the degree of sake was not high, it seemed to have a strong aftertaste. He now had the feeling of being a little drunk. At this time, Shen Nianyun's face was flushed as she sat across from Chewie, cupping her cheeks with both hands and said, "Chewie, you're such a strange person." Although Chewie's brain was a little wobbly, his reasoning was still clear. Hearing Shen Nianyun say that he was strange, Chewie opened his mouth and asked, "How am I strange?" Shen Nianyun giggled as she ate. "Giggle? You? When we first met wearing a cheap outfit, I thought that you were just a rich second generation who liked to keep a low profile. Then you asked me to accompany you shopping for clothes and bought quite a few expensive clothes. I was thinking, you're such a contradictory person. But it wasn't long before you spent more than $50 million on all the Patek Philippe watches. You know, I was stunned at the time. Then when I returned to the office, you actually gave me a watch of over $4 million. Do you know what I was thinking?" Chewie smiled and asked with interest, "What were you thinking at that time?" Shen Nianyun drank a mouthful of sake. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at Chewie. "I was thinking, you wouldn't want to adopt me." Chewie laughed out loud. "Is $4 million enough to keep you?" Shen Nianyun hiccuped and stretched out 4 fingers in a daze. breaking the other hand to count. 4 million. Well, not enough, but you're better looking, so I'll give you a discount in mercy. So that's enough. He. Chewie froze, looking at the drunken appearance of this extremely beautiful woman in front of him. It would be a lie to say that his heart was not moved, but after all, he had only just met for a day. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Sister Rhyme, you are drunk. Let's go. I'll send you home. Chewie felt that he had pretty much eaten enough for the day, and both of them were drunk, so it was time to go home and sleep. Shen Nianyun slowly nodded. Well, it's a bit drunk. It's time to sleep. Seeing this, Chewie could not help but shake his head and lose his smile. At first, mentioning drinking was quite exciting, but in the end, her drinking capacity was so poor. This is being a dish and a drinker? After Chewie settled the bill and helped Shen Nianyun leave the Japanese restaurant, he used his cell phone to call for a chauffeur. While sitting in the car waiting for the chauffeur, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Detected the host enjoying food with an extremely beautiful woman for the first time. Rewarding charisma value plus 10. As a man chosen by the system, charm value is an option that must be present. Please don't refuse the host. Ha! There's still this good thing? Chewie didn't expect that having a meal with a beautiful woman could be rewarded. And looking at the system's meaning, he was still afraid that he would refuse. Please, host, please continue to work hard, explore life, and unlock more rewards. System, you're so powerful. Come on, boo one, mooah. Don't worry, in the future, I'll make more efforts and have dinner with many pretty girls. Is this the best you can do? Can you be more powerful? Hey, the rest of it is not worth saying out loud. You know, it didn't take long for the chauffeur boy to arrive. Chewie and Shen Nianyun sat in the back row of the Koenigsegg Gem era. First, he let the chauffeur drive to June Royal Garden to send Shen Nianyun home, and then he let himself be sent back to the villa at Huajing Junting. Returning home, Chewie comfortably took a bath, then collapsed on the large soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. During the night, he had a very fragrant dream. There were many female goblins dressed in sexy clothes with seductive faces walking towards him. There was Chen Yun, there was Xiang Lan, there was Tao Li, and there was Shen Nianyun. Chapter 17, Does Modeling Make Money? Early in the morning, Chewie slowly woke up under the illumination of the sunlight outside the window. That dream yesterday. So real. Numbly, he threw the bedsheet and cover into the washing machine to clean it. Chewie then went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash up. Glancing at himself in the bathroom mirror, Chewie exclaimed, asterisk. Who is this big handsome then? Only to see himself in the mirror, although he still had straight sword eyebrows, eyes like stars, and his facial features had not changed much, but the feeling it gave was that he was a notch more handsome than before. Chewie brought his face in front of the mirror, pinching his nose for a while and pulling his face for a while. Is the effect of the system adding 10 points of charisma value to me so powerful? It seems, it's possible to rely on your face to eat soft food? Chewie's own face value was very good, and this directly turned him into a big handsome man who was loved by everyone. After admiring his own face value for a while, Chewie stopped being self-absorbed. There was a saying that a lone face was not self-appreciative, and it was not much fun to be self-absorbed by oneself. Waiting for a late return to school, handsome is son's a face of lemon juice. When taking a bath, Chewie's mind emptied, thinking about 7 or 8 things. After the dream battle, the messy battlefield made him realize that in such a big house, he simply couldn't do the hygiene by himself. It felt very necessary to find a maid. Bah! It's a housekeeping lady. Well, there's a chance to look for one. The basic requirement is that she is different from the others. The rest of the requirements can be relaxed. If there's a morning wake-up service, cough, that would be great. After taking a shower, Chewie gave the counselor a call. Hey, Lee, hey, Chewie, what's the matter with calling me early in the morning? Brother Lee, I have something to do and would like to take a half day off. What's the point of calling for such a small matter? Just send a direct message. Thanks, Brother Lee, I'll buy you dinner next time. Okay, hang up beforehand. Okay, bye. Because he had to visit Shen Nianyun in the hospital today, Chewie asked his counselor Li Xiaofeng for a leave of absence. Li Xiaofeng was a fastidious person, and Chewi's relationship with him was quite good. In private, they all called each other brother, and from time to time, they would also go out drinking together. Sometimes when Chewie went home, he would also bring some souvenirs to give to him. After all, Li Xiaofeng is his counselor. In the past to him also had more care, so Chewie to return the favor is also should. Interpersonal exchanges in fact so something. You help me a little. I return some gifts, slowly feelings on the deep. After dressing up, Chewie drove the car out. He first went to buy a fruit basket before heading to Jiannan First Hospital. After all, he was there to visit a patient, and it wasn't good to go empty-handed. Half an hour later, Chui arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Only the sign that the parking space was full allowed him to only look for another parking space. After searching for half a day, he found a temporary parking space outside, and after parking his car, Chui carried the flower basket and walked towards the hospital. After calling Xiang Lan and asking for the ward number, Chui quickly arrived at Shen Nianyun's ward. Knocking on the door, Xiang Lan's voice came from inside, "Please come in." Chui pushed open the door and walked in. However, he found that the two youthful and beautiful young ladies inside were staring at him with wide eyes. Degree. It seems like it's not the right time for me to come? Chui froze and said. Xiang Lan pursed her lips and smiled faintly. No, you came at the right time. We were just chatting about you. But why do I feel like you're even more handsome than yesterday? Xiang Lan changed her outfit today, wearing a JK uniform, and yesterday's white pantyhose became black stockings. The double ponytail was also replaced with shoulder-length hair, which looked unique. Shen Nianyun, on the other hand, was wearing a hospital gown, lying on the hospital bed and receiving an infusion. However, her color was much better than yesterday when she was in a coma, giving people a feeling of pity. Being sick in bed couldn't hide her clear beauty. One could only say that the school flower deserved to be the school flower. Chui smiled without saying anything, knowing that it was due to the increase in charisma value. He mentioned the fruit basket to the bedside. Xiang Lan hurriedly got up to receive the fruit basket and said with a slight reproach, Chui, it's good that you're here. What gifts are you bringing? Out of the ordinary, huh? Our family Nianyun's life was saved by you. If this was in ancient times, she would have to give her life in return. You think so? Nianyun. Xiang Lan finished and winked towards Shen Nianyun. Shen Nianyun's cheeks instantly reddened. Her eyes flustered as she didn't know what to say. Once Chui heard that, he waved his hand without any concern. That's just wrong. Since my daughter-in-law has already planned to give her body in marriage. As a husband, you naturally have to care about your daughter-in-law's nutrition. Shen Nianyun's cheeks reddened even more as she listened. Even her neck was a little pink. Xiang Lan directly laughed out a goose call. Goose. You're still the most skillful. I'm flattered. Chui laughed and said to the shy Shen Nianyun on the hospital bed. Formal self-introduction. My name is Chui. I'm very glad to know you. Shen Nianyun raised her head and looked at Chui, realizing that he was looking at herself without a single glance. Her eyes hastily averted and she whispered under her breath. Chui, thank you for saving me. Speaking of Chui saving herself, Shen Nianyun's voice became smaller and smaller as strange images surfaced in her mind again. Chui looked at the shy and lovely Shen Nianyun, and secretly laughed in his heart. This sister was really cute, actually so easily shy. Xiang Lan hurriedly enlivened the atmosphere from the side. Chui, don't be too concerned. Nianyun is just this nature, easily shy. It will be much better when she becomes familiar with it in the future. Chui smiled and nodded, expressing his understanding. Then, he opened his mouth and asked, did the doctor say what caused this? Xiang Lan sat on the side of the hospital bed and looked at Shen Nianyun inside. Hey, it's actually nothing. It's just exhaustion. Shen Nianyun hurriedly pulled on the corner of her coat and gently shouted. Lan. Xiang Lan blankly glanced at Shen Nianyun and said with a puff. What's wrong? Now you know you're embarrassed? In the past, I told you to take a good rest but you didn't. You had to work so hard. Chui listened with some curiosity. So it seems that the reason why Shen Nianyun fainted was because she rested too little. And it seems that she has other hardships? That, if it's not convenient to say it then forget it. Seeing Shen Nianyun's somewhat embarrassed appearance, Chui added a sentence. Xiang Lan patted Shen Nianyun's hand as a sign of comfort, then continued. It's not something unseemly, nothing inconvenient. Nianyun and I often go out part-time together just to earn some pocket money. Nianyun's family conditions are not good, so in addition to her part-time job, she also uses her computer in the dormitory at night to draw for people, and the money she earns subsidizes her family. I heard her roommate say that sometimes when she's drawing vigorously, she doesn't care about the late night, and for fear of disturbing other people, she just carries a small table and chair and draws directly in the corridor, often 2 or 3 o'clock before going to sleep, and usually do not pay attention to the nutritional supplementation of the diet. The body is weaker over time. That's why I fainted yesterday. Xiang Lan, as if she had finally found someone to talk to, spoke her heart out in her head, and there was also a strong sense of dissatisfaction when she said these words. The fact that Shen Nianyun was so uncaring of her body gave her a feeling of hatred. On the other hand, Shen Nianyun lowered her small head with some inferiority complex. Chuyi's heart stirred, not realizing that a girl as beautiful and temperamental as Shen Nianyun actually had such poor family conditions. She was even required to take odd jobs to subsidize her family. It just so happened that villa of his needed a young lady to do the daily cleaning. Shen Nianyun would be very suitable. However, Seeing Shen Nianyun's embarrassed look, Shui felt that he needed to ease the atmosphere first. After thinking about it, Shui said with a surprised look on his face, "Nianyun, you can still draw?" Shen Nianyun slightly raised her head. Seeing that Shui's face did not dislike herself, the feeling of inferiority in her heart slightly subsided, and softly said, "Well, I have learned. Then do you know any teachers from the Academy of Fine Arts?" Shui continued to ask. "Yes, why? Do you also want to learn painting?" Shen Nianyun blinked her big eyes and said. Shui shook his head and said, "That's not true. It's mainly because I've recently wanted to go part-time. I heard that it's very lucrative to go to the art academy as a model." "You're going to be a life drawing model? That has to keep a pose for a long time. It can be tiring." Shen Nianyun was a bit surprised. This kind of part-time job was not something that ordinary people could do. "Yeah, look how much money I can earn in an hour if I go as a nude model." Shui had a great expression of dedicating himself to art at any time. "Ah," Shen Nianyun froze. Xianglan was also dumbfounded. "Didn't I hear you guys mention part-time jobs? It just so happens that I also want to do a part-time job to earn some pocket money. Going to be a nude model for someone as handsome as me should be very lucrative," Shui asked, pretending to be very curious. "But I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Xianglan once again laughed out a goose call. Shen Nianyun also reached out to cover her small mouth and snickered, not noticing in the slightest that the inferiority complex she had just felt had been wiped out by Shui's interruption. Chapter 18 $2,000 a day. Why? After chatting for a while, the three of them gradually familiarized themselves with each other. From time to time, Shui's joke can make two school flower-level beauties happy. See almost. Shui then put forward his own ideas. "Nianyun, I have a relatively good part-time job here. Are you interested?" At the mention of a part-time job, Shen Nianyun nodded with interest. "What kind of part-time job? Am I suitable?" Shui smiled and nodded. "Of course it's suitable. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it or not," Xianglan said with a wary expression. "Shui, you wouldn't want to pimp me out. My Nianyun doesn't do that kind of thing." Lan, what are you talking about?" Shen Nianyun was so shy that she reached out and pinched the soft flesh around Xianglan's waist. Cough cough. "Xianglan, do I look like that kind of person to you?" Shui cried and laughed a little. "What kind of pimp? If you want to pull it, it's also pulling your double ponytail." However, he wouldn't say such words in front of the two girls. It's not like that. "Then tell me what kind of part-time job it is. I'll help Nianyun keep a check on it." Xianglan narrowed her eyes and looked Shui up and down and said, "It's just that my house is a bit large, and I can't do the hygiene myself, so I need to find someone to help with the hygiene. The salary is definitely higher than the highest market price, and then the entertainment facilities in the house like what infinity pool, gym, Thai SPA, and KTV are all available. Do you guys think it's okay?" Shui asked with a sincere face. After hearing what he said, Shen Nianyun and Xianglan looked at each other with some surprise in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Shui was actually a rich second generation? Afterward, Xianglan's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Shui and said, "Then how much can you offer in salary?" Shui thought about it. He played with his cell phone before and saw that a better housekeeper's monthly income reached 3.5 W yuan. There was an average of more than $1,000 a day, so it shouldn't be too much to offer himself $2,000 a day. How about $2,000 a day for a part-time job? "Just come and help me clean on Saturday and Sunday," Shui said with a smile. "What? $2,000? Xianglan and Shen Nianyun exclaimed in shock at the same time. Shui nodded blandly. "Right. Dry?" Xianglan, Nianyun. "Dry." Our Nianyun agreed. Xianglan directly agreed for Shen Nianyun. She then asked with an expectant face, "Shui, do you still need a nanny for that house? Can you let me go part-time as well?" Shui secretly laughed in his heart, but his face didn't move as he rubbed his chin with his hand and looked Xianglan up and down. "You are well." The intentionally elongated tone made Xianglan apprehensive inside. A job that pays $2,000 a day is simply too tempting for college students like them who haven't graduated yet. Even if they only went for a couple days a week, for 8 days a month, they would still have a salary of 16,000. Just by helping Shui clean the house, they could earn such a large salary. It was simply not too attractive. Not to mention them, this kind of treatment would make anyone's heart flutter. After whetting Xianglan's appetite, Shui slowly said, "If you want to come to work part-time, it's not impossible, but you have to wear a maid's outfit." Xianglan was struck by lightning and looked at Shui blankly. "Ha? Why?" Shui, with a teasing smile on his face, joked, "Who made you say that I was a pimp just now?" Shui, brother don't be so petty. I know I'm wrong." Xianglan hurriedly apologized, and in order to compete for Shui's original, she even started her petulant mode. However, Shui was very principled and wouldn't change his mind if he said he wanted her to wear a maid outfit. Righteously shaking his head, he refused. No way. Xianlan was in a tangle. Did she really have to wear a maid outfit to work? Shen Nianyun covered her mouth and snickered from the side, not realizing that Lan Lan also had such a cute moment. Xianlan raised her eyes to look at Shui and realized that he was still very serious, not like he was joking with himself. She took a deep breath and wore it for the sake of $2,000 of daily wages. Isn't it just a maid outfit? Think of it as cosplay. But, seeing Shen Nianyun, who was snickering on the side, Xianlan had a wry smile on her face as she blurted out to Shui, "Boss, I don't think you can favor one over the other. Nianyun has to wear a maid outfit as well." Shen Nianyun panicked. It would be too embarrassing for her to wear a maid outfit. No, how did it come to me? Shui's mind conjured up Shen Nianyun's shy face in a maid's outfit, and nodded deeply. Xianlan, you're right. Indeed you can't favor one over the other. Since that's the case, then you'll all wear maid outfits to work when the time comes. Shui's expression was a little smug, not realizing that by visiting Shen Nianyun today, he had actually recruited 2 maid outfit ladies. At the thought of 2 charming young ladies being busy in his villa, Shui's face revealed a wide smile. It was so good to have money. Shen Nianyun looked at Xianlan with a sly grudge. It's all Lan Lan's fault. Obviously she could have not had to wear it. Xianlan did not feel guilty at all about dragging her best friend into the water, and was even a little happy. It's only good girlfriends when they share the same blessings and difficulties together, right? Then it's settled. Nianyun, let's also add a WeChat. Remember to contact me when you're discharged from the hospital, Shui said. Shen Nianyun nodded slightly and took out her cell phone, and Shui added WeChat to each other. Then Shui excused himself and left. And when he left, he helped Shen Nianyun prepay $10,000. After realizing that Shen Nianyun's family conditions were poor, Shui was moved with compassion. After all, he also ate a lot of tofu, in the invisible can help to help a good. How to say is also their own little maid. Good development in the future may be able to advance to master the good morning wake-up service maid. Returning to Jiangbei University, Shui parked his sports car in the parking lot and walked to the classroom. He came back just as it was time for class to end. And just as he walked into the classroom, he heard a group of boys talking loudly. Why don't you guys believe me? Brother E is really a rich second generation. If you guys don't believe me, you can ask Dog Z and Adan. Chen Xian's voice seemed extra loud. Dog Z's original name was Godi, while Adan was called Ling Lin Lin. The origin of the nicknames was also simple. The harmonic of Godi's surname was Dog. He was known as Godi, and his roommates affectionately called him Dog. It's just that he always wanted to be a dog brother. Ling Lin Lin, on the other hand, because the name is pronounced like the Arabic number 000, coupled with a well-developed muscular body, it's hard for a normal man with 2 eggs of androgen to support, so he's known as Brother 3 Eggs, affectionately called Egg by his roommates. The surrounding boys obviously did not believe what Chen Xian said. Even with Godi and Ling Lin Lin testifying, they could not prove the authenticity of the matter. Everyone knew that they were in the same dormitory. Who wouldn't know how to brag? Chen Sanjin, don't blow it off. I've also read the post from the campus forum. That credibility is almost zero, alright. Yeah, even though Chui is on good terms with everyone, I really don't believe it when you say he's a second-generation rich guy. If Chui is a second-generation rich guy, how could he be dumped by Suyu? What kind of excuse to hide his identity and seek true love do you believe? I don't believe it. That's right. If I'm a second-generation rich guy, do I still need true love? There are so many beautiful girls in our school. 1 a day for 4 years in college. What is true love? Can I eat it? Chen Xian's face flushed red as he defended. I'm telling the truth. Brother E also showed me his license. That supercar is his. This can't be faked. Godi pushed his glasses and also helped. Yes, I saw it too. And someone on the campus forum recorded the whole process of Brother E being dumped. I went to check the official website of the Jiannan Supercar Rental and Sales Club, and the photos of the person who delivered the car that day are listed on the official website, and it is indeed the general manager. Ling Lin Lin shouted at the top of his voice. What's the matter? Are you guys looking down on my brother yet? Is it a problem that my brother E is a rich second generation? Being stared at by the bullseye of Ling Lin Lin's pugilistic man, the other boys were a bit balked and closed their mouths. Seeing this, Ling Lin Lin grinned. He was still thinking about Brother Yet's beef whip and oyster waste meal. If Brother Yet wasn't a rich second generation, wouldn't that be a lost cause? So the skepticism of the bystanders was a roadblock to him in obstructing the big meal, and only Chui could say whether it was or not. Just then, Chen Xian saw Chui, who had just entered the door, and his eyes lit up. Brother E is here. Chapter 19, showing my cards. I'm a rich second generation. ********. Brother E, how did you become handsome? Shen Nianyun looked Chewy up and down with wide eyes, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. Adoration value +1. Adoration value +1. Adoration value +1. The other students also looked like they had seen a ghost. Chewy, how did you become a big handsome guy by splitting a hand? I suddenly want to try splitting a hand as well. It feels like Chewy hasn't changed anywhere. And it seems like he's changed everywhere. Could it be that he's gone for microdermabrasion? Chewy, introduce me to a plastic surgery hospital. I'll try it too. Come on you. With this foundation, the doctor would shed a tear if he looked at you. In your next life. The female students in the class looked at Chewy with stars in their eyes. Wow. Chewy, you're even more handsome than those love beans now. Ah, the Chewy male god is back to being single. Sisters, we have a chance. Chewy is so handsome. I've decided. From now on, Chewy is my newest male god. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. I'm so happy to have you here. Chewy's gentle personality and sometimes humor, coupled with his willingness to help others over the past 3 years, made his relationship with his classmates quite good. Whether it was boys or girls, they were all quite favorable towards him. With an outstanding appearance, friendly personality, and an old-fashioned way of treating people, no one would hate this kind of classmate. Looking at another wave of worship value coming in, Chewy was happy. He didn't expect that becoming handsome could also harvest worship value. System tip: worship value is everywhere, so please carefully explore the host. System: you are truly a sweet little cotton. Chewy was in a happy mood and smiled at a group of students. I'm not afraid of everyone laughing when I say it. I didn't care much about my image when I was with Suyu in the past, but after I broke up I realized the importance of my image. So I decided to clean up my act yesterday and make a fresh start. I bought some clothes and dressed up properly. Which is probably why you guys think I've become handsome. The students seemed to understand and nodded their heads. They knew the truth that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, but they hadn't done much research on dressing techniques, so how could they not wear Chewy's effect? Really puzzled. Only at this time did Shen Nianyun wake up from his handsome swoon. Thinking of the issue that the crowd had just discussed, he spoke indignantly. Brother E, I told them that you are a second-generation rich man, but they still don't believe me. You quickly come and prove that I'm not bragging. Ling Linlin scratched his back with great effort and said in an in voice, yes brother E, we just had a tongue lashing, but they froze and didn't believe me. The surrounding male students glanced at Ling Linlin's exaggerated muscles and thought in their hearts, although you have big muscles, you can't talk nonsense. Godi pushed his glasses and looked at the logo on Chewy's clothes and said, brother E, your clothes aren't cheap, are they? Chewy looked down at his own clothes and said with a smile, oh, you say this Gucci summer new men's clothes. Clothes plus pants is just $10,000. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Listen to this as human language? Clothes plus pants just $10,000. Is that human language? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? This price tops my living expenses for several months. Could it be that Chewy is really a rich second generation? No way. If Chewy is a second generation rich guy then it's too perfect. Right? Handsome, good personality, and money. It's simply the perfect male god. Shocking. A classmate who's been in hiding for 3 years is a second-generation rich guy, the classmates said in a variety of words, but most of them still maintained a skeptical attitude. Godi's small eyes were like infrared scanners, looking up and down Chewy's body. After seeing the watch on Chewy's hand, Godi frowned. It wasn't that he found something, but it was a watch he didn't recognize. However, the problem was not big, and Godi quickly thought of a solution. He took out his cell phone and took a picture of Chewy's watch, followed by a search on a certain treasure. The next second, Godi directly opened his mouth in shock. Crap! Patek Philippe Star Watch. A $10,004,800,000. Brother E, this watch of yours is actually this powerful. Chewy lifted his left hand and glanced at his wristwatch, and calmly said, wow. This it's just something I casually bought yesterday when I went to Jiannan International. I'm not too sure how much it costs. Boom! The students directly exploded. Do you hear this as human language? Millions of dollars of watches specific price do not know. I buy fruit have to pick $10 pounds to buy. Chewy, you honestly say you are not blowing awesome. I'm already starting to sour. Quickly tell me this is not true. I searched. Patek Philippe really has this watch. It's really $4.8 million. The god of yachts seeks to be adopted. I know everything. Mr. E, pick me. I have big breasts. I can develop more ways to play. Flat chests are the way to go. Look at me. God of yacht. I have a lot of uniforms. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. I've got a lot of uniforms. Not only the boys, but the girls were also a bit excited, with spirited and flirty words coming out of their mouths. but most of them were the typical tie and tie as hell, private chat and let's roll type. Of course, if it was Chu-yi, a different kind of situation might have occurred. To say that the one who was the most excited was Ling Lin Lin, who had already imagined the image of him eating waste seeds until he got tired of it. This time, he was going to be too tired to eat meat for a week. No, a month. Brother Yat, when are we going to eat cashews and bullwhip? Ling Lin Lin's eyes glowed green and his throat knots shrugged. Chu-yi laughed and said, just tonight, eat casually at noon first. Ling Lin Lin's happy pecs shook, and his mouth called out to Ali to give. Chu-yi patted his shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. Looking at the students in front of him, he coughed twice and cleared his throat, ready to say some more words to whittle down the worship value. Classmates, just now Chen Nianyun said those are not blowing awesome. In fact, I really rich second generation. Only these 3 years I have not wanted to expose their identity, in order to want to live a normal life. But because of yesterday's events, I changed my mind. The life of a normal person does not seem to be as good as I imagined. After deep thought, I decided not to hide my identity anymore. It's not something unseemly anyway. Hearing Chu-yi being so serious, many of the students believed it. After all, Chu-yi pretending to be a rich second generation didn't have any benefits, and rich second generations weren't that good at pretending. They would reveal themselves if they weren't careful. The matter of Jiang Lei pretending to be a rich second generation and cheating money and sex to be taken away by the police for investigation was now all over the school. Basically, it could already be declared socially dead. It was completely unnecessary for Chu-yi to pretend to be a rich second generation at this time. Chen Xian said smugly, see, I've said that brother E is a rich second generation. Why don't you guys believe me? My brother E is elegant, suave, handsome, loved by all and blossomed by all. Why can't he add a rich second generation title to it? You're right, brother E. Chen Xian had a lewd look on his face and raised an eyebrow at Chu-yi. Chu-yi cried and laughed. How come he hadn't realized that Chen Xian still had the attribute of a lapdog before? Chapter 20, Grumpy System. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Chu-yi, it's so hard to hide it from us. That's right, after being classmates together for 3 years. You lied to us for 3 years. Ooh, I'm so sad. No, this behavior of yours is too bad. You must treat us to dinner. Right, one must treat us to dinner in order to heal the scars in our hearts. Chu-yi didn't mind this. He was on good terms with all the students in his class, treating them to a sprinkle of dinner la. What's more, this was all a good opportunity to whore out worship value classmates, it's no problem at all to treat us to dinner. This way, this Saturday, gather at the Dongfeng Hotel. I'll treat everyone to a meal, and then we'll sing a song together. How about it? As soon as Chu-yi's words fell, the worship value began to grow. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Dongfeng Hotel. I have heard of it. It seems to be a 5-star hotel, right? Right. I've had relatives get married there before, and I heard that ordering a table of food costs a minimum of $888. There are almost 40 people in our class. A table of 10 people will cost 4 tables. That's more than $30,000. Brother Yat is very generous. Mr. Yat is so proud. Mr. Yat is so handsome. Wang Xiaoyu, the class president, didn't feel too good and went to Chu-yi's side to persuade him in a low voice. Chu-yi, this is too much for you. Why don't we change the place? Chu-yi was a bit surprised. The other students all looked like they were looking forward to it, but the class president was a bit more considerate, so he couldn't help but look at him in a different light. The class president was the class president. He would consider for his classmates. However, this point of expenses was nothing to Chu-yi. The worship value was more important to him. And after all, after 3 years of being in the same class, the relationship between classmates was quite good. And now that Chu-yi had developed, treating everyone to a meal was just nothing. Class president, it's fine. Treating everyone to a meal would be considered a class reunion activity. Chu-yi thought about it and took out his cell phone to show Wang Xiaoyu the balance of his Alipay. A string of zeros on it looked a little blurry to Wang Xiaoyu. Look, this is the pocket money my mom gave me to spend as I please, so you don't have to worry about me hemorrhaging money. It's all small money. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Chu-yi with a complicated face, nodded and said, all right, you win. He then silently returned to his seat to think about life. Chu-yi scratched his head. Why was there no worship value for this wave? If Wang Xiaoyu knew what Chu-yi was thinking, he would have cursed out in anger. Nima, I've been struck by this pocket money of yours and I'm autistic, so where's the sense of worship? Autism value to naught. Soon, the time between classes ended, and everyone began to attend classes. Chu-yi followed his habit and sat in the last row of the classroom. Although it looked like the students in the classroom were the same as usual, it was only the lemon sour flavor that occasionally wafted around that made Chu-yi a little alarmed. Chen Xian sat on Chuyi's left side, muttering under his breath, "Lemon fruit on the lemon tree. You and I under the lemon tree." Every now and then, he giggled again. Hey, brother E is great. Chuyi was amused for a while. This guy, Go D, on the other hand, was sitting on Chuyi's right side, his face tangled. Seeing him wanting to speak, Chuyi reached out and touched his dog's head and said, "Son, there is something to say to father. Don't hide it." Although Chuyi's words had a joking component in terms of name-calling, he was otherwise serious. He and these three roommates all got along very well, and their feelings were also very deep. Looking at Godi in this state, he was definitely in trouble, so Chuyi decided to help him out. Godi slapped Chuyi's hand away and said in an unfavorable manner, "Brother E, I'm worrying about you, yet you still want to be my father." Chuyi froze. He was fine. What was there to worry about? Chen Xian and Ling Linlin, who was sitting behind Chuyi, were also attracted by what Godi said and all probed over. "Doggy, what are you worried about? Brother E has taken off now. What's there to worry about?" "Yeah, are you worried that brother yet won't be able to spend all his money?" Godi silently pulled out his cell phone and placed it in front of them. You guys look at the comments underneath this video, only to see that what was displayed on the phone was clearly the image of Chuyi artificially breathing on Shen Nianyun. Chen Xian's eyes lit up as he said with a lewd face, "Brother E, this is quite a wonderful blessing for you. I actually tasted the little mouth of senior school flower Shen. Hiss. Quickly tell me what it feels like. In a moment I'm going to go to the fields deep in the mountains to see the ever-beautiful flowers. Activate my anti-aircraft gun by the way." Chuyi and Ling Linlin were looking at the comments very seriously. Yang, who is this guy? How dare he kiss my goddess? 18 Dashi Chang, I know, this is Chuyi from the 18th Literature Department. He's quite nice. So it was him who saved Shen Nianyun. Yang, unforgivable. I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Mother ********* ing battle wolf, funny, who do you think you are? Still teaching people a lesson. Trashy thing. Yang, I'm a member of the fight club. Gao Yang. Mother ******* ing battle wolf, fight club is useless. It's a law and order society now. Scum. Yang, be damn careful. Don't let me find out who you are. Seeing a few people with different faces, Godi put away his cell phone and said, "This Gao Yang I know. I heard that the sparring practice is very powerful, and before that, he also put out the word to chase after Shen Nianyun, and as a result, he has not been able to catch up." Ling Linlin scratched his head and muttered twice, *********. This if the dry fighting really cannot do him. Chen Xian glanced at Ling Linlin and said with a smile, "Egg, your body muscles are so fierce. Are you still afraid of not being able to do it?" Ling Linlin rolled his eyes, and said with a face of displeasure, "What do you know? There are specialties in the arts. Practicing muscle is definitely an advantage over ordinary people, but when it comes to professional fights, there is no way out. Professional fight for the human body weaknesses are very clear, coupled with resistance, physical fitness, flexibility, explosive power are ahead of ordinary people. Really fight I do not necessarily beat. However, if I were to hold him, I can let him taste what is called strongman lockman." Ling Linlin grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. His height was a full 1.9 meters, and his weight was a staggering 120 kilograms, so if he controlled one who weighed a lot less than him, he could indeed be a strong man locking a man. Chen Xian winced, thinking of the fear that had once been dominated by brother Sandan, and instantly fell silent. Chuyi, on the other hand, had a smile on the corner of his mouth, because the system had come to send out benefits again. Ding! Detected that someone wants to challenge the host. Now issuing a mission, rule the fight club. Starting from Gao Yang. Reward for accepting the mission, top mixed martial arts skills. No penalty for not accepting. Complete the mission to unlock the next link. The system is really daddy's little cotton wool. Can't hold back a breath. If someone provokes you, you have to fight back. He's got an explosive temper. Gao Yang, who was still in class, suddenly got a chill down his back and sneezed. Unsure of the reason, he scratched his head and continued his lesson. Chuyi gladly accepted the task issued by the system. Host accepts the mission. Rewards are being issued. Top mixed martial arts skills are being instilled. Chapter 21 Top mixed martial arts skills. Mixed martial arts, also known as mixed martial arts, was known as the decathlon of combat. It contained a very wide variety of combat skills, such as the common boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, grappling, Sansho, Taekwondo, kickboxing, Hapkido, Jeet Kune Do, Mega, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and extreme true karate. Some of the cold fighting arts are also included: Sistema, Capoeira, Kazuka, classical wrestling, and kickboxing. The system rewarded the top-level mixed martial arts skill. Not only did it contain all of these fighting arts techniques of all genres, but it also allowed Chui to directly become a great god-level fighter. Aside from his physical qualities still being a bit weak, in terms of experience in moves as well as proficiency, he could be completely described as a furnace. Even if he was just an ordinary college student's physical quality now. But in a real fight, many provincial tournament champions would not necessarily be his opponent. If his physical quality kept up, then he would be a world-class top fighter. Chui only felt an itch all over his body and wanted to find a place to move his muscles. He was now like an ordinary person who had suddenly obtained the transmission of Kung Fu from a supreme warrior, and couldn't wait to try out how powerful his stance was. So eager to vent something. However, there was a saying that chivalry violated the prohibition with martial arts, and Confucianism was a violation of the law with literature. Chui wouldn't dare to randomly find someone to compete with. After all, an ordinary person's resistance to blows was still very poor. If his hand shook, it could be a human life. The physical quality of the fighters and the ability to resist blows are far more than ordinary people. And even a little fierce martial arts students. Powerful whip leg to the waist is enough to burst the liver. He had also read a news story before. A retired fighter because of drunkenness and conflict with people. In the heat of the moment, a hook directly sent people on their way. But right now there was an excellent candidate. Gao Yang. Chui hemmed and hawed, and asked Go Di with interest. Dog, do you know this Gao Yang's usual range of activities? Go Di was a bit bewildered. Brother E, why are you asking this? Chen Xian hurriedly replied. You don't understand, right? There is a saying that I can't afford to mess with you, but I can't afford to hide from you? Brother Yi definitely wants to know his range of activities in advance and then try to avoid it. Ha ha ha. Am I right, Brother Yat? Ling Linlin frowned. You goon. I think this is your idea. Chui laughed and scolded. How did I give birth to such an eggless son like you? Is it that all your eggs have been picked by egg? Chen Xian was a bit aggravated. Isn't this quite good? If we met in that dog, then Gao Yang deliberately provoked us. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if we didn't fight back? Chui revealed a wisp of a bad smile. No. I'm going to find trouble with him. Ha? What? Ha? The three roommates were dumbfounded in unison. Every member of Jiangbei University's combat club was very capable of fighting, and Gao Yang was even the best among them. For Chui to suddenly say that he was going to find Gao Yang in trouble was like having a brain fart in their eyes. Although Chui was tall, and not that kind of slim figure. But in front of Gao Yang that was really not a rival. Even Ling Linlin, a muscular man with a height of 1 meter 9, had no bottom against Gao Yang, let alone Chui. As for Chen Xian and Go Di, not to mention, Chen Xian's height is only 1 meter 7. In Chuyi's words is to study too much material to read, and not in moderation, lost the essence of growth. Go Di is a little better. There is a 178, but he was born weak. Ling Linlin one hand can beat two, but if Chui wants to mess things up, their good brothers in this dormitory cannot stand by and watch. This made it difficult for them. Ling Linlin was the first to take a stand, slapped his hand on the desktop and roared. What the hell is Gao Yang? Him. Only he forgot that it was still class time, and the students in the front row were attracted by his roar and turned their heads in unison to pay attention to him. Chui three people immediately put on the appearance of a good student, sitting upright, and follow the example of turning their heads to look at Ling Linlin in the back row. However, in their hearts, they were already bursting into laughter. The teacher who was lecturing pushed up his glasses, looked at Ling Linlin and said, egg student, who are you trying to? Ling Linlin was abashed for a second, and smiled with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry, teacher. Just now a cockroach climbed to my desktop. I was excited and reached out to slap it to death. Oh, pay attention next time, haha. Come, let's continue the lesson. The teacher nodded and stopped caring. Seeing the teacher continue the lesson, Chuyi's three shoulders shook with laughter. It took a while before they stopped laughing at egg. Ling Linlin was a little exasperated and reached out to poke Go Di and Chen Xian. Hey, you two quickly give a word on whether to help Brother E or not. Chen Xian nodded and said to Chui, don't worry, Brother E. I'll definitely help you. Yesterday I called out to you as a father. Now that you're in trouble, quickly call out to my father. Go Di's face was tangled, although a bit wimpy, but for the sake of his brother couldn't care less. Help, Brother E. I will also help you, but I have a detailed plan. If we follow it, we should be able to succeed. Chui was very relieved. Having difficulties together, this was his good eldest son. Although he did not need the so-called plan, there was no harm in hearing it. Doggy, go ahead. Let's see how your plan goes. Chen Xian and Ling Linlin stretched their ears, waiting for Go Di to speak. Go Di's eyes scanned left and right a few times, came to the center of the crowd, and said quietly, according to the combat power, We definitely can't defeat that Gao Yang's doggy in a head-on fight. That's why we have to flank him. Since we can't do it alone, let's do it as a team. Let me find out how Gao Yang goes out to play. Then we'll pick a dark and windy night and squat on his route. One set of sacks. And the beating is done. Then we'll transfer the fire to Li Ningzong's head. And let them bite the dog with a mouthful of hair. Li Mingliang is also Shen Nianyun's suitor. Is a rich and handsome. Often take female classmates to go out to play. Basically play and then dump. The boys all know what his virtues. Chen Xian's eyes glistened as he listened and spoke. Good man. Dog, you're really an old Inbi. But I think you can still add to this plan. I think we can shift the firepower to the head of that mother fetus battle wolf in the campus forum. This way Gao Yang can't find his enemy and die without proof. Ling Linlin listened with a blank stare. These two guys were more shady than one another. Luckily they were his own people. Shui feels that if Goditas goods to cross into the villain text inside, absolutely is the villain big boss. Can be those protagonists abused to death. Chen Xian was also an old Inbi. However, Shui did not need this kind of old Y plan. He now had enough strength to crush Gao Yang, so he just needed to find an opportunity to challenge him. Achoo! Achoo! Sitting in the classroom, Gao Yang sneezed furiously and silently looked at the sky outside the classroom. The sun was shining brightly. What's going on? Why are you always sneezing today? Could it be that there are unruly people who want to harm me? It is not possible to fix it. If I know who it is, I'll make sure to let him taste the taste of whole oil root. Chapter 22 Kickboxing Fight Club. Starting with you. At noon, Shui took the dog Xian Egg 3 Sons to the cafeteria with great vigor. This big summer he just want to casually eat some, and then return to the dormitory beautiful nap. Just finished playing the dishes. Shui carrying the food tray towards a seat. At this time, someone passed by. Shui quickly dodged, but that person followed him again. Good guy. Are you sincerely trying to bump into me? Shui raised his right foot and stomped down hard on the tip of the person's shoe. Ah! You ing stepped on me AJ. A loud shout attracted the students eating in the cafeteria. Shui also turned his head to look at the visitor and realized that it was an unfamiliar face that he did not recognize. However, Godi behind him said quietly, Brother E, this guy is Gao Yang. Yo! Just when he wanted to practice, the sandbag came. Shui looked at Gao Yang in a good manner, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. Discussions from the students came from the surroundings. Who is that person? Wasn't he just stepped on his shoes? Shouting so loud. Hey! You don't know. That guy is from the fight club, and often bullies people because he's a good fighter. That's good. I'm thinking of buying a car. If I can take a beating, I'll just pay for it. What do you know? People are deliberately not heavy-handed, relying on the flexibility of the body to tease you. You cannot hit people, and from time to time to be kicked in the ass, is to let you lose face, even to identify cannot reach the minor injuries. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So disgusting. This B is also enough. Yeah, this guy is probably going to have bad luck. Gao Yang first looked down at his shoes, then with a fierce face, he shouted at Chui, You don't have long eyes? You dare to step on my AJ? Chui disdainfully skimmed his mouth. What garbage brand is still as a baby? This brand insults the dragon you do not know? Cody and Chui next to help voice, that's right, garbage brand also as treasure. Gao Yang's fire was even more intense, putting the dinner plate down. He came over to shove Chui. Chui held the dinner plate with one hand and grabbed Gao Yang's finger with the other, twisted it slightly and pushed it hard. When Gao Yang's fingers were twisted, he immediately screamed miserably and was forced to take a few steps back. Chui spoke with a bland expression. I heard that you guys are blowing the roof off of your power on the campus forum, and you still want to give me a lesson. I'll give you a chance today. After lunch in a while I'll go to the combat club to kick it out, and I'll start with you. Although this club of yours is not a martial arts school, but after being approached, you shouldn't be so afraid to answer a fight, right? Gao Yang waved his finger with a furious expression. Just you deserve it? There's no need for anyone else to even make a move. I can beat you to death all by myself. Chui was unmoved and said to himself, You'd better prepare a liability waiver agreement, so that I don't have to pay for the medical expenses if you get injured in a sparring session. Of course, it's not like I can't afford to pay for it. It's not like it's not possible to use it as a way to get rid of a beggar. Gao Yang's face was gloomy as he looked towards Chui and said, I hope you'll still be this arrogant in a while. After leaving behind those words, Gao Yang picked up his dinner plate and casually found a table to start eating. Although the actual battle was going to take place in a while, it was best not to eat at this time. But in Gao Yang's opinion, Chui was just a scum. There was no need for him to pay too much attention to it. Gao Yang, who practiced sparring diligently, was confident in his stance, and his dodging ability was extremely strong, not something that an ordinary person could touch. Some familiar students came over to ask Gao Yang about the specifics. Gao Yang also shook his head without explanation. He only wanted to beat Chui severely in a while to vent his anger, and warned him not to get close to Shen Nianyun in the future. Thinking that the goddess he had been pursuing had been taken advantage of by Chui, Gao Yang was burning with rage. The meal on his plate tasted like chewing wax as well. Chui also found a table with his roommates and painfully dried his meal, and from time to time, they also coaxed each other because of some jokes, and Chen Xian's duck laughter was unceasing. The other melon eaters are a little exhilarated. Just now Chui said the words they heard. In a moment after lunch he was going to go to the wrestling club to kick off the tournament. This was big news. The fight club often participated in competitions on behalf of Zhongbei University, and their opponents were all masters from other schools. Since the founding of Zhongbei University, there had never been a situation where a student had gone to the fight club to kick a gym. Amidst the whispers of many good people, the news that Chui was going to kick out the fight club spread, and with the powerful effects of the internet, the more it spread, the wider it became. There were also people posting on the campus forum. Big news! Fight Club Gao Yang AJ was stepped on and cursed, but was provoked by the other side. He threatened to kick the fight club. A group of watchers in the post commented and left messages. Maternal fetus war wolf, this Gao Yang is a licking dog era, but also an insult to the dragon's broken AJ as a treasure. Really a stupid. I eat Ollie give, that kicking brother is a bit powerful. Those people in the wrestling club can be very capable of fighting guys. Soy sauce on rice. I also heard that they're going to draw up a waiver. Things are probably a bit serious. Eating an apple without spitting out the apple core. Let's go to the scene in a while and see the specifics. Pink Cloud, I heard that the little brother who gave the battle seems to be super handsome. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Juju not Piggy. There's a handsome guy? I'm going to watch the battle. During the meal, Go-D was not idle either. He took out his cell phone and opened the class chat group that his classmates had privately formed, editing a message and sending it out. At everyone, brothers and sisters, Brother E is going to kickbox the fight club in a while. Is there any support for him? Muscle. Asterisk. Brother Yat is so fierce. I'm going. Brother Yat has treated us well. We must support him this time. +1, plus 10,086. G May, Mr. Yat is going to kick off the fight club. Let's be his cheerleaders. Me. I want to cheer for Mr. Yi too. Take me with you. Short skirt or hot pants? Chui didn't know about these situations in the slightest. He was still eating with his head stuffed down, brushing his jitterbugs every now and then. It was as if this matter of kicking the pavilion had nothing to do with him. The dog Xin egg 3 people worried cannot eat rice. Chen Xin looked at the Chui who was brushing the jittery music and said in a low voice to Go-D and Ling Lin, will Brother E become inflated because he suddenly became rich? He actually kicked the fight club directly. Go-D pushed up his glasses and nodded his head thoughtfully. Well, I feel like it, but we just need to support Brother E. If Brother Yat loses, let's call the boys at work and swarm to rob them. Get Brother Yat down. Ling Lin, on the other hand, had a different point of view. You guys, do you think that Brother Yat could be a good fighter as well? Only that he didn't reveal his identity as if he was hiding his identity as a second-generation rich man. Oh, according to you, Brother E is a bit like the young master of that kind of hidden family in a novel. Chen Xin said in a pretense of exaggeration. Okay, let's eat first. In a moment the cheerleaders and other things have to be arranged, as well as the school nurse's side has to be notified in place in time. Although Go-D was a svelte olding bee, he also considered things more comprehensively. Aha! Eat. If Chui had known the bitterness of his foolish sons, he would have been dumbfounded. I haven't even started the fight yet, and you're all making plans to rob people? Even the school nurse has contacted me? Ga. Chapter 23, Transforming Ice Hammer Gao Yang. Half an hour later, Zhongbei University Fight Club. At this time, the fight club was rarely crowded and was packed with many students. This was because Gao Yang felt that he could defeat Chui by himself alone. Therefore, he did not tell the members of the club that Chui was going to kick the club. Many members of the club who were not sure of the situation were confused. Could it be that today was the day to recruit members? Why were there so many people? And the number of people was too hot, right? Why are there so many sexy girls inside? Gao Yang, on the other hand, had taken off his shirt, revealing a body of lean muscles, and was doing warm-up exercises wearing only a pair of shorts. Ligament pulling, high leg lifting, frog jumping, crocodile crawling. From time to time, he hit a few airstrikes, looking like a tiger. He was just waiting for Chui to enter the arena. When the time came, he would teach Chui a hard lesson. He would beat him to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Then he would condescendingly tell him to stay away from Shen Nianyun. At this time, Chui was not slow to bring his roommates to buy ice cream. After all, in this summer, How could one not eat some ice cream to relieve the heat? After buying the ice cream, the four of them licked it while marching towards the fight club. When Chewie arrived at the fight club, he found that the place was already jammed, which made him a bit confused. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the fight club? How much time would it take to pick through them one by one? However, soon Chuyi's questions were answered. The cheerleader goddess of the class, Xia Ziqing, spotted Chuyi and came trotting over as soon as her eyes lit up. Chuyi, you're finally here. Most of the girls in our class have come to be cheerleaders for you. Xia Ziqing had a hot body and was a member of the school cheerleading squad. Although she was not up to the school flower, she was still a department flower level beauty. At this time wearing a sexy cheerleading uniform, more youthful temptation, ponytail plus navel dress plus tight hot pants, vest line and firm and tight legs extremely eye-catching. Is the chest of Pikachu some big? Chewie subconsciously licked the ice cream and nodded with a smile. Why did you guys come? I didn't expect the news of my challenge to the fight club to spread so quickly. Xia Ziqing blinked her big eyes and said, don't you know yet? The campus forums are full of posts saying that you challenged the fight club. Only your name wasn't written. The students in our class only knew that the person who originally challenged the fight club was you because Godi sent a message to mobilize. Chewie nodded and realized that Godi was squeezing his eyebrows with a dejected face. He couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. This dog, fancy things in one set. Xia Ziqing looked at Chewie with an expectant face and said, boy God, what do you think of our cheerleading outfit? She even puffed out her chest as she said it, as if she was deliberately showing off. Chewie looked at it. Well, the clothes were big. Pikachu was also very white. It's pretty good. Thank you guys, Chewie replied with a smile. Xia Ziqing smiled and said, he. I borrowed this from my cheerleading teammates. Look, the girls in our class are over there. Chewie followed the direction of her finger and found a group of navel-gazing Pikachu smiling towards him, and hurriedly nodded and returned a polite smile. There were quite a few girls with high face value in the class, and wearing cheerleading uniforms at this time was indeed very eye-catching. Some of the girls who were not confident in their own bodies did not change into the sexy cheerleading uniforms, but they also came to the fight club to cheer for Chewie. Gao Yang, who was warming up, saw Chewie coming and had an arrogant smile on his face. I thought you didn't dare to come. You're only here after half a day of milling about. Hurry up and sign the waiver agreement nimbly. I can't wait to beat you up violently. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, a boy wearing a combat club outfit handed Chewie a waiver of liability agreement in duplicate. Chewie glanced at it, and it was already signed with Gao Yang's name and a handprint, so he didn't make a fuss and signed his name and handprint in a dashing manner. He took another lick of the ice cream, then handed the ice cream to Godi, and walked towards where Gao Yang was in large strides himself. Brother E, this ice cream is melting very fast. If you don't finish it before you go, Godi shouted towards Chewie. Chewie waved his hand without looking back and said easily, don't worry, in the old days, there was warm wine beheading Hua Xiong, but today, there is melting ice hammering Gao Yang. Woohoo! Brother E is awesome. Chen Xian yelled out with his Cockney voice. Brother Yat is awesome. Godi raised his hands, the two ice creams towering over him, and shouted out as well. Brother Yat is invincible. Eat bullwhip at night. Ling Linlin shouted as he folded his hand over his mouth. The male students in the class also frantically cooed. Brother Yat is awesome. Brother Yat is invincible. Brother Yat is awesome. Brother Yat is invincible. Brother Yat bullwhip. Brother Yat is invincible. Chewie twisted his head and cursed with a smile. That's too much. Don't bring me and the bullwhip together. Afterwards, Chewie arrived at the fighting grounds. There were all kinds of venues in the fight club. Wrestling ring, boxing ring, octagon cage, and so on. The venue where the two sides fought against each other was an octagonal cage, which Godi had purposely chosen in order to be able to violently beat Chewie. Seeing this, Godi secretly said that it was not good. In this octagonal cage PK, if Brother E loses, they are not good to rob people off. However, the incident happened suddenly, so he could only take one step at a time. The referee was a member of the fight club. Under the guidance of the referee, both sides put on their protective gear. It included gloves, head guards, teeth guards, crotch guards, leg guards, and instep guards. After all, it was a sparring match between students, and the necessary protective measures should still be in place. The rules are also very simple. That is, according to the rules of sparring, the scoring parts were head, torso, thighs, and calves. However, Chewie was not aiming to score points. What he wanted was to defeat Gao Yang, that is, to make him incapacitated. This kid was too arrogant and had to be taught a lesson. The prohibitions were more numerous. It was forbidden to strike the back of the opponent's head, crotch, or neck. It is forbidden to attack the opponent with head, elbow, and counter-joint movements, and it is forbidden to attack the opponent's head by turning around and swinging the leg. It is forbidden to use a fall that forces the opponent to land head first or to intentionally crush the opponent. When one opponent is on the ground, the other cannot attack the opponent's head with his feet. These are the basics to prevent accidents. After saying the rules, the referee announced the start of the match. Gao Yang's pace was full of offense, occasionally reaching out to test the distance. Chui put up a slightly relaxed fighting style, not taking Gao Yang into consideration at all. Gao Yang, who had entered the fighting state, appeared particularly calm. Even if Chui, a layman, did not take him seriously, he was not careless. After a little probing, and after grasping a sufficient distance, Gao Yang decided to launch an attack. An attempted straight punch was thrown towards Chui, but was easily dodged by him. Immediately after, Chui swung out a left hook with great speed, striking Gao Yang's teeth. Gao Yang's brain buzzed from the powerful blow. If it wasn't for the protective gear, he guessed that his teeth would have come loose. Instead, cries of alarm came from outside the octagonal cage. Woohoo! Brother Yat is awesome. Brother Yat is invincible. God of Yat Man is great. Way to go, Brother E. After realizing that Chui was so raw, it wasn't just the girls, even the boys in the class had turned into his cheerleaders, constantly waving and shouting for him. Quite a few students who had heard of the incident and rushed here to eat were also stunned, not expecting that this person who challenged the Fight Club really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. However, they also loved watching Gao Yang being taught a lesson by Chui, who let this Gao Yang guy have a bad reputation and often bullied people. Now he was finally being taught a lesson. Some of the students who had been bullied by Gao Yang took pictures and sent them to their friends. Those who called out to their friends called out to the people they knew to come and watch the battle. And even those who couldn't come for the time being had to send them videos to watch. All in all, it is a sentence. A great pleasure. Chapter 24 easily defeated. How dare you be arrogant at this level? Ever heard the saying that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky? Chui not only hit people, but also incidentally hit their faces. And what was even more outrageous was that he also spoke out in mockery. For people he hated, he was never soft. The gentle side was never reserved for his own people only. Gao Yang shook off his head with a defiant face. Again, he didn't think that he couldn't defeat Chui, and all that just now was just a mistake. Only this time he became more cautious, slowly moving his pace closer to Chui. He then threw a false punch, but in reality, his right leg swept out with a low whip leg. Chui was calm and relaxed, directly kicking Gao Yang's chest with a front stomp, easily cracking the attack. Gao Yang only felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by a gust of chest tightness. Somewhat breathless, the cheerleaders outside the octagon cage exclaimed again. Brother E is so handsome. Brother Yat is so strong. I love it. Go Brother Yat. I love Gotti so much. On top of that, many students who didn't know Chui but had been bullied by Gao Yang also spontaneously joined the flag-waving and cheering camp. Chui's fanbase grew once again. Gao Yang only felt disgraced. As a senior member of the combat club, he actually couldn't beat a guy whose name was unknown, not to mention that there were so many people watching beside him. If he lost this, he would be reduced to a laughingstock. Again, after adjusting his breathing, Gao Yang gritted his teeth and said, "You only have one last chance left," Chui said indifferently. "Just by you?" Gao Yang's anger surged and he struck out multiple combinations in a row, but they were all easily dodged by Chui. "Yes, just by me," Chui could still easily reply during the dodging process, and the level of humiliation was self-evident. As soon as the words fell, a hook punch viciously blasted Gao Yang's abdomen. Vomit. Gao Yang only felt his stomach turn over and acid had reached the top of his throat. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to eat lunch before the actual battle? Even if he forced himself to endure it, how could he possibly endure the physiological reaction caused by the heavy blow to his abdomen? What immediately followed was Chuyi's ferocious over-the-shoulder slam. Put. The food residue was spat out in an arc along with the flip of Gao Yang's body. After landing, Gao Yang had already lost his fighting strength and was still showered with his own vomit. Chui hastily dodged away to prevent being splattered. Ding! Mission completed. New mission released. Dominate the Fight Club. Request the host to defeat all those who defy him in the Fight Club. Accept the mission and complete it. 10 points of physical fitness will be rewarded. No penalty for not accepting. Chui decisively chose to accept. The pleasure of charisma value he was enjoying. Something like physique should be very empowering as well. The referee quickly announced Chuyi's victory, and a cheer rang out around him. Woohoo! Brother E is great. Strong ah. I can't believe I easily defeated Gao Yang. More than defeating ah. Didn't you see Gao Yang directly vomit? I didn't realize that apart from being a rich second generation who hides his identity, Brother Yat is also such a good fighter. Yeah, fooled us for 3 years. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Shui walked out of the octagonal cage and waved his hand smilingly towards the students who were cheering him on. Thank you all for your support. But this is just the beginning. As I said, I'm going to kick the Fight Club's ass today. So those Fight Club members who are stronger than Go Yang are also my challenge targets. Go D held up 2 ice creams and ran to Chu Yi's side, hastily handing him his one. Brother E, it's going to drip. So lick it. Chu Yi looked at Go D with an odd expression on his face. Why did that not sound right? Still, he took his own ice cream and ate it. Due to the speed at which he tackled Gao Yang, the ice cream didn't even drip onto the ground. Gao Yang lay on the ground and vomited for a while before slowing down. Seeing this, the wrestling club member who was the referee hurriedly helped him up. The sharp pain in his abdomen forced Gao Yang to hunch his back, and he looked at Chu Yi with anger in his eyes, but also fear. He could sort of see that Chu Yi's strength far exceeded his, and it would be a matter of minutes to make him lose his fighting strength. Just now, he had only beaten him to the point of vomiting, and that was already leaving his hand behind. But Gao Yang just couldn't swallow this breath. His goddess was eaten by Chu Yi, and he was also beaten by Chu Yi in front of a large group of students and vomited on the ground. He had lost all his face, thinking that when he reported his name in the future, others would say that it was Gao Yang who was beaten and vomited by Chu Yi. He felt so miserable. The more Gao Yang thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly shouted at Chu Yi. Chu Yi, don't be too arrogant. There are many people better than me in the combat club. It's nothing if you beat me. It's only impressive if you win against our president. Gao Yang also really had no choice but to bring out his president. Fight Club president named Pei Yunxian, born in a martial arts family, idolized Bruce Lee since childhood. So when the father's teaching began the harsh martial arts training, also because of the idol, Pei Yunxian specializes in intercepted fist. The entire combat club no one is his opponent. At this moment, Gao Yang moved him out just to kill Chu Yi's might. Just after he said that, Chu Yi's eyes lit up. Chu Yi had never met Pei Yunxian, but Chu Yi had heard of his name. Among the many rumors, Pei Yunxian's impression was that not only was his force value super high, he was also very handsome, and his family was also very rich, a rich second generation. However, the reason Chu Yi was excited was not that Pei Yunxian was rich or handsome, it was mainly because he could fight. What Chu Yi wanted to do now was to pick apart the entire Fight Club and then collect the system's rewards. As for Pei Yunxian, as the Fight Club's president and strongest man, as long as Chu Yi defeated him, he would naturally be able to make all of the people in the Fight Club bow their heads in submission. In this way, the system quest would naturally be completed. Chu Yi was very much looking forward to those 10 points of physical fitness. His current combat skills were nothing to speak of, and the deep underpinnings brought about by his top-notch mixed martial arts skills were quite impressive. But the slightly weak physical quality is his defect. As long as the physical quality of this piece of up, that Chu Yi in this kind of peace era can be said to be invincible in close combat. Thinking about it, he was a little excited. Every man will fantasize that he has a strong force. This is engraved in the DNA inside the instinct. Only in modern society, people chasing money and material things, the importance of force gradually became weak. But undeniably, strong fighting ability is still the pursuit of many men. Most importantly, if Pei Yunxian looked more handsome than himself, just throw a few more punches at his face. Well, just do it. Then please call Pei Yunxian here. Just say that I, Chu Yi, want to challenge him. Chu Yi clasped his hands on his chest and deliberately put on an arrogant look as he said to Gao Yang, "Humph, I hope you'll still be this arrogant when the president comes." Gao Yang secretly rejoiced in his heart, and after dropping a harsh sentence, he headed towards the rest area. He was going to get his cell phone to contact Pei Yunxian. Chapter 25 Combat President Pei Yunxian. Gao Yang walked to the rest area, took out his cell phone and dialed Pei Yunxian's number. The phone was quickly picked up, and a ragged gasp came from the other end. Who, what's the matter? Accompanied by the incessant sound of snapping. Gao Yang was shocked in his heart. Oh no, this call seems not to be the right time. On the other side of the phone, Pei Yunxian was holding a boxing glove in his hand, wearing only his shorts, and swinging his fist non-stop at the sandbag in front of him. A large amount of sweat was waved in the practice field, while to the side was a cell phone on speakerphone. Gao Yang was silent for a while before carefully saying, "Brother Pei, are you busy?" Pei Yunxian's hand movements didn't stop, still hitting the sandbags without stopping, and returned in a rough voice. Something's up. Who, that, Brother Pei, why don't we wait until you're done?" Gao Yang had a bitter smile on his face. Brother Pei actually answered the phone even when he was doing something. "Okay, I'll call you back in 2 minutes." After Pei Yunxian finished speaking, he stopped paying attention and focused on hitting the sandbags, listening to the more dense and loud snapping sounds coming from the phone. Gao Yang's face looked odd. 2 minutes to end the fight. Is Brother Pei that fast? No. Since Brother Pei trusts me so much, then I have to help him keep his secret too. Brother Pei's secret of being so fast must not be leaked out. Gao Yang made up his mind. So he continued to wait for Pei Yunxuan's call back in the rest area. Soon, Pei Yunxuan's call came through. Hey, Gao Yang, what did you just call about? Brother Pei, it's like this. Someone wants to kick the fight club. I'm no match for him, and now that person is naming you to challenge you. Gao Yang told the truth. Pei Yunxian frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone would actually kick out the fight club, and Gao Yang actually couldn't beat the other person. In that case, he still had to go, or else the reputation of the fight club would be stigmatized. Being challenged by someone and the president is still afraid to fight, then the combat club will be reduced to the laughingstock of Jiangbei University. Is that person from Jiangbei University? Yes, Brother Pei. I just finished fighting with him. Not an opponent at all. Now he is waiting for you in the wrestling hall. You see. Good. You tell him to wait. I'll be right there. Gao Yang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Brother Pei, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to be busy. You've just finished now. Why don't you go and take a shower first and come back? Pei Yunxian waved his hand indifferently. Hey, sweat is a symbol of hard work. What's there to wash? Not to mention that you'll still have to wash it after the actual battle fight in a while. More or less. I'll come over now. Gao Yang was even more embarrassed, and quickly said, Then Brother Pei, you say sorry for me and my sister-in-law. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Then he hung up, afraid of getting scolded. Pei Yunxian was a bit confused. What sister-in-law? Why did she invite him to dinner? But he didn't think too much about it. Wiping off his sweat with a towel, putting on a short sleeve and hurrying out the door, heading to the Jiangbei University Fight Club. Without letting Chui wait too long, he had just finished his ice cream when Pei Yunxian arrived at the fight club. Gao Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him with a fart. Brother Pei, you're here. Pei Yunxian nodded casually. Aha! Where's the person who wants to challenge me? Gao Yang reached out and pointed, gritting his teeth. Brother Pei, it's that guy. It's a tough guy. I didn't even touch him before he was knocked out. Pei Yunxian nodded and walked towards Chui in large strides. Chui had a wide smile on his face. In his opinion, the Pei Yunxian in front of him was a moving attribute value. 10 points of physique were slowly approaching him. Hey, are you the guy who's going to kick off our fight club? Pei Yunxian clasped his hands to his chest and tugged. Only then did Chui take a look at Pei Yunxian. This guy was about the same height as himself, wearing an undershirt and big pants. A strong muscle seems to be not less training. His face was not bad. His features were hard, and he looked a bit sunny and handsome. But compared to me, this big handsome then is far from. This kind of face value is not worth my dark hand. Pei Yunxian was Chuyi's eyes looked at the chrysanthemum tight. A face of vigilance looked at Chuyi. What to look at? Have not seen a handsome man? You aces won't be it? What? You're the mother asterisk. Come. Let's get in the ring. See if I don't make you cry. Chui had an unhappy face. Originally, because he was about to complete his mission, his excitement was quite good, but as a result, he was actually said to be by this guy. This which can endure. Didn't see the side of the cheerleader little sister look to their eyes have changed. Damn. A moment more to this guy face to a few punches. Chui walked into the octagonal cage with a serious face. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian didn't say much as he twisted his neck, making a clicking sound. He then took off the undershirt on his body and walked into the octagonal cage with large strides. As the duo entered the arena to make preparations, the surrounding onlookers spoke up and began to discuss. It's actually Pei Yunxian. It feels like Brother E is in danger. What is Pei Yunxian? Didn't you see that just now? Man Gotti beat Gao Yang to vomit in 3 or 2 hits? It would have been the same situation with someone else. Right. Gotti is the most handsome. I don't accept rebuttals. Sister It's not that I'm growing other people's ambition and destroying Brother Yi's prestige. This Pei Yunxian guy isn't simple. He's from a martial arts family, practiced since he was a kid, and has led the combat club to win for the school many times, and is the strongest person in the club. Although Brother Yat is strong, it's not really known if he can beat him. No matter, Brother Yat is the strongest and Brother Yat is the most handsome. Right. Sisters, let's cheer for Brother E. With Xie Ziqing's call, the cheerleaders rang out a neat slogan. Cheer for the god of Yatman. Man God E is the most handsome. Yay. Let's go. Mr. E, the god of Yat is the most handsome. Yay. Chen Xian's eyes went straight as he looked at them, wrapping his arms around Ling Lin Lin. Egg, look at those big white legs. They're just as good as the ladies in my study materials. Ling Lin Lin disgustedly pushed Chen Xian away. You go far away. Every day you just know to get the ancestral craft. Can't you have some pursuit? Go D looked towards the octagonal cage, pushed up his glasses and shouted to his two roommates, "Stop it! The battle has begun." The two living treasures hurriedly stopped their playfulness and looked towards where Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian were. Both sides were still using the rules of sparring, and although Pei Yunxian was said to specialize in intercepting fistu, he was equally proficient in sparring, and Chu-yi didn't have much of an opinion. Anyway, he just needed to complete his mission. It didn't matter what rules and fighting style he used. At this point in time, Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian had already started fighting under the referee's announcement. Chu-yi first exchanged 2 blows with both fists, then quickly approached Pei Yunxian. Since he had already decided to teach this guy a good lesson, he would take the initiative. Pei Yunxian didn't have any plans to play defense either. He hadn't been weak enough to fight each other head-on. Only as soon as the battle began, the way Chu-yi approached gave him a powerful sense of oppression. Chapter 26, Are you so unbeatable? Powerful, oppressive, unbroken. This was how Pei Yunxian felt. This feeling he had only experienced on his own father. No, the feeling Chu-yi gave him was even more oppressive than his father's. A drop of cold sweat slid down into Pei Yunxian's eyes, but he didn't dare to wipe the sweat. It wasn't that he didn't want to wipe it, but he didn't dare. He knew that as soon as he made a move, this guy in front of him would launch a ferocious attack on him. Damn it, why was there such a powerful character in Zhongbei University? Chu-yi saw Pei Yunxian frozen in place like a stone statue. Somewhat curious, why was he acting like a king? However, since the mission objective was in front of him, he wouldn't waste time. Let's defeat this fellow first. Chu-yi took offensive strides and arrived in front of Pei Yunxian in 3 or 2 strides, striking towards the opposite side of the door with an upward step and a straight forehand punch. Here it comes. Pei Yunxian's taut nerves stirred as he hurriedly moved to dodge. He was waiting for Chu-yi to launch his attack. Only then would there be a break to be found. However, to his disappointment, Chu-yi did not reveal any breaks. Or rather, he could not find any breaks on Chu-yi. This caused him to be greatly alarmed in his heart. Even when attacking, he would not reveal a break. How could this level be possessed by a college student? Even his father, when he launched an attack, would also reveal a break. Only that his father's speed of return was extremely fast, so he was unable to catch the break. But the Chu-yi in front of him didn't show any cracks. How could he fight? Before Pei Yunxian could slow down, Chu-yi's right hand swiftly threw a hook punch, hitting Pei Yunxian squarely in the cheek. Splat! A crisp striking sound rang out, and the left side of Pei Yunxian's face received a heavy blow from Chu-yi. Having been hit on the left side of his face, Pei Yunxian didn't panic. He understood that he had to seize this opportunity to counterattack. A long-stored right-hand swinging fist slammed towards Chu-yi's head, but it did not succeed. Chu-yi dodged Pei Yunxian's long-planned attack with a slight sway backward. Taking advantage of the fact that Pei Yunxian's old strength was gone and new strength had yet to be born, Chu-yi kicked out a low whip kick with his right leg, hitting Pei Yunxian's calf squarely. Boom! Pei Yunxian instantly lost his balance and fell down in response, the sharp pain coming from his calf making it somewhat unbearable. However, the short exchange of blows allowed him to understand that he was completely no match for Chu-yi. Where exactly did this demon pop out from? Chu-yi did not capitalize on his victory. He wanted to wait for Pei Yunxian to get up before giving him a few blows to the face. Dare to say that he is his grandmother. Pei Yunxian struggled to get up, and seeing that Chu-yi was going to continue, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Big brother, I can't beat you. I admit defeat." It couldn't be helped. Pei Yunxian realized that the gap between himself and Chu-yi wasn't half a star, and didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Fighting any longer would just be getting beaten for nothing. In his opinion, bowing down to such a powerful opponent wasn't something that was faceless. The first to react were the cheerleaders. Wow, boy god, he is so powerful. Straight away, he made his opponent admit defeat. It's worthy of being the boy god. Mr. Yat is great. Sisters, shout out slogans. Mr. Yat is great. He's so handsome. Mr. Yat is great. He's so handsome. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. In addition to this, there were also some boos from the boys around. That's it? It's too much of a pull across, isn't it? Yeah, this is the president of the fight club? How come he's so unbeatable? Yeah, didn't even see much. He fell to the ground and then got up and directly admitted defeat. This can't be two people acting to gain heat, right? Wasn't it said that Pei Yunxian is very capable of fighting? Why just this? Doesn't look like it to me? Pei Yunxian is really capable of fighting. I've seen him in a real fight. Very fierce, but in front of Brother E he's soft like a little sheep. Could it be that Brother E is already so powerful that he can casually fight Pei Yunxian at this level? Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's awesome. A dozen or 10 is no big deal, right? Listening to the surrounding chatter, the corners of Pei Yunxian's mouth twitched as he silently reached out and wiped his face. Chu-yi froze and opened his mouth to ask, This is not a fight? I've only just started. Pei Yunxian let out a bitter smile, waved his hand and said, Great God, don't play with me. Where do I deserve to fight with you at your level? I'm just going to get beaten up for nothing if I keep fighting. Shu Yi nodded. Or else, I haven't beaten up enough. Are you that unforgiving? It shouldn't be. I've heard that you've been practicing martial arts since you were a child. Your resistance to beating should be good, right? Pei Yunxian was a bit teary-eyed. Great God, just let me off the hook. If there's anything I've offended you with, please say it. I'll change it right away. The resistance is not good enough to be used as a sandbag. There is such a bully XX. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of physical fitness. Will it take effect immediately? No. Shui didn't dare to directly let the physique gifted by the system take effect under the eyes of everyone. In case it was like some kind of cleansing or had a growing effect, wouldn't it all be seen by the onlookers? It was better to wait until he was alone before it took effect. Having obtained the system's reward, Shui also stopped making things difficult for Pei Yunxian. After all, the two sides didn't have a grudge, so there was no need to come down hard. Alright, since you, the president of the combat club, have conceded defeat, then my kicking this time is considered a success, Shui said with a smile on his face. Pei Yunxian nodded his head repeatedly. What the great god said is true. With your kind of strength, no one in the entire combat club would be your opponent. A successful kickboxing would be well deserved. Shui gave him an expression of "you kid" is very eye-catching and said with a smile, You're very good. Pei Yunxian smiled back and forth. The great god is flattering. I have an ungrateful request. I hope that the great god will agree. Shui's eyes grew wary. What for? I don't engage in sex. Pei Yunxuan's face was embarrassed. Great god, you've got it wrong. I want us to add a contact method, so that I can have the chance to learn from you. You're just too strong. Speaking of his hobby, a blazing light emerged in Pei Yunxuan's eyes. Like a man who had squatted in prison for 10 years seeing a sow. How would Shui be interested in teaching a big old man to fight? It was more like a sister. Forget it. I see that your strength is good. It's only a billion points worse than me. I can't teach you anything. Shui shook his head and prepared to leave the octagonal cage. Pei Yunxian was a bit anxious. If he could receive guidance from such a great god, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. But now that the great god was about to leave, he couldn't just watch the opportunity to advance his strength slip away. In desperation, Pei Yunxian lunged forward and hugged Shui's thigh. Great God, please, give a chance. With a cold sweat on his face, Shui looked at Pei Yunxian, who was hugging his thighs and wailing, and let out a breath in his heart. Damn it, just now he almost subconsciously kicked away. Fortunately he collected himself, otherwise this guy's internal organs would probably have to be injured. Pei Yunxian was blissfully unaware of the fact that he had just dodged a bullet, still shamelessly shouting, Great God, give a chance. As long as you promise, you can let me do anything, please, Shui said with a black line on his face. You get up first. Pei Yunxian hugged Shui's thigh and didn't budge, with a look of generosity. Great God, I won't get up until you say yes. Shui's face sank as he said in a cold voice, Get up. Pei Yunxian had a jolt, feeling a murderous aura come over him, and hurriedly climbed to his feet. Looking at Pei Yunxian, who was honestly standing in front of him like a schoolboy, Shui nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This lion's roar kung fu of mine still has its power. Chapter 27, Cheerleaders lining up for autographs. Pei Yunxian right. It's not impossible to want me to teach you, but you have to show sincerity. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Shui said indifferently. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Great God, I can pay the tuition. Shui waved his hand and said, It's not that I'm bragging about being great. I'm a person who has no interest in money. Pei Yunxian froze. How could that be? No one would be uninterested in money. Great God, I can pay a lot of tuition. How about 10,000 for an hour of lessons? Pei Yunxian continued to launch his money offense. Shui was unmoved. He might be lacking many things right now, but the last thing he lacked was money. Money was unattractive to him. I've said that I'm not interested in money. If you don't have any other aspects that can attract me, then forget it, Shui said with a serious face. Seeing that Shui really didn't seem to be interested in money, Pei Yunxuan's heart stirred. Could it be that the great god was also a rich second generation? But how come we haven't heard of this figure in Jiannan's circle? Pei Yunxuan's thoughts surged, pondering what Shui needed. Not being interested in money meant that the family was quite wealthy. Then the rest was beauty, power, and connections. He didn't have the beauty himself. He didn't have the power. But he did have a little bit of connections, and he didn't know if the great god would look at them. Pei Yunxian glanced at Shui and said cautiously, Great God, you should also be a rich second generation, right? Shui nodded and said, Sort of. Why? Great God, I'm basically familiar with all of the powerful sons and daughters in this part of Jiannan, and I haven't heard of your name before, so I think that you might have less contact in the area of human connections. My idea is, if you teach me boxing, you're also considered my master. Find a chance for me to take you to make some friends. It'll be easier to encounter things in the future. What do you think? Pei Yunxian thought carefully and said quietly to Chui. The surroundings were crowded. Plus there was no need to say this kind of thing out loud. It would be enough for the two of them chatting to know. Hearing Pei Yunxuan's words, Chui instantly fell into deep thought. What Pei Yunxian said was also not unreasonable. He currently seemed to be a simple rich man. At most there was the system as a plug-in. However, in this society, having money alone is not enough. There are times when relationships are more important than money, especially when it comes to things. The importance of connections becomes apparent. Speaking of connections, Chui thought of a story that people around him had experienced. He had a classmate who heard that if he participated in blood donation, he could give priority to his immediate family members when they needed blood transfusion in the future. So he went to donate blood every school year, and each time he went, he donated 400 cubic centimeters. Later, when that classmate's father got sick and really needed a blood transfusion, he took out a bunch of blood donation cards and gave them to the hospital in the hope of giving priority to his father. But the hospital said there was no blood and he had to wait. When he asked around, there was an old man in another ward who needed the same blood type, but was quickly transfused. It turned out that his son is the boss of a company, and the doctor has a relationship. To the department of the phone call, the blood immediately in place, even without having to show their faces. On this matter, let that student directly autistic. Networking is something that is not used when it is false, but when it is used, it is extremely important. Have relationship work an open green channel. Even in the hospital, this kind of place, even if you have done for other people's life how much contribution, are not as good as having connections. So Pei Yunxian mentioned this idea. Chui was really quite interested. He's not short of money, but he's short of everything but money. Ding! The host has an extremely strong knowledge of connections. The system is very pleased. This is one of the things necessary for a godly hero. Now release the mission. Make connections. Please befriend the powerful sons and daughters of Jiannan City under the leadership of Pei Yunxian. Accept and complete the mission. Reward a security company, consisting of 50 top-notch mercenaries and 100% loyal to the host. No penalty for not accepting. There's such a good thing? Chui had originally planned to agree to Pei Yunxuan's request to make some friends, which would also be good for himself. However, he didn't expect the system to actually release a mission along with it. Since that was the case, he, Chu Dishui, took this mission. Seeing that Chui had been brooding and not responding, Pei Yunxian once again opened his mouth and asked, "Great God, what do you mean?" Chui came back to his senses and nodded. "Yes, I promise you." Pei Yunxian instantly grinned with joy. "Ha ha ha, that's great. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I feel like you're even better than my father. When I learn more from you, I won't be afraid of being beaten up by my father in the future." Chui glanced at the joyful Pei Yunxian and popped out. "What? You don't still want to beat your father back, do you?" Pei Yunxuan's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hand to explain. No, I don't mean that. I just want to not be so miserable when I get beat up by my dad in the future." This Pei Yunxian looks like he hasn't been beaten up much, and he's still so afraid of his father even after he's grown so big. He is still so afraid of his father even after growing up so big. The painstaking effort to get close to him is only for the sake of not being so miserable when he gets beaten up by his father in the future. Could a father kind son filial piety? Chui smiled and said, "In that case, let's add a WeChat in a moment, and then you take the time to take me to see the world." Pei Yunxian smiled. "Hey, when I can't see the world. Great God, this stance looks like it's not from an ordinary family. Maybe we'll have to rely on you in the future. Choosing a day is not as good as hitting a date. How about tonight?" Chui shook his head. "How about tomorrow? I'm planning to treat my dormitory roommates to dinner tonight, so I don't think I'll be available." Pei Yunxian nodded and said, "No problem. If the great God says tomorrow, then tomorrow. It just so happens that I'll contact a few friends who are close. Let's get high at that time." The two chatted idly as they walked out of the octagonal cage. Pei Yunxian ran to the side to get his cell phone, and Gao Yang followed suit. Chuyi's roommates surrounded them, and together with them, there were also the girls on the cheerleading squad. Chen Xian said with an enthusiastic face, "Brother E, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even that Pei Yunxian guy was knocked out by you in 3 or 2 tries. Can you teach me?" Chui squinted at Chen Xian with an inscrutable face. "You have too many Lu pipes. Your body is weak. I guess you can't learn." Chen Xian was still unwilling, and continued, "Then I quit, okay? From now on I'll incarnate a sage, and focus on learning martial arts." Godi looked disdainful. "Save it, You are still a sage? Do you want to give up Hato-sensei, Fukata-sensei, Ozawa-sensei, Ijima-sensei? Besides, you've already lost too much Yuan Yang, so you definitely can't practice anything, Brother E. Right. Shui held back his laughter and nodded his head in a serious manner. Well, the dog has a point, and you shouldn't be able to eat this bitter sanjin of practicing boxing, so don't fool around. Chen Xian instantly fell into autism, squatting aside and covering his face in contemplation. Ling Linlin gave a thumbs up towards Chui, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Not much to say, Brother E is awesome. Double the bullwhip. Chui gave him a blank look. You guys just know how to eat bullwhips. Eating so many bullwhips doesn't see you blowing awesome points. Ling Linlin scratched his head and laughed nervously. Eating bullwhip and blowing awesome. Is there any correlation? Xia Ziqing on the side jogged over, interrupting Ling Linlin, who was still planning to speak, and also didn't know where to pull out a marker, handing it to Chui. Chui, can you sign for us? Chui took a look. Good lord. A group of cheerleader ladies were all looking at themselves with bated breath. What are you guys, all want to sign? The young ladies nodded their heads in unison and said in a delicate voice, begging for a signature from the email god. The young ladies are too polite. Just shout my name directly. It's just a signature. It's a trivial matter. Chui laughed and received Xia Ziqing's marker, preparing to give the girls one-by-one signatures. As a result, Xia Ziqing's face flushed as she pulled up the material of the clothes on her chest and said slightly shyly, Chui, you sign here. Chui, huh? Chapter 28, Great God. I'll throw AJ away here. Chui stated. You're making it difficult for me, fat tiger. However, he didn't refuse. People's girls didn't mind. If he, a big old man, still didn't give face, where would the girl's face go? Alright, for the sake of you cheering me on, let's do what you want. Chui laughed slightly helplessly, and swish 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 signed his big name. Xia Ziqing looked down at the signature on her chest and appeared a bit flustered. That's great. Chui, you were so handsome just now. How come I didn't realize before that you're just a treasure boy? Chui joked. Hey, isn't that because I don't want to show off my handsomeness everywhere? Xia Ziqing nodded approvingly. If you had shown off your handsomeness earlier, you would have definitely gained Jiangbei University's priority to choose a spouse. That way, Suyu wouldn't have broken up with you. Chui expressed that he was also shot while lying down. How could he bring up Suyu while chatting? Ahem. Let's not talk about this. I'll sign for the other female students first. As soon as Suyu was mentioned, Chui lost interest in continuing to chat, and let Xia Ziqing go to the side to stay first, while he signed autographs for the young ladies. Xia Ziqing looked at Chuyi's busy figure and pouted with some displeasure, but didn't say anything. Signing for the girls in the cheerleading squad was also not a simple matter, and some girls directly stretched out their thighs for Chui to sign. This made it somewhat difficult for Chui. However, considering that they were all young ladies who were supporting him, Chui could only reluctantly swallow the welfare tofu that was delivered to his door. After signing for about 10 minutes, the students who were watching the game hadn't dispersed yet, and they were all looking on with bated breath. After all, the main man is still there. They want to see what the final result of this matter is like. At this time, Pei Yunxian saw Chui finish the matter at hand and hurriedly walked over. Behind him was the cowering Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang was like a student waiting to be criticized by the class teacher. Honest and tight. Where was his original arrogant appearance? Great God, I've learned the ins and outs of the matter, and it turns out that it was this kid Gao Yang who deliberately provoked you. I'll let him apologize to you, Pei Yunxian said, lifting his foot and gently kicking Gao Yang, giving Gao Yang a wink. Gao Yang cried out and looked up at Pei Yunxian. Seeing Pei Yunxian's serious face and glaring at himself, Gao Yang could only obediently apologize even if he was reluctant. Although he was arrogant, he was a great admirer of those who were stronger than himself. Not to mention that Pei Yunxian often instructed him in boxing, so it could be said that he was also a teacher and a friend. Now that his master had spoken, how could he refuse? Right, I'm sorry, Chui, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have deliberately picked a fight. Please forgive me. Gao Yang bowed his head to Chui and apologized. His voice was a bit weak, but he also made clear what he had to say. Gao Yang continued to make a statement. By the way, there's also Shen Nianyun. I promise I will never harass her again. Great God. Although this guy Gao Yang is a bit skinny, but his heart isn't that bad, so just forgive him, Pei Yunxian hurriedly said in an assisting voice. Chui glanced at Pei Yunxian and saw that he had an expectant face and was winking madly towards himself, so after thinking about it, he accepted Gao Yang's apology. Alright, for Pei Yunxian's sake, I'll let it go. Right, the AJ insulting dragon on your feet, throw it away before it's too late. As a part of the Dragon Kingdom, don't buy this kind of trash brand in the future. Hearing Chu-yi agree to no longer pursue the matter, Pei Yunxian let out a sigh of relief. Gao Yang was also his little brother and disciple anyways, and to finally be able to fight for Chu-yi's understanding, that would naturally be a happy occasion for all. Pei Yunxian glanced at Gao Yang's AJ and glared at him. Didn't you hear what great God Chu said? Numbly throw away these broken shoes, and in the future, if you dare to wear the brand of insulting dragons again, see if I don't smoke you until you smoke. Gao Yang shrunk his neck and quickly agreed. Okay brother Pei, I'll throw it away. After saying that, Gao Yang directly took off his shoes in place and threw them into the trash can on the side. After dealing with Gao Yang and Chu-yi, Pei Yunxian and Chu-yi added a WeChat to each other and left a phone number. Great God, I'll be asking for your guidance in the future. This Gao Yang fellow is considered my disciple. In the future, you'll be my master, and Gao Yang will be your disciple's grandson. I don't want to become an ancestor so soon. Chu-yi waved his hand and continued to Pei Yunxian. Alright, you don't need to call me great God or master or anything. Just call me directly by my name. Pei Yunxian shook his head. That won't do. My father and I have said that there should be enough respect for the strong. There must be honorifics. If you don't let me call you great God, then I'll call you master. There must be one anyway. Chu-yi was dumbfounded. Then your father is also stronger than you. Do you have honorifics for him? Pei Yunxian nodded and said, yes, I call him father. Chu-yi was confused for a moment. What? Speaking of this, Pei Yunxian was a bit smug. Doesn't it seem strange? Chu-yi nodded. It is a bit. Pei Yunxian said with a smelly face. Ha. If I call out to my father, then I'm the crown prince. Chu-yi listened with a black line on his face. Dying in the morning. You still want to be the crown prince? There is a throne inheritance in the family. Pei Yunxian dejectedly raised his eyebrows. That's not true. My old man loves to play cosplay and often plays the emperor. I still have the dragon chair at home. Master, I'll take you to my house to see it when I have the chance. My dad's dragon chair is comfortable to sit in. Chu-yi had a crying and laughing expression. You this guy. In ancient times stealing the dragon chair is to be executed 9 clans. This is not the modern era. Sit also sit. Anyway, our props. Even if it was found by my father at most, he would only get a beating. Pei Yunxian scratched his head and said with a smile. Alright, since it's over, I'm also ready to withdraw. I'll instruct you in boxing when I'm free. Chu-yi didn't want to chat much with Pei Yunxian. This guy's brain circuits were a little bit not quite the same as normal people. Chatting too much would fear pulling down his IQ. Pei Yunxian nodded, bowed slightly, and gave Chu-yi a cupped fist salute. As you command, master. Chu-yi ignored this guy, beckoned to his roommates, and shouted, brothers, return to the court. Shen Nianyun reacted the fastest and responded with a Cockney voice. This scene was captured by some eager eaters and uploaded to the campus forum. Shocking. The mysterious man known as Yat Man God has successfully kicked the bucket, and Pei Yunxian even called him his master. Melon don't stop. Gao Yang bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Losing his beloved AJ. Could this be the legendary hidden master? Gao Yang kicked a titanium steel plate. Any post about kicking was instantly top trending. Many melon eaters gathered in the comments section, discussing Chu-yi's identity. Mixed rice with soy sauce, this person seems to be the one who saved Shen Nianyun with artificial respiration. I can't believe he's so powerful. Maternal battle wolf, this Gao Yang is really killing me with laughter. Taking the initiative to look for someone else's trouble, and ending up giving them a beating that left them with no shoes left. True sent fried rice, before PK, who the hell stepped on my AJ? After PK, great God, I'll lose my AJ here. Ha. I was at the scene to watch the battle. Yat Man God really handsome Unfortunately did not have the courage to go to the signature. I see more cheerleaders to see the young lady. Not what Milker called papaya milk. I heard that even Pei Yunxian did not hold up a few times. Directly knocked down. Climbed up and directly embraced the thigh yelling to worship. K-touch a few, so fierce? This guy is a little something Pei Yunxian can already be counted as Zhongbei University's combat ceiling. And as a result, he was actually killed in seconds. Dragonfall 18 hands Lu, my god. This guy couldn't be a legendary heir to a hidden family, right? Brainstorming to install the universe, it feels like the veil of the inner world is gradually being pulled open in front of us. Finished. Will it be sealed? Quacking State Secret Service, you know too much. Immediately give $50 to this account to avoid the disaster of extermination. XXXX. It's the postal bank Chapter 29, just a task for the master. After leaving the fight club, it was also almost time for the afternoon classes. So Chu-yi brought his roommate along with him to head to the classroom for class. What he didn't know was that although the incident of the kickboxing club had ended, the campus forum was spreading more and more outrageous rumors. Coupled with some of the students who were present to observe the fight, Chui was described as an expert with explosive combat power. The people on the forums went into a frenzy of brainstorming. Some said that Chui was a reclusive expert who came down from the mountain after completing his studies. Some said that Chui was the son of a reclusive family. And some said that Chui was a reborn immortal cultivator. Coupled with the fact that someone had recorded a video of Chui's actual combat in the combat club. His handsome and decisive stance had attracted many little fans. The forum was now divided into three major factions. Chui's fans, the melon folk who questioned Chui's identity, and the black fans. The three parties started a heated argument. The fans embraced Chui. The black fans kept hitting their keyboards and spraying furiously. And the melon people who questioned Chui's identity opened up a post to debate. Chui also gained a large amount of worship value as a result. When he was in the middle of his last lesson, a prompt from the system suddenly popped up in front of Chui's eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has gained a large amount of worship value on the internet, which has now reached 3,000 points. Is it withdrawn? Chui was first stunned and then delighted. It turned out that being famous on the internet could also harvest worship value. This was really great. Chui hurriedly withdrew the 3,000 points of worship value. Originally, he had already gained quite a bit of worship value, and now with the addition of these 3,000 points, he could almost exchange it for something at the proficient level. 5,000 points of worship value were needed to exchange for a mastery. Chui made up his mind that he would find another opportunity to pretend when he invited his roommates for dinner tonight. That way, the worship value should be enough. I'm really a little genius at pretending. At that moment, Chui received a message from Shen Nianyun. Shen Nianyun, transferring 9,600 yuan to you. Shen Nianyun, Chui, I've been discharged from the hospital. The nurse said that someone prepaid 10,000 yuan for my medical bills. It should be you, right? Cute. Shen Nianyun, the medical bills cost $1,000, and I got a refund of 9,000, because I only have $700 on me right now, so I had to pay you back 9,600 first. Can I pay you back the rest next month? Cold sweat. Chui, there are still about 10 days left until next month. How can you spend enough with only $100 left on you? Shen Nianyun, I still have some money left in my meal card, and I usually don't eat much, so this is enough money to eat until next month. Naughty. Chui, 9,600 yuan has been refunded. Chui, take this money first. Consider it as my salary advance for you and Xianglan. When the time comes, bring Xianglan and buy 2 sets of expensive maid clothes as uniforms. If the quality is not good, I will lower the salary. Knocking. Chui, alright, I'm still in class. We'll talk next time if there's anything else. Looking at the chat records on his cell phone, Chui couldn't help but sigh. This girl was really stupid to the point of being heartbreaking. The first thing she actually did after being discharged from the hospital was to return the medical expenses he had advanced, obviously on their own body, on $700 living expenses. In order to return the money, had to take out $600, only to leave himself $100 as food expenses. Look at her tone. Is until next month financial pressure will ease some? But $100 to survive through 10 days. This how to live? Buns with plain water? Or vegetables and rice? Or noodles? Now a bucket of instant noodles are $4. 3 buckets a day, even eat 10 days, are 120. It's too much for a big guy to eat like that. Not to mention a delicate girl. Nowadays, many college students go out on dates for more than $100 for a meal. Seeing Shen Nianyun's words did not seem to be reluctant. Chui could not imagine the hard times she had endured. In the end, what kind of family situation made this girl suffer naturally? Chui also thought of his close contact with Shen Nianyun yesterday, and he felt that he should do something for this girl. At the very least, don't let her endure human suffering anymore. Such a beautiful girl should be let LSP. Bah! It should be guarded by Mangadi. Jiannan First Hospital's main entrance. Shen Nianyun and Xianglan were squatting on the street. Lan, he returned the money to me, saying that it's as an advance on our salary, and he also told us to go buy an expensive maid outfit, and to lower our pay if the quality is bad. Shen Nianyun lightly bit her lip and handed her cell phone to Xianglan, signaling her to take a look at the chat log. Xianglan took the phone and nodded with a smile. See, I've said that people definitely won't want it, but you still don't believe me. You want me to borrow money for you to pay him back. And in order to advance you medical expenses, I've spent a lot of living expenses. Now that I've gotten an advance on my paycheck, pay him back. Xianglan looked as if she had fallen into the eye of money, stretching out her index finger and thumb and rubbing them against each other. Shen Nianyun nodded. Alright Lan, I'll pay you back. You calculate how much. Xianglan broke her fingers and recited. Calling the ambulance cost 150. The medical bills were advanced by 1,200. And just now you borrowed me another 400 in order to pay Chui back. So that's a total of $1,750. Shen Nianyun smiled and also started to do the math. The salary advance Chewy gave us is counted as $10,000. Half for one person is $5,000. And then I'll give you another one. 750. Making a total of 6,750. Xianglan frowned. How come it's counted as 10,000? Isn't it 9,000? Shen Nianyun pursed her lips and smiled. Lan, you've forgotten. Chewy advanced me $10,000 for the medical bills, and I've already spent $1,000. Xianglan shook her head like a rattledrum and said softly, No, that spent 1,000 doesn't count. That's what you owe Chewy. So according to the 9,000 advance salary, you only need to give me 6,250. Quick, transfer the money. 6,250. Xianglan's eyes were glowing like a little hamster that saw food. Shen Nianyun couldn't help but laugh a little. Alright then, as you said, 6,250. Now that back to school is also basically over, why don't we go and buy the maid outfit? Xianglan wrapped his arm around Shen Nianyun's waist, and smiled narrowly. How come? You've been brought into the role of a little maid so soon? You just got out of the hospital and you're going to buy a maid's outfit. Shen Nianyun reached out and flicked Xianglan's forehead, pouting. What are you talking about? If we don't follow Chewy's requirements, we'll have to deduct our wages. Xianglan let out a cry of pain as her forehead was flicked, and immediately launched a counterattack as she reached out her hand to hug Shen Nianyun, tickling her non-stop. I didn't expect my family Nianyun to actually come and flick me in the brain for a man. Let's see how I'm going to teach you a lesson. Shen Nianyun laughed prettily and begged for forgiveness again and again. Ha, I'm wrong. Lan, please spare me. It's so itchy. Only then did Xianglan stop her attack, clapped her hands and said with a smile, He. Since you sincerely admit your mistake, then I'll spare you. Shen Nianyun straightened her clothes, wringed Xianglan's hand and said to her, He. Then Lan, let's go. Let's go buy a maid outfit. Xianglan smiled helplessly and could only agree. Fine. It's just a task for the master. Shen Nianyun Terrier played less and didn't understand the female driver's car. She just gave her a blank look and didn't say anything. The two looked for a shared motorcycle on the side of the road and headed to the mall together. Chapter 30. What's wrong? Are you early, Bocce? The day's lessons quickly came to an end. At 5 in the afternoon, Chewy was ready to take his 3 good oldest children to have a good meal. The 4 came to the parking lot and immediately saw Chewy's Koenigsegg gem era. The streamlined shape is extremely recognizable, as if it were a flock of chickens, and it's hard not to find it. Chen Xian enthusiastically embraced Chewy's arm, imitating the appearance of a girl, took the initiative to take the chest rubbing Chewy's arm, said, Brother E, this car is very handsome can you let people sit on your co-pilot Chewy frowned greatly, stretching out a finger to Chen Xian waist to poke hard. Yeah no. Chen Xian let out a cry of pain and hurriedly let go, looking at Chewy with a grudging face. Brother E, you're also too hard on him. Hiss. It's all red. Chen Xian lifted up his clothes to take a look, only to see that the place that had been poked by Chewy was already slightly red, and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Humph. You kid again in gas. Next time it's the egg-shattering dragonclaw hand, Chewy said with a disgusted face. Hey, don't throw the crushed egg. Wrap it in flour and deep fry it until it's golden. The students next door are all greedy and crying. Ling Linlin let out a strange laugh in agreement. Chen Xian couldn't help but listen with his legs inside 8, and hurriedly clamped his 400W worth of eggs. Godi took out toilet paper and wiped his sweat, urging, Let's get in the car. This weather is hot. Go, get in the car. Tonight each of you will bottom out with 3 bunches of cashews. Those who can't finish them are softballs. Chewy waved his hand and led his 3 roommates to sit in the Koenigsegg gem era. No way. I think 1 skewer is enough. 3 skewers are mushy. Chen Xian exclaimed, covering his waist. Instead of worrying about getting bored to death, I'd rather worry about not being able to sleep hard at night. Godi seemed to have thought of something. His face pained. Hey, if you can't finish it, leave it to me. I just need to promote testicles. Just do it. Ling Linlin was quite bold. His eyes were green when he thought of the food he was going to eat next. Let's go, Chewy greeted and started the sports car towards the food city not far from the school. Fuxing Gourmet City. After Chewy parked the car, he brought his 3 roommates towards a barbecue restaurant in the food court that he occasionally came to eat. The reason why they occasionally came to eat was because the price of this barbecue restaurant was on the high side. The 4 dormitory members would only come as a group to eat at special festivals, or to celebrate birthdays. However, the flavor was nothing to write home about, and the service attitude was also very good, which was also the reason why Chewy decided to eat at this store. Just after arriving at the store and taking a seat, The waiter brought the menu and enthusiastically served tea. Chewie sipped the tea and let his roommates order their favorite food. Brother E said that the cashews are 3 skewers per person at the bottom. So let's start with 12 skewers. Just leave the ones you guys can't finish to me. Ling Linlin took the lead in ordering the long for cashews, while patting his chest with a bold face, saying that he would contract the cashews he couldn't finish. Afterward, he ordered oysters, beef whips, and some meat skewers and handed the menu to Chen Xin. Chen Xin surveyed the menu, found a lot of meat, then ordered some vegetables, eggplant and so on. Go D at the end ordered some drinks, because Chewie would still have to drive in a while. The crowd tacitly did not order any drinks. The 3 of them couldn't drink and leave Chewie alone to drink the drinks, right? After ordering the food, Chen Xin came over to Chewie's side and asked with a curious face, Brother E, when did you practice that body kung fu? It's really Jill awesome. Chewie picked up the drink and took a sip and said with a smile, actually, I'm an heir to an ancient martial arts family. I've been concealing my identity before because of the test that the family has given me. And now that the 3-year period has come and gone, there's no need for me to conceal my identity. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Brother E. Chen Xin opened his mouth wide and nodded thoughtfully. Asterisk 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 Brother E is awesome. Godi also didn't suspect too much and called out 666 from the side. Brother Yat, look at this body of mine. Is it suitable for practicing martial arts? Ling Linlin raised his hands up in a classic Arnold pose, puffing out his huge biceps, and asked towards Chewie. Chewie secretly laughed in his heart. Sons are so simple. However, on the surface, he still took a serious look at Ling Linlin, and then shook his head and said, I'll tell you, martial arts training should start from a young age, and it's hard to have any achievements when you grow up. At most, it's just a little bit stronger than normal people. Ling Linlin nodded and did not have a disappointed expression. He was just asking casually. From what he knew, ancient martial arts families or hidden families would have strict rules. Even if he was able to practice martial arts, Brother E should not be able to teach himself. Hearing this, Chen Xin suddenly rolled his eyes. Then with a fawning face, he approached Chu Yi's ear and quietly said, Brother E, I would like to ask if there is any kung fu similar to Iron Crotch Kung Fu in your family. Chu Yi pretended to be surprised as he looked at Chen Xin and said, Why are you asking this? Shu, Brother E, keep your voice down. The guests at the other tables are looking over. Chen Xin smiled coyly and continued to whisper, Brother E, I see that those male porn stars insisted on a long time. Old envy. Before I always suspected that they were not taking drugs to shoot. And now I hear you say that. Those who practice martial arts should have a way to exercise that aspect, right? Chewie said with an odd expression on his face. What's wrong? Do you have premature ejaculation? This sentence Chewie still did not lower his voice. Go Di and Ling Linlin who were eating small dishes and drinking drinks heard it. The 2 of them immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Xin in unison, with intriguing smiles on their faces. Hey hey hey, ha. Chen Xion's face changed, and he hurriedly explained, Brothers, I'm not having premature ejaculation. I just want to ask Brother E if he has any methods of exercising that area. Go Di and Ling Linlin glanced at each other, and hemmed and hawed. We get it. We all get it. Ling Linlin sat down next to Chen Xin and patted his shoulder, pulling out his loud voice and said, Brother, don't worry. We definitely won't say anything about your premature ejaculation. Chu Yi and Go Di directly laughed and sprayed. This is good. The surrounding diners are this way to salute. Chen Xin also noticed this, and said with a reddened face, Dan, keep your voice down. Ling Linlin eeped and continued with undiminished volume. What? Not only do you have premature ejaculation, you actually have impotence? Chewie and Go Di couldn't help but laugh. Some of the girls at the other tables heard what Ling Linlin said and sized up Chen Xin, covering their mouths and laughing lightly. Chen Xin cried out and hurriedly lowered his voice. Brother Egg? No, Brother Ling. I'm wrong, don't mess with me now. Ling Linlin grinned and said, Call Daddy. Chen Xion's face shifted and he shouted Daddy in a thin voice. Ling Linlin heatedly smiled and finally stopped flirting with Chen Xin. Chewie looked straight up amused. Chen Xin and Ling Linlin were always so in love with each other. He remembered that the last time Egg accidentally spilled milk on his pants, Chen Xin yelled at the top of his voice for Egg to take a class hand punch. Now the wind and water have turned. Chen Xin, this guy also got retribution. Chapter 31 Arrogant Punks. At this time, the next table came a few customers wearing undershirts, exposed arms tattooed with strange patterns. The leader is a tanned fat man, just sat down on the body of the undershirt off, revealing a full back tattoos. The waitress in the store handed over the menu, while politely reminding, Hello sir, this is a public place, please put your clothes on. A skinny monkey sitting on the side of the fat man's eyes glared and cursed. Do you have eyes? Can't you see that Tiger is sweating profusely in the heat? Your air conditioner is not cool at all, and you still have the nerve to let the guests put on their clothes? The waitress was a bit aggrieved, but seeing that the group was so fierce, she didn't dare to continue. She could only stand aside with an ugly face and wait for them to finish ordering the dishes before leaving. Before leaving, the skinny monkey also shouted towards the waitress. Drinks first. Peanut rice whole 2 plates. Serve the food snappy. Don't let us wait too long. The waiter nodded and walked towards the back kitchen. Seeing this, Go-D muttered in a low voice. A group of people who think they are great in coaxing. Shen Nianyun also echoed in a low voice. This kind of unqualified person is the most annoying, tugging as if he's $2.5 million. Shui poured drinks for the crowd and said with a smile, "Why do you care so much? Let's eat ours." Ling Linlin nodded and said, "Aha, let's eat our own. Don't pay attention to the side." The 4 of them held their cups and pushed the cups. Although they were drinking drinks, the atmosphere was still very good. From time to time, when they chatted about interesting things or recognized beauties, they laughed in unison. During this time, Go-D drank too much and got up to go to the restroom. Go-D had just left. Ling Linlin's longed for lamb waist was finally ready. The waiter brought a big plate and placed 12 strings of lamb waist on the table. This scene was coincidentally seen by the skinny monkey who was drinking with red cheeks. He slammed the table and yelled towards the waiter, "Waiter, why are you so slow in serving the food? We also ordered the lamb's waist. Why are they served first?" The waitress was startled by this sudden yelling. Her eyes reddened a bit, but she still explained. It was the guests at this table who ordered first. Shuyi's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look at the next table. What kind of people are these Nima? Eating a meal and still treating themselves as a grandpa. The thin monkey was already drunk. Seeing Shuyi turn his head to look at himself, he immediately felt provoked, and slammed his wine glass on the ground before standing up and shouting towards Shuyi. "What the are you looking at?" The waitress was a bit flustered. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Seeing the thin monkey to pick a fight, Ling Linlin also forced a slap on the table stood up. Face fierce looked to the thin monkey said, "You ing with who staggering it?" Thin monkey took a look at Ling Linlin's body. The heart is a little weak, but next to the onlookers, face cannot be lost. He copied up the beer bottle toward Ling Linlin, lest to the old man crooked. "Today do not give you open, the old man will be mixed in vain." Thin monkey's other 5 companions also stood up in unison, looking like they were going to make trouble. Seeing this, Shuyi naturally didn't wimp out. If this group of people really dared to make trouble, he would let them know what it meant to be a fatherly pounding. What's more, he was also a little angry, happy to come out to eat but encountered this group of grisly. Who else is on fire? Chen Xian also stood up, and roommates to maintain the same line. The owner of the store is a fat bald middle-aged man. He saw this crossbow situation, and quickly brought other waiters over to persuade the fight. "Gu, isn't this brother's wa? You didn't say anything to me even though you're here." The left brother who was called the skinny monkey cursed and said, "Old Wu, get the hell out of my way. Today I have to beat this kid up." Ling Linlin is not easy generation. Eyes glaring tone arrogant, on your kind of thin pole I can lift one hand 3 carrying the neck flinging onion song, but also with the old man horizontal. Do not believe that you ing come to try. Thin monkey a left anger surged, reached out and pushed the shopkeeper in front of the body, but unfortunately the strength is small, cannot push the shopkeeper this size. "Hey left brother, calm down. Tonight your consumption of this table counts for me. Casually eat, casually drink. Have fun." Boss Wu accompanied the smile, politely continued to persuade the fight. Azwa heard the boss give a free bill. His face slowed down, carrying a bottle of wine staggering back to the table. "Since old Wu has said so, then I will sell you face, and not to bother with these boys. Come on, brother Tiger, sit down. Brothers, sit down too. Originally, this meal was on me today, but it turned out to be invited by old Wu, so the next meal is still on me." Azwa reached out to greet the brothers to take their seats. A few socialites glared a few times towards Ling Linlin and cursed a few profanities, then sat back to their respective seats. From time to time, they also glared towards Chuyi's side, emphasizing their ferocity. Seeing that the assholes finally stopped, Boss Wu also said to Ling Linlin in a peaceful manner, "This little brother, the consumption of your table is also exempted. Please sell your face. I'm really sorry for letting you guys be frightened." Although Ling Linlin was still angry, but as the saying goes, a hand does not beat a smiling person. Not to mention that people are still the boss who came to persuade the fight in a peaceful manner. After politely nodding to Boss Wu, he sat back in his seat. "Boss, there's no need for a free bill. How much should be counted? This time it's still us who caused you trouble," Chuyi said with a grateful smile towards Boss Wu. Although that group of people really dared to make trouble and he could also them up, but the other store owner did help them, so he had to thank them in all senses of the word. Wu boss said with a smile. Little brother said, "What words?" since I eat in my store encountered this kind of thing. Surely to compensate you, more not to say, this time even you eat happy, play the fun ha. When Chui saw Boss Wu say that, he smiled and did not continue to refute. He planned to pay the money when he left. At this time, Go Di, who had just finished going to the restroom, happened to pass by the skinny monkey's table. A punk with a fat body but wearing tight clothes and pants and beanies spat out spit seemingly randomly, right onto Go Di's clothes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why are you spitting? Go Di exclaimed in shock and hurriedly took a paper to wipe the thick phlegm on his clothes. What do you mean I spit indiscriminately? Why did you step on the horse and pass by when I was spitting? The fat youth cocked his head with a cigarette and said towards Go Di, I think you obviously did it on purpose. Go Di only felt a wave of nausea after wiping the thick phlegm from his body. The Chui trio noticed the situation here and hurriedly got up and walked towards Go Di. They had just started a conflict, and Go Di did not know about it. If the other party made a move, they then came over to support Go Di, who was probably going to take a few hits. Unmoved, the fat youth spat out a cigarette towards Go Di, then deliberately coughed out a mouthful of phlegm and spat towards Go Di. Only this time Go Di reaction faster. Hastily dodge away. Thin monkey has been drunk. See Go Di avoid fat youth spit. Nerve like yell, you dare to dodge? Thin monkey without saying a word copy of the bottle toward Go Di threw. Chapter 32, Master. I'll be right there. Chui sensed the movement on the side and quickly picked up the cans in front of the table and threw them at the beer bottle thrown by the thin monkey. Boom! The can hit the flying bottle squarely, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and fall to the ground. The crowd of gangsters were first stunned, and the topless tiger's brows tightened as he surveyed Chui in disbelief. This handful of cans did not look like something a brat could pull off. Xiao Mao, call and shout out to Brother Long. Just tell him that we've met a tough opponent. Brother Tiger hurriedly asked the little brother beside him to call and shout for someone, while the rest of him planned to observe a bit more. Little Hare, who had dyed white hair, nodded and took out his cell phone to dial Brother Long. It was only then that the skinny monkey reacted, and he got up with a furious expression on his face and walked towards Chui. Little mongrel, you dare to stop a bottle of wine thrown by my old man? The skinny monkey cursed while also reaching out to point at Chui. Chui ignored him and instead shouted towards Go Di. Dog, come here first. Go Di nodded and returned to his roommates. Seeing this, Chui then looked at the arrogant-faced skinny monkey and said indifferently, you wild monkey is as skinny as a sparrow. I don't know from which zoo you ran out. Who gave you the courage to go around provoking people? The surrounding customers burst into laughter, and some whistled to get uproarious. Ha ha ha, this little brother is really interesting. It's a pity that he doesn't go to comedy. Didn't they say that no one is allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country? Why is there a monkey spirit in the barbecue store today? If this were my son, I would definitely hang him up and beat him. Whips and vinegar and salt are all arranged to beat him until he becomes a new man. The thin monkey only felt that he was insulted. His eyes glazed over and he cursed, you little brat, dare to make a fool of yourself in front of your monkey brother? Just after saying that, the thin monkey clenched his fist and smashed it into Chuyi's face. Watch out! Go Di, who was on the side, shouted. Only Chuyi's reaction was even faster, directly stretching out his right hand to grip the thin monkey's flimsy fist before twisting it with force. Ka! The crisp sound of sinews being twisted rang out, followed closely by the thin monkey's miserable scream. Ah! Let go! Little brat! Let go! The skinny monkey angrily yelled. Who is the little brat? Chui ignored the skinny monkey's angry scolding, and the force on his hand once again increased. The thin monkey's miserable screams became even more ear-piercing, and his already less than harmonious features appeared even more distorted. This little brother. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother Tiger stood up and said to Chui with a smile on his face. Misunderstanding? That dead fat pig spitting at my brother is a misunderstanding? This wild monkey spirit smashing bottles at my brother is a misunderstanding? Then me twisting this guy's wrist should also be considered a misunderstanding, right? Chuyi's cold words were full of anger, and his 3 interrogations in a row had an overbearing aura that made Tiger's jaw drop. Little brother, have something to say properly. What twisting or not twisting the wrist? Now is the rule of law society. Violence cannot solve the problem. Look, the monkey also recognized his mistake. How about we each take a step back and leave it at that? Tiger still accompanied a smiling face and said politely. It wasn't that he had such a character, but it was difficult to ride a tiger now. In normal times when he encountered ordinary college students, his posture was more horizontal than anyone else. Originally thought that today these few brats are just ordinary students. Also let the younger brother's arrogant provocation. But I did not expect that there are still practitioners in here. Really want to fight up those bags of wine under him is not necessarily a rival. In addition, each of their bodies have a record. If the conflict with the police, It is estimated that they will have to squat again. Seeing that Chui didn't say anything and seemed to be moved by his words, Tiger couldn't help but continue to persuade. Our brothers live in this neighborhood, and I also have a friendship with Brother Long who manages this area. As the saying goes, if you leave a thread, you will see each other in the future. What do you think, little brother? Tiger's words had hidden threats in his seemingly calm tone, saying that he lived in the neighborhood. His meaning was that he might meet up again in the future, and he also moved out a backer. Brother Long. Normal students hear this, do not want to get into trouble will generally stop, but Chui did not want to let it go. His own brother was bullied. How he had to fight for his brother. Your words remind me. Now is the rule of law society. That fat pig little brother of yours just did those things to this brother of mine, caused serious mental damage. What medical expenses, mental damage, lost wages, settlement costs, all have to be compensated. Also, just that white hair call shaking people. Right. Don't worry. Come how many people I accept the whole bill. Let's compare who has a harder background. After Chui finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed Pei Yunxuan's number. He had just received a disciple today, and listening to his tone, his background should be quite good, so he happened to come across these punks and let him handle it. Tiger froze at his words, then his heart was a little uneasy. This guy wouldn't really call in any powerful characters, right? Xiao Mao, did you get through to Brother Long? Tiger walked to his own table and came over to Xiao Mao's side and whispered. Xiao Mao shook his head, frowned and said, Brother Tiger, Brother Long is usually unavailable at this time. I just called several times but couldn't get through. I guess he's busy. The uneasiness in Tiger's heart was even heavier. He wanted to just slip away, but when he looked at Thin Monkey who was still being pinched by Chuyi's wrist, he sighed helplessly in his heart. This guy, Thin Monkey, was really capable of causing trouble for him, and he, as the big brother, could not just leave him alone. Now it seems that we can only wait for the other party to shout to come and then discuss how to solve it. Pei Yunxian at this time is in the ring of a high-end combat club and his friend is fighting a real battle. Just as Pei Yunxian had just dodged a swinging punch from his friend and was about to counterattack, the ringing of a phone on the side slowed his movements. Boom! Ah! The other party landed a backhanded straight punch to Pei Yunxuan's right eye, and an ebony panda eye quickly took shape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little Li Zi, the location of your punch was too accurate. Well dead, let me become a first-class protected animal. Pei Yunxian made a pause gesture and rubbed his eyes with a bitter smile. Little Li Zi was an inch-headed youth, about the same age as Pei Yunxian. Seeing that Pei Yunxian had gotten himself a panda eye, he couldn't help but laugh nervously twice. Isn't it because you couldn't gather your strength? Just now you stopped too suddenly. Right, Brother Pei? Don't you usually put your cell phone in the locker? Why did you bring it out today? Mentioning this, Pei Yunxian smiled mysteriously and didn't explain. In the past, once Pei Yunxian came to the club, his cell phone would be placed in the locker that the club prepared for its members, lest it affect his boxing. Otherwise, getting any calls from his girlfriend and ex-girlfriend from time to time would distract him. Is that good? It's bad. In his opinion, boxing should be taken seriously so that he could advance 100 feet. However, ever since he was easily defeated by Chui this afternoon, he had placed his cell phone within 5 meters of him in order not to miss any of this great master's calls. After all, Master had said that he would teach him when he was free. In case Master was free and ready to teach himself, but he missed the call because he didn't receive it. Wouldn't that be too late to regret? Pei Yunxian rolled over and walked out of the ring, and when he looked at his cell phone's caller ID, it was indeed Chui. His heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly picked up the phone. Hey, Master. What? Someone actually dared to find trouble with you. Master, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Chapter 33. Oops. Kick the iron plate. It wasn't long before Pei Yunxian rushed into the barbecue restaurant with a group of people, their voices coming before they arrived. Who the hell dares to find trouble with my master? The corner of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked towards the group of big men who had rushed into the barbecue restaurant. These people were sweating profusely and did not know what kind of exercise they had done, and a few of them were still bare-chested, which was really a bit indecent. Chen Xin, Go Di and Ling Lin Lin were all a little nervous, although they were tough, but if the other side had too many people they really couldn't fight. Don't worry, these are our own people. Chui smiled at them, signaling to relax. Only then did the three of them, Chen Xin, breathe a sigh of relief, and then they were somewhat impressed with Chui. Although they knew that this roommate of theirs seemed to have quite a powerful family background, they did not expect that it was only after they had just made the call that it did not take long for help to arrive. It had to be said that Brother E was awesome. Adoration value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Chui was a little puzzled by the sudden appearance of the worship value. and after looking at his roommate's reverent gazes, he was a little saddened by the tears and laughter. It couldn't be that they had brainwashed him into some powerful young master. Tiger looked Pei Yunxian and the others up and down and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Good lord, this is a group of fighters coming? Looking behind him at his little brothers who were looking at him with bated breath. He also looked at the skinny monkey who was still being pinched by Chewie but no longer had the strength to howl. Tiger clenched his teeth and stood out stiffly, pretending to be ignorant as he asked, "This little brother, I don't know what master you're talking about." Pei Yunxian glanced at brother Tiger, didn't say anything, and walked straight towards Chewy's table. Tiger's face was a bit embarrassed, but he didn't dare to snap. All those big men Pei Yunxian had brought with him were still gawking at him. "Master, I just received your call and immediately drove here. I didn't come too late, right?" Pei Yunxian walked in front of Chewy and said in a respectful voice. Chewy smiled and said, "It's not late, but what's with this panda eyes of yours?" "Ahaha, I just accidentally fell and ended up bumping my eye socket. It's fine. This little injury heals quickly." Pei Yunchuan's smile was a bit far-fetched. Chewy didn't intend to ask too much. The main thing at the moment was to solve this group of trouble-provoking punks. Looking at the stains on Godi's clothes, Chewy's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's good. Just now, my brother was bullied. I called you over just to ask, can you solve this matter?" The skinny monkey who was still being pinched by Chewy's wrist suddenly spoke out. "Humph, you kid twisted my wrist like this. If you can't get $500,000, be prepared to squat in a cell." Without saying a word, Chewy's hand that was pinching the thin monkey's wrist once again increased its force. "Ah, wait." The skinny monkey screamed in pain as his face twisted. Pei Yunxian coldly glanced at the skinny monkey and asked towards Chewy, "Master, is this guy the one who bullied your brother?" Chewy nodded and said, "Well, he counts as one. Just leave him to me. I'll take care of things properly," Pei Yunxian said, then took the skinny monkey from Chewy's hands, lifting both of the skinny monkey's arms as if he were grasping a small chicken. "Brothers, take this guy to the side and give him a good muscle spa. Wait for him to be soft and then come back for 5 minutes. Do it with a measured hand, the kind that hurts and doesn't test for injuries. I'll arrange clubhouse tender models for you when I'm done." Pei Yunxian finished speaking, lifting the skinny monkey and throwing it with force, directly throwing the skinny monkey towards the group of people he brought with him. "Holler brother Pei, we'll do as we're told." Hiss, what brother Pei arranges? That quality is all over the place. Just thinking about it makes me a little expectant. Hey, it's been a long time since I've hit the sandbag. My technique is a bit rusty. This guy is skinny and doesn't look too tough to beat. Brother's a little bit more careful with the hand. Those big men led by Little Li Zi directly dragged the skinny monkey to a dark corner inside the barbecue restaurant, and without saying anything, they began to punch and kick. "Ah, it hurts." Hit people without hitting their faces. Skinny monkey's screams echoed in the barbecue restaurant, and those customers who were onlookers hurriedly slipped away when they saw that the situation was not good. Even the original bold customers, see this battle is also afraid of being affected by the fish, hastily finished eating the skewers on hand directly retreat. The barbecue restaurant's Wu boss found another conflict in the store. Bitter face over to round up the situation. All of you little brothers do me a favor. Just let me off this small business. To you guys this mess. My store customers all ran away. The bill has not been paid yet." Pei Yunxian smiled apologetically and said, "Boss, don't worry. Those guests' accounts are on my head. I'll compensate you at double the price. Now I'll deal with the matter at hand first." Boss Wu sized up Pei Yunxian and realized that the shoes he wore and the watch he wore were both big brands. In that case, there should be a few points of credibility in what this young man said. So Boss Wu stopped speaking and stood aside to silently listen to the Thin Monkeys concert. I'll remember you guys. Pain. Can't hit there. I was wrong. Big brothers begged to be spared. Listening to the screams of the skinny monkey echoed in the barbecue store, forming a weird BGM. Chewy watched Pei Yunchuan's actions in his eyes, and seeing that he had indeed arranged things more properly in all aspects, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This disciple hadn't suffered any losses. Next time he would definitely teach him boxing. Pei Yunxian, that fat man in tight pants and beanies just spat at my brother. Let him feel the joy of a skinny monkey as well. Chewy pointed at the fatuous youth and said with a smile, He, master, just call me Little Pei. I'll arrange a set of strongman SPA for this fat man." Pei Yunxian laughed, striding towards the fatuous youth. Tiger took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Pei Yunxian, politely saying, "This brother, we have a friendship with Brother Long. As the saying goes, we don't fight, and Thin Monkey has received his due punishment. How about we just call it even today?" Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows and looked at Brother Tiger with a puzzled expression. The brother Long you're talking about is the one near Junbei University? Tiger nodded with a smug look on his face and said, yes, it's the famous brother Long in this area. Pei Yunxian looked at brother Tiger with an odd expression on his face and turned his head towards little Li Zi, who was frantically outputting on the skinny monkey, and shouted, little Li Zi, come over here. Okay Le Pei. Little Li Zi added another kick towards the thin monkey, then ran his ass over to Pei Yunxian. Call A Long's phone and tell him that I'm waiting for him here at the barbecue restaurant. Tell him to come over nimbly. Pei Yunxian looked at brother Tiger with a teasing expression on his face, and said to little Li Zi in a nonchalant manner. Tiger's face changed when he heard Pei Yunxian say the word along, and then saw Pei Yunxuan's teasing expression. His asshole tightened. Damn. Kick the iron plate. Chapter 34. Oops. Isn't this Pei Xiao? Tiger's heart wildly exclaimed. This mother is too coincidental. This youth in front of him seems to know brother Long, and not just a simple acquaintance, but also directly shouted A Long. The same as shouting the name of the little brother. No. Have to hurry to slip. Tiger looked at the thin monkey who was still howling miserably, and silently said sorry. Oops. The barbecue in this store seems to be a bit unfresh. This stomach of mine keeps grumbling. I need to go to the toilet. Tiger covered his stomach and moved his feet towards the door. In order to settle Pei Yunxuan's heart, he also shouted towards his little brothers. Brothers, you wait here for me for a while. I'll be back after I go to the restroom. Pei Yunxian moved his feet to stop Tiger and said with a smile on his face, hey, you people don't want to go anywhere until things are resolved. If you can't hold it in, pull it on the spot. Put. Tiger covered his stomach and contracted his intestines with great force, hard enough for him to hold in a fart. Little brother, I really didn't lie to you. My brothers are all here. I definitely won't sneak out. Don't worry. Quickly let me go to the restroom. If I'm a little late I'm going to squirt out. Oh, I haven't seen anyone urinating and defecating anywhere since I grew up. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. Pei Yunxian didn't allow a single step, letting brother Tiger say whatever he wanted to prevent him from leaving. Tiger's face snapped and he could only pretend to find a seat and sit down, during which he also covered his stomach as if it was a big deal. Pei Yunxian saw that no one was stopping him, grinned and walked towards the fat youth. The fat youth was like an enemy, but the remaining three punks pulled away from him without a trace. They are also not little cute. They didn't know what caused Tiger to concede, so it was even more unlikely that they would come forward to help the fat man. What's more, at this time, they also have a lot of grievances in their hearts towards the two troublemakers, the skinny monkey and the fat man. Originally, they were just having a barbecue and having fun, but these two guys had to find nothing to provoke others, and as a result, they caused a large group of big men who didn't look like they could be messed with. Now they were really screaming for help. Hey, give me over here to take you. Pei Yunxian walked up to the vain fat youth and directly reached out towards him. Off. Get away from me. The fat youth reached out to shove, but was easily grabbed by Pei Yunxuan's arm. He only felt like his arm was caught in an iron vise, and couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. You son of a let go. Dare to call me a dog day? In a moment I'll see if you can still be arrogant. Pei Yunxian repeated his behavior from earlier, carrying the vapidly fat youth as if he were carrying a plump chicken. He yelled towards the burly men who were SPAing the skinny monkey. Arrange for a set of muscle SPA for this fat pig as well, and screw it for 10 minutes after it's softened up. Got it? Understood. Hearing the response, Pei Yunxian threw the fatuous youth in his grip with a forceful toss towards the muscle SPA scene. The fatuous youth fell into a rolling gourd, screaming miserably under his breath as he was pulled by a group of big men next to the skinny monkey. Soon, the shrill pig squeal resounded throughout the scene, forming an unpleasant symphony with the thin monkey's miserable screams. Looking at the three remaining gangsters who were sitting upright, Pei Yunxian nodded with a smile. Count yourselves as honest. Just don't mess with you guys anymore. The three punks were like amnesties and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you brother. Thank you brother. After doing so, Pei Yunxian ran to Chui and said with a smile, Master, how about it? How many stars of praise can I get for this wave of operation? Chui smiled and said, Isn't this the first step? My brother's clothes were soiled and bottles were thrown at him. This compensation is still not in place, and these guys don't look like good people. Do you have any acquaintances in the police station? It's best to check the background of these guys. Ha. Still Master is considerate. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you and your brothers happy. Pei Yunxian looked like a lapdog as he pulled out his cell phone and made another call. Hey, uncle. I just met a few assholes at the head of Dongzi Barbecue Restaurant in Fuxing Gourmet City. A rough male voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Jiannan's assholes still dare to mess with your head? Pei Yunxian smiled and waved his hand and said, No. It's my friend who was bullied. Not only did those assholes spit at him, they also smashed beer bottles. and now my friend is a bit seriously injured. Chui looked at the unharmed Godi with an odd expression and silently gave Pei Yunxian a thumbs up. Jinjier could blow. What? There's still someone who dares to provoke trouble on the street in this day and age? You wait. I'll send the police officers under my hand over there. Almost 15 minutes or so should be able to arrive. You wait a little bit. Fine. I know. Thank you, uncle. Pei Yunxian smiled and hung up the phone. At this time, a few more people walked in from outside the barbecue restaurant. The leader was a vested man with dyed yellow hair. He first scanned the situation in the barbecue store and was a bit confused. Afterward, he discovered Tiger sitting on the side with a sardonic face, and then looked at Pei Yunxian with a teasing face. His heart couldn't help but thump. Gu, isn't this Pei Xiao? I just put down the matter at hand as soon as I received your call and immediately rushed here. The yellow-haired undershirt man ignored Brother Tiger, who had quickly gotten up and was about to greet him, and said to Pei Yunxian with a pleasing face, Yo, Brother Long, you're finally here. These guys beat up my brothers, not to mention that they also said that they're related to the famous Brother Long in the neighborhood and told me to take it easy. I heart that called a fear rushed to let the little Li Zi call through my Brother Long's phone. Called Brother Long over to settle this Pei Yunxian still had a teasing smile on his face, and said without hesitation, although he had a respectful look in front of Chui, it didn't mean that he was like that as a person. In this acre of Jiannan, he, Pei Yunxian, was also the top stream in the circle of power and nobility. The reason he and Long know each other is only because he happens to go to school at Zhangbei University, and Long is the more popular one in the neighborhood. Some ungrateful brats who cause trouble can let Long intervene to smooth things over. I didn't expect to really encounter it today. What is Pei Xiao saying? These few people dare to touch your brother. That is my enemy. Deal with them however you say. Long patted his chest to show his loyalty and sold Tiger and the others without saying a word. Tiger hurriedly pulled away from the relationship. Pei Xiao, Brother Long, just now it was Thin Monkey and Fatty who picked a fight. It's none of my business. Shut up. Is there a place for you to talk here? Long wasn't as polite when he faced Brother Tiger, and immediately changed to a fierce look. Tiger could only shut his mouth resentfully, and looked at the Thin Monkey and Fat Man who were still being made muscle SPA. Tiger's teeth were itching with anger. It is all because of these two simple batch caused. He did not know whether he will be implicated. According to the temper of Brother Long, I think it is enough for him to drink a pot. Chapter 35 150, 000 Compensation. Master, I'll listen to you in everything. Deal with it as you say. Pei Yunxian nodded towards Chui and said with a smile, Humph. Chui nodded, reached out and pulled Godi over, pointing at the stains on his clothes and said, This shirt of my brother's was given to him by me when he celebrated his birthday, and now it's been soiled by that dead fat man, and with this spit, accompanying of $50,000 will do. In addition, just now that skinny monkey towards him smashed a beer bottle. Now he did not come back to his soul. The mental damage is a bit serious. 7 or 8 compensation add up to $100,000 it. A total of $150,000 on the line. You say it, dog. Godi was dumbfounded when he heard what Chui said. Although he had been spat on by that dead fat man and was furious, he didn't expect Chui to be so ruthless and open his mouth for $150,000. As for that beer bottle, to be honest, he didn't even react. Duan's flash in front of his eyes is gone. Where is the mental damage? Chen Xin and Ling Linlin also looked at each other in disbelief. Being spit on and throwing a beer bottle can net you $150,000? It was as if they saw a road to riches appearing. They couldn't wait to run to the group of big men and pull out the skinny monkey and the fat youth, so that these two could arrange something for themselves as well. Seeing that Godi didn't say anything, Chui continued to say to Long, Alright, my brother has acquiesced, so let's do it. How's that? You don't have a problem with it, do you? Long listened in a cold sweat. How could he not have an opinion? But Pei Xiao was right in front of him. How could Long dare to say a word of disagreement? Long's heart that hate even if he puts out $150,000 at once, it hurts. How can the thin monkey and the few gangsters take it out? The lesser ones will have to be advanced by him. As for not advancing money to get rid of the relationship, which is so easy, when Pei Xiao called him over, it was destined that he could not get rid of this relationship. His grandmother, angry old me. This group of grips do not go back to pit father, actually come to pit him this big brother. No matter what, this money must be paid back. If they can't pay it back, they'll be taken as ducks. There's always a rich woman for that, and then he can collect more interest. He. After making up his mind, Long didn't seem to feel too much pain as he nodded his head with a big smile on his face and said to Chui, Big brother is right. Those guys didn't have the eyes to mess with your brother. The compensation that should be there must be taken out. Hey, did you guys hear that? Hurry up and get the compensation together. If you can't get it together, you know the consequences. Long shouted towards Tiger and the others and walked over to gather the money. Pei Yunxian gave Chui a thumbs up and said with a look of admiration, "Master, you're really high on this. Can you bring me along to the barbecue next time? I also want to be spit on." Chui listened with a black line on his face and blankly glanced at Pei Yunxian. "You guys still look at this small amount of money?" Mentioning this, Pei Yunxian squeezed out a face of sadness and said in an aggravated manner, "Master, this is something you don't know. Although my family history is not bad, other people call me Pei Xiao, but my father gives me pocket money of only a few tens of thousands of dollars every month, and my life is a bitter one, compared to those playboys who go around picking up girls and changing one a day. I'm just like a child from a poor family. Don't mention how miserable I am." Hearing this, Chui let out a laugh and scolded, "Listen to what you're saying is human language?" Pei Yunxian said with a serious face, "I mean what I say." Chui put away his smile and looked at Pei Yunxian seriously and said, "Since you've said so, I'll take you with me the next time we have a barbecue." Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Master, so you promise?" Chui nodded and said, "Well, when the time comes, you'll remember to bring a few more clothes. This way you can earn more in one night." Pei Yunxian cried and laughed. He was also just looking for a chance to get closer to Chui more. He wouldn't be happy to really be spat on. Long first raided the pockets of Tiger and the others. Then he ran to the pile of big men who were executing the skinny monkey and the fat youth. And only after persuading them did he get those big men to pause for a short while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long squeezed a lot of compensation money out of the pockets of the skinny monkey and the fat youth, and then ran his ass over to Chuyi's side. After Long left, the symphony of grief from the skinny monkey and the fatuous youth rang out again. "Ah! Yikes! Pain, pain, pain! Yikes! Ah! Don't! Big brother, take out the collection code. I'll transfer the compensation to you." Long smiled curtly at Chui and said. Chui poked Godi with his elbow and said to him, "Dog, take out the collection code." Godi was a little hesitant. He felt that it seemed a little bit bad to do so. "Don't get entangled. Hurry up. Look at you like this was scared lightly. When the mental damage fee is in place, remember to invite us to the bath center together to heal the wounds in our hearts." Chui saw that Godi was a bit hesitant and made a joke to let him relax. "Brother E, would it not be too good to do so?" Godi was still a little hard to accept. For a college student like him, 150,000 had never been held in his hands since he was a child. Chui patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Godi, let me put it to you this way. If I'm not here today, you were bullied by those punks. In the end there are only two results, either tolerate swallowing the breath, or cannot tolerate directly to start, and finally detained into the bureau, and maybe also leave a record. If the school knows about it, you and the social loafers gathering for a fight, a minor demerit or a serious expulsion. So this money is partly to comfort your wounded heart, and most of it is still to teach those arrogant punks a lesson. You understand, right?" Ling Linlin also spoke up. "Dog, although I also feel that it's not a good idea to do this, but thinking about how arrogant those punks were just now pisses me off to no end. So consider it a way to sanction them." Chen Xian nodded his head in agreement and said, Right. If you feel that it's not practical to collect it, let's change clothes and then I'll collect this money for you. San Jin, you damn well are still as ever," Godi said with a smile, then took out his cell phone and opened the payment code, handing it to Chui. "Brother E, this money is for those of us in the dormitory who see it. It's not practical for me to take it alone. Just think of it as us robbing a bank tonight." Hearing this, Chui smiled and said to Godi, "Alright, if you've said so, then it's on a sight unseen basis. There's still me. I'm also counted as a seeker, right?" Pei Yunxian raised his hand and shouted, "You count as an outsider, not a seeker." Chui let out a laugh and handed the collection code to Long. Long pulled out his cell phone and directly transferred 150,000 into it, then showed the transfer information to Chui. "This big brother, I've transferred the compensation. Do you think it's okay?" Long said carefully. Chui nodded and said, It's fine. You go first." Long sniffed and looked at Pei Yunxian again. "You go? The matter of these few people isn't over yet, so stay here for now." Pei Yunxian waved his hand and said, Long was like an amnesty, leading his people to leave the barbecue restaurant as if they were fleeing. The reason why he left so cleanly was because the money that had just been squeezed out of Tiger's unlucky little brother's hands exceeded $150,000. Along with that, he had also made quite a bit of money, so naturally, he didn't need to wait for them to return the money. Not long after Long left, a team of 5 officers entered the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 36. Preparing to add more. Pei Yunxian hurriedly asked the big men he brought with him to stop. There weren't many people in the store before, so there was nothing wrong with privately teaching the skinny monkey and the fatuous youth a lesson. But now that a team of police officers had come, they definitely couldn't be that casual anymore. The skinny monkey and the fat youth were like delicate girls that had been ravaged for hours. Their bodies were weak. Their eyes were looking at the ceiling, being played by the big men. Tiger and the other gangsters saw the entering police officer's face tightened, surveyed the surroundings and wanted to sneak away. But there were also 2 officers standing in front of the store, so there was no chance to run away. Seeing this, the gangsters including Tiger looked like they had resigned themselves to their fate. Their faces were ashen. If you want to say who Tiger has the highest hate value for right now, then the absolute beep is the skinny monkey and the fat youth. These 2 simple bats usually have the gift of trouble. By other people look at all feel provoked, not moved to swear, encountered dare back to scold, but also hand gestures too. So into a lot of trips to the detention center. Today eat a barbecue can also kick on the iron plate. Really too disaster. Tiger made up his mind. In the future, we must stay away from these 2 troublemakers. Too damn suffer. Seeing the officers entering the door, Pei Yunxian greeted them with a smile. Uncle Zhang, you're still leading the team this time. Pei Yunxian greeted the leading middle-aged officer, while also nodding to the other 4 officers. Officer Zhang laughed and said, your kid sends me every time the chief gets into trouble, causing me to work a lot of extra shifts for nothing over the years. Uncle Zhang, the way you put it, I'm not the one causing trouble today. Pei Yunxian smiled awkwardly and continued, it was my friends who came out for a barbecue today, and as a result, a group of punks came after them, and then contacted me. Didn't I think about the fact that it's now a society of law and order? If you have difficulties looking for a police officer, I believe that the police officer will return justice to us. Pei Yunxian said righteously. Officer Zhang said with an amused look on his face, am I not clear about your behavior? It's good that those punks aren't unlucky. Well, since we were called out, let's follow the procedure. First go to the bureau together to make a statement. Those who have injuries will be examined. Those who should be compensated will be compensated. Then I'll check the records of those punks. If there's a problem, they'll be arrested and locked up. Pei Yunxian nodded, then ran to Chu Yi's side and said, Master, we'll just go to the bureau with Uncle Zhang to go through the motions. Good. Wait a moment. I'll first transfer the money lost from this store to Boss Wu. After Chu Yi finished speaking, he walked towards Boss Wu who was on the side. Master, what money are you pulling out? I just said that I'll pay for the losses of this store. Pei Yunxian hurriedly stopped Chu Yi and said. Chu Yi waved his hand, rejecting Pei Yunxian's desire to pay out. That's all the pocket money you get in a month. It's better to keep it for yourself. This amount of money is nothing to me. He definitely couldn't let Pei Yunxian contribute money. Although the cause of the incident was the provocation by the punks, Pei Yunxian was the one he had called over to help. Where was the reasoning behind letting him pay for compensation? The most basic reason to be a human being should be understood. Godi suddenly interjected. Brother E, why don't we just use that 150,000 to compensate? Things were also provoked by those punks. It's reasonable to use their money to compensate. What do you think? When Chu Yi heard that, he couldn't help but look at Godi in a higher light. 150,000 was a large amount for an ordinary college student. The money had just arrived before it was even warmed up, and he was actually willing to take it out to compensate Boss Wu. That 150,000. But we are a few people who have a share of the just lose it? Chu Yi looked at Godi and said with a smile. Ha. I believe that the brothers should all agree on this decision, right? Although there is a lot of money, I'm not practical in taking it. If there's any extra after compensating Boss Wu's losses, then we'll just split it. Godi pushed up his glasses and smiled heatedly. I think this looks good. I'm in favor of it. Ling Linlin agreed. Is this what heartache feels like? I didn't realize that my first heartache wasn't for love, but for money. Chen Nianyun covered his chest with an agonized face, his other hand reaching out towards Godi as if he wanted to grab the 150,000. Cough. Ling Linlin coughed. This was the pre-shake of his strongman Lockman spell casting. Hearing the familiar coughing sound, the pain on Chen Nianyun's face was swept away and he stretched out his thumb towards Godi. I'm also in favor of it. Good. Since everyone agrees, I'll go transfer the money to Boss Wu. Godi took his cell phone and headed towards Boss Wu, and he soon returned. I originally thought that 150,000 was going to be gone without covering it, but I didn't realize that I had only lost $10,000. Chen Nianyun listened to the instant spirit up. The original painful loss of small money sadness swept away. Said, hey, really great. After we split the loot, I can add chicken fillets to my pancake fruits. What's called ho. this is ho 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 ho. By then, I'll go find Mr. Tony to do my hair and buy a few sets of handsome clothes. So I believe that my first spring is about to come. Shui interrupted Shen Nianyun's YY and spoke. Alright, since the compensation has been completed, let's follow to the police station to make a statement first. Seeing that Chu Yi's side was finished, Pei Yunxian said a few words to Officer Zhang. A group of people followed Officer Zhang and headed to the police station in great numbers. Because of Pei Yunxuan's relationship, Chu Yi and the others were treated relatively well, and could drive their own cars behind the police cars. Those gangsters were more miserable. Just like the prisoners were put on silver bracelets and stuffed inside the police car. Half an hour later, Chu Yi and the others who had finished making statements had arrived outside the police station. Pei Yunxian dismissed the big men he brought with him and said that he would treat them to a big meal next time. Chu Yi was a bit curious about the situation of those punks. Little Pei, what did those punks say? Pei Yunxian hemmed and hawed and said, Master, those few punks have quite a few convictions on them, so I guess there's going to be a period of jail time next, but it's quite good. Take care of the food. That's quite good. Safe coming out to harm people in society. Chu Yi nodded, and asked, you just let someone beat up the skinny monkey and the fat man for such a long time. Do you want to give medical expenses or something? I would like to give it, but those guys don't dare to accept it. They didn't dare to fart and sign the letter of understanding directly. Pei Yunxian said. Chu Yi glanced at him, saw that his face was all anticipation, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. How could he not know what Pei Yunxian was thinking? Your forehand punch power is too weak. Go back and practice more straight swinging hooks on your forehand. And practice your elbow strikes as well. We'll talk about the rest next time. Chu Yi pointed out one of Pei Yunxuan's weaknesses and said to him. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, and he directly posed in place to strike a few airstrikes. Then rejoiced. Thank you, Master. It's worthy of being at the level of a great god. A few little words have benefited me greatly. I'll go back to practicing boxing. Pei Yunxian said goodbye to Chu Yi and hurriedly left. Chu Yi said to his roommates after seeing him off. Brothers, let's call it a day. I'm going to go back to the house outside. It's not too late now, so you guys can take a taxi back together. Brothery, don't be in a hurry. We haven't split the loot yet. Chen Xian said impatiently with a golden light in his eyes. You guys do the math. Just transfer my share to me. Chu Yi smiled. He actually didn't care about the money. However, if he didn't receive it and couldn't, the three roommates would definitely not agree. So he also brutally agreed to it. Alright, then brother E, slow down on the road, drive carefully huh? Okay, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to his roommates, Shui drove back to Huajing Junting's villa. After taking a shower, Shui returned to his bedroom and prepared to add points. The 10 points of physique he obtained today was still on his mind. Chapter 37, The Easily Shy Shen Nianyun. System, I want to add points, Shui said silently in his heart. Ding, 10 points of physique have come into effect. Please check with the host. Shui only felt a hot current gushing out of his body, followed by his tendons and bones crackling in unison. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Getting out of bed and moving around, he realized that whether it was muscle strength, flexibility or agility, they were all much stronger than before. If he hadn't gained 10 points of physical fitness before, Shuyi's force value was a little stronger than the provincial tournament combat champion thanks to his top-level mixed martial arts skills. Now that he had obtained the enhancement, he was no better than the top fighters in Dragon Kingdom, or even stronger. Cool. It was just that some of the dark and greasy stains that appeared on his body had to be cleaned again. During the process of bathing, Shui realized that his figure had changed a lot. The original him was just an ordinary figure, but now he had changed his appearance. His pecs and abs were clearly defined, and his arm lines looked very hard. Slightly lifting his arms up, he could see clear shark muscles between his ribs. Turning around was even a perfect inverted triangle. Narcissistic pose, a few flirty, and scrutinized his own handsome face for a while. Shui smacked his lips before starting to take a shower. It's so cool. A beautiful young woman and a beautiful young girl can kill the template. Ah, my damn charm. After cleaning up, Shui laid down on the bed and played with his cell phone in boredom. As a result, he realized that there were many messages on WeChat that he didn't reply to. Shen Nianyun, Tao Li had all sent him messages. There was also a message from the person he least wanted to see, and that was Su Yu. Shui clicked on the message sent by Su Yu. Su Yu, Shui, let's get back together, okay? Su Yu, Shui, I miss you so much. I realized that it's really hard for me to be without you. Su Yu, Shui, why don't you reply to me? Shui frowned, tapped the upper right corner and chose to delete his friend. This woman is really cheeky. Bright and green. Deadpan begging to get back together. Tapping on the message sent by Shen Nianyun, he found that she had sent him several photos. They were selfies of her wearing different styles of maid outfits. Her pretty face paired with a slightly uniformed maid outfit made Chui unable to help but give a thumbs up. Ness. There was also a sentence attached to it. Shen Nianyun, Chui, Lan and I went and picked out maid outfits. We just didn't know which one was more suitable, so we tried them all on. So you see which one is more suitable and we'll buy that one when the time comes. V. Chui hemmed and hawed and typed a reply. Chui, I think they're all okay, but we'll have to see them live to know exactly. What Chui didn't expect was that Shen Nianyun directly replied in seconds. Shen Nianyun, then how about tomorrow we stroll around the mall again together? Chui, good. You try it on and show it to me then. Shen Nianyun, okay. By the way, I made you some sushi rolls. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Omega. Chui, wow. Our big schoolgirl Shen actually made me sushi rolls. If the other livestock see it, then I'll be killed by their eyes. Shen Nianyun, what? I just wanted to thank you for saving my life. Chui, even though it was me who saved your life, I feel as if I didn't lose anything at all. I even earned it. Shen Nianyun, hate it, Shen Nianyun, I won't talk to you anymore. See you tomorrow. Chui, okay. See you tomorrow, In the girls' dormitory, Shen Nianyun was lying on the bed. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at the cell phone screen. Chui is really too bad. What do you mean not counting the loss but also earning? Although because of artificial respiration some intimate contact, but also cannot always hang in the mouth to say ah. Inexplicably, Shen Nianyun's mind conjured up images of Chui doing artificial respiration on himself, as well as pressing on his chest. Ah, what a shame. The next day, Chui went out to class as usual. Just after the first class, a timid voice came from the classroom door. May I ask if student Chui is here? Chui looked up and saw Shen Nianyun standing at the door with a nervous face, holding a bento box in her hand. Today Shen Nianyun was tied in a high ponytail, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. Her plain clothes could not hide her natural beauty. It was still so good looking, coupled with the timid expression. It gave people a feeling of pity when I see her. The class resounded with the deliberately elongated cries of the livestock. Oh, come to find Chui. Big school flower Shen came to look for brother Iya. Ha. Worthy of being brother E? So charming. She's here to deliver a lunchbox. Hearing these teasing, Shen Nianyun's cheeks slightly reddened, but she still summoned the courage to scan the classroom, trying to find Chui's figure. Chui stood up and waved his hand, walking towards her. Nianyun, why are you here? Shen Nianyun lowered her head and handed the bento box in her hand to Chui, saying softly, did you forget? Yesterday, I said I would send you sushi rolls. Chui slapped his head and said with a smile, look at my memory. I just thought about shopping with you and forgot about the sushi rolls. Shen Nianyun was even more shy when she heard this. Her cheeks blush-colored her ears, and she said in a thin voice, what shopping? It's just to buy a maid's outfit. Right. It's buying a maid outfit, not shopping. Chui had a look of sudden realization. There were quite a few students in the classroom who were listening with their ears perked up, and although the sound of the two exchanging was small, there were students with sharp hearing who caught the three words maid outfit and immediately exclaimed, wow, maid outfit. Brother E is taking schoolgirl Shen to buy a maid outfit. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Is my goddess just going to be taken by brother yet? Is that how boy brother yet got his name? I also want to wear a maid's outfit to show brother yet. Not to mention the maid outfit. If Mr. Yet likes me, I'll wear any bikini, gymnastic outfit, Deadpool water, or uniform seduction. Shen Nianyun heard the crowd's discussion in the classroom, said goodbye to Chui with a red face, and left in a hurry after making an appointment to go shopping for women's clothing together in the afternoon. Chui looked at Shen Nianyun's back for a while and laughed. This girl is also too easy to be shy. However, it felt quite good. Chapter 38, Limited time worship value doubled. The afternoon is an elective class. Can go or not. Chui said that the elective class were as important as dating the school flower. The first thing you need to do is to go to the school and get a date with the schoolgirl. Shen Nianyun drove directly to Jiannan International Shopping Center. In the car, Shen Nianyun was cautious and looked a little nervous. In order to let her relax a bit, Chui chatted with her. Nianyun, the sushi rolls you made are quite delicious. Ah, what? Shen Nianyun asked dully as if she had been awakened. I said, the sushi rolls you made are quite delicious. I like them a lot. Chui repeated. Shen Nianyun pursed her lips and said softly, if you like it, then I'll make it for you again tomorrow. That's what you said. Oh, keep your word. Chui heatedly smiled. A promise is a promise. Shen Nianyun nodded seriously. Since that's the case, then, in return, I'll treat you to dinner after buying the maid outfit in a while. Chui smiled and spoke out his long-planned idea. He remembered that the last time he dined with Shen Nianyun, he had obtained a reward of 10 points of charm value, so he wondered what reward he could obtain by going to dinner with Shen Nianyun. Shen Nianyun was a bit flustered and hastily waved her hand and said, No need. I still owe you a favor. How can I let you treat me to dinner again? Looking at Chuyi's serious side face as he drove, Shen Nianyun's heartbeat accelerated slightly. She hadn't eaten alone with a boy since she was a child. However, at the thought of eating with this boy in front of her, she was not repulsed, and was even vaguely looking forward to it. Was it because he had saved her? Or was it because he was so handsome? Shen Nianyun, what are you thinking about la? Chuyi kept his gaze on the road and did not notice Shen Nianyun's abnormality. However, he knew that girls were generally more reserved. It was just a meal, not doing anything else, so he would definitely agree after a few more invitations. Nianyun, don't keep hanging on to the fact that I saved you. Let's put one thing against another. You bought me a sushi roll, I bought you dinner. That's fair. If you don't want to eat with me, then I'm embarrassed to eat the sushi rolls you made. Once Shen Nianyun heard Chuyi say that, she agreed after thinking for a moment. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Thinking that she would be eating with Chuyi in a while, Shen Nianyun's little heart beat indisputably faster. Having never been in love before, she didn't know what it felt like, she only knew that she liked it. The two of them quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of the Jiannan International Shopping Center. After Chuyi parked the car, he quickly walked to the passenger side to help Shen Nianyun pull open the swinging door. However, the experience of getting in and out of a sports car was not very good. Looking at Shen Nianyun getting out of the car in a slight mess, Chuyi said with an apologetic face, "This car's door design is a bit less convenient. Next time I'll change to a more comfortable one." Shen Nianyun said with embarrassment, "No need. This car is quite good. Mainly because I'm too stupid to even get out of the car." No, it's the pot of this broken car. It has nothing to do with you." Chuyi firmly dumped the pot on the Koenigsegg Gemera. If Koenigsegg Gemera had his own consciousness, he would have exclaimed, "Relentless. Let's go. Let's take the elevator to the third floor. I've done the strategy in advance. There's a store on the third floor that specializes in customized clothing. There should be samples of maid costumes as well," Chuyi said, and walked towards the elevator first. Shen Nianyun hurriedly followed closely behind Chuyi, looking like a little follower. The two of them went up the elevator one after the other, and when the elevator went up to the first floor, a large group of people came pouring in. Chuyi subconsciously protected Shen Nianyun behind him, and his strong physical qualities directly supported a spacious space for Shen Nianyun in the narrow elevator. Shen Nianyun looked at Chuyi's back. Her heart was somewhat touched. She still felt the feeling of being protected by a boy for the first time. Seeing some beads of sweat on the back of Chuyi's neck, Shen Nianyun pulled out a pack of paper towels from her pocket and pulled out one to wipe Chuyi's sweat. Chuyi sensed Shen Nianyun's small action, smiled faintly and did not say anything, but only slightly bent his knees, allowing her to better wipe some. Ding! Detected the host's first sweet interaction with an extremely beautiful woman, rewarding a limited time doubling of worship value. Within the next hour, the worship value gained by the host pretending to be a pussy is doubled. If you can pretend to be a pussy in front of a girl and earn worship value, why not do it? Chuyi froze, not expecting that this look could also trigger a system reward. This was too sudden. To be honest, he really didn't want to pretend to be a bully. Ding! Detected that the host doesn't want to play hard to get. The worship value harvested in the next hour x 3 times. System, you are forcing me to pretend to be 3 times the worship value. It seems that this pussy still had to be faked. As long as he installed this wave of pussy, he would be able to unlock new skills. In the midst of Chuyi and the system's exchange, the elevator came to the third floor, and Chuyi's good time came to an end. Chuyi pondered in his head about how to pretend to be a pussy, and led Shen Nianyun to the store with the customized clothing. Shen Nianyun entered the store, a little restrained, and followed behind Chuyi with a similar step. The female shopper wearing a tight wraparound skirt saw who the gold master was at a glance, and greeted her with a warm face. "Good day to you both. Welcome to Luofan Clothing Customization. May I ask, sir, are you here to customize or rent clothing?" Chuyi coughed twice to clear his throat, smiled and asked, "Hello, does your house have any ready-made clothes for maid costumes?" The female shopper was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted and introduced with a smile. "Yes, there are. We have a total of 12 ready-made maid costumes in our store." "Good, take me to take a look." Chuyi nodded and said, "Alright, this way please." The female guide led the way in front, but her mind was thinking about other things. The young people nowadays play really flowery. Two young couples of about the same age actually came to buy a maid outfit. Uniform temptation? However, those who can come to their store to buy clothes are all powerful and successful people, and this little handsome man is so handsome and rich. It would be good if he can get close to them. Thinking of this, the female shopper walked and deliberately increased the amplitude of her hip twist, hoping to attract Chuyi's attention. However, Chuyi was racking his brain on how to get more pussy in an hour, and did not notice the guide girl's twisting buttocks. When she arrived at the location where the maid's outfit was placed, the female shopper couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw that Chuyi was thinking about things with a pensive face. She felt as if she had lost her charm. The normal male customers who entered the store usually looked at him with a colorful expression. How is it that this boy looks like he didn't see it? Chapter 39, Arashi's is a bit bigger than mine. However, she was still very dedicated to introducing the maid outfit to Chuyi. Sir, all 12 of our stores' maid outfit ready to wear are here. You can pick the type you like. These 12 are the Victorian afternoon style, the Victorian pre-noon style, the sexier mini skirt style, the slightly erotic French country style. Like the French country style maid outfit has a low-cut design. Sir, you should like it more. Others include classical, swimsuit, dragon country style, wabi-sabi, military style, electronic style, steampunk style, and horror style. Each of them also has several colors to choose from. Chuyi listened attentively to the female shopper's explanation, nodding his head in agreement from time to time. When the female shopper mentioned that the French country style maid outfit had a low-cut design, Chuyi's eyes lit up. This one had to be arranged. Shen Nianyun, on the other hand, blushed. If Chuyi let himself wear such a sexy maid outfit to clean the house, wouldn't it all be seen by him? As the female guide continued her introduction, she also walked in front of Chuyi and bent down with her back to Chuyi to pull the folds of the maid outfit's skirt. Because she was wearing a short skirt with buttocks, the feeling she gave off was shocking. Chuyi felt that this but in front of him gave him the urge to reach out and slap it. Instantly, the chi and blood in his body surged up, and he felt his nostrils getting a little hot. This Nima, don't force me to unsheathe my sword. Cough cough cough. Shen Nianyun heard Chuyi's cough and asked with some concern, Chuyi, what's wrong with you? Chuyi shook his head somewhat awkwardly, indicating that he was fine, and then said to the female shopping guide, hello, this horror wind one, the Victorian afternoon before and after afternoon, and the classical style one. Seeing Chuyi's embarrassment, the female shopper was a bit pleased with herself. She was really a young boy. Sir, do you want these pieces? The styles of these pieces are more conservative and the price of the clothes in our store is also more expensive. A set of ready-made clothes will cost several $1,000s, and the price will be even higher if they are customized. The female shopper whispered and took over Chuyi's words. Chuyi smiled faintly. No, you misunderstood. I mean these few pieces don't want, the rest are all wanted. The female guide was a bit surprised. So many clothes could add up to tens of thousands of dollars. Chuyi pulled Shen Nianyun over and continued. You'll help her measure the latitude of her body in a moment, and make 2 sets of each according to her body type. Sir, if we make customized clothing in our store, a set starts at 10,000, excluding the 4 models you mentioned. The remaining 8 models will each have 2 sets each, which will cost at least 160,000. The female shopper thought that Chuyi was not too clear about the prices here, and gave him a rundown. After all, where would a normal person spend 160,000 on a bunch of maid costumes? With a little more money on it, BBA's entry-level models could all be mentioned. Ah, wow, only 160,000, pretty cheap. Chuyi nodded lightly, pulling out his bank card and handing it to the female guide. You swipe the money first, then measure her body latitude. When it's done, send it to me. I'm in a hurry. Only $160,000? It would be fine if you bought some luxury goods. The problem is that you spent $160,000 on ordering a whole bunch of maid outfits, and then you say it's only $160,000? It's not like going to the food market and buying a bit of green vegetables and then lightly saying it's only $16. This is $160,000. The female guide's heart was filled with shock, and in the end, she could only attribute it to one sentence. Young people really know how to play. Worship value plus 100, x3. The worship value plus 100, x3. The woman's heart was filled with shock, and in the end she could only summarize it as one sentence. Instantly 900 points of worship value came into the account. Chuyi only felt refreshed. Today, pretending to be a bully is a triple pleasure. The female shopper woodenly took over the bank card to go to the counter to swipe the card. The ass is not twisted. The is not tie. This can spend 160,000 yuan for his girlfriend to buy a maid outfit. Surely feelings are very deep. Where is her turn? Shen Nianyun was shocked when she heard the price of the maid outfit. Chuyi, this maid outfit is too expensive. It doesn't look much better than the ones Lan and I picked out earlier. Why don't we leave? Don't buy from this store. Shen Nianyun said as she was about to pull Chuyi away. 160,000 was simply astronomical to her. If she bought those sets of clothes, she could die of heartache. Chui took her hand and pulled her back, saying with a smile, "It's okay, this is what I bought for you as labor clothes. It's not considered your clothes. In the future, if you and Xianglan leave your jobs, the clothes will definitely have to be returned to me as well. I still have to keep them for the maids who will be applying for the job later on." Hearing this, Shen Nianyun then gave in. Since Chui was buying it to use as the work clothes for the maids in his villa, then let him be. However, when she heard him say that this maid's uniform would be reserved for other girls, Shen Nianyun's heart was vaguely uncomfortable. If there were other girls who would give Chui as a maid, would they look at Chui's good looks and go after him? Thinking of this, Shen Nianyun's emotions inexplicably became low. In Shen Nianyun's opinion, Chui had first saved her with artificial respiration without asking for anything in return. Then when he came to visit her in the hospital, he offered her a well-paid part-time job. When she left, she also silently paid the medical expenses, completely unrequited. During this period, the two of them only added WeChat. There is no extra interactions, and Chui is not like those who pursue her boys in general, and constantly issued invitations to her. Just want to let her go out to dinner and drink, watching movies. Today, they went out together only to buy a maid outfit. All of the above made Shen Nianyun feel good about Chui, coupled with Chui's already outstanding appearance. It made Shen Nianyun find him even more attractive. Don't think that only boys like beautiful women, but why wouldn't girls like handsome men? Even when they met their favorite handsome man, the performance of girls was far more enthusiastic than that of boys. It's just that the poor conditions of her family since she was a child have made her develop an extremely low self-esteem. Even if she had a good feeling about Chui, she didn't dare to show it. She felt that she was not worthy of the excellent Chui. Chui's appearance, like a touch of warm sun, suddenly appeared in her gray world, illuminated the empty heart. However, she did not dare to reach out and touch the sunlight, let alone take the initiative to approach the warm sun. She was afraid that she would be too vulnerable and be burned by the sunlight. She was also afraid that because of her own rashness, she would cause the warm sun to leave her gray world. Perhaps it was enough as long as the warm sun could keep shining on the gray world inside her. Thinking of this, Shen Nianyun comforted herself in her heart. Shen Nianyun, why are you thinking so much? Don't be too greedy. Being able to serve Chui as a maid is already a great fortune. Don't think too much. Seeing Shen Nianyun frozen in place, Chui couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. Nianyun, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Shen Nianyun came back to her senses, her face blushing as she removed Chui's hand. Nothing, maybe I didn't sleep well yesterday. Wow, that's good. Chui nodded. By the way, do you know Xianglan's body latitude? I see that you two seem to have similar figures. Chui thought of the fact that Xianglan was also going to buy a maid outfit, so if Shen Nianyun knew her body latitude, why don't they simply order it for her together? Lanlan's breasts are a bit bigger than mine. Shen Nianyun squirmed a bit and said in a low voice. Chapter 40, The Super Fit Xianglan. What did you say? I didn't hear you? Chui really didn't hear it. Just now Shen Nianyun spoke in a voice similar to that of a mosquito. Shen Nianyun looked around and realized that the female guide had already come over with her card. Feeling even more embarrassed, she waved her hand towards Chui, signaling him to come over with his ear. Chui did as he was told, leaning over a little and probing to the side of Shen Nianyun's mouth. Accompanied by a gust of hot air in his ears, came Shen Nianyun's voice. I said, Lanlan's breasts are bigger than mine. Chui's eyes widened as he looked at Shen Nianyun with a shocked expression, his line of sight involuntarily descending to Shen Nianyun's chest. Under the scanning of the LSB's eye, a three-dimensional effect map appeared in his mind. Good guy. Xianglan so material? Shen Nianyun felt Chui's burning gaze. She didn't know what to do. She could only continue to lower her head and pretend to be an ostrich. Her left hand grabbed the wrist of her right hand and swung it in front of her body, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Seeing her in this state, Chui's heart stirred and came to her ear and replied, Okay, I know Xianglan is older than you. The feeling of silky hot air spewing in her ears caused Shen Nianyun's eyes to close tightly, and she was on the verge of crying out. However, I think that compared to Xianglan, you're even more adorable. Chu Feng continued with a bad smile on his face. Shen Nianyun's heart stirred. He complimented me for being cute? And I think that a soft and weak character like yours makes people even more protective. Shen Nianyun's heart moved again. He said I make people protective. The joy in her heart dispelled her shyness. Shen Nianyun opened her beautiful big eyes to look at Chui, and when she saw that he had a bad smile on his face, she couldn't help but stomp her foot and said with a beeped mouth, Hate it. Chui laughed out loud and walked to the side to say to the female shopper who had finished swiping her card, Hello, in addition to the ones just now, please help me swipe another 160,000 000. I'd also like to order a batch of maid outfits of the same style. I'll give you the size later. And then when your store is done, please help me send it to my house. I'll also send you the address and size later. The shopgirl was shocked again. Another $160,000 for the same style and different sizes of the maid outfit? Gosh, is this another maid? Looking at Shen Nianyun's exquisite beauty, the shopgirl's heart was broken. Another maid wouldn't be this beautiful too, right? She looked down at her own long, seductive legs wrapped in black silk, and subconsciously straightened her chest, took her bank card and went to the counter to continue swiping her card. In fact, she wanted to ask, "Little brother, do you still lack a maid?" Seeing the female guide go to swipe her card, Chu Yi said to Shen Nianyun, "Nianyun, ask Xiang Lan for her body size. If we can bring it today, this batch of maid outfits should be ready on the same day." "Okay, I'll go ask her now." Shen Nianyun nodded and took out her cell phone to send a message to Xiang Lan. By the time the female guide finished swiping her card, Xiang Lan hadn't even replied yet, so Chu Yi simply added the female guide's WeChat. He planned to wait for Xiang Lan to reply before sending the size to the shopgirl, and by the way, he would send her his home address at that time as well, so that it would be convenient to mail it. After doing all this, Chu Yi and Shen Nianyun left this Luofan clothing customization. The female shopper said in a delicate voice, "Please go slowly, welcome to the next visit." Hearing those words, Chu Yi's mind involuntarily floated back to the impact-filled image just now, and he immediately felt a warmth in his belly. Hiss! Damnable demonic spirit! Laudy's voodoo stick can't suppress it anymore. Chu Yi shook off his head and pulled Shen Nianyun's soft and boneless little hand and left. Shen Nianyun red face let Chu Yi pull hand. Without walking for long, Shen Nianyun's cell phone's ringtone rang. Chu Yi, Lan replied to me. Shen Nianyun opened the chat interface and handed her cell phone to Chu Yi. Chu Yi took a look and exclaimed, "Awesome," only to see that the circumference status sent over by Xiang Lan was simply comparable to a succulent body in a manga. It was 94-60-96 respectively. This, the ultimate microfat girl in the eyes of the boys. Because the 2 times he saw Xiang Lan she was wearing looser clothes. The first time was a Lolita and the second time was a JK uniform. Even he, a veteran driver, could only tell that Xiang Lan was one of those girls with a broad chest, but he didn't expect her body to be so explosive. Chu Yi felt the need to find an excuse to arrange some tight work clothes for Xiang Lan. Well, it was definitely eye-catching. Xiang Lan, who was attending classes at her own school, couldn't help but sneeze, which made her observe her surroundings in surprise. This summer heat, the other students all look like they are hot as a dog. Why would she suddenly sneeze? It couldn't be that she caught a cold from sleeping naked last night, right? Alas, it seems that she can't sleep happily tonight. Chu Yi took out his cell phone and sent his home address and Xiang Lan's body size to the female guide, then sized up Shen Nianyun's cell phone and stretched out his hands to clap his palms. I suddenly thought of something. Working for me definitely still needs a work phone. Go, Nianyun. I'll take you to buy a cell phone. The reason why Chu Yi said that was because Shen Nianyun's cell phone was indeed a bit old. By now, she was still using the Demi 6, which was a cell phone from several years ago. Moreover, he had just spent only 10 or so minutes in Luofan clothing customization, so he could still go to a few more stores to pretend to be a pussy if he grabbed the time. It wasn't often when the worship value tripled. He had to take this opportunity to earn more. After all, he was now poor with only money left. Alas, it was so annoying. Shen Nianyun hurriedly pulled Chu Yi back and asked in confusion, "I can still understand what you said about the work clothes, but what's with this work machine? A maid's job should be to clean and cook, right? There shouldn't be any need for a working machine? In fact, I'd rather have something to do as a maid, and nothing to do as a maid." Chu Yi looked at Shen Nianyun and explained in a serious manner, "Look, this cell phone of yours is also a bit old. In case your cell phone runs out of power while you're at work and I can't contact you, wouldn't that mean that you're not in place for work? If I give you a work machine, you'll have 2 cell phones. This way basically there won't be a situation where I, the employer, can't contact you, right?" Listening to Chu Yi's explanation, although Shen Nianyun did not agree with it, she surprisingly had no way to refute it herself. It was said as if it made so much sense. "Alright then, listen to you." Shen Nianyun nodded and agreed to Chu Yi. Chu Yi heatedly smiled and hurriedly pulled Shen Nianyun up and ran towards the cell phone store. With that look of being in a hurry, those who didn't know thought that Chu Yi was rushing to the supermarket to grab a discount. Chapter 41, Let's Go Play Escape Room. Not far from the 3rd floor, there was a specialty store for Dragon Country's domestic machines. Some years ago, Dragon Country's technological strength was poor, and the domestic cell phones couldn't compare to the foreign fruit cell phones. But it was different now. Domestic cell phones have gradually become powerful, not inferior to fruit phones in the slightest. some aspects are even stronger. Shen Nianyun had bought a cell phone with the flood operating system, and he heard that it could automatically translate subtitles when reading study materials. At that time, Shui listened to the sighs of relief. This is the power of technology. Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. When he arrived at the cell phone store, Shui bought 3 of the latest flagships, 1 blue and 2 pink. Blue Shui own use. 2 pink is to Shen Nianyun and Xianglan. Since that is the work of the machine, that certainly cannot favor one over the other. Unfortunately, in the cell phone store did not harvest any worship value, which makes Shui slightly disappointed. However, this was normal. Buying 3 cell phones at once was not an uncommon thing, and it didn't cost a few dollars. Therefore, Shui decided to start the buy mode, and buy some more clothes or something to give to his parents who were still in his hometown. Although he gave his parents $7 million, but according to the nature of the parents are not necessarily willing to spend money. At most, the old home appliances at home to change a little, daily food a little better. So in the only time left, Shui brought Shen Nianyun crazy sweet brand stores. Men's and women's shoes and bags have bought a lot of. 2 people hands are big bags to carry. In the end, they managed to harvest more than 3,000 points of worship value, and together with what Shui originally possessed, the total amounted to more than 8,000 points. Shui, why have you suddenly become happy? Shen Nianyun blinked her eyes and asked with a curious expression. Although the Shui of just now was in a good mood, it was not to the extent of being happy. So why was he so happy after buying something? Have I been happy? Shui asked rhetorically. Well, look at you now with your eyebrows raised. It's exactly the same expression as when Lan earned money. Shen Nianyun nodded and said, both of them happily behaved like little hamsters. So true. I think spending money is a kind of enjoyment. Spending money makes me pleasurable. Shui laughed, turned his head to look at Shen Nianyun and continued. Not to mention that there's such a great beauty like you accompanying me to spend money together. That makes it even more pleasurable. These words were Shui's heartfelt words. He felt that getting along with Shen Nianyun was really comfortable. Not only was her face value outstanding, her character was also gentle and well-behaved. This kind of girl was suitable to take home as a wife. Smooth talker. One look tells me that you usually don't flirt with girls much. Shen Nianyun blanked Shui and muttered, wrongfully accused. You don't even know how honest I am. I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend a few days ago, Shui said with an aggrieved face. Really? Shen Nianyun asked with flickering eyes. Although Shui was quite hot in the campus forum, but Shen Nianyun usually did not go on the forum, so she did not know about it. Now that she heard that Shui had just been dumped, her heart inexplicably leapt a bit. Can this still be fake? If you don't believe me, go to the campus forum and take a look. The process of my breakup was secretly filmed and uploaded. Mentioning this, Shui was somewhat in tears. He didn't expect that he would one day become the male lead in a popular little video. Okay, I'll go take a look. Shen Nianyun more seriously took out her newly purchased cell phone and logged into the Jiangbei University campus forum. She easily found the video of Shui's breakup. Thanks to the heat he had been experiencing during this period of time, whether it was the breakup or the kickboxing club, or the video of saving Shen Nianyun, all of them were at the top of the list. When she skimmed over Shui's video of saving herself, Shen Nianyun's cheeks blushed and hurriedly watched Shui's breakup video. Soon she finished watching it. How about it? Do you believe it this time? Shui asked. He did not expect Shen Nianyun to be so serious. It seemed that some jokes could not be made in the future. For example, what I'll just sleep and not move around. I'll just rub it in and not go in. Shen Nianyun pursed her lips and said, I didn't realize that you had actually been pretending that your family conditions were bad before. That girl who broke up with you should be angry and cry. Am I pretending? I am really poor, okay? Alas, it can't be helped. Once I wanted to find a true love, but the reality gave me a severe beating. Shui's mood suddenly became low, and he said with some sadness, although there was no attachment to Suyu, the scum of the earth, but the feelings that Shui had once invested in was real, and it was inevitable that he would be a little down now that he had mentioned this, but the main thing was to do it to Shen Nianyun. Otherwise, if he had only broken up a few days ago but acted as if nothing had happened, wouldn't that make him look like a scum? What if this made Shen Nianyun's favor towards him drop? How else was he going to pick her up? Shui, don't be sad. You're so good. Are you still afraid of not finding a girlfriend? Seeing Shui in this state, Shen Nianyun was somewhat at a loss for words and secretly blamed herself in her heart. It was all her fault. Shui had just broken up and she mentioned his sadness. Wasn't that rubbing salt into his wounds? I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not being in control, causing you to remember your sadness. Shen Nianyun looked guilty and bowed her head to apologize. Shui naturally reached out and touched her lowered little head. It's fine. It's fine. This is also a good thing for me. If it wasn't for this matter, I would probably still be in a muddle right now. Chui had indeed seen many things under the influence of Suyu's breakup. If Suyu hadn't brought up the breakup at that time, he would probably still be a humble licking dog that responded to his girlfriend's requests. It was just that his identity was a bit more prominent than that of an ordinary licking dog. He was a divine, magnificent, big, handsome licking dog. Over the past 2 days he had also reflected on his behavior when he was with Suyu. In the past, he had been an authority figure, but now that he was a bystander after the breakup, in his current opinion, he was a person without a position at that time. As long as Suyu had a request, he would answer it, and even if he couldn't do it, he would do his best to satisfy her. Wasn't he just a licking dog? So all in all, the matter of breaking up was completely more beneficial than detrimental to Chui. What's more, wasn't there a better, more beautiful, and more well-behaved Shen Nianyun in front of him than Suyu? Really? Shen Nianyun still felt a little guilty. She felt bad about what she had just done, making her savior sad and upset. Of course it's true. I'm a person who never lies. But then, even though it's a small matter, but seeing as you're so guilty, I'll be merciful and let you make it up to me, Chui suddenly said with a bad smile on his face. When Shen Nianyun saw this look on his face, she became wary. What compensation do you want? I won't agree to anything too excessive. Not too much, but not too much. Let's go play escape room, Chui said with a hefty smile. Shen Nianyun was dumbfounded. Chapter 42, Intimate Contact. After Chuyi's righteous persuasion, Shen Nianyun agreed to play an escape room together, also known as a haunted house. Although she had always been more afraid of this kind of thing, the thought of having Chui accompany her made her bravely agree. The reason why Chui wanted to play escape room was because it was still early and not yet mealtime, and secondly, he felt that this kind of slightly scary atmosphere game could quickly enhance the relationship between men and women. Bringing a girl to a horror movie was the same thing. If you go to see a horror movie with a girl who has a good feeling about you, when there is a horror plot, you can just go with the flow and put your arm around her. This way, the invisible hint of good feeling +1 will keep surfacing in the air. The premise was that you had to be bold. Chui drove Shen Nianyun to an escape room theme store not far from the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Before entering the store, he learned about it according to the introduction at the door. The name of the horror theme was called 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and it was the kind that had NPCs, so that the playability and horror atmosphere would be a little better. Walking into the store, one could see the horror elements that were purposely decorated, coupled with the eerie music. If anything, it looked pretty good overall. At least Chui felt a bit of a feeling. At the same time, there were 3 other men and a woman at the front desk, looking like they were also guests preparing for the experience. The 3 boys were dressed in trendy clothes. All of them were white and skinny types. The girl had short hair and was wearing a black navel dress and jean shorts. Her looks had a score of about 80, but unfortunately it was a pair of A's. A line of people looked not too old. Should be the appearance of college students. At this time, this short-haired girl is blowing bubblegum. When she saw the door, Chui froze a little. The bubble in her mouth is blowing bigger and bigger. Boom, blowing out. Sticking to the side of the mouth is a little messy. Short-haired girl, face embarrassed, hastily turned around and licked the bubblegum back into her mouth. But in her heart she was sighing. This boy is so handsome. A few other boys saw Chui and his duo come in, and a boy with a tinfoil perm in that group walked over and said with a friendly smile, "Are you guys here to play escape room as well?" "Yes." Chui nodded and said, "That's great. This escape room happens to require 6 people to play together. Why don't we form a team together?" The tinfoil hot boy said enthusiastically. Chui glanced at Shen Nianyun and asked for her opinion with his eyes. Originally, he had planned for the 2 of them to play, but he didn't realize that it would take 6 people. Shen Nianyun's face turned slightly white at this moment due to the store's specially decorated horror atmosphere, but seeing Chui looking at herself, she still braced herself and nodded her head, indicating that all would be fine. Seeing this, Chui also agreed to the tinfoil hot boy's request. "Then let's play together." The tinfoil hot boy smiled and said impatiently, "Then let's go buy tickets to enter now." "Good," Chui answered, and seeing that the face of Shen Nianyun next to him was a bit unnatural, he took her little hand and walked towards the front desk. And Shen Nianyun also obediently let Chui hold her, obediently following him around. After buying the tickets, the 6 of them entered the venue together, and as soon as they entered the door, they saw a small room in which stood a white-haired female NPC dressed in ancient clothes. The dim lighting paired with the odd styling, coupled with the dark red light shining on her face from below, made this female NPC look a bit scary. After the group scrutinized for a moment, the female NPC opened her mouth. It was a pre-recorded sound effect. A hoarse female voice slowly coming out. "Welcome to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. I am Meng. You will be here to search for your past life memories. Those who succeed in finding the memories will be eligible for reincarnation. Those who don't will fall into hell forever." The stereo hanging on the walls around them transmitted another burst of eerie music, and Shen Nianyun's grip on Chuyi's hand couldn't help but tighten. The corners of Chuyi's mouth hooked up in an arc, and he also tightened his palms, while returning Shen Nianyun a reassuring look. Being afraid was the right thing to do. This was the effect he wanted. If he wasn't afraid, he still didn't want to play this boring game. After NPC Mang finished speaking, a large door opened behind her and the light shining on her face dimmed. With that, the group knew it was time to move on. Chuyi looked at the 4 college students, who all seemed a little afraid to advance. Shaking his head helplessly, he picked up Shen Nianyun and walked towards the front with a big grin. The short-haired girl hurriedly followed behind, and the other 3 boys looked at each other and also walked forward together. The tinfoil hat boy looked at the short-haired girl's back, gritted his teeth and gathered his courage to walk to her side, and without speaking, he walked shoulder to shoulder. The remaining 2 boys were at the very back of the line. Have to say, this horror-themed escape room does create a horror atmosphere in place. Many lights, sound effects, props combined. Let the crowd scream from time to time. For Chuyi, the feeling was fine, thanks to the system's rewarded physique. His visibility was still very high in this dim environment. This also made the intentionally horrifying atmosphere inside the secret room not affect him much. Watching these few guys who were playing together react so greatly, he even wanted to laugh a little. After passing through several small levels, Shen Nianyun had already tightly hugged Chuyi's arm, not daring to let go. Ding! Detected that the host was in close contact with an extremely beautiful woman, rewarding 2,000 points of worship value. Please continue to work hard to further develop the host's relationship. I didn't expect that just a close contact would reward 2,000 points of worship value. This was too earned. Chuyi had just worked hard to shop for an hour and only earned more than 3,000 points. So in comparison, it seemed that flirting with a girl was easier. Now Chuyi's worship value had directly broken through the 1W mark, and could be exchanged for 2 proficient level skills. Smelling the faint fragrance of Shen Nianyun's body, and feeling the softness coming from his arm, Chuyi said that this wave was not a loss. The short-haired girl also unconsciously snuggled up with the tinfoil hat boy and slowly walked forward shoulder to shoulder. The last 2 boys were also pathetically shoulder-hugging each other, their eyes carefully observing the surrounding. You know that the NPCs haven't even made an appearance yet. Guided by props and hints, the group arrived at a small room. In the center of the room was a well sealed by wooden boards, and besides the doorway, there were a total of 3 tables in the room, each of which was attached to a wall, and on which 2 books were placed. So the 6 people were still divided into 2-person teams by default according to the exploration, 2 by 2 at a table. Checking out the books on the table, Shen Nianyun was already so scared that her entire body was about to hang on Chuyi. So where else would she dare to look through the unknown books in here? So Chuyi flipped through the 2 books alone. The first few pages had little clues, but when he flipped to the center he found a slightly scary photo. The picture in the photo was also of this room. The difference was that the sealed well in the photo became open, and there was a cloaked white figure climbing out of the well. It was at this moment that a scream came from behind him. At that moment, Chuyi felt Shen Nianyun wrapping her arm more tightly around her, and when she turned around to look, the wooden board that covered the mouth of the well had already been pushed aside. The cloaked white figure in the photo had already climbed out and was pouncing towards the short-haired girl, with a frightening shriek coming out of her mouth. The other group of 2 boys were obviously terrified and froze in place, not knowing what to do. The tinfoil hat boy's face was filled with awe, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of the short-haired girl. Chapter 43, Woo-woo, he touched my bear. Unrelenting, the NPC quickly pounced around the tinfoil hat boy and towards the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl kept screaming as she dodged, but she still couldn't escape the NPC's hungry tiger. The tinfoil hat boy was enraged and bravely pushed him away, then shielded the short-haired girl in a corner from the NPC. The NPC couldn't find an opportunity but didn't leave. Standing motionless in front of the duo, to Chuyi's surprise, there was actually an NPC crawling out of the well, and looking at his direction it was obvious that he was coming towards himself. Shen Nianyun also saw it and was too scared to squeak. Changing to a different kind of hug and wrapping her arms tightly around Chuyi's waist at the back, Chuyi stretched out a hand and patted Shen Nianyun's arm, wanting her to relax a little, but he didn't expect this pat to make her even more nervous. She let out a cry, her eyes closed tightly, not daring to look directly at the horror. Her psychological shadow as a child was domestic horror movies, and now that she encountered a similar scene, she was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. Hearing a girl's call, the NPC's pace all sped up quite a bit, heading straight for Shen Nianyun. Chuyi, in the spirit of playing the game, did not intend to make things difficult for this NPC. After all, they were all laborers and it was not easy. He protected Shen Nianyun behind him, ready to stop the NPC when it approached. However, under Chuyi's sharp eyesight, He saw that this NPC's salty hand was actually heading towards Shen Nianyun's butt. This made his eyes slightly cold, and with a slight force, he pushed the NPC away. The cloaked NPC was pushed back by Chui, but after he slowed down, he continued his actions just now, and he kept howling under his breath. This time it was even more excessive. His hands were in the shape of claws, as if he wanted to eat the tofu of the white rabbit. At the same time, on the other side came the short-haired girl's shout with a crying voice, "Oh, he touched my breasts." Hearing those words, Chui sort of understood. It seemed that these NPCs hadn't eaten too much tofu from female tourists in their daily playwork. Now they actually wanted to put their salty hands on the women they had their eyes on. It was really something that Auntie could tolerate, but Chui could not. Seeing the NPC attacking again, Chui raised his foot and kicked him, ruthlessly kicking him in the stomach. The kicked NPC screamed miserably and fell to the ground. "Ah! Hit someone!" The screams of the fallen NPC covering his stomach in pain attracted the crowd present. Aside from the tinfoil hot boy who was still comforting the short-haired girl, everyone else looked at the NPC who had fallen to the ground. Shen Nianyun also opened her tightly closed eyes and looked towards the field with some trepidation, more than a little uncertainty. Having just been a little ostrich, she was not at all clear about what had happened. Chui grabbed the collar of the fallen NPC and lifted him up, then striding towards another NPC, restraining him in the same manner, and said in a cold voice under his breath, "You guys dared to molest the female tourists who came here to play. Getting beaten up is light. I'd like to see what your store manager says." The two NPCs were constantly struggling while being lifted in Chuyi's hands, but unfortunately, it was of little use. "Let go. You let go. Let me down." Chui did not pay the slightest attention to these two guys as he said towards Shen Nianyun, "Nianyun, let's go." Shen Nianyun was a little nervous and came to Chuyi's side with small quick steps. Chui carried the two struggling NPCs. Shen Nianyun followed behind him, and the two of them went back the same way one after the other. The tinfoil hot boys also helped the short-haired girl up and said through gritted teeth, "Son of a, actually dared to eat Xiaoman's tofu. Let's also go together to seek justice." One of the inch-haired boys also said angrily, "I'll quietly use my cell phone to record the video in a moment, and if the management of this store shirks its responsibility, I'll send the video to the internet." Another boy with a center-parted head took out his cell phone and dialed the police. "I'm calling the police. I'll let the police handle this later." Soon, everyone returned to the front desk. The staff had long since realized from the surveillance that things weren't quite right, and hurriedly notified the store manager. The store manager, a fat man with a kind face, had already come out at this time. Seeing Chui lifting two NPCs with one hand, the store manager was secretly shocked. This guy's strength was terrifyingly large. He hurriedly smiled and said, Hello, my name is Zhang. I'm the store manager of this store. I wonder if there's some kind of misunderstanding? It's not good to keep lifting people like this. Can you put them down first?" Chui slightly exerted his hands and directly threw the two cloaked NPCs on the ground. Two more miserable screams. "Shopkeeper Zhang, right? The NPCs in your store are really fat. Actually dare to molest the girls who come to play?" Store manager Zhang naturally knew what kind of virtues these two guys had. They usually didn't miss eating the tofu of female customers. Nay, they were their own relatives. Plus nothing had happened, so they just let it happen. He didn't expect that he would have to wipe his ass after stirring up trouble today. "Shopkeeper, we didn't do it on purpose. We were just following the workflow." The two NPCs climbed up from the ground rubbing their sore spots and said with an aggrieved face. Store manager Zhang reprimanded them twice with a stern face, then said to Chui with a smile, "This gentleman, you should calm down first. First of all, I'm deeply sorry for affecting your gaming experience. However, I think this should be a misunderstanding. We are engaged in the escape room to recruit people to play NPCs mainly to make the game more exciting, more immersive. Some physical contact between NPCs and customers is also very normal. I estimate that the two of them accidentally touched your female companion, coupled with the horror atmosphere of the girl is more timid, in the heat of the moment cried out. As for molestation should not be possible, right?" Zhang's store manager pulled out the usual rhetoric. Intends to first ease the Chui and other people's emotions. Generally better to talk about and then talk also sent off. Really can't the store then give them a discount rebate? Give some small gifts. Also basically can calm the customer's anger. Most people in the dim environment does not see the specifics of the situation. Here the words of the store manager Zhang will also doubt that was not an accident. Unfortunately, the store manager was wrong this time. He met Chui, even in the dim environment was still as bright as day for him. He could be 100% certain that everything just now was not a coincidence at all, but rather a deliberate act by the NPC. Chui beckoned to the boy with the tinfoil perm and asked him to help the short-haired girl over. The short-haired girl was still sobbing at this point, and only the chest of her black blouse was stained with several handprints of white dust. making it look particularly obvious. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Playing an NPC interaction and your hand just happens to be on someone's chest? You're telling me it's a coincidence? Store manager Jung continued to smile. I'm sorry, our employees are definitely wrong. But I can guarantee that they must have no intention of touching a female customer's body on purpose. After a pause, store manager Jiang said, do you think it's better this way? As compensation, this consumption will give you a 50% discount, and then present you with a 50% discount card, and the next experience can still be 50% off. As a store manager, he was quite experienced in handling things in this area. The first thing to do is to set the right attitude. First let the customer's emotions ease down, and then compensate the customer. As long as the customer was satisfied, basically nothing would happen. Even if the customers won't come back because of the bad experience, they may give it to their friends or other people. Here is another diversion in disguise. Chapter 44 Redemption. Super Hacker. Seeing that this Jiang store manager had been beating around the bush to skim off the responsibility and harbor his employees, Chui said with a cold smile on his face, I don't need compensation. Let's take the facts. You said they didn't do it on purpose. Then let me go to the surveillance room and check the surveillance and I'll know. He had just watched clearly. That NPC was the one who had stretched out his salty hand toward Shen Nianyun, and if he hadn't blocked in front of him, Shen Nianyun would have been taken advantage of. Coupled with the fact that the short-haired girl on the other side was also molested by the NPC, Chui could be 100% certain that these two guys were doing it on purpose. Seeing that Chui was so difficult to deal with, store manager Jiang frowned and gestured to the receptionist with his left hand behind his back. The receptionist understood and took out her cell phone and sent a message to her colleague who was still in the surveillance room, asking him to delete the surveillance. The other party replied back with an okay and then started deleting the evidence. This gentleman, what you're saying, although we're deeply sorry for what happened to your female companion, we've also apologized with a good attitude and made compensatory measures. This looks like you still want to check the surveillance. Generally the store's surveillance can't be casually pulled out for guests to see. On the one hand, it is to protect the privacy of other guests. On the other hand, the layout design of the escape room also belongs to the commercial secrets, so I can't agree to this request of yours. Store manager Jiang spoke eloquently, continuing to pull the tiger's skin. At this time, two police officers came in at the door, one tall and one short. Who just called the police? Shopkeeper John's face changed. He didn't expect these guests to be so difficult to deal with today, and it looked like he even called the police in advance. Seeing the police arrive, the two NPCs were a bit flustered. Only their messy hair hid their expressions. The boy with the center-parted head raised his hand and said, I'm the one who reported it. Xu Feng smiled. He had a side relationship with these two policemen. They were also at the scene yesterday at the barbecue restaurant when Officer Zhang led the team. The two policemen also saw Chui and gave him a friendly nod. Pei Yunxuan's uncle was the director. They knew that. And that incident yesterday was Pei Yunxian helping this one out. And the two seemed to have a good relationship. The two of them were also just ordinary civilian police officers. Not to say that they had a good relationship with Chui. At least they couldn't offend him. Otherwise they would probably have to wear small shoes in the bureau in the future. Who is the store manager here? The taller officer asked. Store manager Jiang hurriedly said, comrade police officer. I am. We received a report that an employee of this store molested a woman. So we've come over to investigate. So please cooperate. The police officer continued. Okay, we'll absolutely cooperate. Store manager Jiang looked like he was obeying the arrangement. As the saying goes, the people don't fight with the officials, the rich don't fight with the officials. And store manager Jiang naturally knew this. Plus, the surveillance should have all been deleted by now. So there was naturally nothing wrong with cooperating with the investigation. Anyway, the only evidence at the moment was just the slap mark on the girl's chest, which was not a decisive factor. He could totally say that the employee was careless. Officer, I saw it very clearly when I was inside. The employees of this store are the ones who intentionally molested the female customers. And we've just negotiated. So just check the surveillance and the truth will come out. Chui said to the police officer who came to investigate. Shen Nianyun saw this battle for the first time. Some apprehension, but still honestly stayed in Chui's side. Just eyes quite some worry. She had thought that she had gotten into trouble for a simple outing. The shorter officer was very facetious and said, in that case, let's go check the surveillance and see. This store manager, please also lead the way. Store manager Jiang had an ugly face on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly pleased. Little fellow, you're still a bit young. Aren't you just checking the surveillance? I'll see how you can check without records. I'll find an excuse to say that the data was lost. Store manager Jiang led the crowd to the surveillance room. Except for the boy with the tinfoil perm who was still in the same place comforting the short-haired girl. Everyone else followed. The guy with the inch hair had been quietly recording on his cell phone during the time, so he followed along in order to continue to follow up on the investigation results. The crowd came to the surveillance room, opened the door. Inside sat a mushroom-head youth wearing glasses. Seeing that there were so many people, and there were also police officers, the mushroom head was a little nervous and stood up. Store manager Jian walked over and patted mushroom head's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Then spoke. Shaolin, you call up the surveillance just now in the deep well area. The police comrades want to see the surveillance investigation. Shaolin nodded and then shook his head again, and said with an ugly face, Store manager, just now the monitoring room lost power for a while, and the monitoring video was lost for the whole day today. As soon as he received the message from the front desk, he immediately started to operate, not simply deleting the surveillance video, but covering the surveillance video, and covered it more than 3 times in a row. In this way, no matter who could not recover the data just now. According to the past, every time he did this kind of thing, store manager Jiang would give him some bonus as a reward afterwards, so Shaolin was still elated in his heart. The 2 officers looked at each other in dismay. The surveillance video was lost. They wouldn't be able to recover it. The center-parted boy spoke with some indignation. It must be that you guys deleted the surveillance ahead of time. Otherwise how could it be so coincidental that the surveillance was gone when the accident happened? Jiang store manager said with a smile on his face. Young man, rice can eat nonsense, words cannot talk nonsense. Our store's monitoring room often power outage. The loss of surveillance video is not a day or two. Chu Yi's heart moved. Opened the system mall to look up inside. Since the surveillance video was deleted, there should be a way to recover. Just do not know the skills in the system mall to not give strength. Found it. Hacking proficiency. System. I want to exchange hacking proficiency. Ding. Successful redemption. 5,000 points of worship value consumed. Chui only felt a huge stream of information surging through his mind, but it was quickly digested and absorbed by his own brain. Although there was a lot of knowledge, it was not bloated. It was as if it was knowledge that he had gained bit by bit, constantly learning and practicing. All of the programming languages regarding computers had all been blended in by Chui. Countless character codes bounced in Chuyi's mind, as if they were active like elves. In an instant, Chui had become a super hacker from a computer novice. It was true that the system's output would be of the highest quality. Although he was only a proficient hacker, Chuyi's hacking level had now reached the world level. Even if it wasn't the top tier, it wasn't that far off. With his eyes staring straight at the computer screen in the monitoring room, Chui hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth. Whether or not it's because of the loss of the monitoring video caused by the power outage, one try will tell. Chapter 45, Store Manager Jiang panicked. Store Manager Jiang gave an old-fashioned gesture of please and said easily, since this gentleman doesn't believe it, let's do what you think. Shaolin muttered, I told you that the surveillance records were lost. Do you still think you can recover them? Right. I'm the one who can recover it. Chui walked forward and sat in front of the computer. Smiling, crackling sounds rang out, and under the gaze of the crowd, Chuyi's fingers raced with speed as he struck the keyboard, dazzling people a bit. Pop-up windows full of codes appeared on the computer screen, giving the crowd an unidentified feeling. Store manager Jiang was a bit nervous as he made an inquiring glance toward Shaolin. In case the surveillance was really restored, their store would have no defense. Shaolin smiled, his expression as steady as an old dog. The surveillance video had been covered more than 3 times. How could it be recovered? Even if the guy in front of him has fast hands on the keyboard, it's useless. Keyboard warriors also have fast hands. It doesn't mean they're cowboys. 2 officers, this gentleman is not expected to be busy for a while. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Store manager Jiang took out the wazi in his pocket and gave the 2 officers cigarettes to share. The 2 officers simply refused. Although this was a common way of socializing among the people of the Dragon Kingdom, they certainly couldn't accept it during law enforcement. Jiang's store manager was not surprised, and his face did not feel embarrassed. He continued, I'll let the staff move a few stools over. It's better for everyone to sit and wait than to stand. And it's summer. They should all be thirsty. Have a drink. Store manager Jiang asked the 2 NPCs to carry the stools and get drinks. His attitude was very enthusiastic. In his opinion, his side had already won a solid victory. As long as the surveillance was not restored, this matter would be well resolved. Only he didn't realize that Shaolin's face on the side had changed. Shaolin stared straight at the computer screen, muttering with an incredulous expression. How could this be? How could this be possible? Only to see that under Chuyi's operation, many videos that were constantly rewinding appeared on the monitoring page, and the date of the videos was clearly today. After Chui successfully found and restored the surveillance area video where they had just encountered the NPC, He stopped continuing the operation and teasingly opened his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shopkeeper Jiang played this hand high, actually destroying the evidence and covering the surveillance video several times. If it wasn't for the fact that I worked as a webmaster in an internet cafe back in the day, I would really have to eat a boring loss today. Xiao Lin was dumbfounded. This is a skill that a webmaster can learn? I'll believe the hell out of you. The bad old man is bad. If there was an internet cafe like this, he wouldn't even need a salary. No, he'd do it for free. Store manager Jiang looked at the computer screen display and was also confused on the spot. He mechanically twisted his head to look at Xiao Lin, but realized that Xiao Lin's current expression was very similar to his own. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. You and I under a clueless tree. That's what they were talking about. Seeing store manager Jiang looking at himself, Xiao Lin squeezed out an awkward yet polite smile. Shopkeeper, it's not that I'm not powerful, but the enemy is too strong. With the wave of operations he had just done, even if he had a professional organization come out, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recover the surveillance footage. Yet he didn't expect this mediocre-looking college student to recover the surveillance video in a few minutes. Two police comrades, I've already pulled out the video of the clash that happened just now. Come and see if those two sales clerks accidentally touched that girl's breasts or if they did it on purpose. Not only the two police officers, everyone gathered in front of the screen. Only except for the police officers who had an investigative purpose. Everyone had a different idea. The middle-parted boy and the inch-haired boy were very excited and wanted to see the evidence. And the inch-haired boy even pointed his cell phone lens at the security camera. The store manager's side each had their own thoughts, silently praying in their hearts that the video that Shui recovered was not from that time. Shui opened the surveillance video from the time of the attack and turned on slow play again. The scene from the small room just now was reproduced in the computer screen. In order to facilitate observation, the deep well area had 3 surveillance cameras, each facing 3 tables. The video now playing was exactly the image of the short-haired girl and the tinfoil hat boy in the room. Recorded by the cameras with night vision, the surveillance images appeared clear. The cloaked NPC dressed in white lunged at the short-haired girl, but was stopped by the tinfoil hat boy. The NPC did not let up, but swooped down on the short-haired girl at a different angle, opening his arms and embracing her while moving his hand to the short-haired girl's chest. Under the slow playback, the image of NPC eating tofu with his salty hands appeared very clearly in front of the crowd. The store's surveillance video was recorded, and at this point, the short-haired girl's screams with a crying voice had already been transmitted, but the NPC's strange hand still grasped it and kept kneading it, and didn't let go. As store manager Jiang watched this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched and he opened his mouth to say something, but he was speechless. Shui then played another video that showed him and Shen Nianyun and another NPC. In the video, Shen Nianyun's eyes were tightly closed, hiding behind Shui and tightly hugging him. On the other hand, Shui's face was relaxed, facing the NPC that was pouncing on him. It was clear from the footage that the NPC was heading towards Shen Nianyun behind Shui. Shui's first move was to push the NPC away, and the NPC was pushed back and then pounced again. This time, his physical movements were even more pronounced, and he directly clawed his hands and grabbed at Shen Nianyun. Just at that moment, the short-haired girl's screams came. On the screen, Shui's face sank as he directly raised his leg and kicked at the NPC, then grabbed the fallen NPC with one hand, and lifted another one not long after. One hand lifted 2 NPCs towards the original roadback, and the screen ended there. 2 officers, the evidence is conclusive, Shui said. The 2 officers glanced at each other and said seriously to store manager Jiang. This store manager Jiang, please also bring the employees involved and return to the police station with us to be interrogated. Store manager Jiang wore a bitter smile on his face, but he knew that there was nothing else he could do now but to cooperate with the officers' procedures. As a manager, store manager Jiang also knew a little bit about the law, especially when there were employees with dishonest hands and feet under his hands. For this reason, he also deliberately went to check the laws and regulations in this area. The 2 relatives of one of them did not get on the hand is not bad, the other has already got on the hand is expected to be in bad luck. He now wants to harbor cannot harbor. To do instead is to clear himself of the charge of harboring suspects. This molestation if the other party to pursue, that is also a very serious thing. Indecent assault on a woman in a public place is punishable by more than 5 years in prison, and once it became a criminal case, he and Xiao Lin and the front desk together to destroy the evidence to cover up the matter of colleagues, is not a small matter. Jiang store manager Cold Sweat originally thought it was a small matter of easy to solve, but did not expect that he was also trapped. Chapter 46 The First Love Shen Nianyun. After the 2 officers saved the evidence, they took a group of parties and prepared to leave the surveillance room and go back to the police station to make a statement. At this time, the 2 NPCs came back with plastic stools and drinks, and happened to bump into the crowd that was going out. Yo, two officers, you're done watching so soon. Don't you want to stay and have a seat and a drink? The NPC who stretched out his salty hand to steal the short-haired girl greeted with a big smile. The tall officer took out his handcuffs and directly handcuffed him, and said with a cold face, "No need. It's better for you to come back to the police station with me to sit and have a cup of tea." The short officer also cuffed the other NPC and escorted him outside. Ugh. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you cuffing us? Officer, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? The two NPCs were dumbfounded and hurriedly opened their mouths to weasel their way out. What in the world had happened here? Didn't they say that the surveillance video was gone? How come in the time it took them to move a stool and take a drink, they were cuffed and had to be brought back to the police station to drink tea? You're still trying to argue? You know what you just did in your own heart. Wait to be sanctioned by the law. The center-parted boy said with an angry face. The two NPCs thumped in their hearts and glanced at the unsightly-looking young shopkeeper before realizing that something was wrong. So it seemed that what they had done was exposed? The NPC who hadn't gotten his hands on him looked at his companion without a trace, and said silently in his heart, "No, it was his thing that was exposed." He was now glad that he hadn't touched the girl, otherwise it would have been hard to escape. The escape room theme store was temporarily closed, and the other employees who were not involved in the incident were temporarily off duty. Those who were to be taken to the police station included store manager Jiang, the two NPCs, control room Shaolin, and the girl at the front desk, a total of 5 people. Originally, no one knew that the girl at the front desk had cooperated with store manager Jiang in tipping off Shaolin to delete the surveillance. But Shaolin, in order to reduce the punishment, adhering to the idea of confessing to leniency and resisting to severity, righteously reported the front desk girl, so she also cried and was taken away together. The short-haired girl had stabilized under the comfort of the tinfoil hot boys. The 4 of them also came in a car, so they drove to the police station on their own. The 2 officers only drove 1 police car, which couldn't fit the 5 people from the theme store. They had to contact their colleagues who were patrolling the neighborhood and called for another police car. This way there were 2 police cars, and the 3 officers and the 5 people involved happened to be filled to capacity. Chu-yi brought Shen Nianyun to the parking lot, got into the Koenigsegg Gemera, and prepared to head to the police station. He realized that it was really too troublesome to always be moving around and having a relationship with the police station during this period of time. If he made a few more trips in the future, the police station's doorman would be familiar with him, right? It would be good if he had his own legal department like those overbearing CEOs in TV dramas. For example, what Nanchan Pizza Hut is very good and powerful. Ding! The host realizes the importance of power. The system is doubly pleased, and now releases the task, establish a company to prepare for the establishment of a strong legal team. Reward for accepting and completing the task, a top lawyer. No punishment for not accepting. Looking at the task that suddenly appeared, Chu-yi staggered. The system was as generous as ever. Whenever he realized that he was missing something, the system was always the first to jump out and give him benefits. Truly, the system knows me. Little cotton jacket. Daddy loves you. System. Chu-yi did the math and now had 2 missions on hand waiting for him to complete. The first one was to go to the party organized by Pei Yunxian to get to know some of the powerful sons and daughters of Jiannan City and expand his network. Having money without power was the most deadly. If you had money and connections, that was the only way to mix it up. The second is now this new task. Set up a new company, in order to form the legal department to prepare. And the reward given by the system is actually a top lawyer. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Is it good looking? Is the body hot? Is the voice good? Shen Nianyun, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was currently looking at Chu-yi's side face with her head turned sideways. Silently, she thought of the picture she saw in the surveillance room just now. She actually hugged Chu-yi tightly out of fear. So embarrassing. However, when she also thought of the way Chu-yi was trying to protect himself, she could not help but smile sweetly. Was this the feeling of being protected? It was so good. Shen Nianyun's parents were honest farmers. Ever since she was a child, the most word she had been told was not to get into conflict with other people when going out. If you can tolerate things, you should tolerate them, and if your family is in a difficult situation, don't get into trouble. Under this kind of education for a long time, Shen Nianyun became very introverted and homely. She was wary of strangers, just like a scared bird, afraid that she would get into trouble and make her already poor family even worse. In addition to subsidizing her family's household, she works part-time to earn money, and participates in school-organized activities as a host. In her other free time, she hides alone in the dormitory, either reading or studying on the internet. Other than that, there was no other social circle or recreational activities. Having no money was one aspect, but on the other hand, she actively closed her heart, not wanting to start a new social relationship with strangers. Therefore, In the eyes of the students of Jiangbei University, Shen Nianyun has always been a cold school goddess. In fact, she was just sociopathic. The only person who could be called a good friend was Xiang Lan, whom she had met during her part-time job. Of course, her group of roommates were pretty good too. Now she seemed to have a new relationship, and that was Chu Feng. Everything Chu Yi had done for her was alluring to her, from saving her life, to hiring her, advancing her medical bills, and taking her to buy clothes and a cell phone, to teaching the employees of that theme store a lesson in order to protect her. In Shen Nianyun's opinion, perhaps these things might be insignificant and a show of hands to Chu Yi, but each of these things touched her deeply because they were things she had never experienced before. The little shoots in her heart called love sinuses were gradually sprouting without her knowledge, but the inferiority complex within her turned into a thick fog that shrouded the emotion. She was unable to face her heart squarely and could only silently gaze at Chu Yi in the dark corners. Shen Nianyun felt that this was enough. As for becoming lovers with Chu Yi, that was something she did not even dare to think about. Chu Yi started the Koenigsegg Gem era, but felt the burning gaze of the co-pilot watching, and could not help but twist his head to look at Shen Nianyun. What's wrong, Nianyun? Is there something on my face? Shen Nianyun's small face flushed, twisting her head to look out the car window, whispering under her breath, No, it's just that I feel as if your collar is a bit messed up. Chu Yi looked at Shen Nianyun's slightly red earlobes. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly as he leaned down towards the passenger side. Shen Nianyun's face turned even redder. How did she suddenly lean so close? Geez, he wouldn't have realized that I was peeking at him, right? Finished. What is he going to do? With a deer in the headlights, Shen Nianyun froze in place at a loss for words. Remember to fasten your seatbelt next time you get on the car. Chu Yi reached out to fasten the passenger's seatbelt, and incidentally whispered in Shen Nianyun's ear. Shen Nianyun took a long breath of relief in her heart. So that's what fastening the seatbelt is all about. So close. She thought she would be kissed like in the TV series. Chapter 47, May the beauty of the world ring with you. Chu Yi brought Shen Nianyun to the police station and actually encountered Pei Yunxian, who was heading out. Master, why are you here? Pei Yunxian was a bit surprised, looking at Shen Nianyun by Chu Yi's side. He continued, Wow, this is Master's wife, isn't it? I didn't expect that Master's wife would actually be our school Shindashue, and Master is really a talented woman. Pei Yunxian, as the man of the hour of Jiangbei University, naturally knew the schoolgirls inside the school. Hearing Pei Yunxian's flirtation, Shen Nianyun's little face instantly turned red and lowered her head to rub the corners of her coat. Chu Yi gave Pei Yunxian an appreciative look. You brat is very on the ball. Then with a stern face, he said, Can you brat talk? What, senior lady? This is my friend. Wow, so it's a friend. I get it. I'm really sorry. Look at this mouth of mine. I can't speak. Pei Yunxian purposely stretched his tono and said with a smile. After greeting him, Chu Yi also told the whole story. It's like this. Just now we went to play escape room, only to encounter the NPC who molested a girl, and then another group of customers who were playing together called the police. So we also went to the police station together to make a statement. He had also had the idea of looking for Pei Yunxian's help, and since he had encountered it directly, it saved him a lot of things. What? Outrageous. Did Senior Niang suffer any losses? Pei Yunxian said angrily. It's a friend. Shen Nianyun, who was in the midst of her shyness, heard Pei Yunxian still calling her senior mother and raised her head to whisper. Oh, a friend. Pei Yunxian slapped his head and said, Do you think that if she suffered a loss, those people would still be able to come to the police station and drink tea so comfortably? Chu Yi said lightly, only for a cold color to flash through his eyes. Pei Yunxian precisely captured the coldness in Chu Yi's eyes, and could not help but win a jolt, thinking of the image of himself being abused by Chu Yi just yesterday. That feeling of oppression was something he never wanted to experience again. Master, this matter is wrapped up in me. I will definitely make sure that they receive the harshest punishment. Not only the people involved. That store will also be shut down and reorganized. Guaranteed to satisfy you, Pei Yunxian said, patting his chest. He had just helped his master deal with those punks yesterday, and he had gained pointers, which could be considered a great gain. Right now, Pei Yunxian couldn't wait for Chu Yi to run into trouble every day and then let himself take care of it. This way, he could get the pointers for nothing. Good. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Chu Yi nodded and said, Master, then let's follow the procedure first. You two only need to make a statement. Just leave the rest to me. Let's go, master. This way, please. Pei Yunxian had a servile look on his face as he bowed and made a gesture of invitation. It's a friend now, la. Shen Nianyun's red face, her voice slightly louder than earlier. Oh. It's friends. I'm born with a bad brain. Please forgive me. Senior maiden. Pei Yunxian had a smile on his face and called out to senior mistress again. Chui almost laughed out loud. This Pei Yunxian fellow was truly a talent. Not bad, he can talk. This disciple wasn't taken in vain. Seeing Chuyi's eyes looking at himself, Pei Yunxian grinned. Sure enough, in the future, if there are pretty girls around, the master directly calling out to the master's wife will be correct. Shen Nianyun completely stopped talking. Say what you like. Anyway, this name is also quite like her. Shen Nianyun quietly glanced at Chui again, and seeing that he wasn't looking at himself, she hurriedly withdrew her small eyes. Pei Yunxian led the way in front, taking Chui and Shen Nianyun to make a statement, because Chui and Shen Nianyun weren't the ones who were directly violated. Plus he still had the relationship of Pei Yunxian, so the two of them simply made a statement at the police station and then left. Before leaving, Chui and Pei Yunxian made an appointment for tonight's party, because he still had to accompany Shen Nianyun for dinner in the evening. He might be a little late. Pei Yunxian agreed with his mouth full and watched the duo leave with a smile, waiting for the duo to leave. Skimming the four corners of the room, Pei Yunxian jumped in place and gave himself a yay. Yay! What an outstanding performance I just had, ah! Ha ha ha! The other four college students stayed behind, and it was up to her to decide whether or not to prosecute the NPC who molested the short-haired girl, or whether she chose to go private. Next was dinner time. Chui was going to have a meal with Shen Nianyun. I wonder what rewards he could obtain. Chui was somewhat looking forward to it. This afternoon, he and Shen Nianyun had first bought quite a few things at the shopping center, then went to the escape room, and now they had just left the police station, and the time had already reached 6 o'clock in the evening. Both of them were a bit hungry. Nianyun, let's go eat dinner. I'll send you back to the dormitory after dinner, Chui proposed. Shen Nianyun nodded and said softly, as you wish. What do you like to eat? Hot pot? Barbecue? Steak? Or Western food? Chui asked with a smile. Shen Nianyun froze for a moment, then shook her head and said with some self-consciousness, I haven't eaten any of these things. I don't know. Chui was surprised. Although his family conditions were also ordinary, he usually had no problem eating some affordable restaurants. Some buffet per capita consumption was only a few $dozen. Basically everyone could afford to eat. But he didn't expect that Shen Nianyun actually hadn't eaten any of these, which was something Chui had never considered. Such a beautiful and lovely girl. But her family conditions were actually difficult to such an extent. Chui felt that there was one more thing he needed to do. Pa, I've decided. Chui suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, in the future, I'll take you to eat all of these things once. As Boss Chu's personal maid, how can you miss out on the world's delicacies? Shen Nianyun raised her head to look at Chui, who had a sunny smile on his face, and her heart jumped. He didn't dislike me. He even said that he would take me to taste the world's delicacies? Looking at the warm young man with a bright smile in front of her, Shen Nianyun suddenly thought of a song lyric. May the world's delicacies ring true with you. Good. Shen Nianyun nodded vigorously and responded with a smile on her face. Chui reached out and rubbed Shen Nianyun's small head and said with a smile, good. Then since that's the case, our goal today is to eat hot pot until we're stuffed. The taste of food plan. Starting with the beef hot pot. Good. Shen Nianyun smiled sweetly, and the surrounding street scene seemed to become beautiful as a result. Chapter 48 White Dragons Singing When the Lance Moves. Chui felt his heart beating a little faster. Was this a goddess? So beautiful. Next, the two of them arrived at a beef hot pot restaurant in the middle of their conversation and laughter. But most of the time it was Chui who was talking, with Shen Nianyun responding in a whisper every now and then. The name of this restaurant was Nyo Hot Pot. It was very famous in Jiannan City and had a very good reputation. Beef is fresh and tasty, and a large amount of food is their family's specialty. The per capita consumption was also not high. Ordering a set meal for two was just over $300. Chui did not take Shen Nianyun to eat in a place with high consumption. For a girl who has never eaten a hot pot barbecue, a place with too high a consumption may be a bit unacceptable. What's more, although he now had so many billions of dollars, he was not particular about such things as eating. Expensive star hotel ingredients did have the truth that you get what you pay for, but most of them were just jacked up because of the so-called class. Affordable food is not like you can't eat it, and being rich doesn't mean you can only eat expensive food without eating right, only that he has more choices. Previously could not afford to eat the food. Chui now can casually. Previously affordable food. He loved to eat the same. Truly speaking, some of the expensive batch of food was not as good as the hot pot barbecue that he loved to eat. Under the waiter's leadership, the two of them found a spacious location and sat down. Seeing that Shen Nianyun was a bit restrained, Chui took the menu and started ordering. However, he didn't order a set menu, but planned to order some of his favorite foods. There was always something he didn't like to eat inside the set menu, which would inevitably result in waste. Nianyun, is there anything you want to eat? Shu-yi inquired. Shen Nianyun smiled, waved her hand and said, Shu-yi, you just order. I'll listen to you. Let's put it this way. I'll order what I want to eat first. Then you can order any 3 parts of meat and choose a bottle of drink. Since we're out to eat, surely I can't be the only one to order, Shu-yi said with a smile. Shen Nianyun was like a kitten that had arrived in an unfamiliar environment. She looked really a bit inferior, and this was not a good look. He had to find a way to make her confident. This way there would be more smiles on her face. Shu-yi didn't have any other hobbies. He just liked girls who loved to smile. Making Shen Nianyun become smiley started with ordering food. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Shen Nianyun was first a little embarrassed, but looking at Chu-yi's expectant gaze, she still nodded and agreed to Chu-yi's request. For a girl, being looked at with an expectant face by a boy she had a crush on, it was really hard to refuse. Shen Nianyun didn't like spicy food, so Chu-yi ordered a mandarin duck pot. Because it was a hot pot, the food was served quickly. While waiting for the bottom of the pot to boil, Chu-yi inquired about Shen Nianyun's taste preferences and went to the seasoning area to make her dipping sauce. After waiting for the bottom of the pot to boil, Chu-yi picked up a slotted spoon and began to shabu-shabu the meat, giving Shen Nianyun the beef as soon as it was cooked. Although Shen Nianyun repeatedly asked to do it herself, she couldn't resist Chu-yi's initiative and could only obediently enjoy the food. For the first time, Shen Nianyun felt that eating could actually be so enjoyable, with someone pinching her food, making her dips, and pouring her drinks. When Shen Nianyun ate the beef meatballs, because she was inexperienced for the first time, she was splattered by the bursting juice at the corner of her mouth, and Chu-yi even thoughtfully pulled out a tissue to help her wipe it off. If this was a love game, the air would have been filled with +1 favoritism. Half an hour later, Chu-yi and Shen Nianyun ended their pleasant dinner. After paying the bill, Chu-yi brought Shen Nianyun back to the car, and now he had to send her back to the school's dormitory before rushing to the next game. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chu-yi scratched his head. How did it feel that since becoming rich, he had become so busy? Was this the bitter daily life of a godly man? It was really sad. By the way, why hasn't the system's reward arrived yet? Could it be that the reward triggered by the last dinner with Chunyun was a fluke? Ding! Detected the host having dinner with an extremely beautiful woman. Rewarding passive skill, golden gun. As a good godly man, you're bound to attract the attention of many beauties, so it's necessary to have a golden spear. Please host to keep up the good work. Carry forward the fine tradition of God Ho, and try multiple distances with more superb beauties. System, why do I feel like you're insulting me? I'm just a golden gun right now. Alright, Chu-yi was shattering in his heart. Did he need this kind of skill? No, he did not need it. His line was a white dragon's roar when his lance moved. However, since the system had sent it, then he would reluctantly accept it. The art is not overwhelming. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and there were still many people downstairs in the girls' dormitory. When Chu-yi drove his Koenigsegg Gemera to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, it caused another burst of gasps. Wow, this car is so handsome. I wonder who caught the golden son-in-law. I'm so envious. How nice it would be if it was me on the passenger side. If I can be seen by this kind of little brother, I'd be willing to lose 20 pounds. You grow so fat, but still think so beautiful. Can be really optimistic. There are also girls with stars in their eyes, asking their boyfriends who are in the heat of the moment around them in an intimate tone. Hubby, which car is more expensive compared to your BMW? The corner of the boy's eye twitched slightly. Could he not ask such an idiotic question? His BMW 3 Series is probably not even as expensive as one of the other person's wheels, but in order to pretend to be a bully in front of his girl, he still said with a thick skin, of course this car is not as expensive as a BMW, otherwise how could girls like to sit in a BMW? Feeling his girlfriend's fiery gaze, the boy smiled inwardly. This pussy is so easy to pretend. Thanks to her do not understand the car. Only his girlfriend's next sentence left him stunned. Then you want to sell the car? Change a car. How about this car? I think it is much more handsome than the BMW. The boy's expression instantly froze. This forced to pretend. The price is a bit big. Ignoring the surrounding onlookers, Chu-yi snatched Shen Nianyun before she got out of the car and ran outside the passenger side, pulled open the door in a very gentlemanly manner, and stretched out his hand to Shen Nianyun. Be careful. Don't trip. This kind of sports car is not very convenient to get in and out of besides looking good. Shen Nianyun smiled sweetly at Chu-yi, summoned up great courage, and for the first time took the initiative to stretch out her hand and put it on his hand. After helping Shen Nianyun out of the car, Chu-yi took a few sets of women's clothes that had been put together in advance as well as shoes and bags from the back row and handed them to Shen Nianyun. Nah, these are for you, Chu-yi said with a smile. When he was shopping at the mall, he purposely let Shen Nianyun try these on, saying that he was helping her mom try them on. In fact, He was thinking of giving them to Shen Nianyun. His mom's figure is a slightly fat middle-aged woman. Shen Nianyun try-on fit his mom simply cannot wear. As a gentleman, and girls dating how can not send gifts? These things are too expensive. I can't accept them. Not to mention you invited me to dinner tonight. Shen Nianyun directly pushed back the bags Chui handed over, her little head shaking like a rattle. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. I forgot to tell you. I'm planning to set up a company. I haven't thought about exactly what to do yet, but I've already thought about the employees' benefits. Chui pressed her hand and said with a smile. First of all, the salary package is definitely the highest in the industry. Then what with the package of food and accommodation? 6 insurance policies, paid vacations, quarterly trips, all of these should be there. Of course, the most crucial point is that when accompanying the boss to go shopping you can randomly harvest gifts according to the boss's mood. How about it? Isn't this welfare treatment great? My little maid, you're my employee now. Since you're an employee you have to listen to your boss. Chui took the chicken feather and blocked all of Shen Nianyun's words of refusal. But what he didn't expect was that this time, Shen Nianyun refused to agree no matter how he said it. Chapter 49, in my opinion, you're an angel. The maid outfit is a work uniform. The newly bought cell phone is a work machine. I can understand all these, but I really can't accept such expensive clothes and shoes that you sent me. I think this look will put me under a lot of pressure. I won't dare to go shopping with you in the future. Shen Nianyun folded her hands in front of her body and lowered her head as she spoke, her tone somewhat nervous and downcast. The first time the two of them went shopping, Chui sent her such an expensive item. For her, a girl who came from the countryside and hadn't seen much of the world, the impact was just too great. Chui froze. He did not expect Shen Nianyun to actually think this way. He just felt that Shen Nianyun's clothes were a bit plain, and even the traces of old clothes could be clearly seen. That's why he thought of buying some clothes to give to her. But he didn't realize that he had caused so much pressure on her by doing so. Nianyun, I'm sorry. I was the one who was abrupt. Chui softly apologized. Hearing Chui's apology, Shen Nianyun became even more at a loss for words. Chui, you don't need to apologize. It's my own problem. Chui laughed and put those clothes and shoes in the car, then held Shen Nianyun's hand and placed it in his palm. You're not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. In my opinion, you are an angel who fell into the mortal world. Only that you experienced some setbacks that made you become less confident. But then again, you met me. A man as handsome as me. Destiny should be to save angels. I will make this world change for you. Chui showed his teeth and smiled, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the beautiful person in front of him. In the past, he might only be able to treat these words as flowery words to tease a girl. But now, he believed that he had the ability to do so. Right. System dad? System. How could Shen Nianyun have any experience of being teased by a boy? And now that she heard Chui say such touching words, she couldn't help but have a sour nose and actually cried out. Oh, Chui, why are you saying this? Chui did not expect Shen Nianyun to actually be cried by his own words, and exclaimed that he had missed the mark. Shen Nianyun's tear point was so low. However, it was time to continue comforting. This kind of time was the perfect time to increase feelings. Chui took Shen Nianyun into his arms, gently patted her back with his hand and comforted her. Okay, crying will turn you into a piggy, although I know that just now those words are very provocative, but I really didn't expect that after this handsome man's mouth said it. Actually even the angels were teased by me to cry. Put. Shameless. Shen Nianyun instantly broke into laughter and gently hit Chuyi's chest with her hand, but then her cheeks blushed. Feeling Chuyi's warm embrace, Shen Nianyun was somewhat enamored, but reason overcame sensibility and she quickly came to her senses. Although she was still somewhat enamored, she nevertheless forced herself to struggle away from Chuyi's chest. Have you always been this good at teasing girls? Shen Nianyun had just stopped crying, but her speech was still slightly tinged with the accent of having cried, sounding endearing. You misunderstand me. In fact, these words are all worked out with those roommates of mine. You know that boys are always very with each other, and it's normal for them to say lovey-dovey things to each other. And this is still the first time I've said this kind of thing to a girl. I send 4. Chui stretched out 4 fingers and said in a serious manner. You, po ha 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 ha. Shen Nianyun's mind conjured up images of Chui saying love words to other boys, and she really couldn't help herself and directly laughed out loud. Chui had a smile on his lips and did not interrupt, quietly waiting for Shen Nianyun to release her emotions. Only after a while did Shen Nianyun stop smiling. Seeing this, Chui continued to speak. How is it? Are you in a better mood? Shen Nianyun blankly glanced at Chui, seemingly complaining and seemingly pouting as she said, my stomach is sore from laughing. Can I be in a bad mood? Chuyi's eyes lit up and said with a smile. What? My stomach is sore from laughing. I'll rub it for you. After saying that, he pretended to stretch out his salty hand towards Shen Nianyun's belly. Don't. Shen Nianyun grabbed Chuyi's salty hand with a shy face. Chuyi collected his playful smile and said with a stern face, in that case, you accept those things I sent you, because those things can't be returned. If you don't accept them, I can only throw them away. However, in order to not let you have too much of a psychological burden, I'll make another suggestion. Hearing Chuyi say that those things couldn't be returned, and that he didn't want to throw them away, Shen Nianyun couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. So much money to buy, and to say that he would throw them away, that was also too much of a waste, wasn't it? But having just been made to cry and laugh by Chuyi, after releasing her emotions, she wasn't as nervous as she was just now, so she decided to listen to Chuyi's advice. Tell me, Chuyi said with a smile, my suggestion is that in the future, if we go shopping together again, you'll wear the clothes and shoes that I gave you, and then you'll carry a bag, and then those things given to you will be taken as your reward for accompanying me shopping. How about that? And yeah, if you dress up beautifully, I'll also have more face. Seeing that Shen Nianyun was a bit confused, Chuyi continued, I know that this little brain of yours can't understand. If we go out shopping, people will definitely think that the two of us are a couple. And if you can wear the clothes that I sent you, won't you look even better? If you wear the clothes I gave you, won't you look better? This way, people will envy me for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Doesn't that sound very honorable? Shen Nianyun nodded thoughtfully before her cheeks blushed again. In that case, she and Chuyi had been misunderstood when they were shopping this afternoon? So shy. In the end, under Chuyi's flowery words, Shen Nianyun still accepted Chuyi's gift. It was only until then, as if the seal was lifted, that the murmurs of the onlookers reached the ears of the duo. Wow. Little brother is so good at teasing, good looking and handsome, simply a male god. Wei is dead. That girl seems to be Shen Nianyun? I didn't realize she'd found a second-generation rich guy. I thought she'd be high and mighty until she graduated from college. Those things seem to be luxury items? So expensive. Wow. Louis Vuitton, Prada, Hermes, Chanel, so many luxury brands. That little brother is so generous. Adoration value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chuyi was a bit puzzled. He didn't expect that coming to send Shen Nianyun back to the dormitory would also reap adoration value. Although it wasn't much, but a mosquito is still neat even if it's small. It seemed that in the future, he could often send her back to the dormitory. After seeing Shen Nianyun enter the dormitory building, Chuyi sat on the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove away. It was almost time. He had to go to the party organized by Pei Yinxian. Chapter 50, It's not important whether it's a beauty or not. Shen Nianyun returned to the dormitory with a large bag. As soon as she entered, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Wow, Nianyun. I didn't expect you to reap so many gifts without saying a word. Is it from your boyfriend? A girl with freckles on her face asked with a gossipy face. No, this is from the boy who saved me last time. I said no, but he insisted that I accept it. Otherwise he would. Shen Nianyun said here suddenly her cheeks flushed and she closed her mouth. Otherwise he would have to touch me. Chuyi was really too bad. Wow. A follow-up episode of a hero saving a beauty. Quickly tell me what you guys did today. Another slightly chubby girl pulled out a small notebook with a bad smile on her face. The pen in her hand was ready. Don't ask so many questions. We didn't do anything either. Shen Nianyun was shy from being asked, shaking her head to indicate that she did not want to go into details. It was true that she and Chu Feng didn't do anything. They just shopped at the mall together, played secret room escape together, and then had a dinner. Counting up the things they did together seemed a bit much. Wow, Nianyun, that boy actually gave you such an expensive gift. A Louis Vuitton bag, Hermes perfume, Chanel, Prada. All these luxuries must cost at least $100,000. Nianyun, this little brother is too deep. You can't grasp it. Quickly give me your contact information. Let me do it. A girl with slightly curly hair's eyes lit up, counting out the names of the luxury brands one by one, then said with a teasing face, no way. Shen Nianyun blankly glanced at the curly-haired girl and said with a serene smile on her face, he's so nice. Where's the setup? Yeah. The 3 roommates stretched their tones in unison. The expression on their faces obvious. Do we look like cuties to you? Do we? How could such a broad-minded quality guy be just simply a nice person? The sets must be quite deep. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Nianyun, you're so pretty. You can definitely succeed in taking him down. Cheer up. You can do it. Right. In the future, Nianyun will also be the man of the hour. Although they envied Shen Nianyun, they were still happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. After 3 years of being roommates, they had seen how much Shen Nianyun had suffered. Even if they had the idea of helping Shen Nianyun, they would be rejected by her. so all they could do was to share some snacks and fruits with Shen Nianyun from time to time, so that her diet would not be too monotonous. Shen Nianyun once again fell into a state of shyness. What her roommate said, she didn't know how to reply at all. She didn't know what to say. She didn't have one yet. Nianyun, I want to ask you for a favor, the curly-haired girl said with a smile. Wei, go ahead. I'll definitely help you if I can. Shen Nianyun nodded and said seriously. Her roommates were all very good to her, so if there was something she could help with, she definitely wouldn't sit idly by. When you're with this little brother, help me ask him if he doesn't mind having another girlfriend. And if he doesn't mind, then ask him if I'm okay with it. After the curly-haired girl finished speaking, she looked at Shen Nianyun's embarrassed expression and directly laughed out a goose call. Goose. Nasty. Shen Nianyun pouted and stomped her foot. The other two girls also laughed out loud when they saw this look on her face. The atmosphere of the entire dormitory was joyful. The place where Pei Yunxian held the party was one of his private manors. Chui actually couldn't find it with his navigation, or he called and asked for a detailed route before figuring out how to get there. It was about a 30-minute drive from Jiangbei University to Pei Yunxian's private manor. When Chui arrived, the security guard at the entrance opened the door to the manor and bowed respectfully, making a gesture of invitation. It seemed that Pei Yunxian had already greeted the security. Chui felt that this Pei Yunxian fellow was really good at being a man, receiving people in a very comfortable manner, worthy of being from a large family. Entering the interior of the manor, it was a 4-lane road that led straight to the residence, with streetlights lining the side. Chui drove for more than 2 minutes before arriving at the residence. This residence was a modern mansion with a huge area, and in front of the door was a semicircular parking lot, which now had many luxury cars parked. In addition to sports cars of various colors, basically all of them were Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach and other ultra-luxury brands of this level. From this place alone, one could see that Pei Yunxian's connections as a kid weren't generally impressive, but rather quite impressive. Pei Yunxian was already waiting at the entrance early, and should have received a notification from security. Chui had only just parked his car when Pei Yunxian trotted outside his car and very actively helped him pull open the door. Master, you're finally here. I'll definitely let you have fun tonight, Pei Yunxian said with a squint. Have fun? I haven't seen the world. Don't bluff me, Chui said with a serious face. Pei Yunxian didn't believe what Chui said in the slightest. Hey master, you're saying that? You don't even believe it yourself. Come. Let's go in first. Pei Yunxian grabbed Chuyi's wrist and pulled him towards the villa. Chui drew back his hand with a look of disgust. Can you not be so enthusiastic? I have goosebumps. Pei Yunxian fixed his eyes on it, and Chui really did have goosebumps on his arms. Master, wasn't I too excited? Don't worry, next time, I definitely won't give you goosebumps. Then I really thank you, Chui said in tears and laughter. Pei Yunxian introduced Chui while leading the way. Master, I have a lot of fun things in this manor. Pools, bars, KTVs, hot springs, all kinds of fancy things. Of course, boxing and everything is also no problem. Speaking of this, Pei Yunxian raised an eyebrow and heatedly smiled. Master, you know what I mean when I say that, right? Chui leisurely nodded his head while viewing the surroundings, whistling under his breath. What did you say? I don't quite understand. Cough. But then again, tonight I'm mainly organizing a charity auction party amongst business greats in the name of my old man. And by the way, I've invited those friends of mine, so I'll bring you, master, to get acquainted with them in a moment. And there are very many beautiful women tonight, yo. Pei Yunxian revealed a smile that all men understand, and laughed heatedly. Cough. It doesn't matter if the beauties are beautiful or not. The main thing is that I want to get acquainted with the business bigwigs of Jiannan City. It just so happens that I've been planning to open a company recently. Chui coughed twice and said with a serious face. Right. The main thing is to get to know more friends. More friends, more roads. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Chapter 51, Xianglan has a cramp. The two entered the first floor hall side by side. The hall was large, with a small stage placed in the center, presumably the venue to be used for the auction in a moment. Many exquisite tables and chairs were placed in various corners of the hall. Some people were seated in bits and pieces, and the sound of melodious music echoed through it. A portion of well-dressed successful men, as well as ladies in evening gowns were walking back and forth, talking in low voices in twos and threes. There were also quite a few attendants holding trays and walking through the crowd. Chui and Pei Yunxian's appearance attracted numerous gazes, and many people nodded respectfully to Pei Yunxian in greeting. Only, what made them even more curious was the Chui beside Pei Yunxian. The Pei family's great young man was actually putting on an appearance of being a companion. What exactly was this person's origin? Quite a few ladies' seductive gazes gathered on Chui, and some even bit their lips. This man was so charming. If he didn't mind, it was entirely possible to spend a pleasurable evening together. Not only were Chuyi's looks and body top-notch, what attracted the ladies even more was his titanic confidence. Something like temperament could not be faked. However, when it came to temperament, Chuyi was really an invincible being. Don't look at the presence of these are the elite of various industries. But if we talk about the value of the body, Chuyi let them one hand can easily win. Money is a man's guts. This saying is still very true. Pei Yunxian skillfully responded to the other people's politeness and pleasantries, then whispered to Chuyi, "Master, I've prepared a brand new suit for you. I'll take you to the second floor to change first. I was thinking of telling you later, but I forgot." Chuyi was frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. He had just seen a familiar figure, only for that figure to disappear when Pei Yunxian interrupted. "Alright, then I'll go change first." After searching for a while and not finding it, Chuyi shook his head and stopped dwelling on the issue. Maybe he had misread it. Xiang Lan squatted at the corner of a table, looking at Chuyi who was walking towards the second floor, and let out a long breath. So close, almost being discovered by him. However, she was somewhat puzzled again. Why would Chuyi come to this charity gala? Didn't her old man say that this party was organized by the Pei family's youngest master? Little Lan, what's wrong with you? Still venturing out on such an occasion? Hurry up and get up. Xiang Guoqiang on the side said with a serious face. Dad, I just got a cramp in my foot, so I'm squatting to relieve it. Xiang Lan had a brainwave and said with a random excuse. Hearing Xiang Lan say she had a cramp, Xiang Guoqiang changed his serious expression and asked with a concerned face. Ah, a cramp in your foot? Does it still hurt now? This child of yours seems to usually drink less milk. This is a sign of calcium deficiency. This charity gala today was organized by the Pei family's eldest son. Xiang Guoqiang had heard that many business elites would be attending, so he also planned to come here to make some connections and bring his own daughter to see the world in the meantime. But he didn't expect his daughter to actually cramp up on such an occasion, which was a bit embarrassing. It's alright, Dad. I'm fine now. I feel that the cramps might be due to the cold air blowing from the air conditioner in this location. Let's sit over there, shall we? Xiang Lan said as she pointed to a position closer to the corner. Looking at the direction of Xiang Lan's finger, Xiang Guoqiang frowned. That corner was a bit off, and there was a pillar blocking it. If he sat there, it would be slightly more troublesome if he wanted to talk to other people. But looking at Xiang Lan's pleading expression, Xiang Guoqiang could only nod his head in agreement. Forget it, it's not a big deal to sit there. It's a big deal to walk a few more steps. The father-daughter duo moved a position, from a position closer to the center, to a small corner that was slightly remote. Xiang Lan purposely sat closer to the pillar. This way it was convenient to avoid Chuyi in a while. She had always pretended to be an ordinary family girl in front of Nianyun, and had even gone out to work part-time together in order to become good friends with her. Last time at the hospital when she heard that Chuyi was hiring a housekeeper to do hygiene, she had also pretended to be a small fortune hunter just so she could be with Nianyun. If Chuyi found out that her family's condition was actually not ordinary, but instead, she was still rich, then wouldn't she not be able to work part-time with Nianyun? The scariest thing was that if Nianyun found out that she had been cheating on her the whole time, then would she cut herself off? Xiang Lan felt terrible just thinking about it. She clenched her small fists and glanced towards Chuyi's position before he left, secretly resolving that she would never let Chuyi discover her. Only this glance almost made her blow up. Chuyi was slowly walking down from the stairway on the second floor. Xiang Lan hurriedly moved her stool and hid behind a pillar to get stuck in a dead end. Xiang Guoqiang, on the other hand, was already carrying his wine glass to go meet his friends in the arena. He had just gone to the second floor with Pei Yunxian to change into a suit that was more appropriate for the occasion at hand. Chuyi once again returned to the first floor lobby. This suit was indeed brand new, and there were very many new suits of different styles and sizes in the closet on the second floor. Because Chuyi's figure was very standard, he just casually took an even-sized one and put it on, as if it had been specially selected. After changing into a straight dark blue suit, Chuyi was even more charismatic. The current him was like an extremely attractive aphrodisiac to the gorgeous ladies roaming around in the arena. Even just sneaking a glance would make them blush. Master, look at the way those beautiful ladies are looking at you. They can't wait to strip you naked on the spot. Pei Yunxian poked Chuyi with his elbow and said with a smile. Chuyi sighed with a helpless face. Alas, it can't be helped. I've always attracted females so much since I was a kid, and now I'm really tired, both mentally and physically. Master, do you drink lemon juice? I'll use my mouth to freshly squeeze it. Pei Yunxian had a sour look on his face. Scram! After laughing and joking for a while, Pei Yunxian brought Chuyi to a central location in the arena. There were only 3 people sitting in the location right now, all of whom were relatively young rich kids, and friends that Pei Yunxian intended to introduce to Chuyi. Pei Yunxian brought Chui with him, sat down on the seat with a big grin, casually opened a bottle of wine, first poured it for Chui, then poured half a glass for himself, then raised his glass and opened his mouth to the other three. Brothers, this is the one that I've mentioned to you guys before, my master, Chui. The three youths stood up very facetiously and raised their glasses with both hands in a toast towards Chui. Pleased to meet you. As the saying goes, Chui did not put on airs as he clinked his cups with the three in the same manner, and purposely placed the mouth of his cup lower to show his politeness. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. Although this Pei Yunxian fellow insisted on recognizing me as his master, we're actually still equals, Chui said with a smile. Chapter 52 Dead Sissy. Stay away from old Ma. Pei Yunxian grinned and introduced each of the three to Chui. Master. Sitting on the far left, this tart man with a back head is called Guan Yen, is the eldest young master of Jiannan's housekeeper. At the same time, this piece of Jiannan city, if there is a problem with commerce and industry, look for him on the line, to ensure that the arrangements are proper. Paipian got up and shook Chui's hand, said with a smile on his face, Brother E is really marvelous, actually able to make this Pei Yunxian guy soften. You have to know that he has been relying on a strong force. He is not afraid of the sky and the earth. The only person he is afraid of is probably his father. No, I also only won a small victory. If I really had to fight a few more times, there might have been times when I missed. Pei Yunxuan's strength is still something I recognize, Chui said modestly. After all, this was Pei Yunxuan's home ground. The face that should be given was to be given. Master, you're being modest. These three are my dead buddies from childhood, the kind that blow greatness every day to expose each other's shortcomings. You don't worry about pretending. You don't have to give me face. Pei Yunxian picked up his wine glass and took a sip, smilingly said. Chui some tears and laughter. This guy, give you face, you still not happy. Is it hard to say that you're the goods that fall in 3 punches? Brother E, in the future, if you encounter problems in business and industry, you must come to me. We are all friends. My family has elders in charge of this area. Basically most of the problems can be solved. Guan Yan smiled and mentioned it again, then sat back down. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely come to trouble you if I need help. It just so happens that I have plans to open a company in the near future. Chui nodded and said with a smile. Master, this playboy with a samurai head is Qi Juanhe, the youngest master of the Jiannan Qi family. His family has a mine, and he knows a lot of girls. If you need to invest, or if you're lonely, you can look for him. Pei Yunxian continued to introduce without tone. Qi Juanhe let out a laugh and cursed. Although my family really does have a mine, can't you introduce it with a little more compulsion? Wouldn't it seem much more impressive to change the appellation to a rare resource mining site? That's even if it's not. What do you mean by looking for me when you're lonely? I'm straight. Qi Juanhe exaggeratedly covered his chest with both hands, amusing the table. Chui also guffawed and took the initiative to get up to shake hands. I see. The cherished resource exploitation point and the beautiful woman resource concentration point, is it? In the future there will be needs in this area. I'll ironically look for you. Don't you dare to refuse at that time. Qi Juanhe instantly put away his smile, shook Chui's hand with a serious face and said, Brother E is out of place. Try to trouble me when you have something to do. You can also find me to play when you have nothing to do. I guarantee that the arrangements will be in place. Thank you. Chui politely thanked. Master, this high cold overbearing president is called Chen Shuaiqi, as his name suggests, quite handsome, the second youngest master of the Jiannan Chen family. The elders in his family are both from business and politics. If you encounter something in school that involves this part of the education department, you can trouble him. Pei Yunxian introduced the last friend. Hello, nice to meet you. Chen Shuaiqi also stood up and shook Chui's hand. His cold personality caused him to not say anything more. Or rather, it was already more than enough to say. Chui did not mind either, shaking hands with Chen Shuaiqi and taking a seat after drinking a cup to each other. Ding! The host has successfully befriended the powerful sons and daughters of Jiannan City. Mission accomplished. The security company will contact the host within 3 days. Please keep your cell phone open. As a divine magnate, you must have a force hidden in the shadows. Please continue to work hard, and eventually grow into a qualified divine magnate. The mission was completed. Chui remembered that the security company rewarded by this mission was composed of 50 top-notch mercenaries. This way, in the future, some of the things that were not too convenient to do in the open could have the security company step in. It could be seen that Pei Yunxian really wanted to bring Chui to make friends of his own. The reason these three were so enthusiastic should be because Pei Yunxian had greeted them in advance. Otherwise, these rich kids with a hint of arrogance wouldn't have taken Chui so seriously. When he had just entered the hall a few minutes ago, Chui's first glance was towards the table he was currently at, for no other reason than the fact that the location was too conspicuous. It was obvious that this table was the C seat for tonight. coupled with the fact that the other guests who were coming and going were looking towards this table from time to time, with hesitation and anticipation between their expressions. It was completely a manifestation of wanting to climb to a higher branch, but being somewhat deterred. The few who came over to make a toast were some middle-aged men, and looking at their dresses, they were all wealthy tycoons with strong financial resources. Even so, Pei Yunxuan's friends only nodded lightly, raised their glasses to indicate, and then took a sip to stop. If they could be accepted by them as business cards, those tycoons would be overjoyed. For the rest of the time, they had been sitting at the table, chatting leisurely to themselves, and did not carry their wine glasses to the venue to socialize around like the others. There was only one reason that could make them behave this way. That was that the socializing in the field was meaningless in their eyes, and they couldn't see eye to eye. In other words, in their view, everyone here, other than Shu Yi and Pei Yunxian, were all scum, not worthy of their warm treatment. Indeed, in this kind of place where interests were exchanged, identity, status, as well as strength, determined everything. Although they all looked like jokers in front of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, jokes were casually played, like friends who normally got along, but in front of those they couldn't see eye to eye with, it was another story. After all, they were all the top second generation of Jiannan City, so naturally they could smile at everyone. Only those with enough value would make them take them seriously. This was actually the so-called circle, and it was quite difficult for people with insufficient status to squeeze into this kind of top second generation circle. Even if you had money, it was useless. Money was only a part of strength. Other aspects didn't keep up as well. Of course, it's not the case for those who have so much money that they explode. Pei Yunxian, on the other hand, had helped Chui open up a good path in advance, directly bringing him into his own circle. Chui looked at Pei Yunxian, who was laughing and joking with his buddies, and secretly nodded his head in his heart. Although this guy was a bit naive, he was worthy of deep friendship. You dead sissy, get lost, stay away from my old lady. At this moment, a chorus suddenly came from the field, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time there was a horrifying scream that came from a man. Chui was also attracted to the scream and fixed his eyes to see that it was actually Xianglan. He really wasn't wrong just now. Xianglan had also come to this party. Pei Yunxian had said that this party had to be attended by businessmen with a certain amount of capital or industry elites. Since Xianglan was also here, it seemed that she also had a rich family background. But last time at the hospital, why did she come with Shen Nianyun to apply for the housekeeping job? It caused Chui to keep thinking that she was also a girl from an ordinary family. Pei Yunxian furrowed his brows. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the party he was organizing. He really was impatient with life. Master, wait for me for a while, I'll fix things right away. After Pei Yunxian finished speaking, he was just about to get up, but he was stopped by Chui. You wait, that girl is my friend. I'll go along to see what's going on. Seeing Chui say that, Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Seeing his three diehards also wanting to get up, he hurriedly pressed them down. You guys stay well, eat and drink as you should. It's my venue. I'll settle things if something happens. After things are settled, the auction should be almost ready to start. In Pei Yunxuan's opinion, although the brothers were all good friends and had an iron relationship, but after all, it was a more formal occasion, and it was he who had invited them here. So how could there be a reason to let the guests see the joke? He was a bit enraged right now, and just wanted to teach the troublemakers a hard lesson. Chapter 53, Little Maid, must be properly coached. When Chui and Pei Yunxian walked to where Xianglan was, he spotted another acquaintance. No, I should say it was Bai Peng who wanted to be his son. At this moment, Bai Peng was curled up on the ground, his hands tightly covering his vital parts, his face pained. The reason why he wasn't seen just now was because he was lying on the ground and happened to be blocked by the tablecloth. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian directly picked up his cell phone to call the security of his manor. He was going to have security carry this guy who had fallen to the ground away first, so as not to affect the atmosphere of the party. As for who was causing trouble, this could be reasoned out quite simply. Anyway, for sure Master's friends will not make trouble. Since it is not the Master's friends make trouble, then it is this guy who fell on the ground make trouble. How dare he not give him Pei Yunxian face, openly screaming in misery as he was kicked in the balls in the charity auction party organized by him. Really degrading. In a moment, let the security first give him a punch to the flesh package. Other packages to be determined. Pei Yunxian thought silently. Xianglan, long time no see ah. Chui ignored Bai Peng who was screaming miserably and greeted Xianglan with a smile. Today Xianglan was slightly powdered. Her long hair was pulled back behind her head, and she wore a more conservative black evening gown, looking more mature than the previous 2 times they met. The only thing that remained unchanged was that the evening dress she wore today emphasized her fiery figure, which was convex in front and curved in the back. and she wore a pair of high-heeled shoes under her feet, which made the curves of her beautiful legs even more slender. Overall, today's Xianglan was exceptionally eye-catching. At least Chui relied on his strong willpower to not appreciate it more. Ah, Chui, you're here too. Long time no see. Ah ha ha. Xianglan returned somewhat awkwardly. In his heart, he was thinking in pieces. What the heck? He had clearly seen him only a few days ago. Okay. Chui reached out and pointed at Bai Peng, who was still lying on the ground, and asked Xianglan, "What's the situation with this guy? Did he mess with you?" As soon as Bai Peng was mentioned, Xianglan furrowed her brows violently and said with her hands clasped over her chest, "This dead pussy, he just insisted on asking for my contact information, and even though I rejected him several times, he still pestered me so I couldn't help but kick him." Chui looked at Xianglan up and down as if he was recognizing her for the first time. I didn't expect her to not only have a raw body, but also have such a raw personality. However, being kicked by those high-heeled shoes under Xianglan's feet to the little Pang Pang, Bai Peng would really have to change his name to Bai Peng this time, wouldn't he? Why are you looking at me like that? Wasn't it just a kick to him? Xianglan stomped her foot and said, "It's nothing, I just think that you kicked very well. I'm very satisfied," Chui said with a smile. Chui indeed felt that way, and he wanted to do a few kicks if he had the chance. However, what Chui was more curious about now was, since Xianglan was worth a lot of money, why did she make friends with Shen Nianyun as a bosom friend, and also often going out together to work part-time jobs to earn money? It was very unreasonable. A rich girl needed to go out and work part-time to make money? What's wrong with that? As far as he knew, Xianglan was not a student at Zhongbei University. Therefore, the possibility of her and Shen Nianyun slowly becoming good friends because of their daily interactions was also ruled out. The only possibility was that Xianglan was approaching Shen Nianyun with some sort of purpose. In Chuyi's opinion, Shen Nianyun was a completely blank sheet of paper, and he would not allow anyone to have designs on her. He had to figure out Xianglan's purpose. "Did you come to this party by yourself today?" Chuyi asked. "No, it was my dad who brought me here." Xianglan shook her head and said in a somewhat depressed manner. She had originally thought of hiding in the corner without being discovered by Chuyi, but she did not expect to encounter sticky flies and be forced to expose herself. It was all because of that dead sissy, and now that Chuyi had discovered her identity, she wouldn't know what to say if she was asked. What's more, she had also hidden her identity from Nianyun. If Chuyi told Nianyun, would she feel cheated and ignore herself in the future? The more Xianglan thought about it, the more angry she became. Gritting her teeth and looking towards Bai Peng who was still screaming miserably, she couldn't wait to go up and make up for it. At this time, Xiang Guoqiang, who had just finished going to the restroom, returned to the hall and was also attracted by the commotion here. He was shocked in his heart. Could it be that his daughter had gotten into trouble again? Xiang Guoqiang jogged all the way to Xianglan's side, and seeing that she was unharmed, he couldn't help but reach out and wipe a handful of false sweat from his forehead. He then looked at Bai Peng on the ground and his heart tightened. How did someone get hurt at a good charity party? Xiaolan, what's the situation over here? What just happened? Xiang Guoqiang asked with a concerned face. Xianglan beamed and did not say anything. Chui smiled and extended his hand to Xiang Guoqiang in greeting. This should be Uncle Xiang, right? Hello Uncle Xiang. My name is Chui. Xiang Guoqiang froze for a moment. Seeing Chuyi's extraordinary clothes and politeness, he also politely shook Chuyi's hand. Hello, little Chu, you and little Lan know each other? Chui looked at the puffed-up Xianglan and said with a faint smile. Yes uncle, I know Lan, and our relationship is also quite good. More than not too bad. Xianglan was already his intended maid. Getting along well for a while might allow Xianglan to master many strong skills. However, this little maid had her own little plans, and actually had plans for the little angel Shen Nianyun. There is a chance that she must be beaten up a bit, and if she doesn't listen, she will have to be tempered. Xiang Guoqiang was a little surprised. He knew that his daughter's heart was high and proud, usually did not care to meet the opposite sex, but instead played better with girls. However, as a father, he was not old-fashioned and would not interfere in his daughter's relationships. Anyway, as long as his daughter is happy, it's fine. Isn't he making money to make his family happy? However, what exactly was going on here? Xiao Chua, do you know what just happened here? Xiang Guoqiang saw that his daughter was still puffed up and silent, so he had no choice but to ask Chui. Uncle, the thing is like this. Just now this guy wanted Lan Lan's contact information, but Lan didn't want to give it to him, so he ended up stalking him. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Lan had to let me act as a shield, and as a result, I got into a verbal altercation with him and gave him a kick when I couldn't hold back for a moment. Chui pulled this black pot onto himself with a smile on his face and quietly winked at Xianglan. Xianglan looked at Chui with a stunned expression. She had already prepared herself mentally to be scolded by her father. She didn't expect Chui to actually say that. Was he taking care of her? But what's the use of that? In a moment, when Nat Twat got up and theorized after he slowed down, wouldn't her father know what happened? But since Chui had lied, he would naturally do it seamlessly. Pei Xiao, please have security help this gentleman to the infirmary to rest first. We'll discuss compensation after the party is over, Chui said as he waved towards Pei Yunxian. He also purposely emphasized the word compensation. Pei Yunxian cooperated and agreed, allowing the 4 security guards who had rushed over to carry Bai Ping to the infirmary. Not only that, Pei Yunxian also whispered to the security guards to send a message to the family doctor not to give Bai Ping pain relief. At the same time, he tied Bai Ping up and beat him up first after he slowed down. You guys have worked hard. Take good care of this guest in a while. 3,000 bonus per person after it's done, Pei Yunxian said as he smiled and patted the shoulders of the lead security. The 4 security guards excitedly led the way, lifting up the still screaming Bai Ping and leaving the hall. Chapter 54, Selling his daughter to the state. Xianglan's small mouth was slightly open, surprised. She did not expect Chui to actually simply let Bai Ping disappear from the scene. She had heard from her own father that today's party was led by the young master of one of Jiannan City's great families, and those who could attend were all dignified figures. Before she came, her father had specially instructed her to never start a conflict with others, or else she would easily get into trouble. Just now, she couldn't stand Bai Ping's advances anymore. If she didn't fight back, that pussy was going to stick it to her. Just thinking about it was disgusting. Vomit. Xiang Guoqian was also watching from the sidelines. He had attended tonight's charity auction party and naturally knew Pei Yunxian. He had only heard that this Pei family's young master had always been high-minded and arrogant, but he had never imagined that he would respond to Chuyi's words. To know, even he wanted to recognize Pei Yunxian was somewhat difficult. His daughter's friend, however, seemed to be on the same level as the Pei family's young master. This caused Xiang Guoqian to be overjoyed that he had not brought his precious daughter out tonight for nothing. With Chuyi's relationship, his purpose of wanting to make more connections could be easily achieved. Seeing the surprised expressions of their father and daughter, Chuyi faintly smiled. Uncle, I have some rather private matters that I want to ask Lan Lan about, so I want to bring her to my table to have a seat. Do you think it's okay? This was Chuyi's main purpose. He wanted to figure out why Xiang Lan was approaching Shen Nianyun and why she wanted to come along as a maid. This kind of thing couldn't be asked in front of Xiang Guoqian, and Chuyi didn't want to wait for another time. So he just happened to take this opportunity tonight to ask for clarification. Ah, this isn't too good. Xiang Lan was a bit flustered. How could she not know what Chuyi wanted to ask? But it's hard to talk about this kind of thing, eh? Xiang Guoqian was also a bit hesitant. He was actually not too willing to let his precious daughter sit at a table with Chuyi. What if the sweet little cotton girl was snatched away by this kid? Seeing this, Chuyi came over to Pei Yunxuan's side and lowered his voice, saying, Little Pei, you'll bring this Uncle Xiang to our table in a moment. Introduce him to your brothers, and then make the commotion a little louder so that everyone present can see. Pei Yunxian glanced at Chuyi in surprise. This approach of his own master was increasing the influence of this Uncle Xiang. He could already imagine that after doing as his master said, this Uncle Xiang would become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the successful people in the arena. Who wouldn't want to get to know this kind of character who could befriend several of their Jiannan great young men? However, seeing Xiang Lan on the side, Pei Yunxian revealed another look of dawning realization, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Master, I understand. Just don't worry and leave it to me. Pei Yunxian raised an eyebrow at Chuyi, then revealed a bright smile and said to Xiang Guoqian, Uncle Xiang, since we all know each other, why don't we go to my table for a drink as well? There are still a few good friends of mine there, so it's good for everyone to get to know each other. Xiang Guoqian's eyes lit up. Pei Yunxuan's words directly poked at the thoughts in his heart. He had come here today in order to expand his network so that he could do better business. If he could directly get to know a few of the highest status great young men in this occasion, then in the upcoming dinners, his move to make connections would be smooth sailing. Young Pei is polite. If you said so, then I must give you this face. Xiang Guoqian nodded with a smile, then smiled gratefully towards Chuyi again. Little Chua, since you young people have some private topics to talk about amongst yourselves, then uncle won't stop you. But my only request is that I can't let Xiaolan drink, or else I won't be able to go back and explain to her mother. Xiang Guoqian knew that Pei Yunxian definitely wasn't saying this in an empty voice. The only person who could make Pei Yunxian do so was Chuyi, who knew his daughter. Since Chuyi had helped him so much, then he definitely had to return the favor. Anyway, it was just a chat. It wasn't like a few pieces of meat would fall off. It was nothing. Xiang Guoqian easily sold his daughter, and his heart was still happy. Dad. Xiang Lan was reluctant. pulling Xiang Guoqiang's arm as if he was petulant. Said you just brought me out to see the world. How can you let me and my friends sit at the same table to go ah? Okay Lan Lan. I see Xiao Chu looks like a talented person, talks decently and generously. At first glance, he is an excellent young man. You and he learn more, and his temperament should also be changed. Xiang Guoqiang patted the back of Xiang Lan's hand and comforted him. Xiao Chu ah, let's go over between us. To be honest, if not for your relationship, it wouldn't be too easy for me to recognize these young masters of the big families in Jiannan City, Xiang Guoqiang said with a very straightforward smile. Although the words were like that, to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxuan's ears, it was actually a compliment to them, and to put it bluntly, it was invisible horse's ass. It had to be said that most of the people who were able to mix into the elite class didn't have a poor emotional quotient. Of course, that Bai Peng was the exception. Bai Peng, who was suffering from the fist-to-flesh package in the infirmary, sneezed coldly and sprayed the security guard in front of him. Instantly, Bai Peng and this security looked deep into each other's eyes, and in less than a second, Bai Peng's miserable scream resounded again in the infirmary. Ah! Shui and Pei Yunshan brought Xiang Guoqiang to the sea table they were at, and Xiang Lan followed behind in resignation. Seeing the duo return and bring back two people, the three Guanyan were a bit curious. Pei Yunshan gave them a wink, then picked up the wine and poured it onto a tall glass, politely saluted Xiang Guoqiang, and said loudly, Uncle Xiang, have fun here tonight, and if there are any places you're not satisfied with despite what you say to me, I'll rectify it right away. Pei Yunxuan's intentionally louder voice caused the guests in the arena to glance sideways and look over. Upon realizing that he was the one giving a middle-aged man a toast, everyone was guessing who this middle-aged man who could be politely toasted by Pei Xiao was. Xiang Guoqiang was somewhat flattered, although he was currently worth over $100 million. In front of the top families in Jiannan City, it was really nothing, and Pei Yunshan, as the next generation seat of the Pei family, one of the top families in Jiannan City, giving him such a polite toast in a party he was organizing really made him feel honored. The eyes of those guests around him who were looking at him had changed. There were also some people who had just ignored themselves, but now they were looking at themselves with glowing eyes. This was the influence of the top power class op. Xiang Guoqiang sighed in his heart, but his surface work didn't fall, and together with Pei Yunshan, he happily finished his glass of wine. Guan Yan, Qi Ju and Ha, Chen Shuiqi, three people saw Pei Yunxuan's eye color, and saw him so exaggerated toast, as together grew up hair little dead friend, where can not understand his meaning. When Pei Yunshan finished his toast, the three of them also held their wine glasses and rose to give Xiang Guoqiang a toast in turn, giving him face. It was very different from the way they had just treated the other tycoons. Chapter 55, this guy, what is he doing leaning over? The polite toasts from the four tycoons not only made Xiang Guoqiang red-faced, but also made the guests in the arena curious about Xiang Guoqiang's identity. Many guests whispered, who is this person who was called Uncle Xiang by several great young men? Why is he treated with such respect? Yes, I saw that when several tycoons went over to toast earlier, those few young masters simply raised their glasses in greeting without moving their butts, yet they treated this Uncle Xiang with such respect. If only I had the chance to get to know him. I don't know what this one is about either, but I did talk to this Mr. Xiang just now. He's a brick-and-mortar business in Jiannan City, and we exchanged business cards. Brother, I've heard that you seem to be doing business on the internet, right? It just so happens that I have resources in this area. Why don't we take some time to discuss cooperation matters? It would be great if I could introduce this Mr. Xiang. Ha ha, good talk. Damn it, just now Mr. Xiang gave me a toast and wanted to talk to me, but I was turned away. The biggest gain of the night is gone. Last time I went to the temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha, I heard the abbot say that I would meet a nobleman today. So it seems that this Mr. Xiang is my nobleman. If I can really make Mr. Xiang's acquaintance, I'll donate another $1 million in incense money the next time I go to the temple. Amit Ba Buddha. Buddha bless. At this point, Xiang Guoqiang had become a nobleman in the eyes of the guests. In their opinion, since it was hard to know a few eunuchs, it was the same to know this Mr. Xiang. After all, connections are connections, and a little image is a thread that connects together. So even if they didn't have the chance to get to know a few eunuchs, getting to know Mr. Xiang was pretty much the same effect. In this way, in the future, if there was something that required a male son to step in, having someone in the middle who could speak up would be good as well. Under Chu Yi's direction, Pei Yunshan brought along the three eunuchs to make Xiang Guoqiang earn a wave of face. The red-faced Xiang Guoqiang couldn't care less about Xiang Lan, who had a worried face, as he carried champagne around the field and kept making business partners. This time, Xiang Guoqiang felt unusually relaxed. Many entrepreneurs who were indifferent to him have taken the initiative to hand over their business cards, but also look like pleading to get his business card. This treatment, simply don't be too good. And this is all the credit of Chuyi's words. Xiang Guoqiang walked around in the field, only glancing at Chuyi from time to time. His eyes were like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he appreciated him. If he had this kind of son-in-law, it would be quite a long face for him. Mr. Xiang! Mr. Xiang? A nearby entrepreneur called out softly. Only then did Xiang Guoqiang withdraw his own gaze and said with an apologetic face, "Sorry, I drank a bit too much wine and just got distracted. What you just said was, Mr. Xiang, drink less. A sip of meaning will do. Just now I was trying to say, can I give a business card of yours, so that I can contact you in the future?" The entrepreneur waved his hand without any concern and said with a smile, Oh, look at my memory. Xiang Guoqiang reached inside the lining pocket of his suit and fumbled for it, only to realize that he had already finished handing out his business cards. Seeing this, the entrepreneur pulled out his own cell phone and said with a smile, "It looks like you're done handing out business cards. How about we add a WeChat?" "Good. No problem." Xiang Guoqiang smiled cheerfully and also took out his cell phone to add up the other party's friend. Looking at his father so rarely happy, although Xiang Lan expressed her anger at his behavior of selling his daughter, she did not blame him. His father had paid too much for this family, and since he was so happy today, it was worth it for him to be sold. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, what exactly was the identity of this Chewy fellow? Why was it that a few words could make the young master of a worldly family that his father had difficulty befriending put down his identity to hold up his father? Xiang Lan quietly looked at Chewy beside him, only to find that Chewy was placing his wine glass to his mouth and looking at himself with a playful look in his eyes. This look from Chewy startled Xiang Lan's heart, and he hastily withdrew his own gaze. Chewy laughed and did not rush to interrogate Xiang Lan. Anyway, this piece of meat was right in front of his eyes and could not run anywhere. He should eat his food and drink his wine. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange, Chi Juanha asked with a smile, "Brother E, who is this?" Chewy put down the chopsticks in his hands, rubbed Xiang Lan's head with a smile on his face and said, "Her name is Xiang Lan. She is my newly recruited little maid." Chi Juanha clapped his hands together and gave Chewy a thumbs up with a face of admiration and said, "Brother E, I understand, but meat silk poo tired. Where the love interest lies." Guanyan picked up the wine glass on the table to toast Chewy, also said with a smile, "Brother E is great. In the future, please also teach me the experience of picking up girls. I've been single for a long time." Hearing this, Chen Shuaiqi's face, which was in the middle of chucking vegetables, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and faintly said, "Well, it's quite a long time. It's almost the third day." Pei Yunxian sipped his small drink and watched his brothers flirt with each other, smiling without saying a word. Would these guys' jaws drop if they knew that they had another heavenly beautiful mistress? Seeing these guys flirting with themselves, Xiang Lan huffed and puffed and wanted to argue, but glancing at his old man out of the corner of his eye, his face slowed down again. Alas, forget it, it's okay to be teased by these guys. Rarely today old dad happy. As a daughter I sold my soul in exchange for old dad's happiness. For the sake of this family, I've really given too much. Epsilon. Seeing Xiang Lan huffing and puffing in a somewhat adorable manner, Chewy couldn't help but want to tease her a bit. Xiang Lan, do you know what's redder than a monkey's butt? Xiang Lan clasped her hands to her chest and blankly glanced at Chewy, indicating that she did not want to speak. "Humph, want to molest me? Don't even think about it. Cough cough cough, can't you give a face?" Seeing that Xiang Lan did not take the bait, Chewy was somewhat puzzled. Xiang Lan continued to have a stern face and didn't say a word. "Humph, it's best to just get through this party like this. Save this Chewy fellow from coming to ask 7 questions. Seeing that Xiang Lan did not say anything, Chewy felt a little bored. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Xiang Lan about the purpose of approaching Shen Nianyun first, but this would have to be done step by step, slowly latching on. As soon as he thought of it, Chewy moved his stool towards Xiang Lan's position, and the two of them stuck their stools together. When the few people, including Pei Yunxian, saw this scene, they glanced at each other and smiled without saying anything. Seeing Chewy move his stool closer to himself, Xiang Lan hurriedly moved her stool in a direction away from Chewy. "Ah, this guy, what is he doing leaning over here? Get away, get away, get away." The more Xiang Lan moved, the more Chewy did not let her move away from him. He directly reached out and grabbed the back of the chair Xiang Lan was sitting on and pulled it towards him. "Ah!" Xiang Lan let out a cry and fell towards Chewy unawares. Chapter 56, Xiang Lan, arrogant little cat. Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms. Chewy was enjoying it. After all, Xiang Lan's manga-level body, that was quite rare. What does it feel like to be in your arms? Just one word. Wonderful. Xiang Lan struggled to get up. Chewy didn't stop him, although he felt that the feel of the flesh was great. but the relationship hadn't arrived. It would be counterproductive to be too presumptuous. As a hunter with a strong capital, it was only necessary to lay heavy traps and seduce the prey to take the bait. When the time comes, it is also possible to domesticate the aggressive prey into a pet that snuggles in the arms and pampers. How meaningless it would be to pull out a shotgun and kill it with a single shot. Cough cough cough. Pei Yun Xian. You see that girl over there in the low-cut dress is nice, and her BFF's ass is big too. Why don't we go and get to know her? Shi Juanha saw Chu Yi and Xiang Lan had business to do, coughed twice, pulled up Pei Yun Xian and was ready to go shopping on the field. Where? I like big asses. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, his eyes instantly transforming into radar, his sight shooting in the direction Shi Juanha pointed to. Country 1. Or Lao Jun, your gaze is poisonous. Go go go. Big ass girl mine. Her BFF, you feel free. Okay. Not stealing from you. Shi Juanha nodded with a smile. Pei Yunxian and Shi Juanha got up and left in a fiery hurry. On their way out, the two of them tacitly looked at each other and smiled, and suddenly gave Chu Yi an encouraging look. How could Chu Yi not know what they were thinking? But he really didn't intend to do anything to Xiang Lan. Although her double ponytail styling from last time impressed him so much that he wanted to shake it and try his hand at it. Although her manga body filled Chu Yi with good feelings and wanted to try out the flesh. But, this is a public place. Is it appropriate to do so? It's not appropriate, right? So why are you guys looking at me with such eyes? And you guys, Guan Yan, handsome Chen. Yes, Pei Yunxuan's duo had just left, and Shen Shuiqi also got up with a face of face paralysis, pulling up Guan Yan and leaving directly without leaving a single word. Guan Yan also gave Chu Yi a cheering gesture, the smile on his face as bright as it could be. Now, the guests in the arena became even more excited. The targets they wanted to befriend began to hang out in the arena, and Xiang Lan felt as if she was a white rabbit that had fallen into the mouth of the big bad wolf. Her cheeks were now flushed red. Although she was quick-witted and sometimes fiery, it was the first time she had been embraced by a boy in her arms, and it was also a male god-level handsome guy like Chu Yi who had a good figure in face value. Xiang Lan felt her legs a bit soft. Luckily, she was sitting on a chair right now, or else she would really make a fool of herself. Xiang Lan, what are you rambling on about? Right now, you and Chu Yi are enemies. Enemies, no matter what he asks next. You can't tell him the truth. It was really interesting for Chu Yi to see Xiang Lan's red face and stifled silence. She hadn't seen her so shy when she kicked Bai Peng just now, with a mouthful of old lady. Xiang Lan, tell me, how did you and Nianyun meet? Chu Yi asked with a smile. Since he wanted to figure out Xiang Lan's purpose for approaching Shen Nianyun, it would be good to start from when they met. Hopefully, it wasn't the kind of thing that he had imagined. Why are you asking so much? I'm not going to tell you. And don't you know that as a boy, it's bad to pry into the secrets between girls? Xiang Lan said with an exasperated voice. Ararashi would never bow down to the forces of evil. Good will surely triumph over evil. Carrot. Wow. Well, since you don't want to talk about it, I'll just have to ask Nianyun. How about giving her a call? It's not too late now. She should still be up. Chu Yi nodded with some disappointment, then pulled out his cell phone on his own. What are you doing calling Nianyun to ask about this law? Don't you think it's strange? Xiang Lan was startled in her heart and hurriedly stopped Chu Yi's behavior. If Chu Yi called over to ask some strange questions, then how would she get along with Nianyun in the future? The evil forces had insidious tactics, and Alalan was having some difficulty fighting. What to do? No, aren't these just some normal questions? And as an employer, I have the right to do a background check on the two newly hired maids, Chu Yi said with a smile, and he emphasized the word maid. Xiang Lan's face was bitter. Maid. Every day, she just knows how to say this. This young lady and Nianyun are such lovely girls to serve you as maids, and you keep using this as a bargaining chip to threaten us. It's really too detestable. The righteous Arashur failed. It's not that Ararashi didn't try hard, it's that evil is too powerful. Woo, then I'll just tell you how we met, and you're not allowed to ask anything else, Xiang Lan said in a depressed voice. It's not impossible, Chu Yi murmured, whetting Xiang Lan's appetite before nodding his head and agreeing to her request. As long as one was willing to open their mouth, it was fine. If they had it the first time, were they still afraid that it would be difficult the second and third time in the future? Moreover, for a girl with an arrogant personality like Xiang Lan, Chu Yi was still very interested in tempering her. Imagine how fulfilling it would be to temper a haughty girl into a well-behaved and cute little maid. Xiang Lan exploded at Chu Yi's bad eyes and forced herself to put on a fierce look and said, "Don't look at me like that." Oh, Alalan was so flustered. Chu Yi didn't say anything and looked at Xiang Lan fixedly. He waited until Xiang Lan became a bit uncomfortable. Then he reached out his hand and said, "Don't move. There's a little something on your face." What is it? Xianglan asked dully when she heard Chui say that there was something on her face. Chui reached out and pinched the flesh on Xianglan's face that had some baby fat on it and said with a winning smile, "There's a little bit of cuteness." Earthy love words. Xianglan pursed her lips and blankly glanced at Chui, and also reached out to rub the tender flesh of her cheeks that had been pinched by Chui, as if she wanted to rub it clean by mistake. Ha ha ha. Well, tell us about how you met Nianyun. As if you're telling a story, Chui said with a smile. He felt that this girl was just too cute, like a haughty kitten, but it didn't matter. Chui loved sucking on cats. Hiss, the joy of sucking a cat was quite wonderful. Wow. Xianglan gave a low response and began to elaborate on how the two met. It turned out that once when Shen Nianyun had a part-time job, she went to work as a waitress at her family's cafe. She happened to be in the store that day, drinking coffee with nothing to do. Somehow, she noticed Shen Nianyun, the new waitress. It could be because of her face value, or because of her careful and serious attitude towards her work. Even Xianglan, who was also a girl, felt at the first sight of Shen Nianyun that this girl was so immortal. Out of curiosity, Xianglan began to pay attention to Shen Nianyun's every move. Chapter 57, The Head of the Pillow. Clever, comfortable less. Later on, in order to understand Nianyun better, I pretended to apply for a part-time temp job, and we became familiar with each other over time. After saying the rough history of how she and Shen Nianyun met, Xianglan added dryly, "Just like that?" Chui looked at Xianglan with a puzzled expression. Just like that. Or else what kind of story do you think there could be? It's not like we're filming a TV series. Xianglan crossed her arms and said with a straight face, "That's it. I won't tell you anything else even if you ask again." Stinky Chui. Alright, you have big boobs and you say so. Chui nodded and said, "You rascal." Xianglan's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly stretched out her hands to cover her chest. However, Chui didn't pay any attention to her next, but instead, he took care of his own food and ate it, giving his own critique under his breath from time to time. This dish is delicious. This dish is also good, hot and sour and refreshing. Well, this one is also fine. Xianglan froze as she looked at Chui, who was leisurely eating the dishes. She was a little puzzled. Just now, didn't he still look like he wanted to break the casserole and ask to the end? Why did you stop asking after asking a question? The sudden shift made her a bit unable to adapt, and it was also a bit difficult. This feeling was like being fully prepared in a war to resist an enemy soldier's siege. Even if the other party's output was at full strength, she was confident in blocking it down, only to find that the other party had struck a wave and then called it a day. This feeling of punching cotton made Xianglan very uncomfortable. She bit her lip and looked at Chui, who kept on chucking and eating vegetables, and naively asked, "Chui, is the food good?" Aha, it's delicious. I'm telling you, I haven't eaten anything this delicious since I was a kid. Come on, you try it. Chui swallowed the food he was chewing in his mouth and smiled as he gave Xianglan several of his favorite dishes. Xianglan sighed as she looked at the dishes on her plate, her expression tangled with desire to speak. "No, Chui, I mean, I get it. You want to eat that big leg of lamb, right? No problem. I'll bring it over for you right now." Without waiting for Xianglan to finish, Chui had a dazed look on his face. He turned the dial on the dining table and placed a huge leg of lamb in front of Xianglan. "Nah, eat quickly. I know that a girl with a first-class figure like you must be very concerned about the intake of nutrition in your daily life, so there shouldn't be any problem wiping out this leg of lamb alone, right?" Chui said with a smiling face. Xianglan felt like she was going crazy. She clearly wanted to continue the topic she had just discussed with Chui. But why did Chui keep telling her to eat? And, I agree with the first-class body. What is the operation of eliminating the leg of lamb alone? Hey, this huge roasted leg of lamb. Does it look like a food that a little fairy with a small mouth like mine can eat? Blind Chui, open your eyes and see clearly. Old me is a cherry little mouth. Xianglan's inner figure kept freaking out, already grabbing Chui in her heart and blasting him furiously with the chaotic cloak hammer technique, but on the surface, she nodded with a forced smile and said, "It's fine for you to eat. I'm not very hungry." Chui smirked and looked at Xianglan. Hey, small like. Just now he didn't want to say it himself. A little bit of lust and indulgence and you can't help but open up yourself. Arrogant girls are really cute. As a punishment, you'll have a hard time. The first rule of taming a haughty kitten, appetizing. As for understanding Xianglan's purpose for approaching Shen Nianyun, he still had plenty of time and opportunity. For example, when the two of them came to his house to do housekeeping. Speaking of housekeeping, Chui thought of those different styles of maid outfits. Well, Xianglan was going to wear the tight ones, so she'd confiscate her loose maid outfit when the time came. While Chui was excitedly thinking about his source of pleasure, Xianglan was unable to hold back. Chu-yi, weren't you just curious about the story of Nianyun and I? Why don't you ask now? Xianglan asked, the doubt in her heart. Oh, you're talking about this. I saw that you looked reluctant, so I stopped asking, Chu-yi said with a smile. He, can't help it. I was also very reluctant in the beginning, and I didn't see you not asking, Xianglan said with a disbelieving face. There's no way. I'm a person who's just more forgiving towards cute girls. Chu-yi shook his wineglass and continued with a smile. In the beginning I hadn't realized that little bit of cuteness on your face, but now that I have. So I don't want to make you feel reluctant. Who's cute? I'm not the girl with the cute style, Xianglan said fiercely like a cat whose tail was stepped on. This miss is not cute. This miss is valiant. You don't get to say it. So you're not a cute style girl, Then why are you still wearing Lolita or something like that? Chu-yi asked with a puzzled face. Who says you can't wear Lolita if you don't go for the cute style? Xianglan said as she clasped her hands to her chest and squinted at Chu-yi. Yo-ho, you little girl actually dares to look at me with such eyes? You're going to float if I don't teach you a lesson. Chu-yi finished the wine in his glass, looked at Xianglan fixedly, and suddenly shook his head, then held his head with his hand and said in a low tone, I seem to be a bit drunk. After saying that, he himself collapsed towards Xianglan. In order to prevent Xianglan from moving her chair and running away, Chu-yi still silently reached out and pulled the back of Xianglan's chair. Sure enough, when Xianglan saw the bad situation, she wanted to move the chair away, but she found that the chair did not move at all, and when she looked down, she was actually firmly tugged by Chu-yi. Immediately after a wave of alcohol came, Xianglan only felt a weight on her chest and an extra head. Chu-yi, what are you doing? Xianglan panicked and shoved Chu-yi, trying to make him sit up. And since Chu-yi's move was originally intentional, how could he do as she wished? He relaxed his body and leaned his entire being on Xianglan. Well, I should be drunk. Sorry, I sometimes tend to get weak when I drink. Chu-yi squinted his eyes and whispered. His body, however, was feeling Xianglan's soft and delicate body. This hugging and sleeping should be very comfortable. Worthy of being a rich family's daughter. Rich nutrition is great. In the future, the child will not be afraid of running out of milk. If you choose the right wife, your father and son will not be hungry. Xianglan was in tears. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly lie down all of a sudden? Is this what happens to men when they're drunk? Luckily she didn't drink. If she was like Chu-yi and fell down when she was drunk, where should she fall down? Why is he moving around? Xianglan felt Chu-yi moving around in her arms and quickly reached out to hold him down. This time, he didn't move again, and he didn't know if he was really drunk or fake drunk. Chu-yi, are you still sober? Xianglan reached out to shake Chu-yi's body. Get up if you're sober. It's embarrassing to look like this. The corners of Chu-yi's mouth rose slightly, but his mouth still responded in a daze. Well, my head feels groggy, but it's so comfortable to lie like this. Xianglan's face turned red to the roots of her ears. Isn't this nonsense? The position you're resting your head on right now is so coincidental. It's definitely comfortable. I've been eaten by this bad guy Chu-yi. Chapter 58, Top-Notch Culinary Arts. Spending 10x rebate card. Xianglan was a bit tearless. Chu-yi, this deadbeat guy, was lying in her arms and was still moving around from time to time. She wanted to push Chu-yi away, but Chu-yi was too heavy. She couldn't push him at all. Chu-yi, get up. My father is coming over. Suddenly, Xianglan glimpsed her father, who was socializing not far away, coming towards this table and said in a hurry, Chu-yi had a jolt. His father-in-law was coming over? He quickly broke free of the tenderness and rose from Xianglan's arms. This sensitive speed looked dazzling to Xianglan. So you have been pretending to be drunk all along. Just before Xianglan could open her mouth to question, Xiangguoqiang returned with a red face. Ha, Xiao Chua. I'm really thankful for you today. If it wasn't for your help, where would those industry bigwigs be so enthusiastic towards me? Come, uncle toasts you. Chu-yi looked at Xianglan, who had a grudging face but did not dare to speak, and for some reason, he only felt inexplicably happy in his heart. This kind of arrogant girl was the most fun to bully. However, Xiangguoqiang was still in front of him. This was his father-in-law in the future, so he could not be neglected. Chu-yi stood up and filled up the wine, raising his cup with both hands to Xiangguoqiang and said, There's no need to be so courteous. Uncle Xiang, Lan and I are good friends, and I'm very happy to be able to help you today. What's more, I believe that even without my help, Uncle Xiang can just as well mix in this kind of occasion. Politely drinking a cup to each other, Chu-yi also said some complimentary words. The horse's ass that was naturally uttered made Xiangguoqiang even happier. Hey, this young man is just good at talking. He's handsome, has high emotional intelligence, and most of all, His background should be extraordinary. This kind of quality young man, I don't know if Xiaolan can grasp it. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his precious daughter with deep meaning inside in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Lan was now continuously beeping in a small voice within her heart. If the inner curse could take effect, Chui would not know how many times he had died. Stinky Chui, actually pretending to be drunk and eating my tofu. Humph. I'll definitely badmouth you in front of Nianyun. I'll expose your true colors. You pervert. You big pervert. Pissed off, Pei Yunxian and the others wandered around the grounds for a while, leaving contact information with quite a few quality ladies for each other, with know-it-all smiles on their faces. Seeing that the battle had temporarily ended on Shuyi's side, they all walked back in droves as well. Master, the auction is about to begin. Pei Yunxian spoke to Chui, and then said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, why don't you sit at this table as well? This way it's also a bit more lively. Xiang Guoqiang readily accepted. Being able to sit at a table with the C-listers of the night was something he naturally wouldn't refuse. He could already imagine it. When tonight was over, after the news that he, Xiang Guoqiang, had gotten to know a few young masters from the big families spread out, there would definitely be quite a few entrepreneurs from Jiannan who would come to talk to him about cooperation. The conditions would be open to him, and even if they didn't make any money, or even posted money, there would be people clamoring to work with him. The purpose is to ride on his line, and thus have the opportunity to contact the top dignitaries in Jiannan City. Xiang Guoqiang's return had interrupted Chuyi's thoughts of wanting to temper Xianglan. However, Chuyi was not disappointed. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ding! The host has shared a meal with an extremely beautiful woman, rewarding top-notch cooking skills. Please also ask the host to keep up the good work and become an all-round godly hero surrounded by beautiful women. The system was generous. Chui didn't expect that meeting Xianglan in such a chance situation and just eating something together at the same table would also earn him a reward from the system. Moreover, the system's line that he loved to hear, surrounded by beautiful women, became an all-powerful divine hero. Surrounding was the point. Circling up to be tested. For example, what was it surrounded with? How was it surrounded? The length of time it was surrounded. As for top-notch cooking skills, Chui didn't care much. It was just cooking. He usually didn't like cooking, and the chances of using it should be relatively low. However, since he had obtained this skill, he would wait for some time to buy some vegetables and try cooking at home. Chui hadn't pondered for long before the auction part of the party started. The one presiding over the auction was a classical beauty wearing a cheongsam. Chui visually estimated that her height should have reached about 1.7 meters, and with the high heels, there were many men on the scene who were not as tall as her. Honorable guests, good evening everyone. I am tonight's auctioneer, Luya. Tonight, this charity auction party is organized by our Pei family's Pei Yunxian Pei Yun led by our Jiannan City Pei family, and also approved by the Pei family's head of the family. Everyone, as elites of various industries, naturally know that children are the future of the country, and there are still many children in the poorer areas of our Dragon Kingdom who do not have access to education. Therefore, all the proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated to the children in the poorer mountainous areas to help them obtain more educational opportunities. Hopefully, we will be able to cultivate many pillars of talent who will study for the rise of the country. Luya's emotional opening speech directly caused the entire audience to applaud. Although fish and dragons were mixed in this kind of occasion, there was always a part of entrepreneurs who had a sense of social contribution in this regard. They will think that when the ability is enough, they need to do something to give back to the society. Because when wealth reached a certain level, there was already more than just the need to satisfy material needs. It was more of a spiritual fulfillment. Chui also nodded thoughtfully. Although he had gotten rich by relying on the system, his nature wasn't bad, and he was also a handsome young man with a righteous chest. Other than being a bit colorful, everything else was quite good. Well, a man's nature, so he had no more flaws. He has always adhered to a concept. I don't offend people. If they do, I'll take their skin off and feed their ashes to the dogs. And he also had his own flashpoint of existence. When Chui was small, he would often feed some stray cats and dogs, because it is a rural family. Stray cats and dogs are also very common, and whenever you meet these poor little, Chui will run to the home to take some leftovers to feed them. Seeing the poor little animals eat well, Chuyi's heart will also get unprecedented satisfaction. Perhaps this was the sense of fulfillment that came from doing good. Perhaps this was also the reason why the system chose him. And since he had encountered this charity auction party tonight, Chui felt that he should also do what he could to contribute to this society. Ding! The host's chest is full of greatness. And he is indeed a great young man with a super positive outlook, rewarding him with a 10x rebate card for spending, limited to tonight's auction. Helping the weak is a virtue of human civilization, so please adhere to the right path in your heart and be a noble man of God. Of course, If you encounter a provocateur, smack the hell out of him. Seeing the system's last sentence, Chui almost burst out laughing. The system could be really grumpy. However, I like it. He. There will be another chapter later. Some of my friends think this book is good. Please review and tell me what you like to read, and what attracts you to this book, and what you hate to read. I'll try to keep it to what you like to read, because it's also my first time to write about this topic, so please forgive me for any bad writing. The reason it's posted within the text is to make it visible to bookworms who see it here. Chapter 59, Let the Children. For the Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, the auction will now officially begin. The first auction item is a replica of the Mingxi Cloud initial rise figure. Although it's a replica, it's the work of the famous Dragon Kingdom's great Fenglu, with a starting price of $1,000,000. Each increase is not less than 50,000. Under Lu Ye's presidency, the auction began. However, the price of 1 million was still a bit high for some of the people who were just the elite of the industry. So those who participated in the bidding were only a small number of entrepreneurs who were well off. 1.05 million, 1.1 million, 1.2 million. Xiang Guoqiang felt that he was indebted to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian and the others for taking care of him tonight, and it was necessary to auction off an item to show his appreciation. After all, this auction party was initiated by Pei Yunxian, and auctioning off an item was tantamount to giving him face. What's more, this Mingxi Yunshu rising figure was only an imitation though, but Fenglu was a famous master in the calligraphy and painting field of the Dragon Kingdom, and the works from his hands are all very collectible, and also have room for appreciation. So Xiang Guoqiang raised his card and bid 1.3 million. Lu Ye saw that it was the table where Pei Yunxian and the others were at who raised their cards and looked this way in surprise. Logically speaking, the auction organized by Pei family's young master, his own side shouldn't be bidding on it. The other entrepreneurs who were also planning to participate in the bidding saw that it was Xiang Guoqiang who made the bid, and only nodded to him with a smile, no longer raising the price. Seeing this, Xiang Guoqiang once again felt the feeling of being respected, which was not the same as his usual feeling of being respected by the employees in the company. There were a lot of people who were higher than him, and the respect from those in high positions was always the most enjoyable. He felt that for the first time in his 40 years. He felt a deep sense of goodwill from the world. Is there anyone else bidding? Lu Ye asked. There were no bidders in the room. Since there are no bidders, 1.3 million once, 1.3 million twice, 1.3 million three times. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully auctioning off the Mingxi Cloud first rising figure replica from the hands of the Fenglu Great Master, and congratulations to the children of the impoverished mountainous areas, who have received their first charitable donation of up to $1.3 million. Those present applauded, and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiang Guoqiang nodded with a smile towards the crowd looking at him. Originally, after obtaining the consumption 10x rebate card given by the system, Chui thought of rounding up all the auction items tonight. However, since his father-in-law had made a move, he also had to give some face. Anyway, it was only 1.3 million, and even if it was doubled tenfold, it would only be 13 million. The small amount of money could still be given up compared to the face of his father-in-law. However, as long as Xiang Guoqiang did not make any more bids next, then all the auction items would be in his pocket. Lu Ye continued to start making introductions for the second auction item, and a steady stream of bidding and hailing sounds resounded in the arena. 500,000, 600,000. This gentleman is bidding 600,000. Is there any higher? 700,000. 700,000 now. Is there a higher price? Lu Ye said excitedly. 700,000 once, 700,000 twice. Seeing that no one had raised the price, Chui wanted to Leoneize the price and call for more, but the system sent out a prompt. Although it's a 10x rebate card, the host can't call for unlimited bids. At most it can't exceed twice the current bidding price. Alright system, since you recognized my little plan, I won't make things difficult for you. Chu Feng silently raised his card and blandly said, 1.4 million. System, good guy, wool gathering to the hardest. When Lu Ye heard Chuyi's bid, her expression became even more excited. She didn't expect that someone would actually bid to such a high price. Although because it was a charity auction, she was taking a fixed salary tonight without any commission. But as an auctioneer, the higher the price of the items she handled, the higher her sense of accomplishment. Not only was Lu Ye feeling excited, the other guests in the arena were also mingling because of Chuyi's actions. Wow! I didn't expect that handsome guy to be so strong. 1.4 million It's not a small amount of money either. What's more, before this, the highest bid was only up to 700,000, and he actually directly quoted twice the price. I'm so moved. I already thought he was so handsome, but now I think he's even more handsome. I don't know what this gentleman's origin is. He seems to have a very prominent identity and background, and he has a lot of disposable assets at a young age. So he should be from a famous family. If I can befriend him, my company should be able to go to the next level. I just met Mr. Xiang, and seeing as they seem to be on good terms, please ask Mr. Xiang for an introduction when you have the chance. Little Li, when we go back, you draw up a contract for cooperation with Mr. Xiang's company. We'll directly gain Mr. Xiang's goodwill by making concessions, and I hope that we'll be able to get to know this outstanding young master of a great clan through Mr. Xiang by then. Many entrepreneurs played the little schemes in their minds. Adoration value plus 10. Adoration value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Seeing the worship value that he had suddenly obtained, Chu Yi's eyes lit up. He had just focused on earning money from the rebate cards, but had forgotten that this kind of occasion should be the time to act like a pussy. This kind of thing, the worship value, needed to be gained by pretending to be a pussy. Without further ado, tonight's auction items will be paid for by Mr. Chu. Master, I didn't expect you to not only be strong in battle, but also so trenchant. Pei Yunxian reached out and gave a thumbs up. Yeah, $1,040,000 casually taken out. You can get a lowly Porsche Panamera. Guan Yan smacked his lips and said, Brother E is awesome. Although my family has a mine, my monthly pocket money is only $5 million. You casually spent almost a third of my pocket money. Shi Juanhe poured some sour drink and took a sip and said. The corners of Chen Shuaiqi's face-palmed mouth moved slightly, reaching out to give a thumbs up without speaking. Xiang Lan and Xiang Wuqian also looked at each other with surprised faces. Xiang Lan knew that Chu Yi was rich, but he did not expect him to seem very, very rich. He directly auctioned off the auction item at twice the offer of the others. Xiang Lan only felt that this little Chu seemed to look even more agreeable. A good-looking man, gentle and elegant in his speech, a strong background, and many billions of dollars in wealth. The perfect candidate for a son-in-law. Xiao Lan you have to seize the opportunity now. Xiang Guoqiang secretly glanced at his daughter. It seems that there is an opportunity to talk to Xiaolan. Nowadays, in this society, the ratio of men to women is severely imbalanced, and although the number of men is greater, the outstanding ones are in the minority. To be able to meet this kind of quality male, one's own daughter still had to work harder. Chu Yi only smiled faintly at this and said lightly, I'm not interested in money. I just want to help the children in the poor mountainous areas, so that more children who are eager to get an education will have a chance to get out of the mountains. So that more children who are able to get out of the mountains will work hard for the rise of our dragon country. Chapter 60 Bidding tougher than a bite-sized price. Xiang Lan blinked her big eyes and looked at Chu Yi, not realizing that this lecherous wolf still had such great ideas. Brother E is awesome. Awesome. Dragon country gardener my brother E. Brother Yat is ho hung. This is the correct posture of ho ho ho. Pei Yunxuan's few people said with smiles. Although Chu Yi's words in that paragraph about not being interested in money were a bit exaggerated, but to casually take out so much money, or to use it for charity, it was not something that an ordinary person would be willing to do, especially Qi Juanhe, Guan Yan, and Chen Shuaiqi. The three of them were even more impressed with Chu Yi. Tonight was the first time they and Chu Yi had met, and before this Pei Yunxian had greeted them, stating that Chu Yi was his master and asking them to show some face. As diehards who had grown up together, that bit of face definitely had to be given. Not only should it be given, but it should also make the hairy master feel comfortable and doubly honored. Therefore, from the moment they met with Chu Yi, they had always been very polite, but that was only on the surface. A few of them were all wealthy second-generation people in Jiannan City who were above the rest, with family backgrounds, abilities, and visions that were superior to those of ordinary people in every aspect. For Chu Yi, who was meeting him for the first time, to be so polite was already giving him face. If other people were to do so, they would not even bother to pay attention to them unless their status was comparable, or that person had enough value. Of course, their social skills were not bad at all, and their emotional intelligence was also very high, so they naturally knew the reasoning behind meeting people and speaking to them. The vast majority of the reason why they gave Chu Yi so much face was still for Pei Yunxuan's sake. In the future, when they encountered each other, they would at most be nodding acquaintances. However, Chu Yi's practice of directly auctioning off the auction item at double the price did make them somewhat surprised, regardless of whether it was for the purpose of showing off their financial strength, or really for the purpose of charity. This Chu Yi seemed to be truly worthy of their friendship. 1.4 million once, 1.4 million twice, 1.4 million three times. Congratulations to this gentleman for auctioning the second item of this auction at a price of 1.4 million, and congratulations to the children of the impoverished mountainous areas for obtaining the second charity fund. Pa pa pa. The entire room once again resounded with applause. Brother Yat, let me toast you. Chen Shuiqi, a facepalmed man, took the rare initiative to raise his wine cup and said to Chui. Chui was also a bit surprised, but he quickly reacted and clinked glasses with Chen Shuiqi before drinking it all in one go. He, master, I'm telling you, this guy, Shui, has always had a loving heart since he was a child, so he must have been bowled over by your way of offering love with money, Pei Yinxian said with a smile. What? Then if I round up tonight's auction items, will Shui fall in love with me? Chui said with an exaggerated face. The crowd burst into laughter, but no one took his words seriously. How much would it cost to round up all the auction items? I don't think it should be possible. At most, I'll just have a crush on you. Ha 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 ha. Chi Juanha laughed out loud. Then it's over. A big handsome guy like me who has taken thousands of girls by storm. Could it be that I'm going to have one more fan brother tonight? Chui shook his head inside, that expression looking disgusted. Ha 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 ha. Shui, you're being disliked by brother E. Guan Yin poked Chen Shuiqi with his elbow and teased. Chen Shuiqi was not moved in the slightest, and he took care of his own food and ate it. Seeing this, Guan Yin touched his nose resentfully, and then in a swift move, he reached out his chopsticks and snatched away the dish that Chen Shuiqi was about to clip. Seeing Chen Shuiqi finally look at himself, Guan Yin cheaply stuffed the dish into his mouth. Delicious. Chen Shuiqi silently withdrew his chopsticks and drank in a muffled voice. Xianlan turned his head to look at Chui beside him and asked with a curious expression. Chui, why did you spend twice as much as others to auction it off? It's not much. The main thing really is to donate more money. Chui looked at Xianlan and said with a serious face. To be honest, he originally just wanted to auction off a few items for charity. It was only that he did not intend to bid at such an exaggerated price, and it was also impossible to round up all the auction items. Although his money was given to him by the system, it wasn't something that came from a gale, but rather from kissing his sister. However, the system's sudden reward of a consumption rebate card directly inflated this idea of his. It was possible to hoard 10 times for nothing, make charitable donations, and harvest worship value. 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Wow. Seeing Chui speak so seriously, Xianlan herself became a little embarrassed. She felt as if Chui really wanted to do charity, and she herself was suspecting him of having some other purpose instead. Although Chui was chatting with the crowd, he had been paying attention to the progress of the auction. After the transaction just now, it did not take long for Luya to continue auctioning the third item. The price of this item was slightly higher than the first 2, and it had now reached a bidding price of 6 million. At this price, no one continued to raise the price, and Luya had already started the last 3 bids. Seeing this, Chui also no longer waited, and directly reported a number that shocked the entire room. 12 million. The moment this price came out, the scene fell into a bizarre silence. Everyone unanimously looked towards the person who quoted the price. It was Chui. Just now, this young man who had spent double the price to auction the second item was once again bidding for the third item in the same manner. It was now $12 million. Although the people present were all elites or entrepreneurs from all walks of life, the number of people who could really come up with $12 million in liquidity was also small. The vast majority of rich people's wealth is composed of fixed assets, because cash in hand, for them the cost effectiveness is too low. It's far less than the return ratio of taking it and investing it. What's more, the previous bidder only offered $6 million. He casually doubled the offer. How much capital must he have to spend so recklessly? The crowd present became even more curious about Chuyi's identity. Who exactly was he? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Cough cough. May I continue with the auction? Chui lightly coughed twice and asked Luya, who was in a frozen state. Luya's face was embarrassed. Then her face was red with excitement as she continued to bid. This gentleman is bidding 12 million. Is there anyone else bidding a higher price? Luya glanced at the calm and relaxed Chui. Her heart was in awe. It wasn't that she had seen less or hadn't experienced a big scene, but the way Chui acted was just too illogical. As an auctioneer, she naturally knew the purpose of the auction. All those who participated in the auction were only trying to obtain their desired items at a price slightly higher than the others. That was the normal logic. Chui, however, had bid twice in a row, directly bidding twice as much, taking it down at an absolutely high price relative to the auction item. The bidding was even tougher than the one-bite price. So what's the auction for? Seeing no one bidding, Luya hammered out after 3 bids. Congratulations to this gentleman for spending 12 million yuan to obtain the third auction item. And thank you to this generous gentleman for making such a great contribution to the education of the children in the poor mountainous areas. Let's all applaud him for his selflessness. Clap clap clap. Hoo hoo. Chapter 61, The system always tempts me to pretend. The scene once again resounded with warm applause, And there were also some guests who were too excited and let out cheers that did not fit the occasion. Chu Yi's kind of approach, although they couldn't do it and didn't understand it, it didn't prevent them from eating melon and watching the fun. People's nature is to love watching and gossiping, regardless of high or low status. It's all the same. Chu Yi stood up, his eyes circled around, his hands slightly pressed down, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you everyone, but let's continue the auction. The auction is important." The guests were very facetious and stopped their clamor. Many of them spoke out in agreement. Right. The auction is important. This is only the third item. Although this gentleman has bagged the first two auction items, we also have the opportunity to do charity later on. And the collection value of these auction items is also very good. But this gentleman is really powerful. Ordinary people can't afford to make such a move. Although I feel that this gentleman has the suspicion of pretending, it seems that he doesn't need to pretend anymore. He's just showing off his strength slightly. It's over when it's awesome anyway. Between the laughter, the auction continued. After Chu Yi took his seat, he saw that everyone was looking at him with somewhat strange eyes, and couldn't help but speak out to tease. "What's wrong? Is it because my performance of having more wealth and billions of dollars made you guys think that I'm more handsome?" "Yeah." The young people, including Xiang Lan, booed in unison. Xiang Guoqiang, on the other hand, looked on happily. This young man with multiple wealth and billions was even richer than he had imagined. If this turned out to be his son-in-law, it seemed like he could do without struggling. Well, his own daughter is so excellent. Surely she can. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his precious daughter and said silently in his heart, "Xiao Lan, the happiness of the rest of my father's life is in your hands. A retirement life without having to work hard is really wonderful. Every day, raising cats and teasing birds, taking time to take the little pet to stroll around the park to look at beautiful women. The mood has become beautiful. I heard that looking at beautiful women can also lead to longevity." Xiang Guoqiang fell into a vision of a better future. One can only say that a man is a teenager until he dies. SP hobbies never change. "Master, although I know you're also a rich second generation, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. It's not possible that you've already inherited the family fortune, right?" Pei Yunxian asked with a curious face. He was now very curious about the identity of this master of his. He had thought that his master was just an ordinary rich kid with superb combat abilities, which was why he had specially organized this charity party, in order to pave the way for Chu Yi, make connections to expand his horizons. It was also considered a gift to pay respects to his master. After all, the two of them had agreed from the beginning that Chu Yi would teach him boxing, and in exchange, he would bring Chu Yi to make connections. But now it seemed that his master seemed to be a mega-rich man, and someone with this kind of financial power. How bad would his connections be? Don't look at Pei Yunxian as the youngest master of the Pei family, but he hadn't even graduated from college yet. So if he was really asked to come up with tens of millions of dollars, he really didn't have the means to do so. So when he thought differently, Chu Yi's position in his heart was even higher. What family? Before graduating from college, he took out more than $10 million. It's not an investment, but a donation to a poor mountainous area. If he did that, his father's spicy noodles would have smoked him wailing. And most importantly, his own master spends this money feels like sprinkling water. It felt like the money spent was not more than $10 million, but a few dollars. I have to say, master is master. Awesome. What Pei Yunxian didn't expect was that he had actually befriended such a powerful person like his master because of that naive Gao Yang. Gao Yang, well done. You didn't get beaten up for nothing that day. Gao Yang, who was playing king in the dormitory, is playing until the group battle is intense. He was playing Marco Polo, and his teammates directly controlled four of them, and his eyes lit up, and he was about to jump big into the field. Just a cold sneeze, causing him to reverse his big move and his teammates to die. The final promotion diamond failed. Watching his teammates add friends and send private messages angrily scolding the actor, Gao Yang wanted to cry without tears. Who did I invite to mess with? I don't want to sneeze either. Chu Yi smiled and waved his hand and said, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just a mediocre person. Except for a little bit of money. Nothing, brother E, you're being unkind. A few minutes ago I was still complacent because of my monthly pocket money of 5 million. Now you casually take out 12 million and then say a little bit of small money. This dot of yours is a billion dots, right?" Ji Juanha picked up a slice of lemon that was dotted inside the dish and stuffed it into his mouth, saying with a sour look on his face, "Stop it. I'm already getting sour." Guan Yan echoed. Most of the elders in his family were officials, so amongst the few, he was the worst in terms of finances. Chu Yi's act of spending money freely made him envious. Chen Shuiqi silently gave a thumbs up and continued to eat his food. Only the speed of eating was much faster than usual. Xiang Lan only felt that she was becoming more and more curious about Chu Yi. She had thought that Chu Yi was just a rich second generation with a small fortune, who had luckily befriended Pei Yunxian and the others so that he could sit here. Yet, she didn't expect him to break her perception of him time and time again, spending so much money on a charity auction. Was he really doing it for charity? It seems like he's pretty good in all other aspects except for being a bit horny. Alright, you guys don't look at me like that. The auction has just started now. I've said that I'll round up all the auction items tonight, Chui said with a smile. Brother E, I know you're rich, but that's an exaggeration. Shi Juanhe had a look of disbelief on his face, and after a pause, he continued. This Pei Yunxian fellow has prepared 30 auction items tonight, and if they're all auctioned off, that's not a small amount. Yes, master, although you look rich, it's impossible to spend so much money on charity. Pei Yunxian nodded with deep sympathy. Brother E, you can't build like this even if you're rich, just shoot a few pieces. Guanyan also thought that it was impossible for Chui to round up these auction items and gave Chui a step down. Only Xiang Lan's eyes were filled with curiosity. As a woman's intuition, she felt that Chui was not lying. Xiang Lan felt that the matter of Chui wanting to round up all the auction items, although it sounded bizarre and exaggerated, but maybe people with huge money like Chui were good at it. Spending money to obtain pleasure. Chui let out a bitter smile and did not explain. He knew that doing so was exaggerated, and if another person said such words in front of him, he wouldn't believe it either. However, what he said was the truth. To put it in another way, even if he directly said that the system had given him the rebate card, so he wanted to maximize the benefits, the crowd present would definitely not believe it either, because it was too outrageous. Therefore, Chui didn't want to argue much, and only needed to put the facts in front of them. I don't want to do this kind of thing either, but it can't be helped. Who let the system tempt me to pretend with money? Although Chui was now rich, who would mind having too much money? As long as one auctions the item, one would be able to obtain a tenfold rebate. This kind of good deed would be done by anyone else. Amidst Luya's bidding, the auction was still going on. 9.8 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? Seeing that no one had made an offer, Luya was planning to make the final 3 calls. Chui faintly spoke out. 19.6 million. Wow. The entire room was in an uproar. What? You're still coming? This time it's $19.6 million? Chapter 62. The auction party ends. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Everyone including Chu Yi's table was stunned. Money can't be built like this. Tens of millions of dollars were flung out at every turn. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian looked like they were on good terms, it was estimated that some people thought that he was blowing awesome. This gentleman is bidding 19.6 million. Is there anything higher? Luya's speech was a bit sloppy. She felt that what she was saying now was nonsense. How could there be a higher one? It was just her duty. So she still followed the rules and asked. Without a doubt, there was no one who would bid again. It was really because the price Chui had bid was too high, completely exceeding the actual value of the auction item. In that case, congratulations to this gentleman for successfully taking the 4th auction item at a price of 19.6 million, Luya said with a professional smile on her face. From this moment onwards, the atmosphere of the auction on the field became somewhat strange. It was because all the people who participated in the bidding did not know whether Chui would still suddenly bid a high price to auction off the item when their bidding was nearing the end. That was why the speed of the quotations became somewhat slow. However, Chui did not care. He only wanted to brush up on his worship value and 10 times the amount of rebates. The 5th auction item was taken by Chui at a price of 23 million. The 6th auction item was taken by Chui at a price of 9 million. The 7th piece, the 10th piece, the 13th piece. When the auction reached the halfway point, there was no one left to bid. Everyone knew that no matter how they bid, it would be taken down by Chui at double the price. Instead of doing so, it would be better to not participate in the bidding, letting this great tycoon spend less money to take the auction item, and it would be considered doing a favor. If he still called for a bid in this situation, wouldn't that offend him? Anyone would want to spend less money. Unfortunately, they thought wrong. Chui wanted them to call for bids, and he was really distressed when no one called for bids. Everyone, keep bidding. Why aren't you bidding? Chui said to the guests with a gentle smile on his face. All the guests shook their heads in unison. Young Chu, don't tease us. You are financially strong. We wouldn't dare to compete with you for this opportunity to do charity. It would be better if we don't participate in the bidding and you take it at a single price. You can also spend less money. Yes. We call the old half a day. You directly to double the price of the auction. This looks like we are very dull, eh? Yeah. Since Chu Xiao is interested, it's better to round up the later auction items. The many guests had their own opinions on Chu Yi's behavior. Some thought that Chui was simply having too much money to spend and wanted to show off his wealth. There were also those who felt that Chui really wanted to help the children in the impoverished mountainous regions, but only in a more ostentatious manner. There was also a part of Chui that dared to speak out against this behavior, thinking that although he was rich, doing this kind of thing was looking down on everyone here. However, regardless of what other people thought, Chui did not care. If he was offended and wanted to cause trouble, he would continue. If he didn't dare to say it out loud, he would just hold it in. The most frustrating thing for Chui was that no matter what he said, no one was willing to bid. So for the subsequent auction items, he could only take them at twice the starting price. The loss was quite large. Even the worship value couldn't be swiped. It seemed that the crowd present had been numbed by the number of times they had been surprised. Their hearts could no longer make waves, and naturally, they were unable to contribute to Chuyi's worship value. Seeing that, Chui felt a little sad. Alas, wanting to do something good but having no one to understand me. It's really hard. Chui finally counted. He spent a total of $180 million to auction off all the items, and the system returned $1.8 billion. Alas, it's only $1.8 billion. It's still a small profit. Under the attention of the crowd, Chuyi's payment was successful, and the entire auction party once again became noisy. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Perhaps there were still people who thought that Chui might be a trustee before, but now after the payment was successful, no one thought so. The worship value was extraordinarily high. In the end, many people shyly came over and stuffed their business cards to Chui, hoping to have a chance to cooperate with him. In response, Chui also came over and accepted them all. He now had a few dollars in addition to a very weak network. The party was full of elites from all walks of life, and there was always a time when they were useful. A charity auction that should have been accomplished by dozens of entrepreneurs was eventually wrapped up by Chui alone. Not only were the guests participating in the evening party shocked, even Xiang Lan and the others were stunned, especially Xiang Guoqiang. His fortune didn't even add up to $180 million. While Chui had casually come up with such a huge cash flow, it was simply unimaginable to him before this. Chui, you spent so much money on those auction items. Don't you feel heartbroken? Xiang Lan asked, somewhat dumbfounded. No, not only am I not heartbroken, I'm quite excited right now, Chui said with a smile. Yes. Having harvested a large amount of worship value and $1.8 billion tonight, and having done good deeds, could he not be excited? You're awesome. Xiang Lan didn't even know what to say. She felt that the shock she received today was a bit too much. Oh, if this $180 million were given to her, then she would become a little rich woman. Thinking of this, Xiang Lan's eyes popped out little stars. Of course, she wasn't worshipping gold. It was just because the figure was too big. She inevitably had reveries. If Chui knew about her thoughts, he would definitely touch her little head and tell her with a kind face. Want it? Learn the good morning wake-up service and good night sleeping service. One skill gives 100 million. Don't ask why. Asking is rich and capricious. It's all about playing. Master, from now on I'll be hugging your thigh. I hope you don't mind. Pei Yunxian was completely convinced. I didn't expect my own master to be so awesome. Simply awesome fried. What kind of family? So expansive. He was now highly skeptical that his master was the son of the hidden richest man. Qi Juanhe waved his hand and counted, and said with a dumbfounded face, $180 million. Ah, it's 3 years of my pocket money. Brother E just casually spent it. Oh my god, Brother E, in the future, I won't dare to mention that my family has a mine in front of you. I'm really afraid that you'll buy my family's mine. Chui raised his eyebrows and said with a teasing face, wow, Qi Juanhe, how much is the market value of your family's mine? Brother E, don't be like this. I'm a bit flustered when you say that. Qi Juanhe quickly waved his hand in defeat. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed out loud at this. Chapter 63, Head of Black Star Security, Ling Qing. After the evening party ended, the crowd went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. However, Chui didn't leave, but instead headed to the infirmary under Pei Yunxuan's leadership. That Bai Peng kid was still waiting for him in the infirmary. Coincidentally enough, this guy had encountered Chui twice in a row. The first time he encountered this guy's provocation when he was shopping with Chen Yun. At that time he didn't know anyone and could only let this guy go. As a result, he encountered him again today in the party organized by Pei Yunxian. And this little punk still wanted Xiang Lan's contact information. He must be given a painful lesson today. As he was walking, Chuyi's cell phone rang, and he took out his cell phone to answer the call. A slightly cold but still melodious female voice came out from the phone. Master, I am the head of the Black Star Security Company. Lung Cheng. Chui froze, but quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. This should be the head of the security company that the system had rewarded himself with. I didn't expect it to be a girl. and from the sound of her voice, her score should be quite high. Lang Qing, right? You don't need to call me master. Just call me boss from now on, Chu Yi replied. Although there was an inexplicable feeling of pleasure in being called master by a girl, it was definitely not appropriate to call her that in normal times. If one had to call it, calling it in certain special situations could rather increase the level of interest and excitement. In this way, it could make the hardness of the Vorpal stick skyrocket, and the female goblin would be even more unable to eat the old man's flogging. Okay boss. I just had my men find out the evidence of Bai Peng's adultery. I'll send it over to you right away if the boss needs it, Lang Qing said in a cool tone. Chu Yi's heart was delighted. He was agonizing over how to mess with this Bai Peng, but he didn't expect the new henchman to be so powerful. He had directly found out the evidence of Bai Peng's taint, so it would be fine to directly hand him over to justice for trial. Otherwise, Chu Yi himself wouldn't be able to mess up too well in private. Although this Bai Peng was as annoying as a fly, and didn't move to appear in front of Chu Yi's eyes, but when it came down to it, the two of them weren't the kind of mortal enemies that would last forever. If it was a mortal enemy, it would be better directly under the hands of this batch of top mercenaries to drag him up on the top 10 tortures, finished with the hand directly sunk. God does not know the ghost. Chu Yi also believed in the ability of these top mercenaries rewarded by the system, and would definitely not be found out. But just two conflicts, doing so was a bit too vicious. As a good young man of the Dragon Kingdom in the new century, Chu Yi felt that there were some things that he could not do on his own or try not to do on his own. You see, this underling did not send the evidence of Bai Peng's treachery. He. Lang Cheng, you did a good job. Send me a bank card number in a moment. I'll give you $10 million as a bonus. Chu Yi was very satisfied with Lang Qing's performance. Having just become his own henchman, he had solved a problem for himself. Not bad. Very good. Thank you boss. Lang Cheng, who had always been slightly aloof, heard the bonus and his voice got a lot louder. It seems to be a little money fanatic as well. That's right. In this money-oriented society, maybe money isn't everything, but without money it's nothing. And money can solve 99.9% of the problems. Especially rich people like to use money to solve problems. For them, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Well, do a good job. As long as you do a good job, your bonuses will not be missing. Chu Yi praised and hung up the phone. Pei Yunxian, who was leading the way in front, was a little curious, but he knew that there were some things that shouldn't be asked not to ask. If Chu Yi wanted to tell him, he would naturally talk to him. So Pei Yunxian didn't open his mouth to ask. Little Pei I have some evidence of Bai Peng's treachery here. Can you see if you can get him sentenced for a few years? Chu Yi said with a smile. Pei Yunxian froze, not expecting his master to actually be able to get evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. From the time he met Bai Peng just now, it had only been a few hours. In just a few hours, he was actually able to find out the evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. It seemed that the forces behind his master were unfathomable. Master, as long as there is enough evidence, we will definitely follow the law and give him the punishment he deserves. Pei Yunxian patted his chest and assured. He had received a good education from his father since he was a child, and deeply detested the kind of people who did wrong and still got away with it. Coupled with the fact that his uncle was still a hand in the police department, he could give a reply with certainty in this regard. Alright then, I'll send you the evidence of Bai Peng's crime in a moment, and then I'll trouble you for the rest. Chu Yi nodded and said, Don't worry, master, I'll take care of it. Pei Yunxian said with a grin. That's good. I'll leave this Bai Peng to you. Remember to take care of him more. Don't let him get too comfortable. Chu Yi patted Pei Yunxian's shoulder. The infirmary wasn't going anywhere, and turned towards the parking place. Pei Yunxian eyed Chu Yi's back, waved his hand at him and shouted, Don't worry, master, just leave everything to me. Next time we're free we'll fight a real battle. Chu Yi didn't turn around, reached out and waved his hand and said, No problem. I hope that next time you'll be able to hold out a little longer. Pei Yunxian was instantly beaming with joy. He was a man with no other hobbies, other than beautiful women. It was boxing. Beautiful women he had no shortage of since he was a child. But in terms of boxing, he had never been able to get enough of them. There was basically no one his own age who was stronger than him. And the only person in his life who was stronger than him was his old man who taught him boxing. But to let him challenge Pops, then forget it. When Pei Yunxian thought of his father's fatherly love like a sticking point, he felt his sweaty hairs rise and the bones in his body were uncomfortable. This was a psychological shadow from childhood, shaking his head to make the negativity in his mind disappear. Pei Yunxian put his hands behind his head and stepped leisurely into the infirmary whistling. Bai Peng's somewhat weak screams came out intermittently. Don't fight big brother. I was wrong. Oh, big brothers have something to say. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Pei Yunxian fixed his eyes. Bai Peng was tied to a chair, sweating profusely but with a pained face, a trace of transparent saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Surrounded by several big men, they gave him a greeting every now and then. However, their hands are very measured, only to the painful place to hit, but the kind of examination of injuries but not out. Bai Peng was beaten wailing, voice or shouting mute. Yo, you this kid called Bai Peng is it? You say you offended who was not good but offended my master and master's wife? I think you are tired of living, right? Pei Yunxian had already automatically substituted Xianglan into the role of master and mistress as well. Just now, at the party, Shu Yi and Xianglan's intimate behavior made it obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. Using his smooth ass to think about it, he knew that this one was also a master's wife. Bai Peng raised his head to look at Pei Yunxian and said with a sobbing face, Pei Xiao, I was wrong. It's all my fault for not recognizing him in tie with my eyes. Look at me, I've been beaten for so long as well. Please be magnanimous and let me go. As long as I can be made to stop getting beat up, I'll let you do whatever you want. Oh, this is what you said. Pei Yunxuan's cell phone's beeps rang one after another, and he opened it to take a look, a faint smile on his face. The evidence sent by the master had arrived. Chapter 64, Cold and Colorful Long Legs. Shui sat in the car before remembering that he had been drinking today. Drinking and driving is 10,000 times impossible. As the saying goes, the line is not standardized loved ones 2 lines of tears. He is now a good life has just begun. This kind of harmful things or do not do. That's right. Can contact Ling Cheng. Thinking about it, Shui took out his phone and dialed Ling Cheng's cell phone number. In addition to letting her be a chauffeur, she also needed her to investigate Bai Peng's spy clan group, preferably to get a handle or business secret. In this way, Bai Peng would not be able to turn over no matter what. Shui hates to beat the old one to come to the small one. If you want to mess with them, you should mess with them all at once. Boss, what are your orders? Lung Cheng said as he picked up the phone. Lung Cheng, come and help me drive. I've been drinking tonight and can't drive. Shui said. Okay boss, I'll be there within 5 minutes. After Leng Cheng finished speaking, she stopped talking and quietly waited for Shui to hang up the phone. Shui muttered a couple sentences after hanging up the phone. The voice is quite nice. 3 minutes later, a woman with a short ponytail and wearing a competent black suit arrived by the Koenigsegg Gem era. Boss, I'm here. Shui looked up and down at Leng Cheng. Although she was dressed in a very competent manner, she was still very feminine, giving off a cold feeling, especially the color of her lipstick. Her flaming red lips were dainty, making people kind of want to taste what her lipstick tasted like. The figure is tall and straight. Visual estimation should have a height of 175 cm. The length of her long legs exceeds that of all the girls Chui has encountered so far. 100 faint 100 faint. The only flaw was that the bear was a bit small. Visual estimation was only B, right? However, for a beauty of Ling Qing's style, if the bear was too big, it wouldn't be too coordinated instead. This kind of one hand can hold just the right size. Mainly wrapped around the waist beautiful legs or more ness. Lung Ching was a little uncomfortable by Chu Yi's gaze, but the attribute of 100% loyalty still allowed her to obediently stand in place and allow Chu Yi to survey her. Not to mention just taking a look. Even if Chu Yi wanted her to serve as a bedbird that night, she would not refuse. It was only her nature that caused her to be somewhat repulsed by the fiery gazes of the opposite sex. Seeing Lung Ching look embarrassed, Chu Yi withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, not bad, coming quite fast. By the way, do you know where my home is? Lang Ching let out a sigh of relief, nodded and said, don't worry boss, I've memorized all your information. This is something I should do as a subordinate. That's good. Sit in. You send me home, Shui said. Okay. Lung Cheng nodded and responded. Shui moved a position and sat in the passenger seat, and Lang Cheng also sat in the main driver's seat. Although the Koenigsegg was a supercar, Lung Cheng, as a top mercenary, driving a supercar was a matter of ease. As the vehicle slowly started, Shui looked at the side of Ling Qing's face and spoke. Lung Cheng, since you guys are interested in checking on Bai Peng's misdeeds, do you know about the company behind Bai Peng? Lang Cheng drove seriously and said without looking away. Yes boss, as underlings, it's our job to investigate all the information about your enemy. Behind Bai Peng is the Bai Clan Group. The chairman is Bai Peng's father, Bai Park. The main industry is real estate, and the other sections are small. After investigating, we found that Bai's group was qualified for property development in the previous 2 land demolition projects in Jiannan, but due to the low settlement fees given by Bai's group, there were many demolition households who were unwilling to relocate. So in the area of forcing nail households to relocate, the Bai group has many grey tactics. Currently, we have already obtained some eyebrows. Those who want to obtain more concrete evidence will still need to investigate for some time. Shui is a little surprised. The system rewarded this Black Star security some cow beep excessively, right? It was simply a cow beeping his mom to open the door for the cow beeping. From just now when he obtained this reward from the system to now, the maximum time was no more than 3 hours. And just within these 3 hours, Black Star Security has not only found all the tainted evidence of Bai Peng, but also started to investigate the Bai group behind Bai Peng. This, Fobler's efficiency wasn't even this fast, was it? Awesome! Just for this means and efficiency, the bonus will be increased by $10 million. Chewie waved his hand and said boldly, he was not a stingy person, and naturally would not be stingy with his subordinates. Moreover, Black Star Security's performance made him very satisfied, and this kind of subordinates deserved more commendations. Lung Qing's red lips hooked, revealing a touch of charming curvature, and even when Chewie looked at it from the side, he was also amazed by it. This kind of beauty with a tall figure and a cold temperament could easily arouse a man's desire to conquer. Chewie was also a normal man. Moreover, now that he possessed a huge amount of money, he could completely return to his true self and be a man of true character. Looking at Leng Cheng, who was still driving seriously without looking away, Chewie asked with a slight smile, Leng Cheng, how old are you this year? Leng Cheng raised her eyebrows, slightly glanced sideways at Chewie, and said softly, Boss, don't you know that asking a girl's age is a rather presumptuous thing to do? Although all the members of the Black Star Security Company were 100% loyal to Chewie, it did not mean that these men were devoid of self-personality. Each and every one of them were flesh and blood people, so this reaction from Leng Cheng was normal. Chewie could force her to do anything with an order, and she would absolutely obey. However, when chatting or getting along on a daily basis, she also had her own personality. Chewie did not care, and hearing Leng Cheng's reply, he instead became even more excited. It was only fun to bully a young lady with a temper. I'm sorry, then can I ask you one more question? Chewie said with a sincere face. Leng Cheng was silent for a while and did not say anything, but she still nodded her head in agreement. I want to know, your legs are so long, is it because you usually do any specialized sports? Chewie lay down on the backrest of the co-pilot, undoing one of the buttons of his collar with one hand, and asked with a sideways smile. Leng Cheng's face froze, as if she thought of something, but she quickly recovered as before and calmly said, it's nothing much, it's just doing some regular training that mercenaries need to do on a daily basis. It was just that her hands holding the steering wheel were slightly clenched, looking like she was not as relaxed inside as she appeared to be. Chewie keenly sensed this. It seemed that his question had made Leng Cheng think of something unhappy. On second thought, he realized that Leng Cheng, as the head of Black Star Security, was a top-notch mercenary herself, and what she had gone through before becoming one of his own men, Chewie did not know. However, what he could ascertain was that once upon a time, Leng Cheng's career as a mercenary would definitely not have been very pleasant. Just asking about the training made her heart flutter, so one could imagine how much she had suffered before. Chapter 65, the maid comes to the door. However, since she had now become her own henchman, her little life in the future would definitely be arranged comfortably. Following Brother E would have meat to eat. On the next road, Chewie also temporarily stopped flirting with the girl and just chatted with Leng Cheng about family matters. Under the effect of Chewy's 3-inch tongue, the atmosphere in the car was very cordial. It didn't take long to return to Huafu Mansion. When he got out of the car, Chewie put on a confused tone and said, Leng Cheng, I just drank a little too much wine, and now the alcohol is coming up, so you help me back. Leng Cheng lightly bit her lips and nodded her head in agreement. The two of them got off the bus together, and with Leng Cheng's assistance, Chewie let her leave after brushing his face and returning home. After taking a shower, Chewie pulled out his cell phone with nothing to do and sent a message to Shen Nianyun. Chewie, hello, what's up? Shen Nianyun just got out of the shower. Trying on the clothes you sent me. Shen Nianyun actually replied in seconds. Chewy's eyes lit up, feeling that he could talk to her more across the cell phone screen. The Shen Nianyun on the internet shouldn't be as shy and introverted as she was when she was face to face, right? Chewy, how's it going? Did your roommate exclaim that a little fairy has descended to earth? Bare teeth. Shen Nianyun, no, they just said I look good in this. Chewy, how good does it look? Take a picture and show me. Shen Nianyun, okay, I have to say, when a guy is attracted to a girl, the girl would basically agree to any request that the boy made. Like Chewy's chatting style, it was completely a textbook-level straight male chatting method, but it couldn't be helped that Shen Nianyun had a good feeling towards him. As the length of the chat increased, Chewy also gained a little more understanding of Shen Nianyun. This girl in real life is very introverted. Chatting across the network will be slightly liberalized, but the feeling is still a quiet look. Not like some girls chatting on the network that is called a flying self. Many old drivers are not rivals, but this kind of girl can be said to be a rarer species than the national treasure. Since God had allowed them to meet, then Chewy would naturally cherish this opportunity. The two of them chatted until late at night. and after saying goodnight to each other, Shui put down his cell phone and yawned as he fell into a deep sleep. In the next few mornings, Shen Nianyun thundered to Chui to send him all kinds of loving breakfasts that she had made. Chui was also happy to accept it, enjoying Shen Nianyun's heartfelt thoughts. It had to be said that Shen Nianyun's cooking skills were quite great. Even though Chui had top-notch cooking skills in his body, he also very much recognized Shen Nianyun's cooking skills, and ate what he called a fragrant meal. The male students in the class watched as their eyes glazed over. Is that how big schoolgirl Shen has fallen for one? Every day, she sends breakfast. When will they meet a girl who brings them breakfast? Not too demanding. Female. Alive. In the midst of the boring routine, time came to the weekend. The happy time that Chui had been longing for had finally arrived. The reason why he felt happy was not because the weekend was so good. Rather, it was because during the weekend, Shen Nianyun and Xiang Lan would come to his house to be the housekeeping young ladies. This was something they had arranged before. Two extremely beautiful women with different styles, wearing maid costumes, definitely had a different flavor. As for their maid costumes, they had already been made and delivered to his home 2 days ago. Now it was all about the east wind. When the two of them came over, he could let them change into them. The phone rang. Chui pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiang Lan who was calling. He answered the call. Hey, Xiang Lan, have you guys arrived yet? Chui, we're currently at the entrance of the Huafu mansion. It's just that we can't get in. The security guard said we need the owner's permission before we can. Xiang Lan said with a puff of anger. Chui slapped his head. This was an oversight on his part. Generally, high-end residences would not let strangers in at will. The owner would have to confirm it. You guys wait a bit, I'll call the security guards. Chui hung up the phone after saying that, and used the landline in the room to dial the number of the security booth. Hello, I'm the owner of Villa number 1. Those two girls at the door are my friends. Please let them in, Chui said. The security guard who received Chui's call nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes sir. I didn't know it was your friends before. I'm really sorry. No need. This is also your duty. Speaking of which, it's still my negligence for not informing in advance. Chui smiled and did not blame. It wasn't easy to come out to work. It was all about making a living. Moreover, the security guard was also doing things according to the process, and his attitude was also very good. Chui did not blame him for that. After making the call, the doorbell rang within a few minutes. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After several consecutive rings of the doorbell, Chui guessed that Xiang Lan must have been dissatisfied in his heart, and he pressed the bell vigorously to vent his frustration. He opened the door and saw that it was indeed Xiang Lan who rang the bell. Today Xiang Lan was wearing a white tight t-shirt and a pair of wide-legged pants. Her hair was slightly curled at the end, making her look a bit sexy. Behind her stood Shen Nianyun in a white dress, who was timidly looking at Chui at the moment. Although she had already had the experience of being alone with Chui, for some reason, Shen Nianyun still felt a little nervous. It seemed that as soon as she saw Chui, she would become nervous. It was very different from her usual appearance of feigned indifference because she was not good at socializing. Chui first winked at Shen Nianyun, then smiled and said to Xiang Lan, your ringing of the doorbell has disturbed me from daydreaming. Have you figured out how to compensate for it? Xiang Lan clasped her hands on her chest and chided. You still have the nerve to say that I disturbed you, knowing that we're coming over without even telling the security guard in advance. Nianyun and I are going to get a tan. Look, Nianyun's little face is all red from the sun. What if it gets ugly? Shen Nianyun was a little embarrassed. Why was she suddenly mentioned? She reached out and poked the soft flesh around Xiang Lan's waist, calling out lowly to Lan, signaling her to stop talking. Chui looked at Shen Nianyun's cheeks, which were indeed lightly sunburned, and quickly said, Come in and blow on the air conditioning. Xiang Lan glared at Chui, puffed out her chest, and pulled Shen Nianyun inside, muttering, Nianyun, let's go, blow out the air conditioning. Chui laughed at her appearance. Little bastard, actually dare to be so arrogant, when I have the chance. Chapter 66 Sexy Maid Outfit Arrangement. Entering the spacious villa, Xiang Lan surveyed the surroundings, nodding her head from time to time and said, Wow, Chui, your house is not bad. It's just that cleaning it up should be quite laborious. Speaking of cleaning, Xiang Lan's face became bitter. Shen Nianyun also had a curious look on her face, not expecting Chui's house to be so luxurious. She had never seen this kind of luxurious villa before. At most she had only seen it in movies and TV dramas. Thinking that she was going to help Chui clean up in a while, Shen Nianyun was somewhat looking forward to it, as if as long as she could do something for Chui, she would be happy. She didn't know why she felt this way. Come, you guys sit down first. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you guys. Chui smiled and gave a pleased gesture to the sofa, allowing the two women to sit down. Is there orange juice? Xianglan asked with a big grin as she sat down on the large luxurious sofa. Shen Nianyun was a little hesitant, feeling that this was not a good look. They were clearly here to work. Nianyun, you also sit down. No need to be too polite. Shui laughed, walked up and pressed her shoulders, letting her sit on the sofa. Shen Nianyun only felt a touch of electric shock flashing through her heart when she was pressed by Chuyi's hands, and she honestly sat down on the sofa. That's only right. What do you want to drink? Chuyi asked Shen Nianyun. I'll have the same as Lan Lan. Shen Nianyun pursed her lips and said softly. She had rarely been a guest in other people's homes and did not have the experience to deal with such occasions. Seeing that Shen Nianyun was a bit restrained, Chuyi shook his head and lost his smile. Didn't he get along quite well last time? And chatting on WeChat was also very comfortable. Why did she become so nervous once she came to his home? It seems that in a moment, we have to find a way to let her relax a little. By the way, this little Xianglan was sent away, so that the two of them could have some time alone. Save this cranky old sister from ruining his happy time with Nianyun's little angel. Well, just do it. Seeing that the two women had finished drinking the orange juice that he had brought from the refrigerator, Chuyi pointed to the stairs and said to them, you guys go upstairs and change into your work clothes. Nianyun, your work clothes are in the first room on the left side of the second floor. And Xianglan, yours is in the first room on the right side. If it was too sunny on the way here just now, if you sweat more also, you can take a shower in the room. All kinds of items are available. When it comes to work clothes, even the outgoing Xianglan is a bit shy. What work clothes? It was clearly a maid outfit. She bulged her face and glared at Chuyi, pulling Shen Nianyun towards the second floor. Chuyi comfortably lay on the sofa, crossing his legs and looking at the two women's marvelous backs. The corners of his mouth rose. He had picked out a more suitable and sexy maid outfit for each of them. Thinking about it made him look forward to it. Chuyi waited for more than half an hour in the living room on the first floor before the thumping sound of descending the stairs came from upstairs. When Shen Nianyun and Xianglan walked to the first floor, Chuyi felt his eyes light up. The two goddess-level extremely beautiful women were wearing different maid outfits, but they were both equally beautiful and sexy. Watching them go downstairs with scarlet faces and wriggling, Chuyi's heart was blossoming with joy. All that money spent on buying maid costumes had not been spent in vain. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have a good eye for this. You all look very professional image. Seeing the two girls glaring angrily at him, Chuyi hurriedly changed his words and laughed. He originally wanted to say very sexy, but just seeing how embarrassed the two of them were, he did not say it. What if it was too stimulating for them and they quit? His young Master Yi's leisurely life had just begun. How could he not be surrounded by maids? Even the afternoon's arrangement, Chuyi had thought about it. When the two of them were tired of doing hygiene, he would invite them to play in his own infinity pool. That way, the swimsuit maid outfit would come in handy. Bikini YYDS. Chapter 67. Alone with Shen Nianyun. The two women looked at each other and helplessly accepted the reality. Then let's start doing hygiene now, Shen Nianyun said to Xianglan. Okay. Xianglan nodded and paired up with Shen Nianyun to get the cleaning tools. Wait. Chuyi suddenly opened his mouth and called out to the two of them. Xianglan, you go to the second floor to clean. Nianyun, you clean on the first floor. It just so happens that there are 4 floors, so after you finish cleaning the first and second floors, then you can clean the third and fourth floors, and finally clean the basement together. Chuyi arranged them in a clear manner. Can we be allowed to clean together? Xianglan was not happy. She just wanted to stay with Shen Nianyun. No way. Chuyi firmly shook his head. Just kidding. If I let the two of you stay together, then where would I get the chance to do something with Nianyun that promotes the warming of feelings? Like mopping the floor from behind with my hands, wiping the table with my hands. Alright then. Xianglan walked towards the second floor with her head hanging down, her heart constantly breaking. Stinky Chuyi. I can't believe you broke up Nianyun and me. What's wrong with a few bucks? The evil tycoon. Sending Xianglan to the second floor, Chuyi smiled gently at Shen Nianyun and said, Nianyun, if you're feeling tired, take a break first. There's no rush to do the hygiene. Returning to being alone with the two of them again, Shen Nianyun was still a bit squirmy. When she heard Chuyi's words, she waved her hand and looked at Chuyi with a serious face and said, how can this be done? I took your salary. Surely I have to do something seriously. Otherwise that wouldn't be cheating? This. Ha ha ha. What you said also makes sense. Then in that case, let's do what you think. Chuyi was caught off guard by her dedicated attitude and laughed. Remember to call out to me if you need help. I'll be sitting here on the sofa. Shen Nianyun nodded and said, okay, then if I call out to you in a while, you can't mind me. Chuyi smiled favorably. How could I? You're so cute. I can't wait for you to annoy me every day. Shen Nianyun wrinkled her small nose and muttered in a small voice, really good at coaxing girls. Ha! What did you say? Shui actually heard it. After obtaining the system's physique reward, his senses in all aspects were superior to normal people. However, he still wanted to see what Shen Nianyun's reaction was. Ah, it's nothing. I'm going to do some hygiene. Shen Nianyun shrunk her neck and walked in the direction of the kitchen. Shui sat on the sofa in the living room, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the kitchen, he could see Shen Nianyun's busy figure. She first swept the kitchen floor, then brought a rag and started wiping the sink, the stove and other corners. Even the inlaid electrical appliances would be opened one by one, carefully and meticulously wiped. This scene actually looked a bit tranquil. Shui only felt that even just watching Shen Nianyun do hygiene like this was also a kind of enjoyment. At this time, Shen Nianyun began to wipe the cabinets in the higher part of the kitchen, only that her height was not quite enough, and she could not reach some places. Thinking of what Shui had just said, Shen Nianyun turned her head to look at the living room. However, she found Shui sitting on the sofa, looking straight at herself. Shen Nianyun's heart jumped, and she withdrew her line of sight in some panic. Did Shui just keep looking at me? It feels so strange to be stared at by him all the time. Should I ask him for help? So torn. Shui raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his little angel was in trouble. It was time to make an appearance. Nianyun, let me help you. Shui walked towards the kitchen and said in a warm voice. Shui, can you help me find a ladder? Shen Nianyun suddenly spoke. You want a ladder? Do you want to climb up and wipe the cabinets? Shui froze for a moment. He thought that Shen Nianyun couldn't reach it and wanted to let himself help wipe it. Yes, Shen Nianyun said with a smile and a nod. Yikes, the little angel smiled. This smile is so eye-pleasing. I've heard that looking at beautiful women can make you live longer. And today, Laozi's life expectancy has become longer again. It's better for me to do it. I'm tall enough. Just wipe it casually. Amazed by Shen Nianyun's smile, Shui replied after a few seconds. No way. It's only right and proper to get paid to do things. Shen Nianyun crossed her waist with one hand, and with the other hand, she stretched out her index finger and swung it in front of Shui, shaking it, her serious look inexplicably adorable. Alright, then I'll go find a ladder. Shui nodded and walked towards the living room. Pulling out his cell phone, he made a call to Leng Chung. Hey, Leng Cheng, send someone to buy a ladder for me and send it to my house. Okay boss, it will be delivered within 10 minutes. Leng Cheng's tone was indifferent as always, but his voice was still good. So fast? Shui was a little surprised. This efficiency barrage Yes boss, your side including me. There are more than 20 invisible bodyguards protecting your safety at every move. So running errands for you is also very convenient. Buying a ladder is just a matter of buying a ladder. 10 minutes is enough. Leng Cheng replied. Wow, great. By the way, Leng Cheng, do you know Japanese? Shui nodded his head and coldly asked an 8-pole question. Yes. Leng Cheng was also stunned, but still answered truthfully. As a top mercenary, mastering multiple languages was the most basic skill. Otherwise, it was very inconvenient to carry out missions across borders. Not bad, not bad. Shui smiled and nodded. Then send someone to send it to me in a while. First, hang up. Okay boss. Shui asking Leng Cheng if she knew Japanese was just a whim. It said within 10 minutes. But it turned out that the doorbell rang in 5 minutes. Shui opened the door and saw that it was two hard men like iron towers. Even through the short sleeves, they could see their muscles full of power. Especially the small arms that were like cast steel. Although the muscles are not very explosive, but anyone can see at first glance that these two people are not to be messed with. Cold eyes vaguely have a vicious atmosphere. Upright posture. Hands full of calluses. There is a face with a long-healed scar. Simply stare at whoever's child. Whoever's child will cry. However, in front of Shui, these two tough guys were all docile. The scar-faced tough guy carried the ladder he had just bought, grinned an extremely awkward service industry fake smile, and nodded his head and said, Boss, this is the ladder you wanted. The other man with the back-combed hair didn't say anything. He just shook all over. He was holding back a laugh. This Scarface guy showing this kind of smile was ugly as hell. Who would have thought that Scarface, who once single-handedly picked off a dozen or so special forces soldiers, would actually be this pathetic? The smile service proposed by Big Sister is really not human. Scarface took a look at Big Back and actually smiled. He said bluntly, Boss, Big Sister asked us to serve with a smile. Please comment. The Big Back's face changed, and he hurriedly lifted his cheek muscles, revealing a smile that was even worse than crying. Shui looked happy. These two tough guys were actually still two living treasures. Not bad, not bad. Smile very brightly. Keep up the good work Shui smiled as he took the ladder and reached out to pat the shoulders of the two men and said. The duo's faces were embarrassed, but they still tried their best to smile even brighter. Alright, you guys can go now. Chewie almost couldn't even hold back his laughter when he saw them like this, and hurriedly told them to leave. The duo were like amnesties, their feet wiped the soap and directly skipped off. Bye boss. The voice only came over after the people had gone far away. Chewie shook his head and lost his smile. It seemed that this group of mercenaries under his hand were not only capable, but also had quite interesting personalities. Chapter 68, Shen Nianyun's First Kiss. Chewie took the ladder and walked to the kitchen, placing it next to the cabinet that Shen Nianyun wanted to wipe, and holding the ladder with both hands. He said to her, "Come on Nianyun. I'll help you hold the ladder." "Ah, this isn't too good, is it?" Shen Nianyun was a little hesitant. She was now wearing such a short skirt to climb up. If Chewie raised his head slightly, wouldn't she be seen naked by him? How could Chewie not understand what Shen Nianyun was worried about? He patted the ladder and comforted with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't raise my head to peek. I'm a decent person." Yes, how can a decent person's thing be called peeking? That's called appreciation. But since he had promised Shen Nianyun, then Chewie wouldn't be so obscene as to raise his head to look at the underskirt scenery. There was nothing to see. Chewie preferred to get his hands on it than look at it. When Shen Nianyun saw Chewie say that, she bit her lip and still chose to believe him. After all, her senses towards Chewie were quite good from the start. "Alright, then I'll continue doing the hygiene." Don't look at Shen Nianyun's soft and weak appearance, but her hands and feet were quite sharp when doing hygiene. Climbing up the ladder was also very skillful, and it looked like she should have had experience in climbing ladders to do hygiene before. Chewie sidled his head and said, "I can't see that Nianyun is quite bold. I can see that a lot of girls would be afraid of climbing ladders, let alone doing hygiene." Shen Nianyun seriously wiped the corners of the cupboards, and said with a smile on her lips, "Don't underestimate me. Every time the family cleans for New Year's Eve, the one who climbs up and down the ladder the most is me." "Ah, why? Shouldn't this kind of work be done by father?" Chewie was a little curious. His family would also do a big cleaning before the New Year's Eve, and many of the places that were not easy to clean and needed to be climbed up high were cleaned by his father. Shen Nianyun was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "My father, his legs are not very good, and he is bedridden for many years." Hearing this, Chewie was somewhat dazed. No wonder Nianyun's family was so poor. It turned out that it was the father of the family who had inconvenient legs and feet, and did not have the ability to earn an income. In that case, it should be her mother who shouldered the heavy burden of supporting the family, right? A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. Shen Nianyun's mother should also be a very great woman. "I'm sorry Nianyun, for mentioning your sadness," Chewie said with full of apologies. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Shen Nianyun spread a smile, and although Chewie could not see her expression, he was still infected by her resolute tone. If she could help Nianyun cure his father's leg, she should be very happy, right? Suddenly, Chewie's heart stirred. This matter seemed promising. The last time he participated in the charity auction party held by Pei Yunxian, he had gotten a lot of worship value, and since there were all sorts of skills in the system mall, there must be something about medical skills as well. It's settled. Redeeming a medical skill and then helping his father-in-law heal his leg. Chewie felt that he had triggered another goodwill hidden mission. If he completes this leg healing quest, Nianyun's sister will be very happy, right? So he should be able to complete it, right? Right system? System, although you're shameless, I'm still dedicated to serving you. It's done. Chewie's heart rejoiced. This was the first time that the system had positively replied to his flirtation. It seemed like it was also eager for it to take down Nianyun. Bah! How can you call a proper person's matter taking down? You should call Nianyun pouring her heart out to herself. Chewie held onto the ladder, his mind wandering. He planned to immediately exchange his medical skill when he was free. Suddenly, Shen Nianyun exclaimed, "Ah, there are little bugs." Chewie was startled and hurriedly looked up. Shen Nianyun seemed to be too flustered. Her feet didn't step steadily and she directly fell down. Feeling the weightlessness, she closed her eyes in fear. Finished. If this falls to the ground, I'll have to be hospitalized again. But where's the money to pay for the medical bills? Ugh, the paycheck advance I got last time on Chewy's side hasn't helped him work for long. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. Nianyun, are you alright? Chewy reached out and caught Shen Nianyun. Looking at her eyes closed tightly, he asked with concern. Thanks to his superior physique, another person standing here would probably only be able to serve as a human cushion. An adult, even a girl with a light tone and soft body, falling from a height of nearly 2 meters. It was very heavy. The average person wouldn't be able to catch it at all. Shen Nianyun's brain fell into a brief blank. I didn't fall on the ground? It was Chewy who caught me? Returning to her senses in panic and feeling Chewy's powerful arm around her, Shen Nianyun fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chewy looking at her with a concerned face, and her heart warmed. The internet says that looking up at someone from the bottom to the top will make them look ugly, but this angle of Chuyi's face is still so handsome. Shen Nianyun's mouth was slightly open, and she was dumbfounded and fell into a state of nymphomania. Seeing that she didn't react, Chuyi smiled and was about to continue talking, but he was accidentally attracted by Shen Nianyun's stunningly beautiful face. He also looked blankly at Shen Nianyun, and the two of them just stared at each other, neither of them speaking. In Chuyi's eyes, at this moment, Shen Nianyun's fair little face had a faint layer of pink color. Any blush could only be inferior to this pink color, and it looked so churlish. It might be because of the fact that he had just done hygiene, and his physical exertion was a bit high, and his body temperature had risen. It could also be because of being embraced in his arms, shyness caused by the blush. Looking at the beautiful person in his arms, Chuyi gradually lowered his head, and Shen Nianyun closed her eyes at a loss for words. Slowly the two people's heads got closer and closer. Well, Shen Nianyun let out a petulant hum and opened her eyes, but seeing that Chuyi also had his eyes open, she hurriedly closed them again. Seeing this shy appearance of hers, Chuyi launched a second wave of attack. This time, Shen Nianyun was even more like a fish on a chopping board, without any power of resistance. Her brain was completely confused. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing now? Chapter 69, Two Lovers, One Kiss to Seal the Deal. Just when Chuyi was planning to take the next step, up and down, Xianglan walked down from the second floor with a broken mouth. What the hell? Why are there cockroaches on the second floor? Just after walking down to the first floor, Xianglan looked around and realized that there was movement in the kitchen and said as she walked, Chuyi, the cockroaches in your house are so big. I'm going to duel with the cockroach. Xianglan saw the two embracing and kissing before she finished speaking. Her scalp tightened and she felt almost fried. After finishing her words extremely quickly, she hurriedly ran up to the second floor. Just by her interruption, Chuyi and Shen Nianyun also stood apart. Damn it, they were all ready to go at it, but they were actually interrupted by Xianglan. Right now, Chuyi could be said to have a deep grudge against Xianglan. Shen Nianyun shyly broke away from Chuyi's embrace and lowered her head, her small hands grasping the corners of her clothes and fiddling around. Gosh, she had actually kissed Chuyi just now. This was still her first kiss. She didn't expect that it was actually lost in a daze, and she didn't even know exactly what it felt like. It felt so unfortunate, but giving her first kiss to Chuyi seemed pretty good. He's so nice to me, and he's handsome too. He. Shen Nianyun quietly raised her head to glance at Chuyi and quickly lowered her head again. Now she was a little unsure of what to do. A pink atmosphere bubbled in the kitchen, and neither Chuyi nor Shen Nianyun spoke. Not only was Shen Nianyun nervous in her heart, Chuyi was also a little excited. To be honest, this was the first time since he was a child that he was so excited because of a girl. It was difficult for him to describe this feeling, but he could feel that he was definitely blushing and breathing rapidly at this moment. Heart beating also some fast. This is stimulated by hormones? Chuyi wriggled his somewhat dry lips, wanting to say something, but couldn't say it. It was like a little boy who confessed to a girl for the first time. Nervous and shy. It was reasonable to say that someone like him who had been in love shouldn't have this kind of reaction. But in front of Shen Nianyun, a lovely person, he was actually so nervous. Was this the feeling of a true heartbeat? Ding! Detected that the host is engaging in intense mental activity. The system is here to help. In order to help the host make the right choice, the harmless electric shock is about to begin. Just as the system's prompt came out, Chuyi felt an electric current passing through his body. It wasn't unpleasant, somewhat like static electricity, but quite refreshing. System, this wave is powerful. Gritting his teeth, Chuyi took Shen Nianyun's hand and said to her solemnly, Nianyun, will you be my girlfriend? Shen Nianyun's pupils shrank, and her heart began to beat violently. Chuyi, he actually confessed to me? Thinking of all the things she had experienced these days, sweet emotions surfaced in her mind. Shen Nianyun wanted to say yes impatiently, but the inferiority complex that had accompanied her since childhood turned into a huge chasm that stood between her and Chuyi. She lacked the courage to take a leap of faith, and she dared not face the consequences of making this choice. What if, in the future, Chuyi didn't like her anymore and wanted to discard her? Then she would probably break down, right? Seeing that Shen Nianyun did not say a word, the expression on her face was somewhat unnatural, and her eyes were red as if she wanted to cry. Chuyi was somewhat at a loss for words. Why was Nianyun reacting this way? He habitually unbuttoned one of the buttons on his collar, hoping to breathe more air and let his brain run faster, so that he could coax Nianyun. Chuyi, I know you're good to me and I like you a lot, but I don't dare to take this step. Shen Nianyun bit her lip and said to Chuyi with red eyes. She decided to face her heart head on and make her words clear. That way, even if she did not get together with Chuyi, she would not feel any regrets. When Chui confessed to herself, she hated herself for being so cowardly and inferior. Why didn't you bravely say yes? Why lack the courage to face the future? Shen Nianyun, you are so cowardly. Shen Nianyun was constantly blaming herself inwardly, tears falling down drop by drop. Chui heard what she said and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It turned out that she did not dislike herself, but did not dare to face it. However, as long as she liked herself as well, that was enough. He was willing to clear all obstacles for her. Any person or thing that dares to block the feelings of the two of them will be crushed into slag. System, the host is awesome. The host is domineering. Worship value +1. Good guy. I'm expressing my emotions. Can you not interrupt? Also, you only added 1 point to this worship value. A bit of the system's platitude is not there. System, okay host, you keep coaxing your wife. I won't bother you anymore. Good boy. Go play. System. Chui was so interrupted by the system, and was not so nervous. Taking the initiative, he swept Shen Nianyun into his arms, smelling the fresh fragrance of her hair and caressing her back with his hand. Nianyun, I like you. I want to be with you, so as long as you like me, that's enough. Now all that's left is for you to nod your head in agreement. You don't need to worry. You don't need to be afraid of the future. As long as you nod your head, no one can keep us apart, and no one dares to keep us apart. I'll solve all the problems. You just need to be my little princess, my little angel. I will spoil you to the heavens and make you the happiest woman in this world. I, Chui, will do what I say. Chui's domineering yet doting words were like a pervasive stream of water that flowed into Shen Nianyun's heart. It was like spring rain moisturizing like a crisp, watering Shen Nianyun's parched heart. It was also like the light of dawn that dispelled the darkness, purifying the inferiority complex and cowardice in her heart to nothingness. At least at this moment, Shen Nianyun had the courage to stop running away. She wrapped her hands around Chui's waist, raised her head to look at him with pearly blossoms, and said with a beak, "Kiss me." Chui's heart rejoiced. It was a done deal. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Nianyun's lips deeply. At this moment, there was no longer any obstacle between the two, and their minds and bodies relaxed to enjoy the wonderful flavor. Shen Nianyun also had a red face, forcibly holding back the shyness within her heart, ignorantly responding to Chui's offense. She closed her eyes, her mind wandering. Lung Cheng, who was silently observing and protecting Chui in the shadows, immediately cut off all the surveillance images and gave the order to only escort the master at the periphery of Villa 1. Until the master leaves the villa, then the security level will be restored. All the henchmen looked at each other in unison and smiled. It seemed that they had one more key object to protect. Only after a long time did Chui stop moving. Nianyun, I'll help you to the sofa. You sit and organize your clothes. By the way, I'll tell you something. Shen Nianyun nodded with a red face and allowed Chui to lead her to the sofa and sit down. What Chui had to say was the matter of curing Nianyun's father's leg. He had just taken the time to check, and there were indeed very powerful medical skills within the system mall. So curing her father's leg should not be a problem. Chui organized his language in his mind and was about to open his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Shen Nianyun for confirming their relationship. Rewarding the world's top medical skills. Includes Chinese and Western medicine. Also hope that the host to continue to work hard. Get a breakthrough. The mysterious gift bag waiting for you to get. Think what you want. My home system is too sweet. You look like this. I worship value have no place to spend. Love you 10,000 years. System, vomit. Chapter 70 for the father-in-law's condition to make an effort. The system's sudden assist made Chui's confidence double. He pondered for a moment and said, Nianyun, do you believe in me? Why do you ask? Of course I believe you. Shen Nianyun stopped her action of organizing her clothes, raised her head flashing her big eyes, and said to Chui with a serious face. Since she had agreed to Chui's confession, she had also quickly accepted the change in her identity. The inner haze was swept away, and the entire person was much more cheerful. The current Shen Nianyun looked like her self-confidence had risen quite a bit. Chui felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart, not realizing that this kiss between himself and her had such a good effect. It seemed like there was an opportunity to kiss a few more times, refreshing the mind and never getting tired. It's like this. Just now I heard you say that your father's legs aren't too convenient. Can you take me to take a look? Chui took Shen Nianyun's hand and covered it with his other hand, saying with a smile, perhaps I can cure your father's legs. Surprise flashed across Shen Nianyun's face as she asked with some disbelief. Chui, is what you said true? Chui could also cure diseases? There were too many things he could do, right? Shen Nianyun still remembered that the last time she and Chui went to an escape room together, Chui had displayed powerful computer skills, even though that staff member had intentionally deleted the video and swore that it could not be recovered. Chui had easily succeeded in recovering the video, and today Chui gave her another surprise. Actually saying that he could cure her father's leg? This made Shen Nianyun feel like happiness was hitting her head one after another, and she was a little giddy. It's just that the problem with her father's leg has lasted for more than 10 years, and the doctors said there was no way to cure it when they went to the hospital before. Is it possible? Yes, I have ancestral medical skills. I can cure the vast majority of the world's stubborn diseases. We're all together now. I definitely need to contribute to my father-in-law's condition. Maybe if I cure Lord Father-in-law's leg, he'll be so excited that he'll directly let the two of us organize the wedding, Chui said with a smile, his hands not stopping moving. He was using the knowledge inside the top medical art that the system had just rewarded him with, and he was kneading and pressing Shen Nianyun's delicate jade hand. Feeling the gusts of tingling coming from her hands, Shen Nianyun was comfortable with some itchy scalp, tentatively drew her hand, but found that she was tightly grasped by Chui. She was a little shy, but on second thought, Chui was her boyfriend, so it was nothing to rub his hand a little, so she blushed and enjoyed Chuyi's massage. Only, Chuyi's tricky techniques made her want to scream out in comfort. So, when will you be free to go to my house, Chui? Shen Nianyun couldn't wait to ask as she forced herself to hold back the urge to hum daintily. How about tomorrow? Because I invited my classmates to a get-together tonight, and I promised them a treat before. Chui thought for a moment and said with a smile, good. Shen Nianyun nodded her head repeatedly. She couldn't help but feel happy at the thought of her father's leg being cured. The smiles that were usually rarely seen on her face all involuntarily appeared frequently today, all because of Chui. Her heart was now sweet, and without realizing it, she thought of the words that Chui had said the last time he sent himself back to the dormitory. You're not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. You're an angel who fell into the mortal world. I will make this world change for you. Perhaps, Chui was the angel who fell into the mortal world in order to save her, right? Otherwise, how could it be so perfect? Chui, close your eyes. Shen Nianyun pursed her lips and said in a delicate voice. Chui froze, smiled and nodded, closing his eyes very cooperatively. No opening yo. Shen Nianyun said as she reached out and waved her hand in front of Chuyi's eyes. Alright, I won't open my eyes until my Nianyun allows it. Chui closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and said gently. Seeing this, Shen Nianyun bravely gave Chui a kiss on the cheek before quickly returning to her original position. Muah! Chui felt a wetness on his cheeks as the fragrant breeze passed in front of him, and raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. This is a reward for you. Shen Nianyun played with the corner of her coat and said with a bit of a squirm, then added, I've seen TV dramas act like this. Ha 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 ha. Chui laughed out loud. My Nianyun is also too cute. Shen Nianyun wrinkled her nose and pretended to be fierce as she asked, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Chui stopped laughing, joy still lingering at the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shen Nianyun fixedly. It was only until she was a little flustered that she opened her mouth and said, doing it wrong? To kiss. Chui finished directly. A hungry tiger pounce. Came a sofa thud. Ruthlessly enjoyed some of Shen Nianyun's delicate red lips. If it wasn't for the fact that the vermilion stick had been vaguely suppressed and was about to break the seal, Chui wouldn't have stopped there. However, according to Nianyun's character, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Too much initiative would be counterproductive. It was still necessary for her to open her heart and accept herself completely. Chui felt that healing her father's leg was an opportunity. Placed in a romance game, it would definitely be a main quest with an explosion of goodwill rewards. Once it was completed, the goodwill would definitely buy UBU upwards, directly max as possible. After the two of them fooled around for a while, Shen Nianyun suddenly frowned and remembered a very important thing. Chui, wasn't our kiss just now seen by Lan Lan? She cried out, a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that her kissing with Chui was actually so coincidentally seen by Lan Lan. Ah, so humiliating. Sure, she's definitely going to make fun of me. Subset of, oh yeah, I forgot about this if you didn't say it. Chui slapped his head. Just now, Xianglan seemed to say that there were cockroaches on the second floor and came down to find me, and then interrupted the two of us in our two-person world. Shen Nianyun poutingly blanked Chui and said, even though there's nothing wrong with you sounding like this, why do I just feel so strange? Ha ha ha. It means that this is the big truth from me. Don't they say that loyal words go against the ear? Listen to it more and you'll get used to it, Chui said with a smile. Alright, convinced. Shen Nianyun was defeated, then said with some concern, do you want to go to the second floor to check on Lan Lan? She's most afraid of cockroaches, and we're still in the south here. Cockroaches can be big in the south. Chui rubbed Shen Nianyun's little head and agreed to her request. Alright, you rest on the first floor first. I'll go up and take a look. I see that the hygiene is almost done now. Let's swim together later. Chui stood up and reached out to point at the infinity pool outside the villa. Ah, I don't know how to Shen Nianyun waved her hand and said with a look of pity. She had seen that beautiful pool outside from the very beginning, but it was a pity that she didn't know how to swim. It's okay, I'll teach you. Chuyi's chest thumped. He didn't have many hobbies. He liked to teach beautiful women to swim, teach beautiful women to practice yoga, teach beautiful women to work out, inspired to contribute to the cause of education. Chapter 71 Xian Lan's Hidden Attributes. After coaxing Shen Nianyun to agree to swim for a while, Chuyi came to the second floor. He purposely softened his footsteps, quietly feeling around to see what Xian Lan was doing right now. Only when he had just gone up to the second floor, Chuyi heard Xian Lan's broken thoughts coming out from the room next to the stairs. Stinky Chuyi. Bad Chuyi. Big pervert Chuyi. I can't believe I took Nianyun down so quickly. My pure Nianyun is going to be polluted. Damn cockroach. Eat my Rulai God slipper. Snap. 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 It's all your fault, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how would I have run into them? Let's fight. Young. Pop. Snap. Snap. Chuyi couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. From this constant shattering of Xian Lan's thoughts, one could hear how complicated her emotions were right now. Chuyi gently pushed open the door and saw Xian Lan kneeling on the floor, holding a slipper and constantly attacking a flexible cockroach. From his angle, Xian Lan happened to be facing himself. Seeing that it just so happened that Xian Lan also saw Chuyi, who pushed the door in, and following his line of sight, Xian Lan let out a cry of shock and hurriedly covered her chest and climbed up. But cockroach bully took this opportunity to sneak out from under Chuyi's feet. As a friend who had assisted many times today, Chuyi mercifully spared brother cockroach. If it weren't for this cockroach, Chuyi wouldn't have been able to see such a charming spring scenery. Chuyi, why are you here? Xian Lan said with some panic. Chuyi was here, so hadn't he heard all of her broken thoughts just now? I originally wanted to see if you had finished your hygiene, but I didn't expect you to actually badmouth me behind my back. Chuyi shook his head inside. Which, I was clearly fighting cockroaches. Xian Lan denied it with a red face. She thought again of the scene she had just seen when she went downstairs, counting the time Chuyi had saved Nianyun with artificial respiration. Today was the second time, but why did this time make it difficult for her to calm down? What was the matter with the vague discomfort? Ah, I know. It must be because Nianyun was snatched away by Chuyi, the head of the colorful lot. That's why I'm unhappy. Well, I heard everything. Just now there was a cockroach with the same name as me in the room, and it kept getting scolded by you. What stinky Chuyi? Bad Chuyi? Colorful wolf Chuyi? Was it that cockroach that ate your tofu? Chuyi looked at Xian Lan with an odd expression. So what if it is? Xian Lan said with her arms crossed in a strong manner. Cough. You're naked again. Chuyi reached out and pointed at Xian Lan's chest, reminding him. Ah. Xian Lan let out a cry of shock and hastily reached out to cover her chest. It's all your fault for picking this maid outfit for me, causing me to be naked all the time. Xian Lan deflated his mouth, somewhat aggrieved. Why is he so gentle with Nianyun, but so mean to me? He just knows how to bully me. The more Xian Lan thought about it, the angrier she got and said angrily, why are you coming up here? You evil tycoon. It's none of your business whether or not my hygiene is done properly. Hurry up and go down to accompany Nianyun. Chuyi raised his eyebrows. Why is this little nymph so emotional? And he didn't say anything about her. He was just about to speak when Xian Lan came up and pushed him to get out. Go. Don't interfere with my cleaning. I'm going to kill all the cockroaches named Chuyi in the room. Yo ho, the little ninny is too arrogant. Pointing and cursing can't endure. This absolutely can't be endured. What Chuyi wanted to do even before came to his mind. Abridged. Chapter 72, After the fight, blood circulation and blood stasis. Deleted. Seeing Xian Lan blinking her big watery eyes at herself, Chuyi felt that something was not quite right with the situation. He was about to open his mouth when Xian Lan changed her appearance, no longer looking as tough as before, but instead, she opened her mouth in a somewhat delicate manner. Chuyi, can you hit me twice more? Nanny? Good fellow. As expected. You really are that kind of woman. Chuyi slapped again, slapping Xian Lan and letting out a cry of pain. Humph. Still dare to threaten me with Nianyun? Chuyi said viciously. Xian Lan twisted her body to find a comfortable position, shook her head pitifully and said, don't dare. She didn't know exactly what was wrong with her, and now her entire body was a little dizzy. Julie X. Could it be that she was a pervert? Why so happy? Not bad. A little maid should be this well behaved. Chuyi nodded with satisfaction and then said, there's no need to clean up in a while. Nianyun and I are planning to go outside to swim in the infinity pool. Do you want to join us? I want to. Xian Lan's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to say. Then her face turned bitter, somewhat lost. But, I don't know how to swim. As soon as she heard Chui ask her if she wanted to swim just now, she agreed without even thinking. But after agreeing, she remembered that she had a drowning experience when she was a child and was very afraid of water. That's why she still can't swim even though she's grown up so much. But she also wants to swim with Chu. Blah blah blah. She also wanted to swim and play in the water with Nianyun. After all, the reason why she approached Nianyun was because she thought that not only was she good looking, but her character was also as pure as white paper. She loved this kind of pure friendship. Yes, that's right. Chui waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, not knowing how to swim is not a problem. I will teach. Follow me to learn the package." There were rewards and penalties. This was the way of tempering. When the target of conditioning expresses obedience to you, you should give appropriate or a large number of rewards. Let the target develop a conditioned reflex to this, and over time they will subconsciously obey. Do not ask Chui how to know. Ask is to watch the animal world to learn. Taming animals, very simple. It's just that the target has been replaced with a little tigress. Xianglan stared vigilantly at Chui and said with an unbelieving face, "You know how to teach swimming? Wouldn't you be trying to take advantage of the opportunity to eat my tofu?" Chui slanted a glance at Xianglan with a disdainful face and said indifferently, "You're overthinking it. My family Nianyun doesn't know how to swim either. I'm mainly teaching her. You're just incidental." Although he was told by Xianglan about a wisp of stray thoughts within himself, how could Chui admit it? How could the big handsome thing be called eating tofu? It was called teaching necessary physical contact. Xianglan's heart flickered with loss, so he had to teach Nianyun as well. However, now that Nianyun and he kissed, they should have established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and it's normal to teach swimming. It's nothing. Well, Xianglan, you also need to learn how to swim and save yourself from drowning in the future. Xianglan quickly shook off the distracting thoughts, got up and prepared to sit on the edge of the bed, patted Chuyi's shoulder with a big grin and said, "All right, for the sake of Nianyun, I'll grudgingly let you teach me how to swim." This was the only way to steer a horse and gallop through the autumn name mountain. "Then how about I rub it for you?" Chui hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hands and made a kneading gesture inquiring, "Big pervert, you still want to eat my tofu?" Xianglan were willing to agree and refused without saying a word. How could there be such a good thing? After Chui finished speaking, he whistled, his eyes seemingly aimlessly surveying the room. In fact, he was quietly observing Xianglan's expression. When Xianglan heard Chuyi's words, his face also fell into a tangle. Although Chuyi's words were just flirting with her, they did have a point. Not to mention that she had been alone with Chui before this. Would Nianyun suspect her of having an adulterous relationship with Chui? Blah blah blah. What adultery? She and Chui did not have an adulterous relationship, but this was always bad. So the only thing to consider was whether or not what Chui said was true. He has ancestral medical skills? An old Chinese doctor? Doesn't seem like it. She would believe this kind of pervert if he said he had the ancestral skills of a boy. Seeing Xianglan with a questioning look, Chui was not happy. "You can doubt my abilities, but you can't doubt the abilities given to me by the system." Cough cough. "Xianglan, you don't believe me?" Chui asked with a serious face. Xianglan nodded his head rightfully and said, "Definitely. You don't look like a Chinese medicine practitioner at all. Instead, you look like the kind of quack doctor who cheats female patients into bed, claiming to cure all illnesses." Chui was not annoyed either. He had just been beaten, so it would be a bit too much to punish him again. Chapter 73, Teaching People to Swim. Seeing that Chui was so confident, Xianglan could not help but feel a little weak. However, her dead-set character did not allow her to retract what she had said. With her eyes turning twice, she gritted her teeth and agreed. "Fine. Just as you said. If you lose I won't have to wear a maid outfit from now on. If I lose I'll call you master in private from now on." "Hey, got it." Chui smiled and nodded, reaching out to signal Xianglan to lie down on the bed. "Come on. I'll reduce your swelling right here." Xianglan cooperated by lying down on the bed. Chui also stopped making a fool of himself. Fighting with Xianglan was always being counted out by her. It was meaningless. It was more fun to do it. Censored. She lost. She would have to call Chui master from now on. So shameful. Chui laughed and saw through her little mind. But he didn't continue to make things difficult for Xianglan. Today, he had bullied her enough. So if he made it too difficult, it wouldn't be called tempering, and it would only make Xianglan embarrassed. Can't you see that she's subconsciously softened because she's afraid to call her master? If she had done it before, she would have been unwilling to show weakness and speak up. Moreover, the duo had been upstairs for some time. It was time to prepare for a swim. "Xianglan, go down and call out to Nianyun, and come up with her to change into your swimsuit," Chui said with a smile. The swimsuit's maid outfit could come in handy. As expected, there was always a time when more clothes would come in handy. Perhaps this was the reason why women loved to buy clothes. Xianglan nodded her head obediently and walked towards the stairs with her fleshy plump legs. Shui looked at her back and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, reaching out to rub his chin. It had to be said that Xianglan's figure was truly first class. It was just like that Sakura Nation female painter who had previously gone viral on the internet. No, it was much better than that female painter. In short, Xianglan deserved the title of the best thing in the world. In no time, Xianglan pulled Shen Nianyun to the second floor. Shui had already prepared the 2 sets of bikini-maid outfits. It was still placed inside the left and right rooms respectively, allowing the 2 girls to go and change. You guys change your clothes and wait for me first. I'm going to buy a pair of swim trunks. Although this house is big, but the things that should be there are not complete enough. Shui smiled and said to the girls before heading downstairs. There was one sentence he held in his heart that he didn't say. There were too few mistresses in particular. Listening to the shy cries that came out after the 2 women pushed the door and saw the bikinis, Shui couldn't help but grin. He. Bikini YYDS. He pulled out his cell phone and called Ling Cheng again. Hey, Lung Cheng, buy me a pair of swim trunks. Hello? Can you hear me? What size? The looser the better. Too tight is hard for me. Shui faintly said a big truth that seemed extremely pretentious to the men. On the other side of the phone, Lung Cheng first froze, then spat with a scarlet face. When Shui hung up the phone, she immediately drove to the nearby mall. She wanted to see how big the loosest swim trunks were. 10 minutes later, Shui smiled and received the handbag that Scarface and the others had sent. Sitting back on the sofa, he opened it. Aga, not bad. Oh, they are all super loose. The men are very good at what they do. They need to give a reward. Shui took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Lung Cheng's card number, sent a message saying that this is a reward, and then headed to the bathroom to change his swim trunks with a cheerful stride. Can it not be cheerful? The next step was to teach 2 extremely beautiful women to learn how to swim. This kind of benefit, how many people can't even dream of experiencing it? But before that, there was something else to buy. Shui changed his swimming trunks while taking a shower in the bathroom, and at the same time, he also spent 5,000 points of worship value and purchased the swimming fitness skill. A large amount of swimming experience flooded into Chuyi's mind, as if he had been undergoing an intense professional swimming training since he was a child. Regardless of whether it was competitive swimming or practical swimming, he was completely well versed in all of them. From the professional competition level butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, jet ski, and synchronized swimming, to the practical types of swimming styles such as arm swimming, water rescue and diving, Shui was proficient in all of them. Coupled with his physically strengthened physical quality, if he participated in a world-class competition, he would be a strong contender for the gold medal. Not to mention taking the gold medal. Put in the ordinary people, he is the sea king of the swimming world. Play water thief 6 kind. Shui, who had mastered this powerful skill, had no problem at all in teaching the 2 little white men to learn how to swim. It was just a matter of long or short time. Seeing that the 2 girls hadn't come out of the room yet, Shui simply went to look for them directly. He first came outside the room where Shen Nianyun was and knocked on the door. Buckle. Nianyun, have you changed yet? Shen Nianyun's voice as thin as a mosquito knot came from the room. I'm done. Shui smiled. He heard Shen Nianyun's shyness, but there was a first time for everything, not to mention that they were still boyfriend and girlfriend now. As a boy, bringing his girlfriend to swim in the pool at home, wasn't that a normal thing? Even if his girlfriend was only wearing a bikini, it was only for himself. With some anticipation, Shui knocked on the door of the room again and then waited in place for Shen Nianyun to open the door. Chapter 74, Swimming in Progress. Ka-ching! The sound of the door handle turning came from the room door in front of him. Shen Nianyun hid behind the door, revealing a small head that looked at Shui pitifully and said, Shui, this swimsuit reveals too much. Shui looked puzzled and asked, is that so? I see that all the girls' swimsuits seem to be of this style. Of course, girls' swimsuits were not only bikinis, but Shui just wanted to see Shen Nianyun wearing a bikini swimsuit, so of course, he had to act like it. As expected, Shen Nianyun was also a little confused by Chuyi's words. Was this the only style of swimsuit for girls? Shen Nianyun suspiciously glanced at Shui, seeing that his blank face did not seem to be a fake. Could it be that Shui didn't know much about girls' swimsuits? Then, do I really have to wear this to learn how to swim? But, it's too revealing, isn't it? However, Shui's expectant eyes made it impossible for Shen Nianyun to refuse. In the end, the soft-hearted Shen Nianyun nodded and agreed to Shui. Alright then. Shui's heart rejoiced as he smiled at her and said, in that case, how about this? You go and shout to Xianglan, and I'll wait for you guys downstairs at the pool? Good. Shen Nianyun nodded and opened the door to her room with a big smile. Since she had already promised Shui, being shy wouldn't help. It was going to be seen by him in a while anyway. What's more, she didn't reject Chuyi's gaze. Instead, she felt a bit elated about it. As the saying goes, a woman who pleases herself is a woman who pleases herself. And for a girl to have her favorite person appreciate her body is also something to be proud of. If the body is not attractive to the boyfriend, then it's time to cry. Chuyi didn't expect Shen Nianyun to suddenly become so bold all of a sudden. Her perfect figure was directly presented in front of his eyes. At this moment, Shen Nianyun was wearing a black and white bikini. Standing in the doorway playfully, her white skin looked like a natural sheep's fat jade, and her body also had a very light pink color. A head of green silk was coiled behind her head, and her hands were kneading each other's fingers. Although her flat belly did not have a waistline, it did not affect her charm. Seeing Chuyi staring straight at herself, Shen Nianyun's toes were somewhat nowhere to be found. She bit her lip and gathered her courage to say, "Chuyi, didn't you say you were going down to wait for us? Wow. Right. The moment you came out I was so focused on enjoying the beautiful scenery that I threw business out of my mind," Chuyi said and gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising. "Worthy of being my family's Nianyun, this body kills all the women in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If you don't shout at me, I don't know how long it will take for me to come back to my senses." No one would dislike words of praise, and girls were even more so. Shen Nianyun's face blushed when she heard Chuyi's compliments. This was the first time since she was a child that she had received praise from the opposite sex in terms of her figure. Not to mention that the one praising her was still her favorite person. "Then, I'll go find Lan Lan first," Shen Nianyun said shyly before passing by Chuyi with small broken steps, heading to the room where Xiang Lan was. Chuyi had a smile on his lips. Today was awesome. He walked towards the downstairs pool, and when he arrived at the poolside, he directly warmed up in place. It was just the right time to warm up while waiting for Shen Nianyun and Xiang Lan. Without letting Chuyi wait for a long time, the two women soon came down. Because Shen Nianyun was present, Chuyi didn't look at Xiang Lan too seriously. Otherwise, what if Nianyun got jealous? However, Xiang Lan's body in a bikini was even hotter, and Xiang Lan's veiled appearance was as beautiful as ever. Both were natural beauties with a lot of gold. One is Shen Nianyun, who has a slim figure but has a lot of meat. The other is the figure of plump and hot. Have meat place more meat. Shouldn't have meat place just right to Lan. The two beauties with different styles were wearing the same loose swimsuit bikinis, standing somewhat uncomfortably by the pool. This scenery was quite awesome. Chuyi's warm-up was also almost done. He smiled towards the two girls and said, "You should have seen the warm-up I did just now. You two should also do a warm-up before going into the water to prevent your muscles from getting cold and causing cramps. I don't know how to swim in the first place. If I get a cramp, I'll be choking." Ever since she lost to Chuyi just now, Xiang Lan went against the norm and became extremely well-behaved and quiet, not saying a word. Only because she was wearing a bikini, she had a slightly shy expression on her face. Seeing that Xiang Lan did not speak, Shen Nianyun thought that she was unable to let go in front of Chuyi while wearing a bikini, so she simply opened her own mouth and said, "Then Chuyi, teach us to warm up." Chuyi nodded and started teaching warm-up. There were 3 steps to warming up before swimming, which were mobility exercises, flexibility exercises, and imitation stroke exercises. As the name suggests, mobility exercises were to move the joints of the body, so that the joints would secrete enough synovial fluid, and at the same time speed up the blood circulation, so that the body would be slightly warmed up and would not be easily injured. Flexibility exercises are a variety of exercises such as leg press and shoulder press. The two girls didn't need to do the imitation swimming posture first, because they were not familiar with the buoyancy of the water for the time being. They needed Chuyi to guide them step by step. During the process of teaching them to warm up, Chuyi's hands were regular. After all, it wasn't a one-on-one solo, but a one-on-two. After spending about 10 minutes warming up, Chuyi held onto the poolside escalator and went down to the shallow water. The depth of this infinity pool at his home ranged from 1.3 meters to 1.6 meters. The current position Chuyi was in was the shallow 1.3 meter deep water area. "You guys come down too. Be careful, ha." Chuyi waved towards the two girls in the pool and said with a smile. Normally in a swimming pool one would need to wear a swimming cap and goggles, but right now it was in Chuyi's home pool, so there was no need to worry too much. Rich and capricious, Shen Nianyun and Xiang Lan looked at each other and carefully followed the escalator in turn, coming into the pool. Abridged. Chapter 75, Swimming in Progress, 2. Both women were dry ducks, and the tiny water pressure made them feel a little chesty even as they went into the water for the first time. Relax. Inhale with your abdomen. Take a few deep breaths, and slowly get used to the feeling of being in the water. Seeing that they were a bit uncomfortable, Chuyi gave his advice. The two girls did as they were told, and after performing a few abdominal deep breaths, they were indeed much more comfortable. Seeing this, Chuyi nodded and continued. Not bad. You guys are all great. Next, I'm going to teach you breaststroke. This is also relatively simple and easy to learn. First of all, you need to feel the buoyancy of the water and let yourselves float on the surface. Which one of you will go first? Shen Nianyun and Xianlan looked at each other again, and coincidentally spoke up. I'll go first. Seeing that the other party had also opened their mouths, the two women snorted and laughed before both signaling the other party to come first. Since you guys are humbling each other, let me make the decision. Nianyun, you go first, Chui said to Shen Nianyun with a smile. Wow, Shen Nianyun nodded, then asked, Chui, what am I going to do now? Come, I'll give you a demonstration first. After Chui finished speaking, he relaxed his body and lay flat on the surface of the water. Not long after, he floated above the water surface. Shen Nianyun, who was exposed to swimming for the first time, was a little excited to see Chui floating so easily. She felt that she should be able to do it as well, right? Chui hit his hands, stood up straight and exhaled, stretching out his hands towards Shen Nianyun and said with a smile, Come on Nianyun, give me your hand. I'll hold you and try to see if you can float. Shen Nianyun nodded her head in confusion and obediently stretched out her hands to rest on Chuyi's hands. Here, now take a deep breath, then hold it in and slowly lie flat on the water. Chui carefully instructed. Shen Nianyun did as she was told, slowly relaxing her body, trying to get herself to lie flat on the water. Just as soon as her cheeks entered the water, she instantly tensed up and struggled to get up, but Shen Nianyun, as an authentic dry duck, had a hard time controlling her body's balance in the water. She did not succeed in struggling to stand still, but instead lost her balance and fell towards Chui. Ah! In the midst of Shen Nianyun's exclamation of shock, Chui reached out his hands to encircle her waist, stabilizing Shen Nianyun's out-of-control body. Chui subconsciously reached out to stroke Shen Nianyun's back and comforted her. Alright, don't worry, you didn't fall. Xianlan looked at this scene and reached out to cover her mouth in shock, showing affection in front of her. Was it appropriate? Feeling Chuyi's large hand brushing against her back, Shen Nianyun's face turned red as she hurriedly broke free from Chuyi's embrace. Chui, let me try to see if I can float again. Shen Nianyun didn't dare to look at what expression Xianlan had on her face, and after lowering her head, she continued to try to float again. This time, she was surprisingly smooth. Chui scat in wonder. He didn't expect Nianyun's learning ability to skyrocket when she was nervous and shy. Just now, she almost choked and fell, but now she managed to float. After a while, Shen Nianyun pulled Chuyi's hand and got up from the water, saying with a happy face, How was it? Chui, did I just succeed? Chui smiled and pinched her face, praising, Yes, Nianyun, you're great. When I was learning to swim before, I couldn't float after trying for half a day, but I didn't expect you to succeed the second time. What Chui said was the truth. He did learn to swim very slowly when he learned to swim before. It might also be the reason that there was no professional teaching. After all, where he had the conditions to hire a coach before, it was all about going to the pool with his friends and letting his friends who could swim teach him. And Shen Nianyun managed to float up the second time, and it had to be said that it was much better than him. Well, one could only say that it was worthy of being the woman he had his eye on. Nianyun, you can now try holding onto the escalator at the side of the pool, and then slowly increase the length of time you hold your breath while floating. Chui reached out and pointed at the escalator and said to Shen Nianyun, Then I'll teach Xianlan how to float as well. Shen Nianyun nodded and pursed her lips. Then you have to teach Lan well. She's always been afraid of water. As good girlfriends, she and Xianlan talked a lot, so she naturally knew that Xianlan had once experienced drowning as a child. She also hoped that Xianlan could successfully overcome her inner fear and learn to swim. Don't worry and leave it to me. If I can't even teach Xianlan, then no one in this world will be able to make him learn how to swim, Chui said with a confident expression. His words weren't too exaggerated. At his current level, there really weren't many people in the world who were better swimmers than him. Although strong swimming skills did not mean good teaching, but by touch, a big man like Chui, who was comparable to an Olympic champion level, would have no difficulty at all in teaching Bai to learn how to swim. Seeing that Chui was full of confidence, Shen Nianyun smiled at him and pointed at the escalator with her little finger and said, Then I'll go. Chui nodded with a smile. Go. Shen Nianyun slowly walked to the escalator in the water and began to seriously practice floating and increasing the length of time she held her breath. It was only until then that Chui had the time to look at Xianlan by his side. However, he found Xianlan looking at himself with a grudging expression, which caused Chui to have a bit of a headache. Just by looking at Xianlan's expression, one could tell that she was full of grievances right now. Just now, he was so focused on being intimate with Shen Nianyun that he directly hung her out to dry, which was really not good. Cough. Xianlan, you hold my hand. I'll teach you to float. Shui said as he extended his hand to Xianglan. Although Xianglan was puffed up, since she was determined to learn how to swim, she definitely could not give up halfway. She followed Chuyi's instructions and put her hand on Chuyi's hand. Only just after holding Chuyi's hand, Xianglan felt that something was not quite right. He's actually tickling my palm? Xianglan's eyes widened as she looked towards Chuyi. However, she found that Chuyi was smiling and winking at herself. What for? Trying to beg me not to get angry? Humph, how could that be? Xianglan intended to ignore Chuyi as she followed Shen Nianyun's example and took a deep breath before burying her face in the water. Wow! The seawater didn't go past her ear holes, and the faint sense of suffocation instantly brought back memories of her childhood drowning experience, and that sense of fear directly dominated all of Xianglan's thoughts. Xianglan, whose mind was filled with fear, lost her mind and frantically tried to grab whatever she could around her. This was a human's instinct when drowning. Chuyi keenly sensed that Xianglan didn't seem right and hurriedly pulled her up. Xianglan, who was in the water, felt the pull and she hurriedly hugged towards Chuyi. She was in a bit of a trance right now and only wanted to grab onto the straw that saved her life. Chuyi didn't dodge when he saw her pouncing towards him with a panicked face. It was obvious that Xianglan was too afraid of the water. If he still dodged in this situation, how disappointed would she be? With Xianglan taking the initiative and Chuyi not moving, she was like an octopus wrapped tightly around Chuyi. Chapter 76, Swimming in Progress, 3. Xianglan, why don't you come down first? Chuyi's eyes were fixed on Shen Nianyun's every move, forcibly resisting the feeling of wanting to suck in cold air. He whispered in Xianglan's ear, Nianyun must practice carefully, don't look over, otherwise he can't even explain it. Even if it was really Xianglan who took the initiative to pester him. Xianglan blushed as red as a steamed prawn and didn't say a word. She also wanted to let go, but she was really scared of the water. As soon as she let go of her hand, the experience of drowning surfaced in her mind, which made it impossible for her to let go of Chuyi. But, when Chuyi saw that Xianglan did not say a word, he could not help but have his head in two places. Chuyi inwardly swore that in the future, he would never swim with two sisters at once. Xianglan, listen to me. Nianyun is still over there. It's not good for us to be like this. Chuyi came over to Xianglan's ear and spoke, while gently patting her back as a sign of comfort. Feeling the hot air beside her ear, Xianglan's cheeks turned even redder, and she whispered softly, then what should we do? The thought that Nianyun was still at the side made Xianglan even more shy, along with some guilt. Xianglan gritted her teeth to give herself a boost, and little by little, she loosened her own hands, wanting to get off Chuyi's body. Chuyi also felt it, and he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It was finally coming down. Xianglan, just stand straight and hold my hand. Chuyi whispered to Xianglan, the water depth here is only 1.3 meters. Just stand straight. Xianglan obediently followed what Chuyi said and stood straight in the water, holding Chuyi's hand. Looking at Xianglan's appearance, Chuyi estimated that it would be a bit difficult to teach her how to swim today. He could only wait for the next one-on-one teaching. Looking at Shen Nianyun, who had her back turned to the two of them and was still repeating the floating maneuver in earnest, Chuyi reached out and wiped the false sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Nianyun did not see it. However, in response to that, Chuyi inexplicably felt a bit weak, like he had done something wrong. Ding! Hosts first, teach swimming, intimate encounter. Rewarded with a Rolls-Royce. As a great system owner, the host is in existence at the top of the pyramid. There is no need to demand yourself with worldly concepts. You deserve any woman you want. They deserve it too. I'm a great system. Isn't this too awesome? Chuyi felt that his godly awesome system could be called the scum incubation system. A Rolls-Royce, plus some words of encouragement, instantly made his guilt disappear. The system was really powerful. A psychiatrist was nothing more than that. However, what the system said was also reasonable. If he were to give up Xianglan after being with Shen Nianyun according to the world's concepts, would he be able to do it? Chuyi asked himself that he couldn't do it, since he had already gotten to know her and had a good feeling about her. He would not be able to stand by and watch Xianglan fall into someone else's arms. Even just thinking about it, the overbearing possessiveness within Chuyi's heart instantly tore the image in his mind to shreds. He would not allow it. It didn't matter if he was a scum or a philanderer. That was the kind of thought he had. Letting every girl who had a good feeling for each other with him be happy. He believed he could do it. System, why did you jump out a step ahead? I haven't even asked you yet. System, a mature system never loses on the same move. Well, you won. Chuyi shook his head and lost his smile. Coming back from a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted Xianglan towards Shen Nianyun, who was still floating and holding her breath, and when he was about to get close, he put Xianglan down so that she could grab onto the escalator on the side. Xianglan also cooperated and did as she was told. After 10 or so seconds, Shen Nianyun got up from the water and exhaled. Phew! Only then did she realize that Chui and Xianglan had both reached her side. Are you coming to practice floating here on the escalator too? Shen Nianyun leaned a bit towards the right to make room for Xianglan. Xianglan forced a smile. No, I'm still afraid of the water. So Chui told me to hold on to the escalator so I won't be too scared. Chui looked at Xianglan with surprise, not expecting this little girl to react quite fast. Originally, I thought that she hadn't come back to her senses. However, having just done those things to her, it was indeed a bit impulsive. I wonder if Xianglan will feel bad in her heart now. It seems that after helping Nianyun's father's leg to be cured, he has to pay attention to Xianglan. It's best to find a chance to be alone with her and talk to each other. Well, don't get me wrong. It's just a simple heart-to-heart talk. Abridged. Chapter 77, The Jagged Man Incubation System. Shen Nianyun didn't think much about it. She smiled and said to Xianglan, I knew you couldn't overcome the psychological shadow of drowning at once. Come on, grab the escalator with me and practice. Xianglan looked at Shen Nianyun's coquettish smile. The guilt in her heart increased. Nianyun was so nice, yet she was on the sidelines doing that kind of thing with Chui. It felt like cheating. No, she had to stay away from Chui. She couldn't have a crack in her relationship with Nianyun because of this smelly man. Xianglan made an internal decision. Only she herself didn't know if she could follow through with this idea or not. In the next swimming class, considering Xianglan's serious fear of water, she was also afraid that the ambiguous behavior just now would be seen by Nianyun. Chui asked Ling Qing to send someone to buy buoyancy boards and snorkeling equipment, including diving masks, snorkels, and flippers. He planned to have Xianglan put on the snorkeling equipment, lie down on the buoyancy board, bury her head in the water, and slowly get used to the feeling of being in the water. Little by little, he eliminated the psychological shadow of her having drowned. With the help of the snorkeling equipment, Xianglan also became less nervous. After all, she was able to open her eyes in the water. Her nostrils did not enter the water, and she had a breathing tube to breathe. Plus she was still lying on top of the buoyancy plate. Moreover, there was still Chui looking after her, so she naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Shen Nianyun looked at Xianglan's clumsy way of playing with her flippers and laughed silently from the side. Chui took advantage of Xianglan's water playtime to start teaching Shen Nianyun swimming strokes. Using his hands to wrap around Shen Nianyun's waist to make her float, he tried to do the breaststroke maneuver. Having eaten a lot of tofu in the process, Shen Nianyun was red-faced the entire time and didn't dare to look at Chui. After playing with the water for more than an hour, Chui took the two girls out of the pool and returned to the room to take a bath. Of course, they washed separately. After taking a bath, the two girls both changed back into their own clothes. It was also evening, so Chui offered to drive the two girls back. Shen Nianyun agreed, but Xianglan said that she would just take a taxi back. Seeing that he couldn't argue with her, he had to let her go home on her own. Chui sent Shen Nianyun back to school, and made an appointment to go home with Shen Nianyun tomorrow. After all, he promised Nianyun to cure her father. At this time, Ling Qing called. Boss, someone just delivered a Rolls Royce, saying that it was ordered by you, boss. It dawned on Chui that this was the reward that the system had just given himself. Help me drive it to Jiangbei University, just in time for me to get a different car to drive. Chui commanded. Okay boss, I'll be there soon. Chui simply drove to the entrance of the university and waited. Although today was Saturday, there were still many boarding students who had not returned home. Looking at the passing youthful and beautiful girls, Chui sighed. Still, college life is good, isn't it? The long white legs, sexy and cute dresses, and other styles of dress. The degree of eye candy was still awesome. At least Chui was enjoying himself. The passing students were also attracted by the streamlined and technological appearance of the Koenigsegg Gem era. All of them were whispering to their companions around them. Wow, this car is so cool. I saw it. The boy in the driver's seat is also handsome. My God, what a godly man. This kind of brother. One sentence of is he there and I'll fall. I just want to ask, does little brother fence? Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Looking at the worship value that appeared again, Chui smiled. He really didn't pretend to be a pussy in this wave. Sometimes, after pretending to be a pussy more often, the gaze of looking at the worship value also became indifferent. System, host, you can really pretend. Cough cough. Do not interrupt my thinking life, okay? Chui cried and laughed. Why did the system always move out to interrupt? However, at this time, he saw the opposite side of the street. A familiar figure, but not quite like. Chui fixed his eyes on. Good guy. Actually a specially made hairstyle Chen Xin. I didn't expect that what Chen Xin said last time when the spoils were divided was true. Not only did he eat pancake fruits with chicken fillets, but his hairstyle was also done by Mr. Tony. The main thing was that there was now a girl beside Chen Xian. Are the two of them dating? Shui hid in the car and pulled out his cell phone, continuously taking several pictures of Chen Xian and that girl. Then he pulled Go Di and Ling Linlin to temporarily form a group chat with just the three of them and sent the photos he had just taken. Shui, pictures/pictures/pictures. Shui, brothers. Look, Chen Xian's son, the study committee member, actually really went to get his hair styled and went on a date with a girl. The son has made a fortune. Ling Linlin, Chen Xian even found a girlfriend? When will my spring come? Go Di, it seems I need to speed up the progress of the girl. Must not be the last of the four of us to get single. Shui, I'll give you a real-time live broadcast. Oops, Chen Xian seems to be confessing to that girl. I'll record a video. Only to see the sudden appearance of three people wearing Kumamoto bear clothes, respectively holding flowers, balloons, gift boxes came to Chen Xian and that girl. This scene also caused many students and passers-by to crowd around. After all, it was in the nature of the country that people loved to join in the fun, and wherever there was a hilarious scene to watch, there was a crowd of spectators. Many people on Chuyi's side ran to the opposite side of the street, wanting to get closer to see. Thanks to Chuyi's good hearing and eyesight, he was able to see clearly across a street. Chen Xian first took the flowers in the hands of one of the Kumamoto bears, cupped his hands and handed them to his female companion, saying with a sincere face, Mimi, will you be my girlfriend? I will always be good to you. The girl called Mimi was named Chen Mei. She saw Chen Xian confessing in the street. Her eyebrows wrinkled, glancing at the surrounding people. She said to Chen Xian, didn't you say we would only be friends? Chen Xian was stunned, and quickly said, but we've been on several dates. You've acquiesced when I held your hand, and you've accepted when I gave you gifts. Our relationship should be more than limited to friends, right? Don't you like me? Can't friends hold hands? Can't friends go out shopping? Can't friends receive gifts? What's more, I like to be financially well off, and I don't think you can afford to support me? Chen Mei asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Chen Xian speechless. Although the words were so, but between a man and a woman this was obviously more ambiguous. Plus they had been together for a while, and Chen Mei didn't act like she didn't like him. That's why he planned a confession. But he didn't expect this to be the case. But things had come to this. He had to continue confessing even if he was hard-headed. It was better to be rejected than to end it hastily. Chapter 78, Not worthy of being my Xian son. But, I think we should both like each other quite a bit. Chen Xian's tone of voice became a bit weak and said in a low voice. Chen Mei hugged his arms, said with a disdainful face, can you not be so naive? You look at your own conditions. Your height is only 1.7 meters. Not very handsome. Get a hairstyle as if picture up. And no money. I and you together is not a waste of youth. A woman's youth is just a few years. It's very precious. Okay? Moreover, in my opinion, you are just a jack-in-the-box who is not even as good as a spare tire. Chen Mei's scathing words made Chen Xian's eyes widen. He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was the Chen Mei he knew. Hadn't she always acted cute? She was also pouting and cute from time to time when chatting. Were these words coming from her? As Chewie watched the scene, he couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand inside. Alas, this stupid son, who dared to confess on the street without even figuring out what people were thinking. It seems to be getting cold. At this time, Long Qing called. Shui observed the situation at the scene while picking up the phone. Hey, boss, I've now arrived at the street opposite Zhongbei University. As soon as Lang Qing's words fell, Shui saw a black Rolls-Royce slowly approaching and stopping across the street. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce caused the attention of the onlookers at the confession scene to be attracted by the luxury car. Even the two parties, Chen Xian and Chen Mei, were no exception. Shui had a flash of light and was about to open his mouth. However, he realized that Chen Xian glanced at the Rolls-Royce on the side and suddenly exclaimed, Humph, I didn't expect you to be a gold-digging woman. Counting this young master's eyes, I wanted to test you by pretending to be a beggar, but I succeeded in making you turn into a prototype. Gold-digging goods like you. I don't want it. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he dropped the flowers as soon as he could, then took the gift box from Kumamoto Bear, who was holding the gift, and walked towards the Rolls-Royce with a big stride. The eaters at the scene were stunned. Good guy. Saw a dog blood confession drama today? Chen Mei also looked stunned, her mouth open and unable to speak. Could it be that Chen Xian was still a rich second generation with a hidden identity? No. How could the temperament of a rich second generation be so obscene? Chen Mei still refused to believe that Chen Xian was a rich second generation. She just stood still wanting to see how Chen Xian got on the car. Shui was amused by Chen Xian's godly maneuver. He had already guessed what Chen Xian wanted to do, because they had once seen a hilarious segment. What Chen Xian was doing now was exactly the same as the situation in the segment. Good fellow. Worthy of being my xin son. Forced pretense, he said to Ling Qing, who hadn't hung up the phone yet. Lung Cheng, cooperate with that guy who failed to confess. He's my roommate. Okay boss. Right. Don't hang up the phone. Put the speakerphone on. I want to record. Chui said with a smile. Okay. Lang Cheng answered, turned on the speakerphone, and placed the phone in a storage compartment on the side. Then he said to a burly man seated in the back row. Ah Jun. Boss's order. Cooperate with the guy who failed in his confession. Ah Jun nodded and answered. Okay Sister Lang. Then, the car fell into silence. Only the silence was soon broken as Chen Xian cursed and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. His grandmother, count on this young master to have looked away. I don't believe in love anymore. It's better to play with my fragrant car tender model. It's not just women. I'm rich. What kind of women don't have? There are even more gold diggers. What's wrong with being short? Do you know that horses are thin and hairy? I'll scare you to death. These words were obviously shouted to Chen Mei. Chen Xian shouted loudly. Walking to the Rolls-Royce, Chen Xian naturally opened the rear door of the opposite door design and sat in. After somewhat clumsily closing the door, Chen Xian looked at the indifferent Lang Cheng and Ajun. A forced smile hung on his face, folded his hands together, and said sardonically, Big brother, big sister, can you let me sit in the car for 5 minutes? I just failed to confess my love, and I want to borrow the Rolls-Royce to act like a bully. Lang Cheng and Ajun looked at each other and nodded. Chui listened to the sound of the conversation coming from his cell phone and forced himself to hold back his laughter. He was going to edit down the interesting part of this recording and send it to the group, and later give Go D and the others as a wake-up ringtone. In the Rolls-Royce, Lang Cheng looked at Chen Xian and opened his mouth. You're doing this because you want that woman to regret it? Chen Xian scratched the back of his head and nodded rather embarrassedly. Yes, then what else do you want to do? We can help you. Sis is in a good mood today, Lang Cheng said indifferently. Chen Xian waved his hand and shook his head. No, just let me sit in the car. That's enough. This trick he had also seen while watching funny videos on the internet, and just now he learned to do it in a brainwave. Anyway, the failure of confession is also very humiliating. It's better to gamble. Successful face back. Failure is just another loss of face. But when sitting on the car, Chen Xian was stared at by the side of the pugnacious man in the chrysanthemum almost cramps. Almost thought he was going to be blown out. Therefore, he was already grateful to have managed to sit in the Rolls-Royce. Where else would he dare to ask the people in the car for help in pretending? And at this moment, the onlookers outside exclaimed out in shock. Asterisk. How did our school net out a Dragon King? I remember that on Valentine's Day there was also a rich young man pretending to be a beggar. The result of the failure of confession before exposing his identity. And today there is another one? I'm counting on my fingers. It's going to be a change in the sky. TSK. Look at that material woman's expression. So funny. At this point, Chen Mei had already somewhat believed in Chen Xian's identity. Otherwise, how could he have gotten into the Rolls-Royce so easily? After a short period of entanglement, she walked towards the Rolls-Royce without hesitation and knocked on the window with a smile on her face. Lang Chan pressed down the rear window. Ah Jun, who was sitting in the back row, very appropriately pulled out a large cigar from his suit pocket and respectfully handed it to Chen Xian, saying under his breath, Young master, your favorite Padron cigar. Chen Xian twisted his head in dismay to look at Ajun, his heart flashing through the complex emotions of shock, dawning realization, and excitement. Good fellow, actually cooperating with me so well. Then this pussy I'm going to pretend. Chen Xian coughed twice. Sure took the Padron cigar, played with it twice in his hands and then clamped it with 2 fingers, handed the cigar head to Ajun, signaling him to light it up. And all this was taken in by Chen Mei beside the car, looking at Chen Xian, whose temperament was very different from before. Chen Mei felt her heart flutter, worthy of being the man who looked at her. So handsome. Chen Xian took a puff after Ajun lit his cigar, then turned his head and exhaled a puff of smoke out the car window. Hiss. Who? Looking at the blear-eyed Chen Mei, the corner of Chen Xian's mouth hooked. A cynical attitude appeared on his body as he said blandly, Yo, how come our Princess Mei Mei has the pleasure to stand outside my big labor? Chapter 79, quickly thank dad if you're cool. Lang Cheng and Ajun exchanged a glance. Master this brother. It's a pity that he didn't take the acting department. Chui listened to the voice that came from the phone, forcibly held back the urge to laugh. Good guy. Chen Xian is awesome. The Golden Horse Award movie star is not my master Xian. Chen Mei didn't care about the smoke that was spewing out in front of her. She chatted about her hair and revealed a smile that she thought was flavorful. Brother Chen Xian, you are so annoying. Confessing to someone in front of so many people. I'm under so much pressure. The words that people just said were just to motivate you. trying to make you more motivated. They didn't really want to reject you. The tone filled with Gigi style made the three people in the car look strange. Shen Nianyun even felt that his eyes had been hit by a cannon before. How could he look at this kind of woman? In fact, it was mainly the fact that he had steeply gained the camouflage of a tycoon identity that had allowed Chen Mei to expose her gold-worshipping side. If Chen Nianyun had always been a dog licker, Chen Mei would naturally show him as a towering goddess. Never would she have put on this appearance in front of him because there was no need. So when Chen Mei's two different looks were shown in front of Chen Nianyun, he felt a huge discrepancy, feeling that he had looked away before and was blind. In his heart, he slightly sighed. Forget it, it's better this way. If he were to really be with this kind of woman, that would be the real misery. I know Princess Mimi, you can't see me. Here or suggest you go to the White Horse Club to find your favorite prince. My kind of short, ugly and poor. I really don't dare to climb high. After Chen Nianyun saw through Chen Mei's true colors, his words were sarcastic. What was the White Horse Clubhouse? A duck farm. It was obvious what the title of princess, which matched the prince there, was referring to. Yet Chen Mei was not annoyed. She was still smiling like a flower and said daintily, brother Xin. Haven't you always wanted to go drinking with me? Why don't we go have a drink now? If one could climb up to a rich second generation with Rolls Royce like Chen Nianyun, what was a little face sacrifice? In order to just eat bananas and not suffer, Chen Mei also went out on a limb. The meaning in the words was also very obvious. As long as Chen Nianyun nodded his head yes, she would obediently strip herself and honestly buck up and wait for him to enter the stock. If this was said to Chen Nianyun before, he estimated that he could be happy to find the north. But now that he said it, he only felt that it stung his ears. On the other hand, his identity was also all fake, just a forced pretense from a flash of insight. It was simply impossible to promise Chen Mei. Therefore, Chen Nianyun's face instantly boarded up and said coldly, you bottomless cousin for money, get lost. If you dare to linger here again, I won't be a mere warning. Hearing Chen Nianyun utter these words, Jun gave another powerful assist. He crossed his arms and his knuckles crackled. Then he twisted his neck. Another crackling pop of joints, before grinning at Chen Mei, a murderous aura erupting from his icy eyes. Chen Mei's heart and mind shook. Her face blanched as she took a few steps backward, and her high-heeled shoes fell to the ground when she didn't step on them steadily. Although it was already evening, the sun was still hot, and the ground was like a red-hot iron plate. When Chen Mei sat down, the images of braised abalone and iron plate peach instantly flashed in her mind. She struggled to get up, but just now was Jun's eyes full of murderous aura scared, and now legs and feet soft, struggling too but just off the ground, and then sat back on the ground. The second red roast. This practice will make the ingredients crispy outside and tender inside, juicy and fat. Let's go. Chen Nianyun didn't even look at Chen Mei, just faintly said. Lang Qing slammed the window shut and the Rolls Royce drove off towards the distance. As the saying goes, you have to do a full set of theater. Since you have to cooperate with your boss's friend, you definitely can't finish pretending and not care about closing the show. Now, going over to the boss to change cars would seem rather low. After hitting the face of green tea, and then go away is the routine operation. I believe the boss will also understand. Rolls Royce left. The only thing left in place was the gold-worshipping woman, Chen Mei, and the eating crowd not far away, laughing me to death. This woman has eyes that don't recognize and tai, directly missing the opportunity to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. That's right, looking at her face is a laborious life. I have to say, watching people pretend to hit the face is quite interesting, when I can try. Set a small goal first, earn a Rolls Royce and you can try it. Listening to the cynicism of the people around her, Chen Mei's face was miserable. It was hard on her heart. There was once a golden man in front of her, but she didn't cherish it. If there was a chance to do it again, how good it would be. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets in the world, and women without ability who want to get something for nothing will often only lose their money. Rich people are not stupid. Rich second generation is not stupid. They have their own standards for choosing a spouse, the ability to reach the excellent, only good-looking skin women. It is impossible to become a rich man's wife. At most just play. The only thing that a gold-digging woman has a chance of climbing on is those who happen to be rich but don't have the connotation. The Rolls-Royce circled around and parked in a mall parking lot not far from Zhongbei University. Until then, Chen Nianyun couldn't help but cough with a bitter face and said, "Whoa, big brother, you're choking on this cigar. Do tycoons love to smoke this stuff?" Jun hemmed and hawed, took the cigar from Chen Nianyun's hand, wiped the place where Chen Nianyun had sucked with his hand, and stuffed himself into his mouth. "How can a tycoon smoke this stuff? It's one I bought from a certain treasure. $25 a stick. But as long as there's a bottom line, it's Padron cigars. How about it? Just now pretending to be cool, right? Chen Xian nodded seriously and said gratefully, I've always watched other people pretending inside the video. Although it looks cool, there's no sense of immersion. Today really let me pretend. I have to say, it's not generally cool. It's really damn cool. It's even cooler than a certain over-the-top star being cool. At this time, only then did the cell phone placed in the storage compartment ring out Chuyi's voice. Ha, Xin son. If you're cool then quickly thank dad me. Hearing Chuyi's voice, Chen Xian instantly became dumbfounded. He looked at Leng Qing and Jun, but realized that they had faint smiles on their faces, coupled with Brother Yi's voice. This time Chen Xian completely understood. Good lord, this Rolls-Royce is also Brother Yat's? Brother Yat asked his men to cooperate with me to act like a pussy and get back his face? I'll be damned. I'm not going to say anything. Brother Yat is great. Chen Xian's face was so excited that he directly broke his voice and shouted out. Ha 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 ha. Chuyi's cheerful laughter rang out from the cell phone. Chapter 80 Brother E, do you accept sons? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. The worship value from Chen Xian brushed up by several hundred. Chuyi smiled faintly, not expecting that helping his son pretend to be a bully had also earned him some worship value. He drove to the mall where Ling Qing and the others were, and quickly found the extremely conspicuous Rolls-Royce. The Koenigsegg Gemera slowly parked next to the Rolls-Royce. Jun quickly got out of the car and ran to the Koenigsegg Gemera in small steps, and pulled open the door for Chuyi with extreme respect. Boss. Chuyi nodded and smiled towards Jun and said, Jun, you performed well just now. You will receive an extra $100,000 in bonus this month. Jun nodded his head with a delighted face and responded, okay boss. Boss is atmospheric. It had to be said that his own master was really quite generous, to casually give $100,000 bonus. The money from open-legged work wasn't even that fast. Comparing it to the mercenary career they once had, it was simply a heaven and a hell. Well, you help me drive this sports car inside the underground garage of the Huafu residence. Chuyi pointed at the Koenigsegg Gemera behind him, which had not yet had its key removed, and said to Jun. Jun nodded and got into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove the sports car away. Chuyi looked at Chen Xian who was still sitting on the Rolls-Royce and froze, smiled and shouted, what's wrong Xian son? Can't recognize me? Chen Xian froze and opened his mouth to say, Brother E, does this count for you? These words in turn caused Chuyi to freeze, somewhat puzzled as he asked, what words of mine count? With a bright smile on his face, Chen Xian shyly said, just, do you accept a son? Chuyi, Long Chang? Good guy, I treat you as a brother, but you really want to be my son? Brother E, don't look at me like that. Today is the first time I've experienced the joy of being rich, and just now when I heard you call out to me, Xin son, I had a flash of insight, as if this is not a bad look. Chen Xian hemmed and hawed, if you lack a godson, I don't mind. Chuyi cried and laughed, you kids still really want to be my son? Thinking about it is quite beautiful. Alright, don't joke. We still have to get together with our class at night. Chuyi interrupted Chen Xian's beautiful reverie. If he had a son like Chen Xian, then the old ancestor wouldn't smash through the coffin board and strangle Chen Xian alive? He would not want to jeopardize the style of his old Chu family. Chen Xian nodded with a lost face, and Chuyi smacked his lips. Good guy. He can't be retreating to advance, right? Such a hole. In the future really dare not call him Xian son. Hi, it's really high. Leng Qing looked at the two of them with an odd face and didn't dare to say anything. Nowadays young people are so forward-thinking? A word on the original recognize father? Sister cannot keep up with the times? Alas, old age. Chuyi did not let Leng Chang leave, but pulled open the Rolls-Royce rear door and sat in. After all, for a car of this level like the Rolls-Royce, there had to be a driver. Having a beautiful woman like Leng Chang as a driver would be even better. Looking at Chen Xian who was still sighing beside him, Chuyi patted his shoulder and said, don't have a bitter face. Didn't you just fall out of love? Let's have a class party at night, and raid the girls in our class. Many of the girls in our class have pretty good personalities. What Chuyi said was true. Their classmates were very friendly with each other. Everyone was polite and courteous, and they also joked with each other from time to time, and there was no case of anyone looking down on anyone, or certain people targeting anyone together. The girls' personalities were all quite good, and their face values were all above the middle range. This was also the reason why Chuyi was willing to invite his classmates for dinner. If everyone was on bad terms, then it would be a matter of love and treating them to dinner? Impossible. Chen Xian shook his head in a funereal manner and said, alas, Brother E, it's not that I don't want to rip off the girls in my class, but I don't have the confidence. University these 3 years, the ladies do not say that they know the roots, but they also know me very well. Like me, this kind of height is not enough. The face value is difficult to put together. But also learning materials wholesalers ancestral crafts Little Prince. The class girls where to look at me Shui stroked his chin and nodded with deep empathy. What you said also makes sense. Put. Ling Qing didn't hold back her laughter for a moment. The master was also too bad. Shouldn't a normal person comfort a bit? What was the operation of concurring? The expression on Chen Xian's face became even more bitter. Although what he said was the truth. But brother E, is it really good for you to agree so much? Sanjin. How about this? Shui suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile. I'm planning to open a company. And I'm also going to have a legal department. And then don't you have relatives in your family who are lawyers? If you can help that lawyer relative of yours to dig to me, the position of the personnel department manager will be for you to sit. The annual salary to Jiannan City's highest level of give. How about it? Dry or not? Chen Xian's eyes first lit up, attracted by the lucrative conditions offered by Chui. But when he thought of the elder who was a lawyer at home, his face twitched a little. He was very afraid of the elder who was a lawyer. However, with brother yet having said this, it was like picking up the pie that fell from the sky and shoving it to his mouth. All he needed to do was to open his mouth gently, and he would be able to eat a big pie with a thin crust and thick filling. If he doesn't do it, then Chen Xian really becomes a cutie pie. Anymore. Brother Yat. I'll do it. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and nodded with a determined face. Good. Then it's a deal. Chui smiled and patted Chen Xian's shoulder to encourage him. He did this just because he suddenly wanted to do so and didn't have any special intentions. If he had to say the purpose, it might be to pull Chen Xian's hand. As the saying goes, one man gets the road. All his men get the road. He, Shui, was not a heartless person. And since he had the ability now, these close brothers would help if they could. What's more, this is just his hand for it. And not much effort. There is no loss. Why not? Godi and Ling Linlin can also be arranged. Well, Ling Linlin's kind of body is suitable to be the security department manager. Godi's wit, as a marketing manager. As for these brats, they know less? That's fine. Isn't there still the position of assistant department manager? This position recruits senior people to take up. Not only can deal with departmental affairs, but also allows Chen Xian 3 people to learn from their respective departmental deputy manager. Of course, this was only Chuyi's care for the brothers on the basis of the 3-year relationship. If they were to be lazy as a result of this, and instead of getting ahead, they were groping for fish, then Chui would also reconsider whether or not his arrangement was correct. Mentioning the company, Chui thought of his parents. After the company was established, he planned to directly receive his parents to Jiannan to live a good life. A luxury house and a luxury car would be arranged, and a nanny and maid would be needed as well. His parents had worked hard for most of their lives, so it was time for them to enjoy their happiness. This week is a little too much. Next week go home to see. Chui silently made a decision. He had also thought about it. Anyway, since he was now backed by the system, there was no need to shy away from many things. As long as he could give his parents a reasonable explanation and wouldn't let them worry, it would be fine. Chapter 81 Release Mission, Heroic Rescue. Chui took out his cell phone, made a call to the Dongfeng Hotel, booked 4 tables, and then sent a message in the class group. Chui et al. Before set a treat for dinner. Everyone 6 p.m. Dongfeng Hotel Collection I booked a table for everyone. In the 3rd floor of the Rui Hall Go D. Brother E awesome. I've forgotten about this until you told me. Ling Linlin. Brother Yat is great. I'd forgotten about this if you hadn't told me. +1. Wang Xiaoyu. Brother Yat is great. I'd forgotten about this if you hadn't told me. +1. It's true that human nature is a repeater. The crowd clicked a series of solitaire, directly brushing the screen. It wasn't until Xie Ziqing spoke that she interrupted the repeater solitaire in the group chat. Xie Ziqing, Chui, you're really breaking the bank, /Rose. Seeing Xie Ziqing speak, Chui couldn't help but think of that day when she kicked off the fight club when she asked herself to sign her autograph with a red face. Signature is not important. The important thing is to sign on the chest. Signed in the chest is not important. The important thing is inevitably some contact. This little girl usually where loose clothes cannot see. But when Chui that day really contacted, tender and quite material. He was originally by Shen Nianyun and Xiang Lan today to get a bellyful of fire. And now think of Xie Ziqing, but also cannot help but think nonsense. It can't be helped. It's an instinctive reaction after too much hormone secretion. Chui, don't worry, even though I'm not very rich, I still have all this money from treating everyone to dinner. Chen Xian, video. Chen Xian, listen everyone. Is this human language? Sitting inside a Rolls Royce and saying on my lips that I'm not very rich. Then am I not even worse than a refugee? Chui glanced sideways at Chen Xian and clicked on the video he had shot. only to see that in the video shot by Shen Nianyun, he first shot the Rolls-Royce RR's logo, then moved the camera and aimed it at Chui who was typing. Lung Chang was not photographed, but only slightly exposed her hair. Go D, last time. Koenigsegg Gemera. This time Rolls-Royce, and a female driver. Yat. You call this not very rich? Students listen to this as human language? Ling Lin Lin, brother Yat is awesome. Double the bullwhip. Wang Xiaoyu. Xia Ziqing, I didn't expect you to be such a tycoon. Chui. I take back what I just said. A certain girl, email god. Worship value +1. 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 A small earn a few points of worship value, but a mosquito is still meat. 4 worship value. Chui does not refuse. Again in the group water for a good while. Chui happily put down the phone. The students in the group are all talented. Speak and listen well. He can like, especially those dainty girls. Chui felt the joy of being licked for the first time, and it was still the girls who were madly pursuing him. Was this the joy of a handsome rich-looking man? It was quite cool. Looking at the time, it was now more than 5 o'clock, so Chui simply let Ling Qing drive to the Dongfeng Hotel, and when he arrived at the place it was almost time for the banquet. Ling Qing drove the Rolls-Royce to the underground parking lot of the East Grand Hotel. The car just stopped. Chui's hand only reached halfway towards the car door. Ling Qing quickly stepped out of the car and helped him pull open the door. To be honest, Chui was still a bit uncomfortable with this situation. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the car and get out of the car. And I want to get out of the car. Urgent. Online waiting. Shen Nianyun looked at the car door that Ling Qing pulled open, and then looked at the car door that was tightly closed on his side. Shook his head and sighed, alas. My old home. It's full of lemon trees. I'm the one who's sour in this ton. Shen Nianyun sang a sour song as he pushed open the car door and walked down, then carefully closed the door. Rolls-Royce A. He didn't dare to push too hard. Chui once again cried and laughed. This guy, Shen Nianyun, was always so weird. Next, Ling Chang remained hidden in the shadows to continue protecting Chui. On the other hand, Chui and Shen Nianyun went to the front desk of the hotel together. He had booked a table and had to go to the front desk first. However, when he arrived at the front desk, he saw a scene that was not quite harmonious. There was a person who was pestering Xia Ziqing. It looked like Xia Ziqing had just arrived. Little Chang Chang, do you know that it's my birthday today? So you want to hide it from me and secretly give me a surprise? A gentlemanly-looking casual wear boy with a tinfoil perm opened his hands and blocked Xia Ziqing's way, saying with a bad smile on his face. Surrounding him were 2 other foxy friends who were in the same group as this boy. At this moment, they were all laughing and watching the fun. Xia Ziqing's dress tonight was not the same as her usual slightly loose style, wearing a black halter top and a short denim skirt underneath. It extremely emphasized her figure and looked somewhat sexy, although it was still tied in a ponytail, but her face also had light makeup, giving people a feeling of pure lust wind. At this moment, she was a little nervous and covered her bag with her hands, like a poor little bunny. She wanted to speak out to refute, but Li Minglang's side of the fox friend too much. She certainly can not say. And the surrounding staff's look of being unconcerned also made Xia Ziqing furious for a while. This is the quality of 5-star hotel staff? The guests were in trouble and didn't come forward to help. Chui fixed his eyes on them. The boy who had molested Xia Ziqing was known to him as Li Mingliang. He is a notorious scum in school and often changes girlfriends. He also often pestered good-looking girls everywhere. And I heard that he had been trying to chase Shen Nianyun. And Shen Nianyun has always paid no attention to him. I didn't expect to actually meet him today at the Dongfeng Hotel. And he was also molesting Xia Ziqing. Ding! Detecting the host's rising anger. Issuing a mission, heroic rescue. Please help Xia Ziqing to escape from Li Minglang's entanglement. Reward for mission completion, ownership of the Dongfeng Hotel. When a girl who has a good feeling for the host is in trouble, how can you just sit back and do nothing? The thoughtful system released the mission again, coinciding with Chui's thoughts. Chui asked Shen Nianyun to wait on the sidelines first, and he himself walked towards Xia Ziqing in large strides. Shen Nianyun hesitated for a moment, but still decided to follow Chui's arrangements. After all, Brother Yi's fighting prowess was evident to all, not to mention these few second fighters. Even if the people in the hotel lobby came together, they would only be beaten down by Brother Yi. However, he still took out his cell phone and sent a message to the class group, calling for his classmates to rush over to support Chui. When Li Minglang's friends saw someone approaching, they all stopped in front of Chui with unfavorable faces. Their behavior might be useful if they were dealing with someone who was alone, but when they were put in Chui's place, it was of no use at all. Hey, kid, can't you see that this side is talking about love? A fat man with a pot head, eyes like green beans, and 3 layers of fat on the back of his neck reached out and tried to shove Chewie. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't disturb my brother Lee's good deed. This one, on the other hand, had a faggy and thin body, but was wearing a tight black undershirt with a silver-chained airplane head, and at this time, he was also cursing as he walked towards Chewie. Chewie didn't say a word, and with just a slight force from his left and right hands, he pushed these 2 fat and skinny extreme beings backward and fell to the ground. He then continued to walk towards Xia Ziqing. Xia Ziqing had taken several steps back because she wanted to get away from Li Minglang, and at this moment, her back was facing Chewie. She did not realize that Chewie was walking towards her. However, Li Minglang saw it. Seeing that Chewie easily pushed away his fox friend, Li Minglang was a bit weak. The skinny guy was fine, but the fat guy's tonnage was also casually pushed away. This guy is a difficult character, just a beautiful woman at the moment. Colorful. He cannot care so much. What's more, his own father and the hotel's general manager also has a relationship. Li Minglang clenched his teeth and wanted to hold on. Only, in front of Chewie, hard to hold on? I'm afraid that it's too itchy for my skin and too hard for my bones. Chapter 82, Little Pepper Xia Ziqing. Chewie walked to Xia Ziqing's side, and naturally reached out to put his arm around Xia Ziqing's waist. Xia Ziqing's body stiffened, but after realizing that it was Chewie, she suddenly relaxed. Phew, so it's Chewie. He came in good time. And, so handsome. Xia Ziqing tilted her head up to look at Chewie, and was mesmerized by his cold side face. Since she was a little girl, she had always been attracted to masculine boys, which was why she had joined the school cheerleading squad. Because the cheerleading team was able to come into contact with many boys who loved sports, it was a pity that she had never met the person of her choice. Until that day when she saw Chewi's handsome performance in the fight club. Xia Ziqing was directly enamored by him. Chewi's figure directly and that shadow in her mind gradually overlapped. She felt that this was her own Gaijin. And now, Chewie appeared in front of her like he was stepping on a 7-colored auspicious cloud, giving her a strong sense of security. Even if the relationship between the two of them was not close enough, Xia Ziqing was not repulsed by Chewi's behavior of wrapping his arm around her waist, and was even somewhat intoxicated. Women always worshipped the strong, but in modern society, the strong were divided into many kinds. What Xia Ziqing worshipped was a man full of masculinity. Chewie did not notice Xia Ziqing's reaction. He just indifferently looked at Li Minglang and opened his mouth to say, Li Minglang, your kid is quite bold. You dare to bully Xia Ziqing? Chewie, what business is it of yours if I chat with Xia Ziqing? Li Minglang said with a displeased expression. What's it got to do with me? Are you blind? Can't you see what we're doing right now? You dare to molest my woman. You have itchy skin, don't you? Chewi's hand that was holding Xia Ziqing's arm was once again hardened, and Xia Ziqing's entire body was attached to his body. He had wanted to say that they were classmates, but when he walked towards Xia Ziqing, he smelled the nice perfume on her body and reached out to embrace her. Since the embrace, that is classmates, is not too appropriate, simply force a male-female relationship. This way to dislike Li Minglang is also justified. When Xia Ziqing and Chewi's arms heard this, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, instead, she felt even more that Chewie was decisive and domineering. She relaxed her body, and her entire body snuggled in Chewi's arms, feeling the faint, comforting special flavor of his body, and was at ease. Ding! The host saved the day in time. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Dongfeng Hotel. The former owner will come to hand over to you later. Next, this is your home turf. Feel free to play as you please. No need to have any scruples. Mission accomplished. Hoard out a 5-star hotel for nothing. Wonderful. Chewie looked at Xia Ziqing in his arms and sighed in his heart. She was truly his lucky star. Li Minglang looked at the corners of his mouth, before he noticed Xia Ziqing when he cast a wide net, and has also been trying to find ways to pursue. Unfortunately, Xia Ziqing does not appreciate, but instead is still very cold. I thought that today I could pull to drink and find a way to do her, but did not expect to halfway kill a Changbite Jean. Spoiled his good thing. Security. Where is the security guard? Li Minglang was furious and directly called for security. Chewie last time kicked the fight club thing Li Minglang has also heard of. Head-on confrontation he does not dare. However, the problem was not big. The reason why no staff came out to help Xia Ziqing when she was molested just now was because of his father's layer of relationship. The hotel staff would not dismiss his face because of this kind of small matter. Now that he was in trouble, he naturally didn't need to personally come out himself. Calling out for security would do. As soon as he opened his mouth, there were immediately 4 security guards with throwing sticks walking towards the side. Come, Chewie, reason with our security brothers. Li Minglang looked smug. Even the best martial arts skill was afraid of a chopper, even though the security guards were holding throwing sticks. But is there another saying? It's hard to beat four hands with two fists, so what if you Chui can fight? I'm outnumbered. Xia Ziqing tugged at the corner of Chuyi's coat with some worry and said quietly, Chui, why don't we leave here first? She could sort of see that the staff of this hotel was completely on Li Minglang's side. Just now, she had been blocked and shouted several times without anyone helping. Now, as soon as Li Minglang spoke, a security guard immediately came over with a throwing stick. Wasn't this bullying others? Although Chui was very powerful, it was still better to leave in this situation. Chui pinched the flesh on Xia Ziqing's arm and comforted. Don't worry, these are all small problems. Feeling Chuyi's relaxed tone, Xia Ziqing was also infected by his state of mind and was no longer so nervous. Since Chui was so confident, then she should just trust him. Moreover, she also believed that she would not look away. Hey, what's going on? This is a 5-star hotel. Less splashing around here. A big-bellied security guard walking at the very front cursed and said towards Chui. Chui did not get angry and said indifferently, I just ordered 4 tables of food in your hotel. Is this how you treat your guests? The big-bellied security guard's footsteps lurched, and his face looked at Li Minglang with some difficulty. Good guy. This brat is actually a guest. He thought that it was a student who had an emotional affair with this young Li. Oh, it's fine. Captain Zhang, you continue to drive people away. I will greet Uncle Zhao in a while. Just return the table they booked. I will compensate for the hotel's loss. You help me drive this guy away. I don't want to see him. Li Minglang had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Humph. So what if he can fight? What about driving a sports car? It doesn't matter just as much as letting people take advantage of it. You dare to steal a woman from me? Today do not let you Gray roll out of the Dongfeng Hotel. I use you and squat. Hearing what Li Minglang said, the big-bellied Captain Zhang immediately had the courage. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to Chui with a big belly and said in a condescending manner, Excuse me sir, our hotel does not welcome people who are not well dressed. Please take your friends and leave immediately. Don't force us to make a move to drive people out. Oh, what if I don't leave? An intriguing smile appeared on Chuyi's face, making it impossible to see what exactly he was thinking. Captain Zhang coughed twice and said with a smile on his face, If this gentleman is unable to reason things out, then we can only implement coercive measures for the sake of the hotel's image and safety. Only he did not panic as he gently tapped the throwing stick in his hand. The threatening intent was self-evident. Seeing this scene, Li Minglang grinned widely. Ha ha ha, Chui, so what if you have a little bit of stinking money? So what if you can fight? Today, as long as I put this here, there's no way you'll be able to eat at the Dongfeng Grand Hotel. Booking 4 tables of food is to treat you to dinner, right? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, but tonight, I can only entrust those friends of yours to dine elsewhere. Chui was not annoyed by his confidence, but Xia Ziqing was infuriated by Li Minglang's arrogant attitude. She directly rebuked angrily. Li Minglang, your practice is even more disgusting than those eunuchs in ancient times. I see that your face is white and your eyes are green. You are not far from being a eunuch, right? Also yes, on your kind of character, sooner or later is a castrate with no balls. Not only character has no balls, body also has no balls. Waste man. Old lady despises you from heart. On your this damage like still want to run old lady. Ate enough to hold up upside down drinking water put you. Stupid dog. Chapter 83 Lessons for Li Minglang. A slip of pugnacious words from Xia Ziqing's mouth. Chui listened to a rash. Holy, this Xia Ziqing is still a spicy little chili pepper ah. As the main person being scolded, Li Minglang was even more furious and red in color. He reached out and pointed at Xia Ziqing and said angrily, You're worthy of scolding me? It's your good fortune that I'm attracted to you. Brothers, help me drive this man away. The woman stays. There's a big red packet when it's done. The security guards glanced at each other and slowly approached towards Chui, playing with the throwing sticks in their hands. Chui protected Xia Ziqing behind him and faced the 4 security guards alone. Xia Ziqing looked at Chuyi's back and only felt his figure become taller in her eyes. Chui he, so manly. Like. Xia Ziqing couldn't stop screaming inside, looking at Chui with deepening affection in her eyes. Worthy of being the man she had her eyes on. Kid, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you're sensible, get lost. Our boss is well known in both the black and white worlds. It's useless for you to go anywhere to find someone to help. Captain Zhang narrowed his eyes and directly threatened. If you don't know the sky and earth again, I'll let you taste the power of this ebony big flinging stick. Since things could not be settled and had to be done, Chui was not one to be afraid. What's more, he had already thought of a final solution long ago. And since these security guards were looking for a fight, it would not be his fault. Looking at Captain Zhang, who was slowly walking towards him, Chui heatedly smiled, and with both his legs, he took an arrow step forward. When Captain Zhang did not react, he viciously kicked his big belly loaded with fat oil. Captain Zhang's weight of upwards of 200 pounds could not withstand Chu Yi's kick, and was directly kicked out 3 or 4 meters. When the other 3 security guards saw the captain being beaten, their blood went to their heads, and regardless of what they were doing, they copied their throwing sticks and smashed them on Chu Yi's body. Looking at the attacks from 3 directions, Chu Yi was calm and collected, probably because of his strength and physique. When he entered the battle state, the attacks of these security guards even seemed a bit slow in his eyes. Not only was he able to easily calculate the route to dodge, he also instantly discovered the many flaws of the 3 security guards, surpassing the physical quality of ordinary people. Along with his own extremely strong combat skills, Chu Yi easily dodged the attacks of the 3 security guards. Reaching out, he yanked the wrist of the security guard who attacked from the left side and pulled it towards himself, and then his right leg lifted his knee and rammed it. This knee strike caused the security guard to instantly lose his combat power, covering his stomach and falling to his knees. His body could not stop twitching and dry heaving. Chu Yi then sidestepped to avoid the follow-up smashes from the remaining 2 security guards, and with a measured uppercut, the security guard in the center fell into a fainting spell, losing his fighting ability. Faced with the last security guard, Chu Yi strides forward, gently Iron Mountain leaning, will be knocked away, rolling gourd-like fall to the ground, wailing and screaming miserably. All of this was only in a matter of seconds. The smug look on Li Minglang's face had not even had time to transform before the security guards were all put down by Chu Yi. It was only at this point that many of the guests in the hall were attracted by the conflict here. Previously, it could only be considered as a verbal dispute at most. Everyone came to the hotel to either book a room or a dinner party, and there were also people who were planning to get married and engaged. There was no time to be a melon-eating crowd, but now there was a direct fight, or a young lad fought directly drawing out 4 security guards with throwing sticks, instantly attracting the attention of many guests. This young man has a lot to hide. He looks like a good-looking guy, but he actually has extraordinary hands. Just now, it seems like those security guards were trying to chase people away. I wonder what the reason was. I know. It seems that the 2 young men had an argument because of that girl, and then one of them shouted at the security guards to kick them out, but they were beaten down by this young man. TSK, the world is going downhill. Are girls so sought after nowadays? If I were to be younger again, I probably wouldn't be able to find a date. That young man is really powerful. The stunts in the martial arts movies are not as cool as he just did. He's a real kung fu master. Heroes come out of youngsters, and they're all about the redheads. It's good to be young. Ji Mei, that little brother is so handsome. Help me get his contact info. No, let's do it together. Whoever gets it is on the hook. Worship value plus 10. Adoration value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Invisibly, he earned some more worship value, but Chu Yi did not care. He now wanted to teach Li Minglang a good lesson. Chu Yi, don't come over. Li Minglang finally panicked at this moment. He had thought that Chu Yi would leave in disgrace due to the pressure from the security guards. However, he did not expect him to actually dry down 4 armed security guards by himself. That's not what the news said. 18 sets of military boxing with stab 36 knife operation? Why is he so fierce? Come on, let's go upstairs and have a good talk. Chu Yi's face hooked up an evil smile, a tug on Li Minglang's collar, dragging him towards the elevator. Xia Ziqing hurriedly followed. Chen Xin, who has been shooting video and shouting at his classmates from the side, also staggered and said, Brother E, wait for me. Together, they got on the elevator. Chu Yi pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and Chen Xin continued to fiddle with his phone. He had just recorded the entire process, especially Chu Yi's heroic and athletic stance. He had also specially edited it with a cut screening and set it to the hottest electro-drumming music on the current Shake Shack. In the middle of the particularly handsome punch knee, uppercut, Iron Mountain leaning and other one move to kill the enemy KO action also added slow motion, under some operation. Extremely handsome martial arts action short film fresh out of the oven. Was Chen Xin sent to the dormitory of the small group? Chen Xin, video. Chen Xin, yet is too handsome. Simply invincible. 1v4 is easy. It's more fluent than my poop. Love love love. I love it. Ling Lin Lin. Ruthless. Go D, holy, awesome. Ling Lin Lin, 6666, 666, 6666. Go D, 6666, 666, 6666. Chen Xin, 6666, 666, 6666. Go D, it's at the Dongfeng Hotel, right? We're almost there. The students should be almost there. Then we will all give Brother E to support the scene. Ling Lin Lin, it's all over. Whoever dares to go against my brother yet, I'll lock him up. Looking at the messages from his classmate group again, Chen Xin had a satisfied smile on his face. I don't know why, but he was happy to see Brother E playing hard to get. Maybe this is the love between father and son. Even if Brother Yi became powerful, it wouldn't stop him from wanting to usurp the throne. However, if this was known by Chui, he would definitely have to ask Brother Sandan to lock Chen Xian up, and then call on Godi to give him to Aruba together. However, Chui did not notice what Chen Xian was doing. He looked to be picked up by his own Li Ming Lang is still not honest, constantly struggling hard, fingernails also to his small arm to grab, cannot help but a little annoyed. This guy is really no egg male not? Actually use nails to scratch people? Chui, who was very upset, without saying anything, directly dried a punch towards his stomach. Boom! Vomit! Li Ming Lang directly let out a dry heaving sound. Chui was afraid that Li Ming Lang would vomit, and he threw another punch at his face. This punch hit Li Ming Lang squarely in the nose, instantly causing a nosebleed to flow out and interrupting his desire to vomit. Seeing that he was finally quiet, Chui was also happy to clear his head. Xia Ziqing looked at this scene, although she felt that the current Chui was somewhat fierce. However, the target of the ferocity was Li Minglang, so she felt so good, so relieved, especially when she thought about how Li Minglang had brought his friends with him just now to make obscene remarks to himself. She felt even more relieved. Against this kind of person, should beat him up. At this time, the elevator also came to the third floor. Chui carried Li Minglang towards the Rui Hall where he had booked a table.